Dacian Dynasty, Qingyun County, Guiyang City, Qin family. In this world where martial arts reign supreme, and even the change of royal power is closely related to martial arts. The Qin family is one of the few martial arts families in Qingyun County, with a large population and martial art practice in the family. Now, dozens of teenagers are boxing in the courtyard of the Qin family. Under the sun, the teenagers are sweating profusely. But the martial arts instructor in black robes still has no intention of stopping everyone. He said in a deep voice, "Don't stop, keep fighting. At your age, it is time to lay the foundation." This set of Luyun Changquan is a first-class Qi training boxing method that can help you sense and absorb spiritual energy. In a pavilion not far away, a teenager was holding a book in his hand and reading it with relish. The boy had sword eyebrows and star eyes, handsome, wearing a gorgeous black cloud pattern robe, a jade crown on his head, and a white jade belt around his waist, which revealed a hint of nobility. Compared to the others, he seemed very relaxed. There were fruit snacks and iced fruit wine on the stone table next to him, and there was even a girl who would massage his shoulders and legs from time to time, looking very comfortable. The others were envious. A newcomer couldn't help asking, "Teacher, why don't they practice boxing?" The teacher said indifferently, "Miss Yinner is a genius. When she was 8 years old, she had already drawn Qi into her body, condensed true Qi, and advanced to the warrior realm. Now she is only 15 years old and has become a first-class master, better than me. Can you compare with her?" The teenagers were amazed and envious when they heard this. Another teenager asked again, "Then the big brother's cultivation must be even more powerful. Otherwise, why would Miss Yinner serve him?" The teacher's eyes showed a hint of complexity when he heard this. "No, this person has no martial arts cultivation at all. He is just an ordinary person." How could this be? The teenagers were stunned for a moment. How could an ordinary person make a genius warrior who was promoted to a first-class master at a young age serve so wholeheartedly? This puzzled them, who had been taught the concept of martial arts from a young age. The instructor said, "Because he can make money." Make money? Yes, because of him, my Qin family's business now spreads throughout Qingyun County and has become the first wealthy family in Qingyun County. Who is he so powerful? Qin Wuya, the eldest son of the Qin family master. To be able to have Miss Yinner, a first-class martial artist, serve him like this is making money more powerful than practicing martial arts? A young man asked puzzledly. The instructor shouted, "Stupid! In this world, martial arts is the only way. Without martial arts, no matter how much money you have, you can't keep it." The reason why the Qin family can become the first noble family in Qingyun County is that in addition to his business acumen for making money, the most important thing is that the warriors of my Qin family are strong enough. Otherwise, no matter how much money this person makes, it will be useless. Moreover, although he has some skills, if he does not enter the martial arts, he is just an ordinary person after all. If no one protects him, even the most ordinary warrior can easily control him. In the final analysis, he is just a waste. At this point, the instructor glanced at Qin Wuya in the pavilion not far away, and a trace of obvious contempt appeared in his eyes. The young men heard it and agreed with it, and practiced more diligently. The instructor taught the young men without any concealment. Qin Wuya in the pavilion heard it clearly, but he didn't care and continued to flip through the book in his hand indifferently. It was a martial arts secret book called Fiery Sun 13 Swords. If the warriors of Qingyun County saw this secret book, they would be jealous. This secret book is a first-class martial arts. Someone once relied on this martial arts to become powerful and established a considerable family business. This 13 blades of the Fiery Sun is not as good as the 12 swords of the wind-blowing willow sent a few days ago. Qin Wuya said lightly. Just flipping through it casually, Qin Wuya already knew all the moves, the essence of practice, and even the flaws of this first-class martial arts that many warriors in Qingyun County dreamed of, even better than the creator of this martial arts. This sword method is fierce and domineering, but it lacks some flexibility. The creator of this martial arts only wanted to maximize the power of the sword method, but ignored the principle that too much rigidity is easy to break, and the connection between the moves is not smooth enough. He threw the 13 blades of the Fiery Sun on the table casually. Qin Yinner beside him poured him a glass of iced fruit wine. Since brother said so, then this swordsmanship is just a false reputation. That's not the case. At least it's enough for other people. Qin Wuya said lightly. Then he asked, has the thing been delivered? Qin Yuner nodded slightly. It was delivered to Qingyun County yesterday. I believe it will be delivered to Wuyang City tomorrow. I will go to pick it up myself. Well, I'm naturally relieved when you do it. After you get the thing, send it to me immediately. I don't have much time left. Qin Wuya said lightly. Qin Yuner's eyes showed a trace of worry. A few days ago, several side disciples disappeared. Brother's worries are indeed true. Compared to this, I heard that the second uncle and others came to you again yesterday. Yes, they want to intervene in the tea business, and at least 70 of the profits must be given to them. I refused according to brother's wishes. 70 profit? They really have a big appetite. Qin Wuya sneered. Brother, in recent years, the Qin family's business has grown bigger and bigger, and the ambitions of those uncles have also grown. They are now far from satisfied with the little money you promised them. Even my father has many opinions about you. I am afraid that they will attack you. Qin Yuner said. In the wealthy families, family affection is weak. For the sake of interests, they can fight against each other. Even if they are fathers, sons, and brothers, they may become enemies one day. Those people are only good at martial arts, but business? I'm afraid it won't be long before they lose all the wealth of the Qin family over the years. Do they know how to settle accounts? Do they know how to transport tea? Do they know how to market products? Do they know how to do public relations? They want to intervene without knowing anything. Dream on. Qin Wuya curled his lips and drank another glass of fruit wine. He stretched and stood up and said, I'm a little tired. I'll go back and rest first. I'll take you there, Qin Yuner said, and then glanced at the instructor who was teaching the teenagers not far away. When she met the housekeeper of the Qin mansion on the way, she said lightly, Teacher Lin spoke rudely to my brother behind his back, so deduct 2 months' salary from him. The housekeeper glanced at Qin Wuya and was about to say it was no big deal. But after meeting Qin Yuner's cold eyes, he quickly responded, Yes, Yuner, you are becoming more and more majestic. In the future, you might as well take the position of the head of the Qin family. Qin Wuya smiled lightly. Qin Yuner said quickly, I dare not. My father is still alive, and you are the eldest son, so the position of the head of the family should be yours. The Qin family. The Qin family is too small. Qin Wuya glanced at the vast sky and smiled faintly. Since he came to this world, he knew that he would definitely step onto the top of this world, and the Qin family was just a stepping stone for him. Chapter 2. A martial path unaccepted by many as Qin Wuyo observed the departing figures of Qin Wuyo and Qin Yuner. The steward behind him scoffed disdainfully. What a small family the Qin is. An incapable spirit body unfit for martial practice dares to utter such words? At that moment, Lin Jiaoshi had just finished instructing a group of disciples and approached the steward in an attempt to forge a connection. The steward, however, responded coldly. You have been docked 2 months' salary. Lin Jiaoshi's expression shifted. Why? Why? He exclaimed. Oh, perhaps because you have been gossiping behind backs and have drawn the ire of certain individuals. The steward chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiaoshi's anger flared. Is it Qin Wuyo? How could he, a worthless individual incapable of martial arts, dare to deduct my salary, just because he has the support of Miss Yuna? Upon this revelation, Lin Jiaoshi's fury dissipated, leaving him in a state of impotent rage. Even with 10 times the courage, he would not dare confront Qin Yuner. Meanwhile, on their way back to their quarters, Qin Wuyo and Qin Yuner encountered a young man clad in resplendent brocade. Upon catching sight of Qin Yuner, he approached with a smile. Sister Yuner, have you given any thought to our previous discussion? Qin Wuyo was completely disregarded by the young man. Qin Yuner replied coolly. I have already stated that matters of business should not involve you. You need only await your payments. But Sister Yuner, we are merely concerned for your well-being. The Qin family's business is expanding rapidly. Without a few trusted allies by your side, how can you manage? He countered. Over time, I fear you may tire. I have my own measures, she replied. The young man glanced at Qin Wuyo and coldly stated, Sister Yuner, is it Qin Wuyo who has influenced your stance? Impudent. Qin Fei, is this how you address your elder brother? Qin Yuner retorted, her gaze icy. Qin Fei drew a deep breath, unable to face her wrath directly. Cousin, did you really allow Yuner to prevent us from participating in business affairs? Indeed, Qin Wuyo replied calmly. How could you do this? We are family. Is this how you guard against your own kin? Qin Fei challenged. When you pushed me from the tree and hurled stones at me, did you consider me family? Qin Wuyo chuckled softly. When he was diagnosed with the absolute spirit body and found unable to cultivate, the attitude of the clan members shifted dramatically. The scorn from uncles, ridicule from peers, and even disdain from his parents weighed heavily upon him. Yet, he endured, knowing he needed the Qin family's strength to accomplish certain goals. However, this did not erase the memories of his suffering. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei's expression faltered slightly before he replied, Cousin, Those are matters of the past. We were young and foolish back then. As your younger relative, do you not possess even a modicum of tolerance? Huh, I have nothing further to say to you. Qin Wuyo shook his head and chose to ignore him, walking away. Qin Yuner intended to follow but was blocked by Qin Fei, who remarked, Sister Yuner, to speak frankly. He is merely a useless individual incapable of martial arts. Why do you heed him so? Do you possess some leverage over him? With a cold stare, Qin Yuner replied, Useless? Have you forgotten that you, your father, and your uncles reside in this grand estate, travel in luxurious carriages, host lavish banquets, and don fine garments, all thanks to the earnings of the useless Wuyo? With that, she shook off Qin Fei's grasp and followed Qin Wuyo, resembling a devoted servant. Watching them depart, Qin Fei's eyes darkened momentarily. Qin Wuyo, Qin Yuner. Humph, you cannot bask in glory for long. A thought crossed his mind, lifting his spirits slightly. Yuner, have I been too lenient with these uncles over the years, allowing them to think they can meddle in the business empire I built? Qin Wuyo mused. Then he reflected. Yet, if I had not shown some leniency, given their martial prowess, they would have undoubtedly turned against me long ago. With Yuner by my side, they would never dare. Rest assured, with me here, they shall not harm you. Qin Yuner immediately affirmed. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that I have nurtured you. You have not disappointed me, achieving the status of a first-rate martial artist at such a young age. Still, it is not enough. Yuner must strive harder, she replied. Fear not. Soon this precarious existence will come to an end, Qin Wuyo whispered, then retreated to his quarters. His room was sparsely furnished, aside from the bed and desk. The most prominent feature was a row of bookshelves brimming with various martial arts manuals. Any single volume could mold a first-rate martial artist. From the top shelf, Qin Wuyo retrieved a tome, its title emblazoned in bold characters, Blood Origin Devil Arts. Should the martial artists of Qingyun County glimpse this manual, they would likely pale in terror, for this dark art had once unleashed a storm of bloodshed in the region. The Blood Origin Devil Arts could absorb the essence of others' blood to enhance one's own true energy. Yet, practitioners often fell into a state of deviation at certain critical moments, their abilities severely diminished and requiring the blood of kin to alleviate the effects. Nevertheless, due to its rapid cultivation benefits, many risked everything to try it, leading to countless tragedies in Qingyun County. Decades prior, the major sects of Qingyun County had united to eradicate the practitioners of the Blood Origin Devil Arts, seeking to obliterate this dark art. Yet, in their meticulous efforts, a single slip allowed this art to escape, eventually finding its way into Qin Wuyo's hands. As he perused the Blood Origin Devil Arts, he utilized his extraordinary comprehension and martial arts experience to mentally simulate and refine it, gradually shaping it into a nascent form of a new technique. It is almost complete. This technique is on the brink of my creation, Qin Wuyo murmured, a flicker of fervor gleaming in his eyes. This martial art, reminiscent of those in the novels of his previous life, would be perfectly suited to him. It would serve as the cornerstone of his journey on the martial path, leading him to the pinnacle of human martial prowess. Unbeknownst to all, Qin Wuyo was not a native of this world. To be precise, his soul did not belong here. In his previous life, he was a university student on Blue Star, who, during a group climbing expedition, accidentally fell from a cliff. Upon awakening, he found himself reborn as an infant, the eldest son of the Qin family. Subsequently, Qin Wuyo was diagnosed with the absolute spirit body, a constitution inherently repelled by spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of absorbing the world's essence, and thus unable to cultivate martial arts. At best, he could only practice basic techniques, unable to condense true energy. However, on the day he was identified as having the absolute spirit body, he encountered martial arts for the first time, discovering his astonishing aptitude for it. Regardless of the martial technique, he understood upon first glance and could learn it instantly, even innovating upon it. As he delved deeper into the myriad martial arts texts, he eventually gained the ability to amalgamate techniques and create his own. He realized that this world revered martial prowess above all else. Without martial skills, one would ultimately descend into mediocrity. He refused to remain obscured. To pursue martial arts, he began collecting various manuals, seeking a means by which he could cultivate. Though the Qin family was a prestigious lineage, their collection of martial arts was limited, and as one with an absolute spirit body, he was not granted unrestricted access to their texts. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate his worth, leveraging his past experiences and the Qin family's resources to embark on business endeavors. The more he engaged, the greater his enterprise flourished. His network has expanded increasingly, naturally drawing in various martial arts manuals from all directions for his study and research. Until recently, upon acquiring the Blood Origin Demon technique, after extensive research, he finally discovered a method to embark upon the path of martial arts. However, this method is destined to be intolerable to the masses. This is my own path, even if it is difficult for others to accept. So what? A glimmer of unwavering determination shone in Qin Wuyi's eyes. Chapter 3. Qin Yi's Fury. Humans can sometimes be more cruel than beasts. After extensive study of the Blood Origin Demon art, Qin Wuyo meticulously refined his self-created technique in his mind, murmuring, "Now, all that remains is to await the delivery of that item, and then it will be time for you to act." Through the window, he gazed deep into the Qin family courtyard, his eyes filled with profound contemplation. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Qin family, several uncles and the current head of the family, Qin Yi, were engaged in a heated discussion regarding Qin Wuyo's refusal to allow their intervention in business affairs. Eldest brother, Wuyo is truly being unreasonable. We merely wish to assist him in his business endeavors. What will he do when faced with challenges outside, given that he is an absolute spirit body and unable to cultivate martial arts? One uncle lamented. Indeed, we are only acting in his best interest. Yet he perceives our intentions as harmful, displaying utter ignorance. Another echoed. Yes, eldest brother, you must discipline him properly, they urged, casting glances at Qin Yi, who sat with a stern expression. Like his brothers, Qin Yi yearned to involve himself in Qin Wuyo's enterprise. He had assumed that as the father, Wuyo would afford him some respect, but the boy had firmly declined. There was no room for negotiation. Eldest brother, to speak bluntly, he does not even heed your authority as his father. Such behavior is downright rebellious. If he were capable of martial arts, who knows, he might have already revolted. A middle-aged man beside Qin Yi added. At these words, Qin Yi and Appo's countenance darkened further. The man continued to stoke the flames. I have heard that Yuner, that girl, is now completely devoted to Wuyo. With his business acumen and the resources at his disposal, coupled with Yuner's martial talent, it won't be long before no one in the Qin family can contend with them. At that point, the Qin family will be at their mercy. This remark struck a nerve with Qin Yi. He slammed his hand on the table, declaring, enough. I will handle matters concerning Wuyo myself. You all may leave. The others exchanged glances, and without further protest, they departed. Qin Yi remained at the head of the table, his fingers drumming against the armrest. The middle-aged man's words echoed relentlessly in his ears, compelling him to take them seriously. Bring the young master to me, he commanded. Yes. A servant scurried off to find Qin Wuyo. Shortly thereafter, Qin Wuyo entered the grand hall, but when Qin Yi noticed Qin Yuner following closely behind, his expression soured. I summoned your elder brother, not you. What business do you have here when you should be practicing? Qin Yuner replied indifferently, it is nothing of consequence. I merely wish to observe. Is there something being discussed that I am not permitted to hear? Would you withdraw if I said yes? Not at all. Yuner shook her head. Qin Yi's face grew increasingly grim. So, you have grown wings and no longer heed your father's words. You will listen to what I say. I will heed what is necessary, Yuner replied coolly. Very well then, since both of you are here, let us clarify matters. Wuyo, I intend to personally oversee the tea and restaurant businesses of the Qin family. Prepare the accounts and present them to me by tomorrow. Furthermore, you are to disperse your subordinates. I will hire new staff. Qin Wuyo shook his head in response. Those individuals have been with me, helping to elevate the Qin family's business to its current standing. I cannot simply dismiss them at your command. Additionally, father, with all due respect, your subordinates lack the capability to manage the tea and restaurant enterprises. Just because you say they cannot, it does not mean they cannot. Why should they be incapable when you are? Wuyo, are you unwilling to relinquish control of the business? Father, you and the uncles merely sit back and collect profits. Is that not satisfactory? Why must you interfere in the operations? Qin Wuyo replied calmly. That is insufficient. The profits you provide me are but a mere fraction of what the Qin family earns. How can they compare? Oh, so you and the uncles feel that my contributions are inadequate, Qin Wuyo realized. In that case, how about I increase my offerings by 30% on top of what I already provide? Even if you were to double it, it would still be of no use. Do not think I am unaware. Those few restaurants in Wuyang City rake in profits daily, not to mention the other ventures. What you offer is merely a pittance. Qin Wuyo sighed. This is precisely why I assert that you cannot manage the operations. You only see the profits from those restaurants without recognizing that a significant portion must be allocated to sustain their operations, the monthly wages for employees, the cost of purchasing ingredients and beverages, and the taxes due to the government. Do you believe none of these expenses exist? Unfortunately, Qin Yi was unwilling to heed this reasoning. He was already biased, convinced that Qin Wuyo's refusal to allow their involvement stemmed from fear of losing profits. He coldly stated, Wuyo, I will ask you this once. Will you hand over the business or not? If not, do not blame me for severing our father-son ties. Oh, is that an option? Qin Wuyo's eyes lit up with interest. You insolent child. Qin Yi roared, raising his hand to strike Qin Wuyo across the face. But before his hand could land, Qin Yuner intervened, seizing his wrist. Father, please do not lose your temper. With a cold glare, Qin Yi retorted. Is your martial training solely for the purpose of confronting your father? He gathered his internal energy and prepared to strike again. Yet Qin Yuner did not flinch, retaliating with her own punch. The two fists collided, and to Qin Yi's astonishment, he staggered back 2 steps. You, at the peak of the first-class martial realm. When did you achieve this breakthrough? To be such a young first-class martial artist was already remarkable, let alone at the pinnacle of that level. This would earn her renown in the martial world. Even he himself had only recently reached this stage. Not long ago, Qin Yuner replied calmly. As he looked at his trembling hand, and then at the protective stance of Qin Yuner shielding Qin Wuyo, Qin Yi suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over him. Unbeknownst to him, he had lost control over his own children. He had once been able to manipulate their lives at will. Very well, you two are indeed capable. Now leave. Qin Yi bellowed. Qin Yuner offered a slight bow. Take care, father. Then she led Qin Wuyo out. Once outside the grand hall, Qin Yuner remarked, brother, father and Apos. S behavior today was unusual. It seems those uncles have been whispering in his ear. Humph, if not for the seeds of suspicion already sown in his heart. Would he have reacted so strongly to mere words? Qin Wuyo chuckled lightly, glancing back at the grand hall. It seems the moment is near. Father would truly go that far. Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. Yuner, at times, humans can be far more cruel than beasts. Qin Wuyo replied serenely. Meanwhile, Qin Yi stood before the entrance to a courtyard, a forbidden ground of the Qin family, where entry was barred to all but the head of the family. Within resided the venerable ancestor of the Qin family, aged 136. The family's greatest pillar of strength in the land of Qingyun County. Chapter 4, The Jade Pill. Meeting the ancestor of the Qin family. Outside the courtyard. A flicker of hesitation appeared in Qin Yi's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by a resolute determination. He slowly stepped into the courtyard, where an elderly man with white hair sat on a meditation mat, eyes closed in tranquility, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Upon sensing Qin Yi's arrival, the elder opened his eyes and spoke with a calm demeanor. Have you come to see me because you have already chosen the next candidate? Qin Yi nodded slightly, saying, the choice has been made. Who is it? My son Qin Wuyo. A hint of chill flashed in Qin Yi's gaze. The elder, upon hearing this, radiated a sudden spark of brilliance from his eyes, then laughed heartily, saying, excellent. You have finally made up your mind. While Qin Wuyo possesses talent, he has achieved nothing in the realm of martial arts. Moreover, he is growing increasingly independent, harboring intentions of establishing his own path outside the Qin family. Should he take those business ventures with him, the losses to our family would be incalculable. I had anticipated this and urged you to act. It seems, however, that you have failed to persuade him. Qin Yi nodded once more, affirming, indeed, he is unwilling to relinquish control, allowing us to intervene in business matters. Furthermore, Yuner obeys him completely, and if he truly separates from the Qin family, it is likely she will follow suit. Even if they choose not to leave, should they join forces, there would be no one in the Qin family capable of stopping them, resulting in a significant upheaval within our ranks. Such upheaval would greatly threaten your standing, the elder thought to himself, a subtle smile gracing his lips, though he refrained from voicing it. Instead, he said with a smile, at this time tomorrow, bring him to me. Like those collateral descendants of the past, he too will vanish. Without him, the Qin family's business will fall entirely under our control. At that point, we shall have as much wealth as we desire, and with his assistance, my own strength shall be fully restored, perhaps even elevated to greater heights. The financial power amassed by the Qin family over the years, coupled with my martial prowess, shall render our family the sole ruler of Qingyun County. Even the county magistrate will have to regard us with trepidation. As the elder spoke, a glint of bloodthirst illuminated his eyes, the ethereal grace he once possessed now replaced by an aura of brutality. Qin Yi felt a surge of fear, nodding in agreement. The following day, early in the morning, Qin Wuyo was studying martial arts in his study when a knock interrupted him. Who is it? Brother, it is I. The voice belonged to Qin Yuner. Upon entering the study, she said, I just visited your room, but you were not there. I assumed you would be here. Coming to find me so early suggests you have something urgent to discuss, but has that item arrived? Qin Wuyo's eyes flickered with interest. Qin Yuner nodded slightly. Indeed. She produced a brocade box and handed it to Qin Wuyo. As he accepted it, a smile spread across his face. Excellent. With this, the final piece of the puzzle is complete. He opened the brocade box, revealing a jade green pill within. This item was the key to his ascension in martial arts. Brother, this jade pill comes from the hands of a pill king and is worth a fortune. It can grant a person without any martial power the ability to rival top-tier warriors for a short period. However, it also carries side effects. Once the effects wear off, one's dantian may suffer severe damage, or even be completely destroyed, rendering one a cripple. Qin Yuner voiced her concerns. Qin Wuyo smiled softly. Risk? No, Yuner. This is not a risk for me, but a pathway to greatness. Moreover, this is my only opportunity. Regardless of the trials that lie ahead, I am determined to proceed. At that moment, the study door swung open, and Qin Yi entered with a stern expression, gazing at Qin Wuyo with indifference. Come with me. We are going to a certain place. Where to? You will know when we arrive. Father, are you truly taking brother with you? Qin Yuner interjected from the side. Yes. A flicker of disappointment and sorrow crossed Qin Yuner's eyes, while Qin Wuyo remained calm, urging his father to lead the way. However, Qin Yi noticed a subtle shift in Qin Wuyo's gaze towards him, one that felt increasingly foreign and distant. In the past, despite their conflicts, they were still father and son, connected by blood. But now, he sensed that bond had frayed. A tinge of sadness welled up in his heart, but he quickly extinguished it. No matter who it was, anyone who threatened his position and interests would not be spared, even if they were blood relatives. As Qin Wuyo followed Qin Yi out of the study, Qin Yuner did not intervene. She merely watched their departing figures, her eyes filled with growing sorrow. Along their path, many witnesses beheld them, including Qin Fei's father and Qin family's second uncle, Qin Yan. Observing the direction Qin Wuyo was headed, Qin Yan contemplated, then chuckled softly, his mood brightening. At last, my brother has made this decision. Feier, prepare yourself, he said to Qin Fei beside him. Qin Fei looked puzzled. Prepare for what? Did you not always desire those tavern businesses in Wuyang City? Prepare yourself, for from now on, they shall belong to you. Qin Fei's eyes lit up. Really? But will Qin Wuyo agree? You shall never see Qin Wuyo again. Soon, Qin Wuyo followed Qin Yi to a courtyard. Qin Yi stood outside, refraining from entering, and spoke to Qin Wuyo in a measured tone. You will enter and meet the ancestor. Remember, whatever the ancestor instructs you, comply without defiance. Qin Wuyo did not respond directly. Instead, he countered, just as the ancestor instructed you to bring me here, and you complied without question? What do you mean? I simply wish to ascertain whether my coming here is your decision or the ancestors, Qin Wuyo asked. There is no difference. Ah, no difference? Then, splendid. With a light chuckle, Qin Wuyo calmly entered the courtyard. Qin Yi furrowed his brow, pondering whether Qin Wuyo knew something. But no, this matter was a secret. Only he and Qin Yan within the Qin family were privy to it. It was impossible for him to be aware. Regardless, even if he knew, what could change? He did not practice martial arts. Before the ancestor, he was no more than an insignificant insect. What a pity, my son, you possess some talent. Had you been willing to heed your father's words, I might have been a good father after all. He shook his head, attributing his inability to be a good father to Qin Wuyo's disobedience. He then stood outside the courtyard, waiting. At that moment, Qin Yan also arrived. Qin Yi glanced at him and said indifferently, What brings you here? I am here to assist my elder brother. After all, it would be too cruel for you, as a father, to collect your son's remains. He spoke with a hint of mirth, unable to suppress a smile, as if he could already envision the unending wealth beckoning him. Qin Yi replied calmly, No need. I have already come to terms with it. Truly worthy of being my elder brother. Inside the courtyard, Qin Wuyo entered a wooden house where he encountered the ancestor of the Qin family. Seated on a meditation mat, radiating an aura of ethereal grace. The elder smiled kindly as he looked at Qin Wuyo. Child, come here. Let me take a good look at you. Chapter 5, The Art of Absorption. Innate Protective Energy. Child, come here. Let me have a good look at you. The ancestor of the Qin family smiled gently at Qin Waya. Qin Waya regarded him with indifference, but still approached. The ancestor grasped his hand, patting it kindly as a benevolent elder would. Child, you have worked hard managing the family business over the years. It's about time you take a rest. Let your father and those uncles handle it. Qin Waya calmly met the ancestor's gaze and replied, What if I refuse? As soon as the words left his lips, he felt the ancestor's grip tighten slightly. Though the elder maintained his smile, a chill had crept into his demeanor. Qin Waya continued, Recently, several distant relatives have gone missing. And according to my investigation, the last place they were seen was this very courtyard. Ancestor, do you know anything about this? The ancestor's eyes narrowed. Why are you investigating this? Nothing much. Also, ancestor, I have heard of a blood magic technique that absorbs the essence of others, converting it into power for oneself. However, practitioners enter a period of weakness at intervals, requiring the blood of their kin to recover. Do you know of this technique? The smile vanished from the ancestor's face, replaced by an icy glare. You actually found out about this. You cannot be allowed to live. He suddenly seized Qin Waya's wrist, intending to activate the blood magic and consume Qin Waya's essence to restore his own power. But unexpectedly, Qin Waya countered and locked the ancestor's wrist, unleashing an overwhelming force of absorption from within him. The ancestor and Appo's pupils constricted as he felt his own energy draining away uncontrollably, flowing towards Qin Waya. Blood magic? No, this isn't blood magic. What technique is this? The ancestor's face displayed a hint of horror. Blood magic typically consumed the essence of others. Yet Qin Waya was directly absorbing his true energy, a similar concept but distinctly different. This is indeed not blood magic, but a technique I have refined based on it. You may call it the art of absorption. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Qin Waya's eyes. The ancestor struggled to believe what he was witnessing. The art of absorption? A technique that directly siphons the power of others? Impossible. How could such a sinister technique exist? And you, aren't you supposed to be the spiritless body? How could you possibly wield true energy and execute any technique? The ancestor was beset by confusion. Yet his true energy continued to be consumed without doubt. He could not afford to be careless and immediately struck towards Qin Waya's head. But Qin Waya anticipated the attack, catching his hand while using the other to block it. In a flash, he twisted the ancestor's wrist with force, dislocating his arm with a sharp crack. The ancestor, however, refused to yield. He still had his legs to fight, but Qin Waya had already predicted this and evaded the kick. swiftly grasping the ancestor's knee and targeting the critical joint, wrenching it with a fierce grip. "Ah!" The ancestor cried out, his face paling as he gazed at Qin Huaya. "This is the Yang family's 12 paths of seizing technique. When did you learn it?" "Ah, I can't recall precisely," Qin Huaya smiled. He had mastered numerous martial arts techniques, but had been unable to utilize them without true energy until now. As Qin Huaya moved, a beautifully ornate wooden box fell from him, clearly a special container. The ancestor recognized it immediately. It was the box used by the Elixir King to store medicinal pills. "You suddenly possess true energy. Did you consume a pill?" "Indeed, it was the Jade Elixir." The ancestor's expression shifted to one of panic as realization dawned. Outside the courtyard, Qin Yi and Qin Yan heard the commotion and rushed to investigate. Upon witnessing the elder on his knees, missing an arm and a knee joint, they were struck with disbelief. What had transpired? How could the ancestor be kneeling before Qin Huaya? "Qin Huaya, what are you doing? Release the ancestor at once." "You fool!" they instinctively shouted as they charged forward. But Qin Huaya held the ancestor firmly with one hand while using the other to launch an attack against Qin Yi and Qin Yan. His swordsmanship was extraordinary, fluid and unpredictable, as if shrouded in mist. In merely a few exchanges, both were forced back, suffering multiple cuts from his sword energy, blood flowing profusely. This is the Misty Sword technique of the White Cloud sect. When did he learn it? Isn't he supposed to be the spiritless body? Qin Yi and Qin Yan were aghast. Meanwhile, the ancestor's breath began to falter as his hard-earned, top-tier true energy was completely drained by Qin Huaya. Once he had absorbed the last vestige of the ancestor's energy, Qin Huaya released him, allowing the elder to collapse like a rag doll onto the ground. "Qin Huaya, you wretched traitor! That is your ancestor. How dare you harm him? And I'm your father. You dare strike me as well. Such actions are those of a beast." Qin Yi thundered, enraged. He gathered his true energy once more and stepped forward, aiming a heavy punch at Qin Huaya's chest with all his might. Yet, Qin Huaya stood resolute, unyielding as the punch landed on his chest without effect. Then, he seized Qin Yi's wrist, stating coolly, "If a father seeks to harm his son, how can one demand that the son does not retaliate?" With that, the art of absorption activated. Qin Yi's true energy surged uncontrollably towards Qin Huaya. A culmination of years of hard work, now becoming another's gain. "What dark technique are you practicing?" Qin Yi exclaimed in horror. At the same time, Qin Yan's pallor turned as he witnessed this spectacle. He dared not linger and turned to flee, only to feel an invisible force grasp him. As if a dragon's claw had ensnared him, pulling him inexorably back toward Qin Huaya. This is the long-lost dragon seizing technique of the Azure Dragon Gang. Qin Yan recognized the martial art, his heart sinking in fear. The art of absorption, the Misty Sword technique of the White Cloud sect. The Azure Dragon Gang's dragon seizing technique. Was Qin Huaya still the spiritless body they once knew? His prowess and mastery of martial arts were beyond their comprehension. "Uncle, all these years, you and your son have consumed the fruits of my labor, and the affairs of your extramarital connections have been funded by the silver I earned. It is time you repay your debts. I shall gladly accept your true energy," Qin Huaya stated nonchalantly. Qin Yan felt his true energy uncontrollably pouring out, being siphoned away by Qin Huaya. Though he wished to resist, his body refused to move under the influence of the dragon seizing technique. Meanwhile, the drained ancestor struggled to rise on one leg, brandishing a dagger with all his might towards Qin Huaya. "Return my energy." Clang. The dagger struck an invisible barrier, rebounding violently. The ancestor stared in disbelief. "This is innate protective energy. You have advanced to the innate stage." Chapter 6. The Terror of the Absorption Technique. As the dagger was flung away, the patriarch of the Qin clan felt his pupils constrict in disbelief as he gazed at Qin Huaya. This was the innate protective energy. You have actually ascended to the innate realm. How can this be possible?" Yet the undeniable reality lay before him, compelling his acceptance. Qin Huaya first absorbed the patriarch's entire essence of blood and demonic energy, rising to the pinnacle of the superlative level, and subsequently drained the martial prowess of Qin Yan and Qin Yi, both peak-level warriors, thereby achieving a breakthrough into the innate realm. In the Great Qian, martial arts realms are classified as low-level, third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, superlative, innate, master, and grandmaster. For an ordinary warrior to reach the superlative level, decades of arduous training are typically required, and even then, success is not guaranteed. Talent is of utmost importance. Moreover, to ascend to the innate level, aside from talent, one must also seize the right opportunities. The patriarch of the Qin clan had trained for decades, even taking shortcuts by practicing the blood essence demonic technique. Yet he remained on the cusp of the innate level. But Qin Huaya, a pure spirit body, transformed from an ordinary person into the coveted innate realm in such a brief span of time. What kind of technique was he practicing? How could such an extraordinary technique exist in this world? The patriarch gazed at Qin Huaya, first in shock, then in wild elation, exclaiming, "Huaya, my dear grandson, I can make you the head of the Qin family. You can do as you wish. Just share the technique you've mastered with me." He seemed to fall into a dreamlike fantasy. However, Qin Huaya merely glanced at him and shook his head. "Patriarch, you truly are growing senile. Did you really believe I would spare him?" With a flick of his finger, he unleashed a sword strike. The smile on the Patriarch's face instantly froze. In the next moment, a head rolled to the ground. The Patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Qin Yi, who, upon witnessing the lifeless Patriarch, turned pale with fear. Wuyo, I am your father. Please, don't kill me. I beg you, Qin Wuyo replied indifferently. Do not worry, I still have use for you. Turning his attention to Qin Yan, who was grasped by the throat and struggling feebly, his face flushed. Wuyo, no, I am your second uncle. I held you when you were a child, I'm sorry. I've forgotten, Qin Wuyo said coldly. After draining the last vestige of Qin Yan's energy, he tightened his grip. With a crack, Qin Yan's head tilted, and he perished on the spot. Qin Wuyo discarded him like refuse. He paid no heed to the stunned Qin Yi and strode towards the courtyard exit, where he found Qin Yuner had arrived unbeknownst to him. She stood at the courtyard entrance, relieved to see Qin Wuyo emerge unscathed. Brother, have you succeeded? Indeed. What about the Jade Essence pill? Rest assured. The side effects of the Jade Essence pill are negligible for me. That is good to hear. Qin Yuner nodded slightly, then glanced at the disheveled Qin Yi. Hesitating, she inquired, Brother, how do you intend to deal with him? After all, he is still the head of the Qin family. Killing him outright would be somewhat unjustifiable. Let him pass on the position to you first, and then you can decide how to handle him. So, brother, are you planning to leave the Qin family? Yes. Qin Wuyo replied coolly. I have said, the Qin family is too small. With that, he departed straight away, intending to recuperate his energy. Meanwhile, Qin Yuner remained. Looking at the disheveled Qin Yi, she approached him and said softly, Father, are you all right? Do not call me father. I have no such ungrateful children. You two beasts. Plotting treachery, defying authority, murdering the Patriarch, harming uncles, and seeking to usurp the family head position. You shall not die a good death. Qin Yi glared at Qin Yuner. His eyes filled with rage. Yet Qin Yuner remained indifferent, stating, Father, the Patriarch practiced the blood essence demonic technique, absorbing the blood of kin. Is that truly commendable? For the sake of profit, you plotted against your own son. Is it not permissible for my brother to resist? You gave me life. If a father seeks his child's death, the child must perish. This is the natural order of things. And as for the Patriarch, he was the pillar of the Qin family. If he could achieve mastery, what is the loss of a few lives? Qin Yi showed no signs of remorse. Qin Yuner shook her head, recognizing his hopelessness. Standing tall, she looked down at Qin Yi, saying, Tomorrow, I will convene a family meeting. If you willingly pass the position to me during the meeting, I can assure you a life free from worries. If you refuse, it will merely result in more bloodshed. Think it over. With that, she turned and left, leaving behind the furious Qin Yi. As Qin Yuner exited the courtyard, she instructed her two handmaidens. The family head is unwell. Ensure he does not leave this courtyard. I shall return to fetch him for the family meeting tomorrow. Yes, miss. The two handmaidens bowed respectfully. In Qin Wuyo's room, he sat cross-legged, cultivating his energy. The leap from an ordinary person to an innate powerhouse was indeed substantial, and he needed time to acclimate. However, it was of little concern. The absorption technique was his creation. Every word and phrase had undergone countless iterations. Despite this being the first time he had employed it, he encountered no issues. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Moreover, the side effects of the Jade Essence pill, which could damage a warrior and Apos' Dantian, posed no problem for him. As the Dantian was of little significance to him, his absorption technique differed from conventional martial arts, which used the Dantian as a reservoir for energy. Instead, it utilized the meridians throughout his body as storage. For every acupoint in his body, he possessed a corresponding energy reservoir. There are 362 acupoints discovered by martial artists, meaning he had 362 Dantians. The absence of one or the addition of another made no difference whatsoever. This is one of the terrors of the absorption technique. After a period of cultivation, Qin Wuyo had thoroughly familiarized himself with his innate prowess. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed a sword qi that sliced a nearby vase in half, signifying one of the markers of the innate realm, the external projection of true energy. This is what it feels like to possess power. Truly marvelous. No wonder martial arts are esteemed in this world. No wonder some would squander their fortunes to pursue martial mastery. Qin Wuyo mused. Now, he too had embarked on this path, though he understood that his pure spirit body remained, preventing him from absorbing spiritual energy from the external world to convert into true energy. He could only continue to employ the absorption technique to drain the strength of others. This path was destined to be one of infamy. Yet, he remained resolute. Chapter 7. Qin Yuner assumes the position of family head the following day. The Qin family convened a family meeting. Many of Qin Yuner and Qin Wuyo's uncles and aunts were present, their faces adorned with smiles. As if they had already surmised the purpose of this meeting, it seemed that the family head had reached an agreement, preparing to delegate some of the businesses under Qin Wuyo's control to us for management. With so many enterprises, it was impossible for Qin Wuyo to handle them alone, and entrusting them to us was indeed the wisest course. To put it bluntly, what qualifications does a useless person like him have to oversee such extensive businesses? Ultimately, Is he not merely a cunning individual? Moreover, without the assistance of the martial artists from the Qin family, would he have been able to elevate the business to its current stature? It is simply a fantasy. Now that the business has expanded so greatly, he still refuses to grant us any benefits. How infuriating. As everyone gathered, Qin Fei was also present. He glanced around, only to find that his father, Qin Yin, was absent, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. What could have happened? His father had not returned overnight. Where could he be? Just then, he spotted a familiar figure slowly approaching, Qin Wuyo. His pupils constricted in disbelief as he stood up abruptly, unable to fathom how the other could still be alive. According to his father's words, Qin Wuyo should have perished by now. How could he possibly be here? Qin Wuyo cast a dispassionate glance at him, ignoring his presence. The others were equally perplexed. What was going on? Before anyone could inquire further, two figures entered from outside the hall, Qin Yi, the family head, and Qin Yuner. However, Qin Yi appeared pale and extremely weak, with Qin Yuner supporting him as they made their way into the hall, her expression utterly indifferent. What should have been a touching scene of paternal love and filial piety felt strangely unsettling. Qin Yi surveyed the gathered crowd and offered a wry smile, acknowledging their presence. Family head, you convened this meeting for matters concerning the family business? A middle-aged man inquired eagerly. Yet Qin Yi did not respond. Instead, he stated calmly, I have called this family meeting to announce an important matter. From this day forth, the position of Qin family head will be passed to Yuner. All family affairs, great and small, will be arranged by her. In the face of life and death, Qin Yi chose the former, despite his reluctance. He understood that even if he opposed it, he could not thwart Qin Wuyo and Qin Yuner. No one within the Qin family could stand in their way. Their public declaration of the succession was merely to lend it legitimacy. What? How could this happen so suddenly? The announcement of the succession sent shockwaves through the assembly. The previously agitated middle-aged man protested. Then who will manage the Qin family's businesses? Will it still be Qin Yuner and this useless one? His frustration was palpable, and he even pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Wuyo. Qin Fei could no longer sit idly by. Qin Wuyo, where is my father? You must know where he is. Tell me. He is dead, Qin Wuyo replied flatly. Rubbish. The one who should be dead is you. Qin Fei refused to believe it. He stepped forward, aiming to subdue Qin Wuyo and demand answers about his father's whereabouts. But as soon as his hand grasped Qin Wuyo's shoulder, it was swiftly caught in a reverse hold. He attempted to resist, but in the next moment, he felt his energy uncontrollably flowing away, leaving him weak and kneeling on the ground. What was happening? The middle-aged man shouted angrily, How dare you resort to violence in front of so many elders? I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. He disregarded Qin Fei's actions, but could not tolerate Qin Wuyo's retaliation. As Qin Fei prepared to strike, he unleashed a powerful blow, his energy surging. But to his astonishment, his attack met an invisible barrier, preventing him from advancing closer to Qin Wuyo. The crowd gasped in shock. Pre-existing protective energy. How is this possible? The reputed waste of the Qin family is actually a congenital martial artist? Their disbelief was palpable. Meanwhile, Qin Wuyo seized the middle-aged man's hand, employing his energy absorption technique to draw all of the man's vitality into himself. Though the man was not as powerful as Qin Yin or Qin Yi, every little bit mattered. The principle of accumulating small gains to achieve great ends was not lost on Qin Wuyo. Soon, he had completely absorbed the energy from both Qin Fei and the middle-aged man. Noticing an improvement in his absorption efficiency compared to the previous day, Qin Wuyo was not surprised. As his cultivation advanced, so too did the efficacy of his technique. This was a martial art that evolved alongside him. What wicked sorcery are you using? Qin Fei gazed at Qin Wuyo in terror. Do you wish to see your father? Qin Wuyo inquired. Yes. Where is he? Very well. I shall ensure your reunion. Qin Wuyo replied, slightly nodding. I cannot abide the separation of father and son. With that, he swiftly drew a blade across Qin Fei's neck. Blood gushed forth. Qin Fei clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. While the middle-aged man, stricken with fear, scrambled to his feet and fled the hall, shouting, Help! Help! Qin Wuyo has rebelled, but he barely made it a few steps before a streak of sword energy pierced through his head from behind. The assailant was none other than Qin Wuyo, who stood several paces away. The sheer power of the energy released for killing was astounding. How could this be? He could not comprehend how Qin Wuyo could possess such strength. The remaining attendees were paralyzed with disbelief, glancing at the slain Qin Fei with horrified expressions. It was then that they comprehended the true purpose of this family meeting. It was not merely to redistribute the family businesses, but rather, Qin Yuner and Qin Wuyo aimed to seize control. Qin Yuner spoke coldly, Esteemed uncles and aunts, from this day forth, I shall be the head of the Qin family. Do any of you have objections? And no, none at all. We shall henceforth follow Miss Yuner. No, it is not Miss Yuner, but family head. Indeed, it is the family head. The uncles and aunts, though greedy, were astute enough to recognize that under Qin Wuyo's martial prowess, they had no grounds for dissent. Thus, Qin Yuner assumed control of the Qin family with little resistance. As for Qin Wuyo, he held no interest in the position of family head. Assisting Qin Yuner in securing this role was merely a gesture of gratitude for her support over the years. 3 days later, having swiftly consolidated her power as the new head of the Qin family, Qin Yun and Apos utilized her formidable methods to take command. Over the years, she had strategically positioned many of her allies within both the collateral and direct lines of the family, all of whom had remained dormant until now. With her ascension to headship, they were mobilized. Coupled with the immense financial resources from the Qin family's enterprises, her uncles and aunts were rendered powerless, their fates firmly in her grasp, unable to stir up any further trouble. Yet, a flicker of concern lingered within Qin Yuner. In the study, she approached Qin Wuyo and said, "Brother, I've received word that our mother is on her way back." Chapter 8. Qin Wuyo betrays the Qin family. Qin Wuyo's mother, Bai Shan, who was also Qin Yi's wife, is a disciple of the Baiyun sect, the foremost faction in Qingyun County. Her cultivation level surpasses that of Qin Yi. Devoted to martial arts, she met Qin Yi during an early adventure, fell in love, and married him, subsequently giving birth to Qin Wuyo and Qin Yuner. Eventually, disillusioned with the life of the matriarch of the Qin family, she returned to the Baiyun sect to continue her training, and for 3 consecutive years, she did not return home. In her memory, Bai Shan did not harbor much affection for her eldest son. In his infancy, she showed him some care. But as time passed, particularly after he was identified as having a spiritless physique, she abandoned him, disregarding him entirely and leaving him to fend for himself. Later, with the birth of Qin Yuner, who demonstrated exceptional talent, Bai Shan's affection shifted entirely to her, even expressing a desire to take Yuner back to Baiyun sect for training. Unfortunately, Yuner rejected this idea, as she had already recognized Wuyo's abilities and was keen to stay by his side. Bai Shan's return this time was likely prompted by some rumors. Yuner felt apprehensive, knowing that her mother and father, being husband and wife, shared a bond that lasted 100 days. She feared her mother might come to her father's aid. If she wishes to intervene, let her. But only if she possesses the capability. Qin Wuyo chuckled softly. He continued, "Moreover, the truth is, the bond between my mother and father is not as profound as it seems. Perhaps they were in love at first, but as time wore on, my father's singular focus on family intrigue left my mother neglected, leading to a gradual decay of their relationship. The years of her absence from the Qin family serve as testament to this. By the way, where have you arranged for father?" Qin Wuyo inquired. Now that Qin Yuner had firmly established herself as the head of the Qin family, it was evident from Bai Shan's demeanor over the years that she held no interest in the position herself. The only possibility was to assist Qin Yi in reclaiming it. Yet, if Bai Shan did not meet with Qin Yi, there would be no discussion of retrieval. Furthermore, compared to Qin Yuner, Bai Shan did not bear the Qin surname. Rest assured, father will want for nothing in the latter part of his life, and he will never return to Wuyang City, Yuner replied calmly. A woman clad in white attire, her waist adorned with a long sword, appeared at the entrance of the Qin family estate, dismounting her horse and striding into the residence. Attempts were made to obstruct her, but upon recognizing her, they hurriedly bowed in respect. Greetings, madam. Greetings, madam." Bai Shan ignored them, making her way directly to the main hall. Upon seeing Qin Yuner, she coldly inquired, "Where is your elder brother?" Upon her return, she did not ask about Qin Yi's whereabouts, but rather about Qin Wuyo. This took Qin Yuner by surprise. She responded coolly, "Mother, you journeyed back to the Qin family through wind and dust just to see my brother? You and he conspire against the family, attempting to seize the headship. Such rebellious actions, if they were to spread, would tarnish my reputation. Moreover, I am still bound in marriage to Qin Yi. This matter cannot go unaddressed." Reputation. Qin Yuner suddenly understood. So, her mother had come for her own sake. And what then? Upon meeting my brother, do you intend to kneel before the ancestral tablet and confess your wrongs, only to be cast out of the Qin family? Bai Shan replied indifferently. That is impossible. Qin Yuner asserted firmly. Yuner, do not be hasty, Qin Wuyo said, approaching slowly. Bai Shan regarded him, but instead of attacking, she spoke with a cold gaze. Years have passed, and you have grown even more handsome. Yet, beneath this facade lies a heart of rebellion. Mother, you remain as I remember. Appearing every bit the valiant heroine, Qin Wuyo replied softly. Enough talk. You owe me an explanation regarding your actions. Mother, why not first have a cup of tea? Qin Wuyo calmly seated himself nearby. Bai Shan glanced at him before sitting down as well. Observing this, Qin Yuner summoned tea and dismissed the attendants, leaving only the 3 of them in the hall, a mother and her children, yet the atmosphere was fraught with tension. After sipping his tea, Qin Wuyo remarked, I heard your earlier words, Mother. You came for reputation, so let us discuss it, not just yours, but the Qin family's reputation. The Qin family's name has been tarnished by both of you. Not entirely, this time, I am the mastermind behind the attempt to seize the headship. And Yuner is not involved. She intervened in a moment of crisis, stopping me from harming our uncles and battling against me, thus leading to my betrayal of the Qin family. The Qin family cannot be left leaderless, and Yuner is naturally suited to assume the headship to stabilize the situation. What does Mother think of this explanation? Bai Shan narrowed her eyes slightly and replied, Oh, You intend to shoulder the blame for this rebellion to protect Yuner and the Qin family's reputation? Indeed, the Qin family must continue its trade. If it becomes known that they are associated with a rebel, who would feel secure in doing business with them? However, if the head of the family emerges as a paragon of righteousness in a moment of crisis, the reputation of the Qin family will soar, Qin Wuyo stated indifferently. That will not do. At this moment, Qin Yuner interjected, Brother, I was part of this endeavor. It is unjust for you to bear the burden alone. Baishan added, Do you realize that if you proceed as you suggest, you will be ostracized by the entire martial world, becoming an object of scorn and pursuit? Do you possess the resolve for that? That is precisely what I seek, Qin Wuyo replied calmly, turning to Baishan. Now, the decision rests solely with you, mother. Do you agree? I agree. Baishan nodded slightly, but I have one final question. Is Qin still alive? Dead. I killed him, Qin Wuyo replied coolly. Baishan's gaze turned icy as she tightened her grip on her sword, then looked at the still composed Qin Wuyo and said coldly, I do not know if your words are true. They could merely be an attempt to thwart my plans to assist Qin Yi in reclaiming the headship. However, I must tell you, I would prefer Yuner to assume the position rather than Qin Yi, not only because she is my daughter, but because the generation of Qin Yi has become decayed, and only Yuner can restore the Qin family. We share a common perspective on this matter. I never anticipated that we, mother and son, would find ourselves in agreement. Qin Wuyo chuckled lightly. Are you blaming me for neglecting you over the years? It matters not. I have long since set aside such concerns. Qin Wuyo replied apathetically before rising and walking towards the entrance of the Qin residence, not looking back. From this day forth, I, Qin Wuyo, declare my betrayal of the Qin family. Qin Yuner hurried to follow him, blocking his path. Brother, Yuner, there is no need to stop me. In truth, even without mother, I intended to take this path, for the road I must tread is one that few will accept. Associating with me will bring you no benefit. Before I depart, I will ensure that you can sit securely as the head of the family and that your reputation remains untainted. Consider this my final gift to you as your brother. Qin Wuyo said, smiling as he ruffled Qin Yuner's hair. She was his only familial bond within the Qin family. However, from this point forward, he would sever that bond himself. For the path he is about to traverse is one that is meant to be walked alone. Chapter 9, Infamous. The emergence of the heavenly martial sword. Qin Huaya has departed. Perhaps he shall never return to the Qin family. As she gazed at his receding figure, Qin Yuer realized that she might never see him again in this lifetime. She knelt down and bowed in the direction of Qin Huaya's departure, expressing her gratitude for her brother's teachings over the years. Yuer wished for her brother to fulfill his aspirations and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Baishan approached her from behind and remarked, He may not be a qualified son, yet he is indeed an admirable brother. Qin Yuer rose, her demeanor indifferent. And what of you? Are you worthy parents? It has always been the parents demanding from their children. But have you ever reflected on whether your actions over the years have been justifiable towards your brother? Having said this, she ignored them and turned back to the main hall, leaving Baishan standing there in silence. After a long pause, she sighed, We were wrong. And it is irretrievable, have you heard? 2 significant events have recently transpired in Qingyun County. An itinerant traveler spoke to several companions within a tavern. Intrigued, they leaned in. What are they? The first event involves Qin Huaya, the heir of the Qin family, who has schemed to seize the position of patriarch, causing harm to his kin, slaying his own ancestors, and even killing numerous uncles. Rumor has it that even his father perished at his hands, an act of treachery, utterly devoid of familial piety. What? Such a thing happened? And then, his sister, Qin Yu could no longer tolerate it. In a moment of crisis, she stood against her brother, defeating Qin Huaya, who subsequently betrayed the Qin family. That scoundrel deserves no place in this world. If I ever encounter him, I shall ensure his demise. A burly man slammed the table in anger. Yet, some were puzzled. But I heard that Qin Huaya possesses an absolute spirit body, rendering him incapable of cultivation. How could he seize the patriarch's position? I am unclear on that. It is said he practiced some sort of forbidden technique. What kind of forbidden technique could enable one with an absolute spirit body to cultivate? I do not know. But you mentioned 2 significant events. What is the second? A voice eagerly inquired. Are you familiar with the heavenly martial sword? The traveler smiled. At the mention of the heavenly martial sword, a collective gasp echoed through the room. The sword left by the legendary figure Liu Yuxiao 300 years ago. Indeed, this sword is an extraordinarily rare divine weapon, capable of cutting gold and jade, and possesses the power to vanquish evil and demons. Most importantly, it is said to embody the profound martial arts secrets of Liu Yanxiao. Whoever comprehends it may ascend to the status of a legendary figure. As the traveler spoke, his eyes sparkled with longing. A legendary figure that is a realm beyond the Grand Masters. It is the pinnacle of martial arts that countless practitioners yearn for. Are you saying the heavenly martial sword has manifested in Qingyun County? Someone asked. Indeed. According to rumors, the heavenly martial sword is currently within the Tianlong Bank. Moreover, the bank's manager, Hai Dafu, is a renowned tycoon of Ardeqian. To acquire this sword, He has even spared no expense in hiring 12 top-tier martial artists and a congenital master for protection. What a grand display, if it truly is the heavenly martial sword. Such arrangements would indeed be expected. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the tavern, a solitary figure sat drinking, a young man with a handsome visage. Adorned in fine garments that exuded an air of nobility, reminiscent of a person of high birth. This individual was none other than Qin Huaiya. The tavern boasted a high standard of consumption, and Qin Huaiya, accustomed to indulgence, had taken with him a substantial sum of silver notes before leaving the Qin family. For the time being, he need not worry about financial constraints. He overheard the conversations of the nearby travelers, and, upon hearing of his infamous reputation, felt no surprise. This was precisely what he desired. The mention of the heavenly martial sword intrigued him. Not only the sword, but also the 12 top-tier martial artists and the congenital master piqued his interest. If he could absorb their powers, his cultivation would soar to new heights. As for the legendary martial arts of Lu Yunxiao, he was equally captivated. The Tianlong Bank, managed by Hai Dafu, if he recalled correctly, was situated over 100 miles from here, in Qingyun County City. Qingyun County City, the political and economic center of the region, was the most prosperous locale within the county, a place Qin Huaiya had visited several times and was familiar with. However, first, he needed to procure a horse. Upon exiting the tavern, he noticed two burly men exchanging glances before rising to follow him out. Qin Huaiya immediately sensed he was being pursued. He deliberately veered into a secluded alleyway. The two men blocked his path, and one of them said, "Young sir, you seem unfamiliar here. Is this your first time in Lian City?" Qin Huaiya nodded slightly. "Yes, what business do you have?" "Nothing much. We are from the White Tiger Hall in Lian City. Noticing your fine attire, we assumed you might be well off. Would you lend us a few coins?" One man inquired. "White Tiger Hall, you say sounds like a gang. Impudent. How dare you slander the White Tiger Hall?" One man reached for Qin Huaiya. However, in the blink of an eye, Qin Huaiya seized his hand with one grip, channeling an unending stream of internal energy into him. The other man attempted to intervene, but upon contact, his own internal energy uncontrollably flowed back towards Qin Huaiya. In a mere moment, the two men collapsed to the ground, their energy completely drained. Qin Huaiya shook his head, dismissing the two third-rate martial artists as inconsequential. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed two sword energies, swiftly dispatching them. He then exited the alley, unhurriedly choosing not to acquire a horse just yet. Instead, stopping a passerby to inquire, "Could you direct me to the White Tiger Hall?" The individual, startled, stammered, I don't know." Upon mentioning the White Tiger Hall, fear was evident in the man's eyes as he fled in terror. Qin Huaiya questioned several others, most of whom ran away in fear until he produced a few pieces of silver, prompting one to finally point him in the right direction, advising, "Young sir, the White Tiger Hall is a den of danger. Please exercise caution." "Ah, I am heading straight into the den of danger." Qin Huaiya smiled faintly as he made his way towards the White Tiger Hall. The White Tiger Hall, the foremost gang in Lian City, operated gambling houses, brothels, and extorted protection fees. Most critically, the leader of the hall, known as Lu San, was a master of knife techniques, his skills reaching the pinnacle of the top-tier realm. In Qingyun County, he was considered a formidable expert, which caused the populace to fear the White Tiger Hall. Even the authorities dared not provoke them. Yet today, before the grand entrance of the White Tiger Hall, Qin Huaiya, clad in a brocade robe and adorned with a jade belt, strolled in as if he were the master of the domain. Chapter 10. The Fall of the White Tiger Hall. Outside the grand entrance of the White Tiger Hall, two disciples guarding the gate furrowed their brows as they observed Qin Huaiya approaching with an air of indifference. One of them stepped forward and inquired, "What brings you here?" Ignoring the question, Qin Huaiya continued on his path. The gatekeeper, irked by the disregard, reached out to seize him. Yet, upon making contact, he was met with an unexpected force emanating from Qin Huaiya, which drained his internal energy in an instant. Startled, the other disciple attempted to intervene. But before he could act, Qin Huaiya's hand swiftly found his shoulder, causing him to collapse to the ground. With a faint smile, Qin Huaiya remarked, "The gatekeepers possess merely third-rate martial energy. How fortunate for me today." He then stepped inside the White Tiger Hall. At that moment, a group of disciples were engaged in their training. Upon sensing an outsider's presence, they turned to look, and one instructor clad in a black robe frowned, demanding, "Who are you?" "I am Qin Huaiya, here to borrow some of your martial energy," he replied. The crowd paused, taken aback. "Borrow martial energy? What nonsense is this?" They murmured among themselves, with one disciple suddenly recalling, "I remember now. Qin Huaiya, the traitor of the Qin family, the one who harmed his own kin. Indeed, it is him. Is he here to seek refuge with us out of desperation?" speculated another disciple. The black-robed instructor scoffed, "Nonsense. While we are not a noble assembly, we certainly do not accept worthless scum." With that, he lunged forward, striking out at Qin Huaiya. "Get lost." The blow landed squarely on Qin Huaiya's chest. Yet he merely smiled, unfazed. He then grasped the instructor's hand, who attempted to resist, only to find his internal energy violently siphoned away. "What foul sorcery is this?" The black-robed instructor's expression changed dramatically as he struggled to break free, but it was futile. In mere moments, his entire martial energy had been completely absorbed. With a swift motion, Qin Wuyo severed the instructor's throat, blood gushing forth as he fell lifelessly to the ground. The remaining disciples gasped in shock. What? The instructor was dispatched so effortlessly. How infuriating. This man has come to provoke our White Tiger Hall. Attack him together and eliminate him. They shouted, charging at Qin Wuyo. Yet, he moved with a leisurely grace, employing the 8 trigrams' mysterious steps, evading their assaults with an elusive finesse that left them bewildered. What kind of movement technique is this? This is the 8 trigrams' mysterious steps. A top-tier martial art. I have seen it used before, but this is on an entirely different level. Frustration mounted as they attempted to strike, only to find their efforts thwarted by Qin Wuyo's agile maneuvers. He weaved through the throng, wielding his sword fingers with precision, incapacitating each assailant with every strike, rendering them immobile and filled with terror as they lay helplessly on the ground. This is the top-tier martial art, the meridian severing sword fingers. They realized, their fear escalating. Those struck are rendered powerless, their meridians sealed. This is the ultimate technique of the 7 Stars Sword Sect. With both the 8 trigrams' mysterious steps and the meridian severing sword fingers mastered to an extraordinary degree, Qin Wuyo exuded a sense of joy. Over the years, he had amassed an impressive collection of martial arts through the Qin family's business, effortlessly mastering them due to his keen insight. However, without true energy cultivation, he had been unable to wield them, until now. As he walked through the hall, these techniques finally flourished in his hands. In a short span, dozens of disciples and stewards lay incapacitated, their martial energies absorbed. They looked at Qin Wuyo in astonishment. Yet confusion lingered. Why had he chosen not to kill them? At that moment, a towering figure emerged from within the hall, a man in white, wielding a formidable tiger-headed blade. It was Lu San, the master of the White Tiger Hall, and the primary target of Qin Wuyo's visit. Seeing his fallen disciples, Lu San's expression hardened, but he refrained from immediate confrontation. Who are you, and what is your purpose in coming to my White Tiger Hall? Sensing the depth of Qin Wuyo's strength, Lu San was cautious. However, Qin Wuyo had no intention of engaging in idle conversation. He advanced directly towards Lu San, with a firm grip on his blade. Lu San sneered, "Do you truly believe I am an easy target?" As Qin Wuyo drew closer, Lu San suddenly drew his weapon, delivering a swift horizontal slash that resembled a descending tiger. This strike embodied Lu San's utmost power, both in distance and precision. He felt assured that even a superlative warrior could not withstand it. Yet, just as the blade neared Qin Wuyo's neck, it was effortlessly caught between 2 fingers. Unable to advance further, Lu San's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Withdraw your blade. With a nonchalant flick of his fingers, Qin Wuyo caused the sword to tremble violently. Lu San's arm went numb, and the blade slipped from his grasp, flipping through the air until it landed in Qin Wuyo's hand. As a seasoned swordsman, the inability to retain his own blade spoke volumes of the disparity between them. In the next moment, Qin Wuyo unleashed a lightning-fast strike, severing Lu San's hand cleanly. A scream escaped Lu San as he staggered back, attempting to flee. However, Qin Wuyo drew on his energy, ensnaring Lu San like an invisible dragon's claw and pulling him closer. With a firm grip on Lu San's head, he siphoned away the man's martial energy completely. Once drained, Qin Wuyo tightened his grasp, shattering Lu San's skull and ending his life instantly. Subsequently, Qin Wuyo turned his attention to the remaining members of the White Tiger Hall, absorbing their energy one by one, leaving them lifeless and unable to comprehend their fate. With his task accomplished, Qin Wuyo departed from the White Tiger Hall, leaving behind a scene of disarray among those who could not close their eyes in eternal rest. Chapter 11. The emergence of another Black Dragon stronghold. The obliteration of the White Tiger Hall has proven to be a boon for the populace of Luyun City. For long, the White Tiger Hall acted as a ferocious predator, instilling fear and resentment among the people, who were too intimidated to voice their anger. Now, with the demise of this malevolent beast, the citizens are eager to celebrate their newfound freedom, ringing bells and drumming in joyous unison. However, for certain individuals, the fall of the White Tiger Hall is not the primary concern. Rather, the identity of its destroyer holds paramount importance. Within the remnants of the White Tiger Hall, the lawmen come and go, and among them stands a man adorned in splendid garments, embellished with a flying fish motif, his waist girded with a long blade. He surveys the multitude of corpses before him, his expression grave. Upon spotting the body of Master Lu, his pupils involuntarily constrict in horror. Terrifying. After a prolonged silence, the man utters 2 words. Beside him, a younger individual, also clad in a flying fish robe, inquires, "Master, have you discerned something?" I have observed that the ordinary disciples of the White Tiger Hall were incapacitated by a technique that severed their meridians. As for Master Lu, his severed arm bears the mark of a remarkably swift blade. Judging by the cut's characteristics, it must be his tiger head blade. Despite being an exceptional swordsman, he was disarmed, and his arm was severed. Yet, The blade was not the instrument of his demise. His skull is shattered, clearly indicating that he was killed by a powerful claw technique. The man in splendid attire replies. The young man contemplates this revelation. So, it seems there is not merely one perpetrator. If it were a single individual, he would need to be proficient in sword techniques, meridian severing, claw techniques, and potentially possess an extraordinary martial art for mobility. Indeed, the older man acknowledges. With so many adversaries, the assailant managed to control them all using the severing technique, which implies a mastery of mobility arts. Yet, I find it perplexing. If the murderer could control everyone, why not eliminate them during the struggle? The most chilling aspect is that these victims, in their final moments, bore expressions of terror, as if they witnessed something unfathomable. What did they see? At that moment, a lawman approaches, holding a parchment. Sir, after inquiries, we have learned from several citizens that a young man recently sought the location of the White Tiger Hall, then entered alone. Less than half an hour later, he departed, only for the bodies to be discovered. This sketch, created by an artist based on eyewitness descriptions, is for your perusal. Only one person? A young man? Indeed, the man replies. The figure in splendid attire grimly examines the sketch. The young man gasps. How can this be? The youth depicted appears no older than 15 or 16. How could he be the murderer? However, according to our investigation, he was the sole individual to enter the White Tiger Hall at the time of the incident and subsequently left, the lawman asserts. Dispatch a citywide manhunt for this individual, offering a substantial reward for any information regarding him, commands the man in splendid attire. Understood. The entire Luyan city is abuzz. The revelation that the one who vanquished the White Tiger Hall is but a mere youth astounds the populace. Yet the allure of a bountiful reward compels many to step forward with information regarding Qin Huaya. You claim this individual is Qin Huaya, the traitor of the Qin family? The man in splendid attire queries a merchant. The merchant nods vigorously. Indeed, I encountered him while conducting business with the Qin family. It must be him. Yet, it is curious. In our conversations, he appeared genteel and refined. Who would have imagined he would turn against his kin and commit such heinous acts? Truly, one cannot judge a person's heart by their appearance. Very well, you may proceed to claim your reward, the man instructs. Thank you, sir. Mark this traitor, Qin Huaya, as a top-level threat. All records regarding him are to be classified as absolute priority. Should he be encountered, no one below the rank of 1,000 household may act rashly. The man in splendid attire declares. The Jinyue, tasked with assisting the imperial court in managing the martial world, categorizes individuals within the realm into 5 grades: absolute, celestial, earthly, mysterious, and common. Those of the absolute grade are typically renowned masters possessing innate abilities. The celestial grade encompasses figures of legendary renown. More often than not, when confronted with an absolute figure, the Jinyue must exercise utmost caution, for without a considerable contingent of their ranks, or 1,000 household-level officer present, they dare not act impulsively. Now, a mere 15 or 16-year-old youth has been classified as an absolute threat, standing alongside those seasoned masters. Such an occurrence is exceedingly rare in the annals of the Jinyue. Is this youth truly so perilous? Queries one officer. The entire White Tiger Hall perished, including Master Lu, an extraordinary martial artist. Do you believe an ordinary fighter could accomplish this? Moreover, this individual, at such a tender age, possesses such lethal capabilities, indicating he is immensely dangerous. He may well become a celestial figure in the future. The man in splendid attire laments. This martial world is descending into chaos. Recently, rumors of the celestial martial sword emerging have circulated, prompting even the innate and masterful practitioners to converge upon Qingyun County. Instruct the brothers to exercise caution. We must not inadvertently provoke any formidable figures. Understood. Meanwhile, after extinguishing the White Tiger Hall, Qin Huaya departs Luyan City, setting his sights on Qingyun County, home to the illustrious celestial martial sword, eager to behold its form and the mysteries of its martial arts. He procures a steed for his journey and contemplates his recently amplified cultivation. The innate realm is divided into stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, peak, and perfection. Initially, he merely entered the innate level, yet after absorbing the essence of nearly 100 individuals from the White Tiger Hall, his cultivation has soared to the peak of the innate realm. His strength has multiplied severalfold, and coupled with his mastery of various martial arts, he can sweep through the innate realm, provided he does not encounter a master. On the mountain path, Qin Huaya rides forth, with over 100 miles yet to reach Qingyun County. At that moment, 2 burly men emerge from the nearby thicket, brandishing long knives, blocking his path. Dismount. Leave behind your valuables. Qin Huaya blinks in surprise. Am I truly encountering a robbery? Observing the 2 men, their robust figures exude a palpable aura of true energy, far surpassing that of ordinary folk. Such individuals could easily earn a handsome living guarding the homes of the affluent. Why then are they resorting to robbery? Moreover, having just been robbed in Luyan City, is misfortune now drawn to him like a moth to a flame? The 2 bandits eye Qin Huaya, taking note of his powerful steed, capable of traversing 800 miles a day, and their gazes ignite with desire.
This young master rides a steed of unparalleled bloodline and dons luxurious silks, his jade belt alone worth hundreds of taels of silver. A veritable prize. Remaining seated upon his mount, Qin Huaya smiles gently. May I inquire which stronghold you gentlemen hail from? I would be most obliged to hear more, as it would surely broaden my horizons. Listen well, we are from the Black Dragon Stronghold. Have you heard of it? The Black Dragon Stronghold? Indeed. Are you familiar with the White Tiger Hall of Luoyuan City? The White Tiger Hall? I am well acquainted. Qin Huaya nods. Having absorbed the essence of nearly 100 individuals from the White Tiger Hall, I, the chief of the Black Dragon Stronghold, am renowned alongside the White Tiger Hall's Master Lu. We are known as the White Tiger reigning in Luoyuan, while the Black Dragon rules the Greenwoods. The burly man boasts. Realization dawns upon Qin Huaya, and he bows respectfully. My apologies for my ignorance. Might I request that you esteemed gentlemen escort me to the Black Dragon Stronghold for a visit? Chapter 12. Oh no. A master. What? A visit to Black Dragon Stronghold? For many years, these two bandits have been robbing here, and it is the first time someone has made such a request after being robbed. What kind of place is Black Dragon Stronghold? It is a den of thieves, a realm of utter malice. Would a normal person venture there? Is it not akin to seeking death? Wait, you young rascal, stop rambling and hand over the silver. Do you think you can actually go to Black Dragon Stronghold? A burly man brandished a knife, intent on forcing Qin Huaya off his horse. However, Qin Huaya dismounted willingly, just as expected. The burly man raised his knife to threaten Qin Huaya's neck, but in the next moment, Qin Huaya seized his hand, leaving the man feeling as if his very essence had been siphoned away, followed by a sudden chill at his throat. Crimson blood gushed out as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The remaining bandit had not perceived how Qin Huaya struck. He was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how the fat sheep in his eyes had suddenly transformed into a ferocious wolf. Flee. Once he regained his wits, he attempted to escape. Yet, a sudden force gripped him from behind, and Qin Huaya pulled him over with a mere thought. Qin Huaya's voice echoed, "Lead me to your Black Dragon Stronghold. If you obey, perhaps I shall spare your life. I will take you there. Please don't kill me." The man swallowed hard, not daring to defy him. In his eyes, entering Black Dragon Stronghold was tantamount to a death sentence. Their leader was a top-tier warrior. His skill in the poison dragon leg technique was exceptionally refined. At Black Dragon Stronghold, every 5 paces there was a sentry, every 10 paces a guard. Though they were bandits, their defenses were impressively stringent, making one wonder if this was merely a bandit lair. Some might even believe it to be a military base. Within the stronghold, a group of captives was confined in a dungeon. Among them, a young man surveyed his surroundings, discreetly dropping a piece of iron wire into his palm, deftly unlocking his shackles. Unbeknownst to others, the young man was no ordinary individual. He was a member of the Jinhui, an elite force whose ranks included positions such as Small Flag, General Flag, Deputy 100 House, Deputy 1000 House, and Protector General. He was a General Flag. Though his rank within the Jinhui was not exceptionally high, his strength far surpassed that of the average General Flag, rivaling even some of the 100 House members. He simply lacked the merits required for promotion. Now, he had come to Black Dragon Stronghold to earn his accolades. Intelligence indicated that while Black Dragon Stronghold appeared to be a bandit hideout engaged in highway robbery, it was, in fact, the clandestine operation of a certain official in the court tasked with conducting unsavory dealings. If I can uncover evidence linking Black Dragon Stronghold to the officials, I will undoubtedly ascend to the rank of 100 House, he mused. He used the iron wire to free himself, and with no one in sight, he stealthily began to explore the stronghold, noting its formidable defenses and orderly arrangement, which seemed far from that of a typical bandit lair, further solidifying his suspicions. At that moment, a horn sounded. The patrolling bandits, hearing the alarm, quickly departed. It appeared the horn signaled some urgent alert. What was happening? Was someone attacking Black Dragon Stronghold? The young man pondered. But then, a glimmer of realization sparked within him. This was the perfect opportunity for action. Meanwhile, within Black Dragon Stronghold, Qin Huaya had taken the robber who had attacked him to the entrance. Observing the scene from the sentry post, the guards mistook him for an enemy and readied their bows, aiming at him. But in the next instant, Qin Huaya shielded the robber with his own body. The arrow pierced through the robber's chest. "You promised to spare me." The man gasped, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Qin Huaya. With a sigh, Qin Huaya replied, "I intended to spare you, but the one who sought your death was from your own Black Dragon Stronghold. You cannot hold me accountable. However, since you are doomed, I shall not waste your life force. I will use it to avenge you." With that, he drained the robber's essence, leaving him sprawled on the ground, eyes wide open in eternal shock. The bandit who had shot the arrow from the post witnessed this and felt a surge of rage. How dare he use one of their own as a shield? The audacity! He continued to shoot arrows, and soon others joined, all drawing their bows in unison, unleashing a hail of arrows upon Qin Huaya, attempting to pierce him like a hedgehog. However, these attacks were utterly futile against Qin Huaya. In the face of his innate protective aura, the arrows lacked even the capability to graze him, deflecting harmlessly away. In the next moment, Qin Huaya leaped into the air, soaring to a height of 7 or 8 zhang, akin to a bird in flight, landing on the sentry post. The archer was struck with fear, his face paling. What in the world? Did he just leap 7 or 8 zhang high? Is he flying? This level of agility was unprecedented in his experience. Regaining his composure, the bandit drew a dagger and lunged at Qin Wuyo, but was met with a precise strike from Qin Wuyo's finger, rendering him limp. His essence was swiftly extracted. One by one, the guards were taken down. The last bandit, witnessing the fall of his comrades, blew a horn, plunging Black Dragon Stronghold into a state of heightened alert. Qin Wuyo leaped down from the post, gliding gracefully toward the interior of the stronghold, arriving before a grand hall. He glanced at the hall, where 3 bold characters declared, "Gathering of Heroes." He scoffed, thinking it resembled Liaoshan. Before the hall, several execution frames stood, adorned with the corpses of the elderly, weak, and women. Their bodies riddled with arrows, blood long drained. There was no need to inquire. These were the unfortunate souls captured by Black Dragon Stronghold. Why target the old, weak, and women? The young, strong men could be used as laborers, and women for pleasure. The elderly and frail had no utility and were merely used as targets for archery practice. During his dealings as a merchant, Qin Wuyo had encountered various unsavory characters, and he had heard of such banditry. Yet, this was the first time he witnessed it firsthand. His gaze remained as calm as a still pond, though it grew colder. "Scoundrels! How dare you act with such impunity in Black Dragon Stronghold?" Hundreds of bandits swarmed from all directions, encircling Qin Wuyo. From within the Gathering of Heroes, a few menacing figures stepped forth. The foremost, clad in a black brocade robe with dragon-patterned boots, was noticeable for the iron plates bound to his feet, seemingly for training purposes. One burly man bellowed, "Who are you, brat? You're doomed." "Oh, looks like we have some foolhardy hero attempting to play the savior. Brothers, let's chop into bits. Kill." The first wave of bandits charged forth. Yet, with a mere flicker, Qin Wuyo executed the 8 trigrams mysterious steps, slicing through the crowd as if a tiger among sheep. His strikes were precise, and those bandits infused with essence fell limp at his touch, while the unprotected were pierced through, dying instantly. Without uttering a word, Qin Wuyo continued his onslaught, either subduing or dispatching foes with ruthless efficiency. Hundreds of bandits were swiftly eradicated. The spectacle left the remaining bandits dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Oh no, a master. Chapter 13, The Half-Step Master. The man behind the Black Dragon Stronghold. A formidable presence loomed. The leader of the Black Dragon Stronghold, witnessing the unfolding scene, narrowed his pupils and commanded loudly, "Activate the iron chains to trap the tiger formation." Suddenly, a dozen bandits wielding iron chains swung them forth. The chains danced through the air, not merely aiming to strike Qin Wuyo but also to impede his movements, confining his agility. Such a sophisticated tactic astonished Qin Wuyo, who remarked inwardly how remarkably these bandits had been trained to execute such a combined formation. As the chains surged towards him once more, he chose not to evade them. Instead, he grasped one chain directly and yanked it with force, pulling the chain wielder right before him, where he subdued the man with the point of his sword. Following this, he employed the same method to incapacitate the other bandits still holding chains. In the face of overwhelming strength, even the most ingenious strategies proved futile. Suddenly, a fierce energy surged towards Qin Wuyo from behind. He turned to find the Black Dragon leader leaping into the air, his feet aimed straight at him. Qin Wuyo deftly sidestepped, causing the leader's kick to shatter a nearby pillar. The opponent's feet struck again with rapid ferocity, relentless and cunning. Is that the unique leg technique of the dragon's drill? Let us see how this fares. Qin Wuyo smirked, and as the Black Dragon leader launched another kick, he elevated his leg like a descending battle axe. The leader, unable to dodge, was struck down, crashing to the ground, leaving an indentation upon impact. Looking at the fallen figure, it was evident that his spine had been shattered, rendering him motionless. "What? Brother? Bastard?" The expressions of the other top-tier experts from the Black Dragon Stronghold shifted dramatically, and they immediately charged at Qin Wuyo, unleashing their signature martial arts techniques. Fists, claws, legs, and blades converged from 4 different directions, weaving a dense web of lethal intent. Yet, Qin Wuyo soared into the air, his feet moving rapidly to counter, shattering the onslaught of 4 attackers in an instant. Simultaneously, they were sent spiraling backward, spewing blood. "This is the mighty diamond leg," Qin Wuyo exclaimed, brushing off his feet before re-entering the fray, employing both hands and legs to swiftly dispatch numerous bandits. Eventually, when none remained standing except for him, he approached the fallen Black Dragon leader. With the leader's spine broken, he could only lie on the ground in terror, gazing up at Qin Wuyo. You cannot kill me. I have powerful allies." "Oh, who might that be?" "A figure you cannot afford to offend." "Huh, who possesses such clout? Pray, enlighten me." "I cannot say. I can only warn you, should you dare to harm me." "Cannot say? Why waste your breath?" With that, Qin Wuyo pressed his fingers against the leader's skull, activating the absorbing technique. Instantly, the leader's entire essence was drawn into Qin Wuyo's being, a look of delight crossing his face as he realized that the leader and Apos' energy was even more potent than that of the White Tiger Hall master. He felt the bottleneck of his innate pinnacle beginning to loosen. It was remarkable, as he had only just recently achieved this breakthrough. This absorbing technique is truly effective. How did I conceive such a method? I am indeed a genius. He mused internally, after draining the Black Dragon leader's essence. He crushed the man's skull and proceeded to do the same with the others, methodically absorbing the energy of each bandit. Among the nearly 1,000 bandits of the Black Dragon stronghold, around 200 possessed true energy, mostly of second or third-rate martial artists. Yet, the accumulation proved significant. The energy surged within him, enabling him to shatter the bottleneck of his innate pinnacle and reach the realm of innate perfection. After achieving this level, his energy continued to rise, propelling him towards the coveted Master Realm, though he ultimately halted at the threshold of Half-Step Master. Qin Huaiya felt no confusion regarding this limitation. The path of martial arts becomes increasingly arduous, a fundamental truth. To surpass the Master Realm, it seemed he would need to absorb the essence of a few innate warriors. He murmured to himself, growing more eager about venturing into Qingyun County, the most prosperous locale where masters congregated. Surely there, he would not fear failing to advance to the Master Realm. A slight smile graced his lips as he surveyed the surroundings, scavenging for treasures within the stronghold. After his departure, a young officer of the Jin Yi approached, gazing at the numerous corpses strewn about, then following Qin Huaiya's exit with a face etched in fear. When had such a terrifying entity emerged in Qingyun County? He had investigated and confirmed that the Black Dragon stronghold maintained close ties with an official in the court. Though the official held a modest rank, what was truly terrifying was the power this official represented. He pondered briefly, then returned to the dungeon, liberating the citizens who had been plundered by the Black Dragon stronghold. As Qin Huaiya completed his circuit and arrived at the dungeon, he noticed the young officer, whose gaze flickered with recognition. "Ah, your cultivation is quite commendable, an exceptional martial artist indeed." The young officer clasped his hands respectfully. "I am Zhang Xiaojing, the leader of the Jin Yi. May I inquire about your esteemed name and the school from which you hail?" "Oh, the Jin Yi, you say?" Qin Huaiya and Apos' eyes narrowed slightly. He had heard of their reputation as the Imperial Court and Apos' blade against the martial world, though their effectiveness was often limited. In this realm, martial prowess was abundant. Even the court struggled against true top-tier experts. Some elite warriors treated the Imperial Palace as their backyard, coming and going as they pleased. The Jin Yi served as a deterrent to ordinary martial artists, yet posed little threat to those of true caliber, including Qin Huaiya himself. He regarded the officer without fear and replied coolly, "What brings the Jin Yi to this den of robbers?" "I am here to investigate certain matters and to eradicate this scourge upon the common folk. I had initially planned to poison their food and call upon my brothers lying in ambush below the mountain to capture them all. I did not expect you to act first. I extend my gratitude to you," Zhang Xiaojing said respectfully, lowering his stance. Qin Huaiya did not reveal his name, and the officer wisely refrained from pressing further. After a brief exchange of glances, Qin Huaiya stated, "There is no need for thanks. Merely ensure the safe return of these plundered citizens." With that, he collected some silver notes from the Black Dragon stronghold before departing. Zhang Xiaojing remained pondering for a moment, then produced a signal flare and shot it into the sky. Soon, several of his Jin Yi subordinates arrived in response. They too beheld the corpses of the Black Dragon bandits, gasping in shock. "Boss, did you kill all of them?" one asked, astonished. Zhang Xiaojing rolled his eyes. "Do you think I possess such strength? Who was responsible?" "Idon and Apos, Tino." The individual did not reveal their identity, but they were formidable. "I will sketch a portrait of them. Be cautious if you encounter them." By the way, speaking of danger, not long ago, a portrait was sent over from Luoyuan City depicting a new exceptional figure. "Should you encounter them, proceed with utmost caution," one of the Jin Yi remarked. Producing the image, Zhang Xiaojing and Apos' pupils contracted as he recognized the figure. "It and Apos' him. What is it?" "He is the one who annihilated the Black Dragon stronghold," Zhang Xiaojing said, his voice low and filled with foreboding. The Jin Yi and Apos' expression turned grave as he spoke. "This individual has also annihilated the White Tiger Hall in Luoyuan City. And he is none other than the traitor of the Qin family, Qin Huaiya, the very same traitor who has usurped authority and harmed his kin?" "Indeed." Zhang Xiaojing pondered for a moment, recalling Qin Huaiya and Apos' words before his departure. "You need only to ensure the well-being of these common folk." Could a person capable of uttering such sentiments truly be a malevolent fiend? With his prowess, he could have obliterated the entire Qin clan, yet he refrained from doing so. "It seems that the matters concerning the Qin family harbor deeper intrigues," Zhang Xiaojing mused. Another Jin Yi inquired, "By the way, Chief, have you uncovered the details regarding your investigation here? Who is the official backing the Black Dragon stronghold?" "It is the Ministry of Revenue's official, Wen Yiqiao." "A mere official? How could he possibly command the Black Dragon stronghold?" "Wait a moment, Wen Yiqiao, Isn and Apos, Tihi the maternal uncle of the second prince." One Jin Yi gasped in realization. Zhang Xiaojing replied solemnly, "The waters here run deep. Remember, we have never set foot in the Black Dragon stronghold. This matter must remain buried within our hearts." Yes, they all understood that in recent years, the struggle for power between the second prince and the crown prince had intensified grievously. Any involvement in matters related to either party could spell their doom, leaving them with naught but ruin. Chapter 14, The Unyielding Sword of Chen Shan. In the bustling city of Qingyun County, throngs of people traversed the streets, creating an atmosphere of vivacity. Among them were numerous martial artists, whose presence did not escape the notice of the city guards, though they dared not voice their concerns openly, only murmuring in hushed tones amongst themselves. Indeed, the influx of martial artists into our county has increased significantly these days. They must be drawn by the fabled Sword of Heaven, an artifact of the celestial being, rumored to contain records of celestial techniques. How could they resist? Not only the individuals we see, but even masters might appear. We must tread carefully. We cannot afford to offend those we ought not to. Does our Qingyun County possess any masters? No, but other regions do. Among the 6 major sects of the Great Qian, which one is without its masters? They will undoubtedly send representatives. As Qin Huaya passed by these soldiers, he overheard their conversation. The mention of the 6 major sects of the Great Qian stirred something within him. These sects were the pinnacle among many: Tianshan sect, Wolyang sect, Zhenchuan sword sect, Huangji Gate, Shina Dao Gate, and Badando Mountain Manor. Each sect had a master at its helm. Could it be that these illustrious sects were sending emissaries to Qingyun County? The thought ignited a spark in Qin Huaya and Appo's eyes. If he could absorb the cultivation of the masters from these 6 sections, advancing to the realm of master would be effortless. Surpassing the Grandmaster stage would be within reach, and becoming the first celestial being in 3 centuries since Liu Yuxiao, the former master of the Sword of Heaven, would not be an impossibility. With an eager anticipation for his journey to Qingyun County, Qin Huaya entered the city and sought refuge in a tavern to rest and dine. The splendor of Qingyun County was not lost on him, though it was not his first visit, and he held no desire for leisure. As he dined, a formidable figure took a seat before him. The man, bearing a heavy sword, exuded an aura of ferocity. Qin Huaya recognized at a glance that this individual was a practitioner of innate cultivation, specifically at the advanced stage, an elite within Qingyun County. "Friend, do you have business with me?" Qin Huaya inquired coolly. The man, with piercing eyes, coldly replied, "I know you. You are Qin Huaya, the traitor of the Qin family." "Indeed, and what of it? Have you heard of the 3 heroes of Qingyun?" Qin Huaya pondered briefly, recalling the 3 most renowned martial artists of Qingyun County, who were sworn brothers. "You bear a heavy sword. You must be Qinshan, one of the 3 heroes, correct?" "Indeed. I, Qinshan, harbor a profound disdain for treachery. You, who have betrayed the Qin family and harmed your kin, are an affront to righteousness. Allowing you to exist in this world defies natural law," Qinshan declared with righteous fervor. Qin Huaya could not suppress a smile. "I have heard that the great hero Qin delights in upholding justice. Today, it appears your reputation is somewhat exaggerated." "What do you mean?" "Nothing of consequence." Qin Huaya gently shook his head. He held no aversion to champions of justice but detested those who, lacking full understanding, perched atop their moral high ground to condemn others. Much like Qinshan, this man, upon first encountering him, had already rendered judgment based on hearsay. Qinshan, dismissing further words, shrugged his shoulders. Launching his heavy sword into the air, a torrent of overwhelming and tyrannical energy surged forth from the sword's edge, sending tables and chairs flying, shaking the tavern to its core. In an instant, Qinshan swung his sword down with lethal intent, yet Qin Huaya merely extended a chopstick, effortlessly blocking the descending blade. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. How could a mere chopstick withstand Qinshan and Appo's heavy sword? Qinshan himself could hardly fathom it, his pupils narrowing as he hastened to channel more energy into his sword. "The unyielding sword is merely brute strength," Qin Huaya remarked indifferently. With a swift twist of the chopstick, he deflected the sword and pressed down, causing Qinshan to lean forward involuntarily. Seizing the moment, Qin Huaya grasped Qinshan and Appo's sword hand, anticipating resistance. In a flash, Qin Huaya struck with lightning speed. His fingers jabbed at Qinshan and Appo's vital points, sealing his meridians. Then, he activated his absorption technique. Qinshan and Appo's cultivated energy uncontrollably surged toward Qin Huaya, who experienced an exhilarating rush as his internal energy surged, bringing him closer to the master realm. Fear etched across Qinshan and Appo's face as he felt his hard-earned cultivation dissipate, leaving him in agony. Gazing at Qin Huaya as though he were a demon. "What sorcery is this?" "Sorcery? A frog in a well, unaware of the vast sky above." Qin Huaya shook his head. Those who witnessed his absorption technique branded it as dark sorcery, yet it was understandable. They feared what they could not comprehend. With a deliberate thrust, Qin Huaya pierced Qinshan's throat with the chopstick, silencing him forever, his eyes wide open in death. "Waiter!" Qin Huaya called out. The trembling waiter, pushed forward by the tavern keeper, approached hesitantly, casting a fearful glance at Qinshan and Appo's lifeless body. "Sir, what is your command?" "Change my table and bring me another jug of wine." Qin Huaya grimaced at the bloodstained dishes. "Of course, right away. Is there anything else?" "Dispose of this man's body, be it for the dogs or cast into the street. I care not. Just do not let it mar my appetite." Qin Huaya had no inclination to dine in the presence of a cadaver. "Yes, yes." The waiter nodded vigorously, obediently accepting Qin Huaya and Appo's commands. As the onlookers beheld Qinshan and Appo's body being dragged into the street, They could not help but shake their heads in lamentation. A once great hero had met such a tragic end. Is Qin Huaya truly that fearsome? The patrons hastily vacated the tavern, leaving it eerily quiet. The tavern keeper was on the verge of tears, lamenting the loss of revenue. Once sated, Qin Huaya tossed a 200-tael silver note onto the table. More than sufficient to cover numerous feasts. The tavern keeper, upon seeing this, beamed with delight. Not a villain at all, but a veritable deity of fortune. Chapter 15. The Annihilation of the Hai Family. A deal with Hai Xiao. After leaving the tavern, two individuals arrived at the establishment. Outside, they stumbled upon the lifeless body of Chen Shan. Their pupils contracted in disbelief. Third brother. What happened? Who killed third brother? Their eyes filled with rage. These two were none other than the remaining members of the famed Qingyun trio, Zhao Feng, the dragon-like spear wielder, and Tai Xian, the iron-handed black fiend. Their cultivation was on par with, if not superior to, that of Chen Shan. The trio, sworn brothers, were well known throughout Qingyun County. They had initially planned to come to the city to vie for the Tianwu sword, but unexpectedly, before they could lay hands on it, Chen Shan had met his demise. How were they to accept this tragedy? Who murdered my third brother? Zhao Feng bellowed as he stormed into the tavern, startling the innkeeper and the waiter. The two quickly shook their heads in fear. We do not know who the culprit is. The innkeeper, not foolish, understood that he could not afford to offend either Qin Wuyo or the Qingyun trio, and thus opted to remain uninvolved. Furthermore, Qin Wuyo had recently bestowed upon him 200 taels in silver notes. Why would he easily divulge information about the other party? Yet, Zhao Feng was not one to relent easily. He thrust his spear forward, piercing the innkeeper's shoulder and lifting him off the ground. I shall give you one last chance. Who killed my third brother? It was someone named Qin Wuyo, the waiter blurted out in a bid to protect the innkeeper. Qin Wuyo, the traitor of the Qin family. Zhao Feng retracted his spear, his eyes blazing with fury. Very well, I shall avenge third brother's death. And as for you, he glanced at the waiter and the innkeeper, a chilling malice flickering in his gaze. Your negligence in this matter cannot absolve you of guilt for my brother's death. Enough, second brother. Just then, Tai Xian's voice rang out, using his eyes to signal Zhao Feng to restrain his rage. Realizing the implications, Zhao Feng surveyed the surroundings. Many patrons were watching them. To unleash a massacre here would tarnish their reputation. Yet, anger over Chun Shan's death consumed him. In a fit of rage, he whipped his spear, shattering the legs of both the innkeeper and the waiter. As they writhed on the ground in agony, he snorted disdainfully. You may escape the death penalty, but you shall bear the burden of living with this shame. Kneel before my brother's corpse and beg for forgiveness. Are you mad? It was not us who killed your third brother. Why take your vengeance out on us? The innkeeper and the waiter lamented silently. However, fearing Zhao Feng's might, they did not dare to protest, instead kneeling before Chen Shan's body, repeatedly apologizing. After countless cries of remorse, Zhao Feng and Tai Xian finally departed with Chen Shan's corpse. Exchanging glances, their hearts heavy with grief. On the other side, Zhao Feng and Tai Xian arrived at a coffin shop to commission a casket for Chen Shan. Zhao Feng asked, Eldest brother, what shall we do next? We shall go to the residence of Hai Dafu. Tai Xian replied coldly. Qin Wuyo must have come to Qingyun County for the Tianwu sword as well, and perhaps we might encounter him. Moreover, the Tianwu sword is our goal. Even if we do not meet Qin Wuyo, we will find a way to acquire it. As they spoke of the Tianwu sword, a fervent gleam ignited in their eyes. Let us go. Zhao Feng hoisted the coffin upon his back, determined to show their fallen brother how they would exact revenge on his behalf. Hai Dafu, the proprietor of the Tianlong Financial Institution, was the wealthiest man in Qingyun County, rivaled only by Qin Wuyo during his time within the Qin family. There have been several business dealings between Qin Wuyo and Hai Dafu, who was a jovial, portly man. However, Hai Dafu lacked talent in martial arts and had once lamented to Qin Wuyo that he would gladly exchange his wealth for martial prowess. In this world, no matter how much wealth one possessed, without the means to protect oneself, it was ultimately worthless. Unexpectedly, Hai Dafu had gained the Tianwu sword. As Qin Wuyo approached Hai Dafu's lavish residence, he was met with a sudden chorus of screams emanating from within. His eyes narrowed, and he swiftly leaped into the estate, witnessing a group of black-clad figures mercilessly slaughtering the servants and maids. Among the fallen was Hai Dafu himself, lying in a pool of blood, eyes wide with fury and concern as he stared at a nearby wardrobe. Qin Wuyo furrowed his brow. The death of Hai Dafu was not the only tragedy. The elite martial artists he had hired, including a congenital master, had also perished. The black-clad assailants were formidable, all of them congenital-level experts. In the Great Qian, few factions could mobilize such powerful warriors. One of the black-clad figures noticed Hai Dafu's gaze and began to approach the wardrobe. At that moment, a youth burst forth from within, wielding a sword and thrusting it toward the assailant. The black-clad figure deftly evaded the attack and gave chase as the youth fled. The assailants soon noticed the sword in the youth's hand, a sword of ancient design, gleaming with a blue light, sharp beyond compare. The Tianwu sword. One of the black-clad figures exclaimed. Kill him. A swordsman among them lunged at the boy from behind. The youth, merely a second-rate martial artist, stood no chance against a congenital master. Just then, an invisible wave of sword energy sliced through the air. Clang! The black-clad figure was sent reeling, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" Qin Wuyo descended gracefully from the eaves. Upon seeing him, the black-clad figures simultaneously adopted a defensive stance. "Who are you?" one of them demanded. Meanwhile, the youth froze upon recognizing Qin Wuyo. "Brother Wuyo, it's been a long time, Xiaohu." Qin Wuyo acknowledged the boy with a slight nod. This youth, Hai Xiaohu, was Hai Dafu's son, whom Qin Wuyo had encountered on several occasions. Noticing the Tianwu sword in Hai Xiaohu's grip, the boy instinctively tightened his hold, wary. "Brother Wuyo, are you also here for this sword?" Though young, he was not naive. He understood that the dire situation of the Hai family stemmed from this very blade. Qin Wuyo nodded slightly. "Indeed, Xiaohu, you cannot safeguard this sword. Hand it over to me, and I shall ensure your safety." Hai Xiaohu pondered for a moment, realizing the truth in Qin Wuyo's words. Even if he managed to escape these black-clad figures, holding onto the Tianwu sword would only paint a target on his back. Any first-rate martial artist could easily seize it from him. His father had believed that hiring a dozen elite martial artists, including congenital masters, would secure their safety. Yet the outcome was tragically grim. "But, Brother Wuyo, how can you guarantee my safety? I will slay these assailants for you, avenge your family's wrongs. And once the news of the Tianwu sword in your possession spreads, no one will dare to trouble you again." Qin Wuyo replied with a calm smile. Hai Xiaohu was taken aback. In his memory, Qin Wuyo was a spiritless being, incapable of cultivation. How could he possibly defeat these black-clad figures? "You seek death." The swordsman among the black-clad figures could no longer contain himself and charged forward. Chapter 16. The Celestial Martial Sword in Hand. Ascending to Mastery. The cloaked swordsman could no longer contain himself, and in an instant, he struck. His sword sliced through the air with astonishing speed, the sword aura swirling fiercely. Fierce and domineering, resembling a white rainbow streaking across the sky, epitomizing precision and ferocity. Upon witnessing this, Qin Wuyo concentrated his vital energy at his fingertips, which gleamed with a metallic luster, and clamped the approaching sword between his fingers. Iron finger technique. How could this be possible? The swordsman's pupils constricted slightly. The iron finger technique, a second-rate martial art, condenses vital energy at the fingertips, enabling them to strike like iron. Some practitioners even utilize this technique to seize swords or hidden weapons. However, to grasp his sword with the iron finger technique, it was utterly preposterous. What profound vital energy must one possess to achieve such a feat? The sword light, akin to a white rainbow, if I am not mistaken, should belong to the Baihong sword technique of the true Xian sword sect, one of the 6 major sects. Qin Wuyo remarked calmly, then turned his gaze to the other 3 cloaked figures. Surely, the remaining 3 are not from the true Xian sword sect or any of the other 6 major sects. Are they? No wonder you chose to conceal your faces as a prestigious sect. It does not bode well to annihilate an entire family for the sake of acquiring the celestial martial sword. As if Qin Wuyo's words struck a chord, the other 3 sprang into action immediately. One wielded a whisk and struck out. The whisk danced wildly, its force tremendous. If it struck a person, it would not merely shatter bones but obliterate internal organs, resulting in instant death. The 7 absolute strikes of the whisk from the immortal Crane sect. Qin Wuyo murmured, recognizing their martial art. Although he had not practiced it, he had heard of it. Another assailant, fists aglow with golden light, charged at Qin Wuyo, exhibiting a powerful and commanding demeanor, exuding an air of supreme authority, akin to a king's descent. The Heavenly King Fist technique of the Imperial Extremity sect. The last individual employed palm techniques, unleashing layers of palm energy, overwhelming and boundless, reminiscent of ocean waves. The boundless palm of the Limitless sect. Qin Wuyo stepped nimbly, evading their assaults, and remarked coolly, the true Xian sword sect, Immortal Crane sect, Imperial Extremity sect, and Limitless sect, aside from the Tianshan sect and the domineering Mountain Manor. 4 of the 6 major sects are present. How intriguing. The cloaked figures stared at Qin Wuyo in astonishment. How could this be? He was merely employing a first-rate martial art, the 8 trigrams mysterious steps. How could he evade our superlative martial arts? Martial arts are roughly categorized in levels: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, superlative, and innate. The higher the martial arts level, the more power it can unleash, even achieving extraordinary prowess. Qin Wuyo replied nonchalantly, who said first-rate martial arts cannot surpass your superlative techniques. Furthermore, your martial arts understanding is rather rudimentary. The mastery of martial arts can be divided into superficial, minor mastery, major mastery, consummate proficiency, and the highest level of transcendence. I have cultivated a martial art to the level of transcendence, while you mere practitioners have only attained major mastery or, at best, minor mastery, which pales in comparison to my consummate first-rate martial arts. Not to mention, my cultivation is superior to yours. Brother Wuyo, catch the sword. Hai Xiaohu tossed the celestial martial sword to Qin Wuyo. This gesture signified his agreement to their transaction. With the sword in hand, Qin Wuyo traced its blade with his finger. A melodious and enduring sound of sword resonance reverberated throughout the air. A splendid sword. Qin Wuyo nodded slightly. The others gazed at the celestial martial sword, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Recklessly, they charged at Qin Wuyo once more. Faced with their onslaught, Qin Wuyo, now wielding the celestial martial sword, once again unleashed another first-rate martial technique, the ethereal sword technique. This was the sword art of the Baiyun sect, the foremost sect in Qingyun County, renowned throughout the Dacian Empire. Humph, how can the ethereal sword technique compare to my Baihong sword technique? One swordsman scoffed disdainfully. However, after only a few exchanges, his expression drastically changed. Though the ethereal sword technique is a first-rate martial art, in Qin Wuyo's hands, it reached the realm of transcendence. Its unleashed power far surpassing his Baihong sword technique, leaving the others overwhelmed. The sword light flickered, resembling clouds drifting aimlessly, ethereal and unfathomable. The assailants found themselves unable to grasp the trajectory of the sword light before them. With a swift motion, the black-clad swordsman's strike was severed. Next, the one wielding the whisk had his legs cleaved off. The remaining two, sensing the dire situation, attempted to flee, but Qin Wuyo, stepping with precision, pursued them. His sword technique howling forth, severely wounding each in turn. He then severed their limbs, leaving them sprawled helplessly on the ground. Hai Xiaohu, witnessing the scene, could only see the flashing sword light and the splattering blood, followed by a pile of severed limbs and broken bodies. In a brief moment, the four cloaked figures, who had decimated the entire Hai family and rendered dozens of superlative and even innate martial artists powerless, were left incapacitated and wailing on the ground. Hai Xiaohu gazed at Qin Wuyo, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity towards this individual. Qin Wuyo then approached the fallen figures, utilizing the absorption technique. Before they succumbed to death, he absorbed their profound cultivation into his own body. These four were all at the pinnacle of innate mastery, significantly stronger than Qin Shan. As their powers flowed into him, Qin Wuyo felt his entire being invigorated, vital energy coursing through his meridians, and soon, the innate barrier shattered, propelling him directly into the realm of mastery. In the realm of mastery, vital energy solidifies, rendering one invincible. With a casual palm strike, he struck a nearby stone lion weighing 1,000 pounds, and with a thunderous crash, the lion shattered into dust. A faint smile graced Qin Wuyo's lips. The power of a master is indeed commendable. You, what have you done? The cloaked figures, sensing their lost cultivation, gazed at Qin Wuyo in terror, as if confronting a demon. Disregarding their fear, Qin Wuyo approached Hai Xiaohu and handed him the celestial martial sword. I offer you an opportunity for personal vengeance, a complimentary addition to our transaction. But, do you dare to take action? Hai Xiaohu glanced at the bodies of his parents and siblings nearby, his eyes brimming with intense hatred. He grasped the celestial martial sword and, with a single stroke, decapitated a cloaked figure. Then, one by one, he dispatched the remaining assailants. Blood splattered, and flesh flew. After countless strikes, until the cloaked figures were nearly reduced to pulp, Hai Xiaohu finally halted, collapsing to the ground. His gaze empty as tears streamed down his face. Qin Wuyo retrieved the celestial martial sword and remarked, Your father left a considerable inheritance. You may inherit it. However, with your capabilities, you cannot safeguard it. Alternatively, you could take some money, find a place, and live the latter half of your life in peace. No, I refuse. Hai Xiaohu's resolve strengthened. I want to cultivate martial arts. I desire sufficient power. Only then can I determine my own fate. He knelt before Qin Wuyo, pleading, Brother Wuyo, please accept me as your disciple. I will give you all the money from my family's bank. Qin Wuyo shook his head. Xiaohu, our transaction has concluded. The path ahead is yours to walk alone, and I must continue on my own journey. With that, he turned to leave. Hai Xiaohu wished to follow, but Qin Wuyo waved his sleeve, sending forth a surge of vital energy that pushed him back. His purpose for coming here was solely to obtain the celestial martial sword. Now that he had acquired it, there was no need to create unnecessary entanglements. His path was meant to be traversed alone. Unburdened, he could become invincible. Chapter 17. The Demise of the Three Heroes of Qingyun. Qin Wuyo emerged slowly from the residence of Hai Dafu. Once a business associate, Hai Dafu now faced a tragic fate that stirred a sense of melancholy within him. This only reinforced his resolve to seize power. As Hai Xiaohu had remarked, only by wielding formidable strength could one dictate their own destiny. Anyone or anything that obstructed his path to power, he would obliterate. Gazing at the Tianwu sword in his hand, rumored to be a legacy of a legendary figure, containing the profundities of celestial martial arts, he found himself unable to discern its true potential. Beyond its sharpness, the sword bore no extraordinary traits. As he stepped out of Hai and Amp, Appo's estate, he was met by an empty street, an intangible aura of menace emanating from the far end. Two figures approached him. One carried a coffin on his back, wielding a long spear, while the other, clad in black, concealed his hands within voluminous sleeves, his eyes glinting with a fierce light, fixated on Qin Wuyo. The man bearing the coffin, Zhao Feng, produced a portrait, glancing at Qin Wuyo, exclaiming, Brother, this man resembles the one in the picture. A chilling killing intent radiated from his gaze. He is Qin Wuyo. The sword he held. Tai Xian noticed the Tianwu sword in Qin Wuyo's possession. his eyes shimmering with intensity, the Tianwu sword. He has taken it. Good heavens. Not only has he slain my third brother, but he has also usurped Hai Dafu and Amp, Apos, Tianwu sword. This man is a villain deserving of death. Zhao Feng and Amp, Apos, eyes sparkled. Their mission was to obtain the Tianwu sword. And now that it was in Qin Wuyo and Amp, Apos, grasp, they could seize the sword and exact revenge. A twofold victory. No. Qin Wuyo is a traitor to the Qin family, a sinner of the highest order. Slaying him would further spread their reputation as heroes. It would be a threefold triumph. Qin Wuyo, sensing their intentions, glanced at the coffin on Zhao Feng and Apos' back and remarked coolly, "You should prepare 2 more coffins." Humph. Qin Wuyo, do not grow too arrogant. I assure you, after your death, not even your bones will be collected. Zhao Feng retorted, placing the coffin on the ground. He then lunged forward, thrusting his spear towards Qin Wuyo with deadly precision, aiming for his throat as if to deliver a fatal blow. Qin Wuyo chuckled lightly, standing firm, neither dodging nor evading. Zhao Feng and Apos' eyes narrowed, thinking to himself, seeking death. No one had ever dared to withstand his spear directly. Clang. The spear halted mere inches from Qin Wuyo and Apos' neck, as if striking an invisible wall of bronze. It was the protective aura of Qin Wuyo, the aura of a master. The disparity between a master and those beneath him was immense. A master could repel most attacks from lesser warriors with merely their protective aura, far superior to innate defensive energy. What? Zhao Feng and Apos' pupils contracted, sensing impending doom. Just then, Taishan struck. His form flashed like lightning, rapidly appearing behind Qin Wuyo, his hands emanating a dark energy, executing his renowned technique, Iron Death Palm. With a single strike, the malice surged forth like a vengeful spirit, aimed at Qin Wuyo and Apos' back. Yet, Qin Wuyo and Apos' protective aura remained impenetrable, deflecting the strike effortlessly. Taishan and Apos' heart sank as realization dawned upon him. He was facing a master. Both men felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. The chasm between a master and those beneath him was insurmountable. However, the chance to flee had already slipped away. Qin Wuyo swung the Tianwu sword, and in a flash of light accompanied by a ringing sound, Zhao Feng and Apos' spear was severed, and his hand, along with a leg, was cleaved. Taishan and Apos' hands met the same fate. In an instant, they were rendered completely incapacitated, unable to comprehend how Qin Wuyo had struck. Their cries echoed as they collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Qin Wuyo approached, raising his hand to employ his absorption technique, swiftly draining their vital energy completely. I mentioned you ought to prepare 2 more coffins, Qin Wuyo remarked calmly. In their terrified gaze, he severed their heads. Then, he wiped the Tianwu sword clean with their garments before departing. His internal energy surged, advancing to a new level. In the blink of an eye, he had ascended from the early stage of a master to the mid-stage. He felt that coming to Qingjin County had been a fortuitous decision in such a short time. His cultivation had experienced substantial enhancement. Days passed swiftly following Zhang Xiaojing and Apos' departure from Hiling Mountain, as he was reassigned to Qingyun County. Shortly after his arrival, news of the incident at Hai Dafu and Amp, Apos' home reached him, prompting him to accompany other guards to the scene. Upon witnessing the numerous corpses, his pupils constricted. Good heavens. This is utterly horrific. Especially the black-clad figures, their faces unrecognizable. Captain Wang has arrived. A commander among the guards approached. Zhang Xiaojing stepped forward to pay his respects. The captain regarded him with indifference, inquiring, "What have you found?" "Captain, these black-clad figures are beyond recognition, their bodies unidentifiable. However, the 2 corpses at Hai Dafu and Amp, Apos' entrance are discernible. They are the 3 heroes of Qingyun. According to my inquiries, their killers are a newly emerged formidable figure." Qin Wuyo. Zhang Xiaojing inhaled deeply. Qin Wuyo, that name again. His appearances have become alarmingly frequent. The White Tiger Hall, Hiling Mountain, Hai Dafu and Apos' residence. And now the 3 heroes of Qingyun. The number of martial artists falling to his blade continues to rise. More terrifying still is the escalating prowess of these warriors. What does this suggest? His strength is surging at a frenzied pace. What of the Tianwu sword? Captain Wang inquired. It is likely in Qin Wuyo and Apos' possession as well, Zhang Xiaojing replied. Captain Wang, Commander Zhang, we have discovered a survivor, Hai Dafu and Apos' son, Hai Xiaohu. A guard reported. Bring him forth. Captain Wang commanded. Hai Xiaohu approached, and upon seeing the young boy, both Captain Wang and Zhang Xiaojing couldn't and Apos' help but feel a twinge of pity. Captain Wang knelt and asked, "Child, what transpired here? Who killed your father and these individuals?" It was the 6 great sects. Hai Xiaohu and Apos' eyes darkened with resentment. They are from the true Xian Sword sect, the Immortal Crane sect, the Imperial Extreme sect, and the Wuliang sect. Upon hearing this, Captain Wang and Zhang Xiaojing and Amp, Apos' pupils narrowed slightly. These were the most prestigious sects in Qian. Even the guards would not dare to act recklessly against them. Were they after the Tianwu sword? Where are they now? They are all dead. Hai Xiaohu pointed to the nearby disfigured corpses. Captain Wang continued, and the Tianwu sword? Hai Xiaohu fell silent, reluctant to divulge more. He understood the sword and Appos' allure to those in the martial world. Should he speak, it would incite a frenzy to hunt down Qin Wuyo. Yet, even without his words, both Zhang Xiaojing and Captain Wang comprehended. It was in Qin Wuyo's possession. Was it not? Child, this matter cannot remain concealed. Please share the details with us, Captain Wang urged. Ultimately, Hai Xiaohu recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing his account, Captain Wang and Zhang Xiaojing were enveloped in a heavy gloom. Chapter 18. The Art of Absorption from Afar. The actions of the 6 major sects were utterly astonishing, leaving Zhang Xiaojing in disbelief as he inhaled deeply. It was hardly surprising that they would resort to such measures for the sake of the Tianwu sword and the potential celestial martial arts it might harbor. Wang Baihu, however, was not particularly taken aback. What should we do now? He inquired. This matter is of great significance. We must report it to the commander. The commander, the highest officer of the Jinyue. Wang Baihu continued. Given the involvement of the 6 major sects, only he can make the necessary decisions. And what about this child? Zhang Xiaojing glanced at Hai Xiaohu, who suddenly knelt down and exclaimed, I wish to join the Jinyue. I beseech the 2 gentlemen for your permission. Both men were taken aback. Oh, why do you wish to join? Through this ordeal, I have come to realize the treachery of the martial world, the ambiguity of right and wrong. The Jinyue governs the martial realm, and I wish to be part of it to gain clarity. Upon hearing Hai Xiaohu and Appos' words, both men showed signs of hesitation. Hai Xiaohu continued, I am willing to offer the wealth of the Hai family entirely to the Jinyue as a token of my sincerity. He figured it was futile to guard such vast riches, and it would be wiser to entrust them to the Jinyue to forge a path for himself. The men and Appos' eyes brightened. Ahem, the Jinyue has indeed been facing financial constraints lately. Zhang Xiaojing, I believe this child possesses commendable talent. Let him accompany you. Ah well. Very well, Zhang Xiaojing reluctantly accepted the task. Meanwhile, after acquiring the Tianwu sword, Qin Wuya exhibited no intention of concealment. He strode confidently through the streets of Qingyan County, wielding the sword openly. It was common knowledge that numerous martial artists had flocked to the county in search of the Tianwu sword before they could locate Hai Dafu. The sword had appeared before them, brandished by a young man with such audacity. How could they refrain from taking action? In a narrow alley, Qin Wuya found himself surrounded by several individuals. Friend, would you kindly hand over that sword? A burly man grinned. Qin Wuya shook his head. No. Then we must resort to violence. The man barked. In the blink of an eye, they lunged at Qin Wuya. However, in the next moment, a flash of sword light severed their limbs, leaving them sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. Bystanders, upon hearing the cries, dared not intervene and quickly distanced themselves, fearful of being caught in the fray. As Qin Wuya surveyed the fallen figures, he began to channel the art of absorption. Even before his hands made contact, the vital energy from the assailants began to coalesce toward his palm from a distance. This revelation filled him with delight, the ability to absorb energy from afar. Having advanced to the level of master, his absorption techniques had grown increasingly formidable. Now, he possessed the capability to absorb energy from a distance. This convenience pleased him greatly. With a subtle smile, Qin Wuya drained the energy from each of the would-be assailants and dispatched them without a second thought. He then exited the alley, intending to find a place to dine. After all, sustenance was essential for the battles that lay ahead. Indeed, many had their sights set on the Tianwu sword in his possession, and he sensed an impending conflict before departing Qingyan County. Inside an inn, Qin Wuya displayed no inclination to hide. He ordered a lavish feast and requested a basin of hot water for a bath. As he wished to cleanse himself after the day's bloody encounters, he felt uncomfortable with the lingering scent of blood and adhered firmly to the principle of not neglecting oneself while traveling. While he dined, a group nearby began discussing recent events in the martial world. His name, Qin Wuya, was mentioned prominently. This Qin Wuya is truly heinous. He not only betrayed the Qin family and committed treason, but also exhibited a penchant for slaughter, annihilating nearly 100 members of the White Tiger Hall. Such brutality, such bloodshed. Furthermore, not long ago, he was seen in Qingyun County, where the esteemed hero Chen Shan met his demise at his hands. Chen Shan was a paragon of righteousness, yet fell victim to this vile villain. How infuriating. A middle-aged man, filled with righteous indignation, declared, If I were to encounter that Qin Wuya, I would risk my life to make him pay. The others echoed his sentiments. Indeed, Qin Wuya is despicable. He even killed the noble Chen Shan. Qin Wuya listened quietly, his expression impassive. Just then, a light chuckle broke the tension. A group of misfits. If you were to encounter that Qin Wuya, you would be lucky if you didn't soil yourselves in fear. Who dare speak? The crowd turned to locate the source of the voice. At a window seat sat a young man clad in a yellow brocade, holding a fan. He possessed striking features and exuded an air of nobility. Qin Wuya couldn't and Appos' help but steal a few glances at him. The young man continued, Moreover, is it truly fair to label Qin Wuya as an irredeemable villain? Who among you has truly witnessed his deeds? What? Qin Wuya betrayed the Qin family, committed treason, and slaughtered many. Is he not a great evil? The middle-aged man retorted. The young man smiled. As I understand it, the Qin family has thrived in recent years largely due to the business empire established by Qin Wuya. Why would he betray his family and forsake such wealth? You suggest that the elders of the Qin family sought to usurp his business due to unequal distribution of benefits? I find that plausible. As for his killings, what of the White Tiger Hall? Were they not a scourge in the Luyun city, preying upon the innocent? The demise of the White Tiger Hall was celebrated by many. Furthermore, shortly after, the Black Dragon stronghold fell as well. It is likely Qin Wuya was involved in that as well. What do I need to say about the Black Dragon stronghold? In my view, Qin Wuya acted with justice. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered by the portrayal of a notorious villain as a hero. The middle-aged man was unconvinced. What of Chen Shan? His death surely indicates that Qin Wuya is no good. Chen Shan, he did not know Qin Wuya, and in a moment of rashness, sought to kill him, only to be outmatched. What more is there to say? Is this not the nature of the martial world? The young man smiled. You. The middle-aged man was infuriated, his face flushed with rage. You defend Qin Wuya. I see you are no better. Enough. An elderly figure beside the young man barked, his gaze piercing as he directed it at the middle-aged man, his palm brimming with energy. The young man waved his hand. It is of no concern. The elder then retracted his energy. The middle-aged man felt as though he had narrowly escaped death, collapsing weakly to the ground. Ignoring the commotion, the young man approached the window seat where Qin Wuya sat. My friend, do you have any thoughts on what I just said? Chapter 19. The Prince Xiaoyu and Apos. S. Invitation. Qin Wuya glanced at the youth before him, his demeanor indifferent. We are not acquainted, so do my opinions truly hold significance? Indeed, they are of great importance, for I wish to hear the thoughts of the person involved. The youth recognized Qin Wuya and made no pretense of ignorance. I have no particular views. Then you concede that what I stated earlier was correct? Whether I concede or not is inconsequential. Even the opinions of the world bear little weight for me, Qin Wuya replied coolly. What a magnificent spirit. The world is rife with mundane individuals, swept along by the tides, yet few can genuinely disregard the opinions of others. Brother Qin, you are a remarkable person, and I raise a toast to you. The youth smiled, pouring himself a drink before downing it in one gulp. With a gentle smile, he introduced himself. I am Xiao. With the single character and Apos, you and Apos. Xiaoyu. Qin Wuya suddenly realized, chuckling softly. So it is the crown prince before me. Xiao, the surname of the great Qin dynasty. Xiaoyu, the crown prince, such a high-ranking individual, second only to the emperor, now sat before him, offering a toast. Xiaoyu remarked, Brother Qin, I wish to befriend you. And why would you desire that? For no particular reason. There are few extraordinary individuals in the world, and you are among them. It is my honor to forge a friendship with you, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. You seek my assistance in vying for the throne, do you not? Qin Wuya stated bluntly. Beyond that, my desire to befriend you is genuine. Whether you wish to support me in the future is entirely up to you. I will not impose. Xiaoyu candidly shared his intentions. The sincerity of their exchange was evident. Qin Wuya regarded Xiaoyu thoughtfully, then replied, You are indeed sincere. Alas, I am not one to easily form friendships. Seek others instead. Such a pity. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Xiaoyu and Apos' eyes. However, should you ever visit the capital, the gates of the Crown Prince and Apos' residence shall be wide open for you. With that, Xiaoyu rose and departed the tavern. Once outside, Xiaoyu turned to the elder accompanying him and inquired, What do you think of this man? Deep and unfathomable, the elder replied calmly. To elicit such words from you. It seems I have not misjudged. This individual is indeed a rare talent. Alas, did I appear too abrupt? He does not wish to befriend me. To associate with the Crown Prince is a dream for many, yet Qin Wuya so readily dismissed the opportunity. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiaoyu suddenly chuckled. Thus, he is the fine gem I have set my sights upon. Why do you hold this person in such high regard, Your Highness? His fame has only emerged in recent days, largely of ill repute. I have known him for quite some time. It is merely he who does not recognize me. Xiaoyu replied with a subtle smile. What do you mean? I once studied in Apos, Shang Li, and Apos, a treatise on commerce. During my research, I explored the success stories of notable merchants in the Great Qin dynasty, among which Qin Wuya and Apos' Qin Merchant Association amassed immense wealth in just a few years, employing methods that surpassed those in and Apos, Shang Li, and Apos. From that point, I began to observe him, noting his unparalleled acumen in business. His strategies, such as discounts, buy one get one offers, celebrity endorsements, and bundled sales, reveal not only his business prowess but also his keen understanding of human nature and overall control. Should he choose governance over commerce, he would undoubtedly excel. If he were to assist me, it would be as if I had grown wings. Unfortunately, I have yet to approach him, and he has encountered this incident. Xiaoyu lamented, regretting not seeking out Qin Wuya sooner. The elder listened, somewhat perplexed. As a warrior, I do not fully grasp your words. But in terms of martial prowess, this person is also profoundly enigmatic. When you conversed with him, I caught a glimpse of the Tianwu sword beside him. And in that instant, I felt a sense of threat. I have not experienced that sensation in many years. This individual may well be a youthful master. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was increasingly astonished. He understood the implications of a master and took a deep breath. Qin Huaya. This person is destined to make his name resonate throughout the Great Qian. Upon my return, I shall decree that the Crown Prince's residence must never be at odds with him. Understood, the elder nodded slightly, with the opponent being a youthful master. Coupled with the Tianwu sword, which may harbor the profound essence of celestial martial arts, should he comprehend its mysteries, his future achievements would be limitless. To oppose him would be unwise. Inside the tavern, Qin Huaya contemplated the departing figures of Xiao Yu and the elder, reflecting on the recent tumult in Qingjin County. The Jinyui, the 6 major sects, and even the Crown Prince had arrived. Forming a connection with the Crown Prince is indeed a coveted aspiration for many. Had he merely nodded, he could have easily aided in the Prince and Apos' ascent to the throne, securing his own glory as a general or chancellor. However, his ambitions lay elsewhere. And the elder beside Xiao Yu, a master, indicating that the court and Apos' foundation was not as feeble as he had surmised. Capable of deploying a master as a bodyguard for the prince, Qin Huaya mused. With no further thoughts, he finished his meal, took the Tianwu sword, and exited the tavern. Upon stepping outside, he sensed numerous individuals trailing him as he left the city. Reaching a somewhat obscure location, Qin Huaya halted and calmly stated, "Everyone, you may reveal yourselves." Figures emerged from the surroundings, gradually encircling him, dozens in number. Among them were formidable warriors, with over 10 elite fighters and several innate masters. Such a gathering of skilled individuals could hardly be summoned from Qingyun County alone. They hailed from various regions of the Great Qian, drawn here for the Tianwu sword. Hand over the Tianwu sword, and we shall spare your life. A burly man wielding a 9-ringed broadsword spoke coldly. Qin Huaya smiled slightly. There is but one Tianwu sword. Yet you number so many. Whom should I surrender it to? To me. A warrior could not restrain himself from exclaiming. It should be mine. Another insisted. Humph. Do you even deserve to compete with me? Qin Huaya's words plunged the crowd into chaos. He shook his head, observing the disarray of this motley crew. The warriors' expressions darkened. Who gets the sword is secondary. First, we shall deal with you. The broadsword-wielding man declared coldly. In the next moment, Qin Huaya suddenly extended his palm toward him, unleashing a terrifying force that surged from his hand. The man felt his body drawn irresistibly toward Qin Huaya, his power being relentlessly siphoned away in the process. Chapter 20. Advancing to the late stage of mastery. The Qimei Tower. Qin Wuyo spoke with an air of indifference, drawing the power of the burly man into his own being. The man's face contorted in horror as he stammered. What wicked art are you employing that allows you to absorb another's power? This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, who could hardly contain their astonishment. The notion of absorbing another's power was a concept they had never encountered before. There were whispers of a blood-tinged demonic art capable of siphoning life essence to convert it into power, but was Qin Wuyo practicing such a dark sorcery? Truly, he was a fiend. Qin Wuyo shook his head, deeming the comparison between his technique and the blood-tinged demonic art an affront. Although his method was rooted in that sinister practice, it had been transformed through the amalgamation of numerous techniques, far exceeding the limitations of the blood-tinged art. They existed in entirely different realms. He had no intention of concealing his ability. The truth was bound to surface. And what did it matter if the world recognized his technique? Could anyone counter it? Could anyone withstand it? The answer was a resounding no. Seizing the man's neck, Qin Wuyo effortlessly snapped it. Meanwhile, other martial artists surged forward, vying for the Tianwu sword. Some wielded swords with intricate and ruthless techniques, while others brandished blades with overwhelming force. There were those with spears, swift as dragons, and practitioners of palm techniques that glowed with a fiery radiance, akin to searing irons. Others employed leg techniques, sharp and fierce, like shadows in pursuit. In the face of this diverse array of martial arts, Qin Wuyo calmly drew the Tianwu sword. In an instant, the air was filled with a flurry of brilliant sword light, illuminating the crowd with a savage elegance. As the sword light swept through, it painted the ground with a torrential downpour of crimson. Qin Wuyo did not seek to annihilate these challengers immediately. He intended to preserve their lives to extract their power. Yet, they would not escape unscathed. Where the sword light reached, severed limbs flew, martial artists found their arms and legs cleaved asunder, reduced to writhing on the ground. The ethereal sword technique appeared divine, yet in Qin Wuyo's hands, it was ruthlessly lethal. The spectacle left onlookers aghast and filled with dread. Those who had lost their limbs lay on the ground, gazing at Qin Wuyo with venomous fear, exclaiming, "Demon, you are a demon. Your cruelty knows no bounds. You shall not escape retribution." Observing their despair, Qin Wuyo maintained an unperturbed demeanor, calmly stating, "Those who kill shall be killed in turn." Is this simple truth so difficult for you to grasp? With that, he delivered a decisive blow, felling the last standing martial artist. He then raised his hand, channeling his power. A terrifying force enveloped all present, as their internal energy surged uncontrollably toward Qin Wuyo. With each intake, his cultivation soared, advancing to the late stage of mastery. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from behind, thrusting a long sword toward his neck with blinding speed. The The strike was lethal, its intent concealed until the very moment of execution. In the face of such an assault, even the most elite of innate masters, the very pinnacle of mastery, could find themselves in peril. Yet, Qin Wuyo was no ordinary master. As the sword was on the brink of contact, an immense wave of protective energy erupted from him, forming an impenetrable barrier that halted the strike in its tracks. The attack was formidable, but alas, it lacked sufficient force. Turning to face the assailant, Qin Wuyo beheld a figure clad in black, their visage concealed behind a golden mask. This mask evoked memories of an obscure faction within the underworld. Ah, the Qimei Tower. A faint smile graced Qin Wuyo's lips as he mused. I have heard that the Qimei Tower kills for money, yet they have also taken an interest in the Tianwu sword. It is a relic of the heavenly beings. Who would not be intrigued? The masked assassin channeled every ounce of energy into the sword, attempting to breach Qin Wuyo's protective barrier. However, as the martial artist's power was fully absorbed, Qin Wuyo's cultivation ascended, solidifying his mastery. The golden masked assassin's sword began to splinter under the overwhelming surge of energy. Panic coursed through the assassin's veins as they sensed their impending doom. Desperate to escape, they attempted to withdraw, but it was futile. Having reached the late stage of mastery, Qin Wuyo's power had intensified. He raised his hand and drew in the assassin's form, rendering them powerless. Absorbing their energy brought him a step closer to the pinnacle of mastery. He then removed the assassin's mask, revealing an unremarkable face beneath. Disinterested, he lifted his palm, poised to strike down the assassin. Yet, the assassin cried out, Qin Wuyo, if you kill me, you will make an enemy of the Qimei Tower. Consider your actions wisely. We bear no enmity yet. It is easy to evade a direct assault, but can you guard against our hidden strikes? Will you always remain vigilant against us? Before the words could fully escape, Qin Wuyo's hand descended upon the assassin's head. With a resounding crack, the skull burst open like a watermelon. Shaking his head, he remarked, Foolish. Having acquired the Tianwu sword, I am already in perilous waters. I have slain members of the 6 major sects. How could I fear a mere Qimei Tower? To threaten me is to court death. Did he fear threats? What a jest. He was destined to tread a path that would earn him the ire of many. No one could intimidate him. However, the masked assassin had spoken a truth. The Qimei Tower was indeed the foremost assassin organization of the underworld. If they desired to eliminate someone, they could employ countless methods, poisoning, ambushes, assassinations, without hesitation. To oppose the Qimei Tower was to dwell in constant peril. The path he walked was likely riddled with hidden assassins. Every morsel he consumed could be laced with deadly poison, and even the flora around him could conceal lethal traps. Such a life would be far from enjoyable. Thus, he resolved that rather than live in perpetual fear, it would be far wiser to eradicate the Qimei Tower entirely. To cleanse them from existence, thereby eliminating any threat of assassination. Qin Wuyo clapped his hands together, pleased with his own sagacity. Around him, the remaining martial artists, gasping for breath, regarded Qin Wuyo with a mix of shock and disbelief. Did this man truly comprehend the gravity of his words? The Qimei Tower was the most feared assassin organization in Dakian. The mere mention of their name was enough to instill terror. Even the 6 major sects dared not provoke them lightly, for one was in the light, while the other lurked in the shadows. Moreover, the Qimei Tower was populated by formidable experts. It was rumored they had successfully assassinated masters, not just once, but multiple times. Qin Wuyo intended to uproot such a powerful underworld force. How absurd. You seek death, some murmured with bitterness, envisioning the inevitable demise that awaited him at the hands of the Qimei Tower. Qin Wuyo cast a lofty gaze upon those sprawled on the ground and smiled down at them. Whether I live or die is uncertain, but you certainly shall not survive. With that, he waved his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of energy that cascaded over them. Stripped of their powers, they could not resist. Their bodies erupted in clouds of blood mist, flesh and bone scattering as they perished in an instant. Chapter 21. The Secrets of the Heavenly Martial Sword. With merely a flicker of his true energy, Qin Wuyo had vanquished the multitude. Gazing at his palm, he couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing depths of martial arts. If a master could wield such power, how formidable might the realm of the Celestial be? And beyond the Celestial? What vistas awaited there? A glimmer of anticipation danced in Qin Wuyo's eyes. He was confident that with his insight and the art of energy absorption, he could ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess. Regardless of the perilous path ahead, he remained undaunted. If he lacked faith in himself, how could he ever hope to scale such heights? Next, his gaze fell upon the bloodstains that had inadvertently marred his attire. A frown creased his brow, revealing a trace of distaste. He sought a place to cleanse himself. With deliberate steps, he departed the scene. Shortly after his exit, Zhang Xiaojing and Wang Baihu, accompanied by the Imperial Guard, arrived. Upon witnessing the gruesome pile of severed limbs, even the seasoned guards turned pale, and some could not suppress their retching. This is utterly barbaric. My heavens, is this still human? Has this killer no bounds? Was this truly necessary? He could have dispatched them with a single strike, yet chose to dismember them instead. What could possibly motivate such cruelty? Is it mere torment? Zhang Xiaoying mused, his brow furrowed. The method here bears resemblance to the fate of those from the 6 major sects. It is undoubtedly the work of Qin Wuyo. However, When I observed him dealing with the bandits at Black Dragon Stronghold, his methods were not so ruthless. What has changed? Why this brutality? It cannot simply be for the sake of inflicting pain. There must be an ulterior motive. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. At White Tiger Hall and Black Dragon Stronghold, he employed the Meridian Cut technique to incapacitate his foes. Now, armed with the Heavenly Martial Sword, he opts for severance, rendering them immobile with even greater efficiency. Indeed, it must be so. He is not indulging in slaughter for its own sake, but rather seeks to extract something from the living. Wang Baihu nodded in agreement. I share your thoughts, but what is it that only the living can provide him? Captain. There are words here. A voice interjected, having discovered something. Upon uncovering a body with severed feet, they revealed a message inscribed in blood beneath it. Qin Wuyo is absorbing our energy. At the sight of these words, the eyes of all present widened in shock. The mystery that had clouded Zhang Xiaoding and Wang Baihu's minds was suddenly cleared. Energy absorption. He's absorbing energy. The reason he first incapacitates and does not kill them is to siphon their power. How intriguing. But energy absorption? Such a technique is unheard of. Does such a practice truly exist? Wang Baihu pondered. There are rumors of a dark art known as Blood Essence Great Method, which can convert the life force of others into martial prowess. If such a technique exists, it would not be surprising to find one that can absorb another's energy as well. Moreover, it is said that Qin Wuyo possesses a body incapable of cultivation. Yet we witness his terrifying strength. It is highly likely that he has mastered this energy absorption technique. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaojing's pupils trembled slightly. If he has drawn the power of those he has slain, how formidable must his current strength be? It is unfathomable, and I fear he will continue to absorb more. The martial world of the Qian was on the cusp of a storm of blood and gore. Such a terrifying technique cannot exist without its flaws. With the emergence of the Heavenly Martial Sword and now a method to siphon energy, the martial realm was descending into chaos. Qin Wuyo would soon become a target for all. Taking a deep breath, Wang Baihu issued commands for all guards along the routes and in the cities to report any sightings of Qin Wuyo immediately. Furthermore, he instructed them to avoid any confrontation at all costs. If all went as anticipated, the records of the Imperial Guard would soon include a new figure of celestial danger, Qin Wuyo. Unbeknownst to him, the guards had begun their pursuits. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. At that moment, he found himself in a desolate wilderness, miles away from the nearest city, with the night having fallen and rain pouring down. He could shield himself from the rain with his true energy, yet he preferred not to travel in such inclement weather. Along the way, he stumbled upon a dilapidated shrine and decided to seek shelter within. The shrine had been forsaken for ages, dust coating every surface. For someone like Qin Wuyo, who possessed a touch of cleanliness obsession, it was hardly an ideal refuge, but he resigned himself to make do. With a flick of his sleeve, he cleared a relatively clean space. He then broke a portion of a half-destroyed plaque and summoned forth the searing energy of the flame palm technique, a coveted martial art among many practitioners. The fiery essence ignited the scattered wood shavings, illuminating the dim shrine. Seated cross-legged, he took out the Heavenly Martial Sword and began to examine it. It was said to embody the martial arts of a celestial being, yet after some contemplation, he discerned little of significance. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar about the sword's hilt. It seemed capable of rotation. He turned it several times but failed to dislodge it. Within the hilt, there appeared to be a mechanism that required a specific technique to unlock. Additionally, the hilt was incredibly sturdy, impervious to common means of destruction. Fascinating. Qin Wuyo resumed his investigation, placing the hilt to his ear while rotating it, keenly sensing the subtle changes within. In his previous inability to cultivate, he had relied on his profound insight to study numerous martial arts, as well as various esoteric disciplines, divination, metaphysics, and among them, mechanisms. Before long, with his diligent exploration, the hilt clicked open. Within lay a tome inscribed with the 4 characters, Celestial Secret Record. As he opened the book, Qin Wuyo perused its contents with great care. The first page revealed the words, I, Lu Yunxiao, in pursuit of the ultimate martial path, have traversed the seas, battled masters, vanquished malevolent spirits, and severed evil entities. My martial knowledge has gradually approached the sublime realm of the celestial, and I have recorded my lifelong teachings within this tome. Malevolent spirits? Evil entities? A spark ignited in Qin Wuyo's gaze. Compared to the book itself, those 2 terms captured his attention more profoundly. Into Qian. Beyond martial arts, there were indeed tales of mystical creatures and vengeful spirits, but few had ever witnessed them firsthand. At least, Qin Wuyo had not encountered any thus far. Yet, from Lu Yunxiao's accounts, it appeared that such entities might truly exist. Intriguing. It seemed the depths of this world ran deep indeed. Qin Wuyo continued to peruse the tome, which detailed 3 martial arts techniques, an inner skill named Cloud Sky Technique, a sword art called Heavenly Martial Sword Technique, and a palm technique known as Cloud Shifting Palm. Chapter 22, The Weasel Demon. Demons can also absorb 3 martial arts, each astonishing beyond compare, lie far beyond the innate martial arts, especially the astounding Yu Shaoju, a celestial technique that one can cultivate all the way to transcendence. For the martial artist of the Great Qian, these 3 martial arts are treasures of immeasurable value, opportunities that could be exchanged for anything. However, for Qin Wuyo, The most valuable Yu Xiaoju is less useful than the other two master-level techniques. This is because any inner energy technique relies on absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, yet he possesses a unique body that cannot absorb this essence. Nevertheless, this does not imply that these martial arts hold no utility for him. Even if he cannot cultivate them, he can still comprehend their profound intricacies. Discarding the dross while extracting the essence, which may be employed to enhance his own absorption technique. In Qin Wuyi's view, his absorption technique is the most suitable for him and possesses the potential for infinite evolution, as long as he has sufficient martial arts as material. He can leverage his formidable insight to continually refine and evolve it. Tonight, he has much to attend to. With a subtle smile, Qin Wuyi begins to delve into these three martial arts. In an instant, he enters a state of ethereal clarity, continuously dissecting, absorbing, and comprehending the profound mysteries contained within these techniques. While others expend decades in pursuit of understanding and mastery, he comprehends them thoroughly in mere moments. Now, he can even apply them directly. Suddenly, a gust of chilling wind sweeps in from outside the temple door, accompanied by a flash of lightning. A faint fragrance wafts into the air, and a strikingly beautiful woman clad in white appears at the entrance. The woman bows slightly to Qin Wuyi, greeting him with, "I have the honor to meet you, young master." Qin Wuyi glances at her, sensing something ethereal about her form, evoking a sense of caution within him. Noticing his silence, the woman approaches, suggesting, "The night is long. Why not keep each other company?" As she speaks, she draws nearer, exhaling a fragrance akin to orchids. At that moment, Qin Wuyi feels a tremor in his inner energy. This is a premonition of danger. Upon reaching an advanced state of cultivation, one's senses become extraordinarily keen. When the body perceives a threat, it reacts with an unusual manifestation of energy. This is the essence of a premonition. Certainly, some highly proficient individuals can conceal their presence perfectly, eluding even the most adept senses. Yet this woman evidently has not attained such mastery. Under the warning of his energy, Qin Wuyi's expression turns icy as he strikes with a palm. The formidable force crashes into the woman, imparting a peculiar sensation. This strike felt less like it impacted a human and more as if it struck a fluffy creature. The woman is sent flying, colliding with a statue of the mountain deity. When she rises, she is no longer a striking beauty but rather a hideous weasel, a demon. Qin Wuyi's interest is piqued. He had often heard tales of the spirits of the wild, yet today he encounters one firsthand. "Human, prepare to die." The weasel lunges at him, its speed transforming it into a mere blur in the air. Wishing to gauge its strength, Qin Wuyi releases his energy, forming a barrier 3 feet away. The weasel crashes against it as if colliding with an impenetrable wall, reeling backward, bloodied and bewildered. It stares at him in terror, exclaiming, "A master? At your age, you are truly a master among humans." Terrified, the weasel turns to flee. However, Qin Wuyi, having finally encountered a legendary demon, is unwilling to let it escape easily. With a faint smile, he raises his hand and channels his energy, employing the dragon capturing claw technique. Accompanied by a resonating dragon's roar, an invisible force manifests as a colossal hand, forcefully grasping the weasel and pulling it back. The creature struggles, but with a flash of the Tianwu sword, its feet are severed, leaving it to writhe on the ground in agony. Qin Wuyi watches the weasel with keen interest, a bold thought emerging in his mind. If his absorption technique can draw energy from martial artists, can it also absorb that of demons? This is worth exploring. Qin Wuyi murmurs. Without hesitation, he extends his fingers, pressing them against the weasel's head. The absorption technique activates. A surge of energy, distinct from human energy, flows from the weasel into him. This must be demonic energy. He carefully senses the changes within, ready to halt if anything seems amiss. To his delight, the demonic energy, upon entering his body, is enveloped by his boundless energy, subsequently transformed into his absorption technique's energy. It works. He can utilize the demonic energy through his absorption technique. A glimmer of joy shines in Qin Wuyi's eyes. It seems that in addition to absorbing humans, he has acquired another source to draw from: demons. No. If he can absorb humans and demons, what about ghosts? What about devils? Humans possess true energy, demons possess demonic energy, ghosts possess ghostly energy, and devils possess devilish energy. Can he absorb the powers of both ghosts and devils? Qin Wuyi feels a thrill of anticipation. Yet, he has yet to encounter these entities, making experimentation impossible for now. After completely draining the weasel's energy, Qin Wuyi senses his own energy has risen considerably, equivalent to absorbing the strength of an innate martial artist. At this moment, the rain outside the mountain deity temple comes to a halt. A ray of morning light filters through, heralding the rising sun. Exiting the temple, Qin Wuyi suddenly feels the vastness of the world. Resources for enhancing his cultivation lie everywhere. His unique body cannot absorb spiritual energy? Spiritual energy? Not worth his time. He shall feast upon humans, demons, and all living beings as his nourishment. The cultivation of others is his cultivation. With a subtle smile, Qin Wuyi strides away from the mountain deity temple, making his way towards a nearby city, soon arriving at a bustling place known as Qingli City. While it may not rival the splendor of Qingyun County, it is still quite impressive. Upon arrival, he eagerly seeks a tavern, requesting a bucket of hot water for a long-awaited bath. Young man, fetch me 2 complete sets of clothing, silk preferably, predominantly black, and adorned with cloud patterns. Qin Wui tosses 2 silver ingots onto the table. The rest is yours. The attendant's eyes light up. Understood, young master. He promptly departs, but not before noticing the Tianwu sword on the table, his pupils contracting momentarily before he feigns indifference and leaves. However, how could he hide such a reaction from Qin Wui, whose senses far surpass those of ordinary men? Once the attendant leaves, Qin Wui fondly caresses the Tianwu sword. Ah, you truly are a blade that brings forth blood and chaos. Yet, I find you quite to my liking. While others seek to absorb power to enhance their cultivation, it is far more convenient for him to have others willingly present their energy for him to absorb. Inside the tavern, the attendant whispers to the innkeeper, who, upon hearing, narrows his gaze. Are you certain you aren't mistaken? Absolutely, it must be the Tianwu sword. Good heavens. The sword that everyone in the martial world covets has appeared in my tavern. This is indeed a stroke of fortune. The innkeeper licks his lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Chapter 23. The Underground Ghost Market. The Haunted Building. Before long, Qin Wuyo received the clothes that the waiter had just purchased. At that moment, he was comfortably bathing in a tub, lazily instructing from behind a screen, please place the clothes aside. Yes, young master, the waiter replied. He then retrieved a vial of medicine, opened it, and placed it beneath the table. A peculiar aura began to pervade the room. The waiter promptly exited. Upon leaving, the innkeeper hurriedly inquired, how did it go? Rest assured, I've placed the BSQNGF ing beneath the table. This drug is colorless and odorless, capable of dispersing in the air. Even a top-tier martial artist would be rendered utterly weak after inhaling just a breath. That brat is finished, the waiter declared. After a considerable time, the innkeeper and the waiter felt it was about time. Armed, they cautiously pushed open the door and stepped inside. To their astonishment, Qin Wuyo was already fully dressed, toying with a vial while smiling at the two. BSQNGF-ing, a hallucinogenic drug, colorless and odorless. Those who inhale it will be left powerless. Such a marvelous item should not be carelessly discarded. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the vial, striking the waiter and causing his bones to shatter, resulting in instant death. The waiter possessed no martial prowess, rendering him vulnerable to Qin Wuyo's capabilities. Meanwhile, the innkeeper, witnessing this scene, narrowed his eyes. You were unaffected by BSQNGF-ing. Realizing his scheme had been exposed, he roared in fury and lunged at Qin Wuyo, swinging his long knife from behind. Qin Wuyo merely extended 2 fingers and effortlessly pinched the blade, then flicked his fingers, shattering the weapon into fragments. He pressed his fingers against the innkeeper's head, draining him of his entire cultivation. The innkeeper, much like those who had previously lost their powers, gazed at Qin Wuyo in terror. Qin Wuyo smiled faintly. Answer my question honestly, and I may consider sparing your life. What question? Where is the Chime building? I do not know. A mysterious assassin organization like the Chime building is beyond my reach. The innkeeper stammered. If you do not know, then you shall perish. Wait. While I do not know the location of the Chime building, I know where to find clues. The ghost market. Here, after curfew, an underground market opens, gathering individuals from all walks of life. Surely someone there knows where the Chime building is. The innkeeper exclaimed. Interesting. How does one access the ghost market? In the abandoned mansion on 13th Street in the west of the city, there is a fake mountain with an entrance that leads directly to the ghost market. Very well. I understand. Thank you, Qin Wuyo replied. The innkeeper sighed in relief, thinking he had survived. Yet, before he could celebrate, a surge of true energy suddenly invaded his mind, obliterating it in an instant, leaving him dead without a hint of pain. May you depart without suffering, that is my token of gratitude, Qin Wuyo remarked. Stepping out of the tavern, the other patrons remained oblivious to the deaths of the innkeeper and the waiter, continuing their activities. Qin Wuyo ordered a feast, savoring the delicacies before taking his leave. It was only shortly after his departure that cries of alarm erupted within the tavern. Murder! A murder has occurred. In the abandoned mansion in the west of the city, Qin Wuyo found the entrance to the ghost market beside a fake mountain. Initially narrow, the passage widened, eventually revealing an underground world illuminated by bright lights, bustling with activity. Some were indulging in wine, others peddling goods. Fights broke out, and some even engaged in human trafficking. This place was even more vibrant than the surface world by day, and notably, most individuals wore masks. Upon seeing Qin Wuyo arrive without a mask, many cast him surprised glances, whispering among themselves, Goodness, is this fellow new to the ghost market? He doesn't even wear a mask? TSK. This market gathers all sorts of people. Beneath its seemingly calm exterior, many harbor sinister intentions. To not conceal one's identity here is akin to seeking death. Qin Wuyo paid little mind to their murmurs. Those conducting business in the ghost market were typically engaged in illicit dealings, wary of revealing their true identities. However, for Qin Wuyo, such precautions were entirely unnecessary. He was already a target of peril, with danger lurking at every turn. Concealing his identity made no difference. In fact, he welcomed any confrontation that could enhance his cultivation. After meandering through the ghost market for a while, he stopped an individual and inquired indifferently. Where can I procure information here? The person glanced at him but remained silent. Understanding the unspoken cue, Qin Wuyo produced a silver note. The individual accepted it and replied. At the center of the ghost market lies the ghost building, a place specifically for trading various pieces of information. You might find what you're looking for there. With that, he tucked the silver note away and hurried off, unable to suppress a curse. Fool. Wealth should not be flaunted, especially in a place like the ghost market, where openly displaying silver notes marks you as a prime target. As expected, upon revealing his silver note, numerous gazes fell upon Qin Wuyo. Unfazed, he stroked his chin and gazed toward the center of the market, striding forward. Before long, he caught sight of a tall building, and simultaneously sensed several presences approaching from behind. As he halted, several masked individuals emerged, the leader wielding a long knife, tall and imposing, his face concealed by a ghostly mask. Surrender your silver notes, he commanded. Qin Wuyo did not engage in idle chatter. He raised his hand and drew in the air. The opponent's powers uncontrollably surged forth, rendering him a mere shell, collapsing to the ground. The others gasped in shock. What sorcery is this? How infuriating. No. Let us attack together. They charged at Qin Wuyo in unison. Yet, without drawing his sword, Qin Wuyo unleashed a torrent of protective energy, sending them all flying before draining their powers. Their bodies, unrestrained, were inexorably drawn toward Qin Wuyo, ultimately rendered powerless and collapsed in fear. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a mighty force, shattering their bones and killing them instantly, having dispatched them as easily as ants. Qin Wuyo calmly entered the ghost building. Observers outside, having witnessed his swift elimination of the group, regarded him with a hint of trepidation, none daring to show him disrespect. Within the ghost building, an aged voice emerged from a window. Welcome to the ghost building. What information do you seek? I have yet to witness the extent of your information-gathering capabilities. First, let me introduce myself, Qin Wuyo replied coolly. The figure behind the window paused. Taken aback, this was the first time someone had come to the ghost building inquiring about their own information. Chapter 24. Intelligence from the Ghost Tower. The Serpent Dragon Gang. Do you wish to inquire about your own information? Yes. 1,000 taels. Must I pay to ask about my own information? It is the rule of the Ghost Tower. Any inquiry regarding information requires payment. How intriguing. Qin Wuyo chuckled softly, producing a banknote and placing it on the counter, smiling as he said, Perhaps I shall dismantle your ghost tower. The individual behind the window fell silent for a moment, sensing that the ghost tower was facing an unprecedented challenge. Qin Wuyo, the eldest son of the Qin family in Wuyang City, Qingyun County, was diagnosed with a body incapable of cultivation at the age of 6. He embarked on business ventures at 10, and by 14, he had expanded the Qin family's enterprise across the land, amassing substantial wealth. At 15, he betrayed the Qin family, allegedly entangled in a power struggle. Strangely, this once unremarkable individual suddenly manifested unparalleled martial prowess, annihilating the White Tiger Hall in Luoyang City, followed by the destruction of the Black Dragon Village. In Qingyun County, he seized the Heavenly Martial Sword, reportedly slaying dozens of innate martial artists, his cultivation seemingly reaching the master realm. The person at the window recounted the intelligence about Qin Wuyo with great detail. After listening, Qin Wuyo nodded in satisfaction. The information was largely accurate, indicating that the ghost tower possessed some degree of capability. The individual behind the counter sighed in relief, feeling safe. Qin Wuyo continued. Now, answer me this. Where is the Qimei Tower? Upon hearing those 3 words, the person's pupils slightly constricted, then replied calmly. That information is worth 10,000 taels. A trivial sum. Qin Wuyo produced another banknote, as he possessed hundreds of thousands in notes. This mere 10,000 was inconsequential to him. Truly, he was the genius who established the Qin family's commercial empire, and his generosity was evident. The individual behind the counter accepted the banknote and handed Qin Wuyo a slip of paper. The answer you seek is contained within this note. Upon opening it, Qin Wuyo saw 2 words. The Royal Capital. He smiled, amused that the base of the foremost assassin organization in the underworld was located beneath the Emperor's very feet. In light of your promptness in exchanging information for gold, the Ghost Tower will provide you with an additional piece of intelligence free of charge. The individual behind the counter stated, the disturbances you've recently caused are far from trivial. The Jinui have classified you as an extremely dangerous celestial-level figure. This free information, unsurprisingly, bore little value. Qin Wuyo shook his head, bemused. He could have guessed that with a mere thought. Destroying the White Tiger Hall, the Black Dragon Village, and slaying numerous innate martial artists. It would have been strange if the Jinui did not classify him as a threat. Sensing a challenge to the Ghost Tower's capabilities, the person at the window added, I have another piece of information concerning you. Do you wish to hear it? What is the price? 10,000 taels. With a swift motion, a banknote was placed before him. The individual reached for it, but Qin Wuyo's voice resonated ominously. If this intelligence does not justify its price, then the Ghost Tower shall cease to exist today. Rest assured, it is absolutely worth the price. The person confidently asserted. The Black Dragon village you eradicated has a formidable backer. They serve that individual, who is also in the royal capital, one of the most esteemed individuals there. Is this intelligence worth 10,000 taels? Marginally. Qin Wuyo nodded slightly, not wishing to press the matter. He pondered thoughtfully. Among the most esteemed individuals in the royal capital must be royalty. The crown prince, Xiaoyu? Unlikely. Perhaps it is one of the other princes? How fascinating, he mused. As he unwittingly became embroiled not just in the strife of the martial world, but also in the political machinations of the court, a light chuckle escaped his lips. He felt no concern. Whatever obstacles lay in his path, he would cleave through them with a single sword strike. After departing from the ghost tower, he strolled around the ghost market. Some individuals eyed his banknotes, while others coveted his heavenly martial sword, yet none could escape the grasp of his overwhelming prowess. As the crowing of roosters echoed, the denizens of the ghost market began to disperse. Qin Wuyo too made his exit. Returning to the surface, dawn was approaching. He found a place to rest briefly, then purchased a steed at the market, preparing to journey to the royal capital in search of the Qimei Tower. Rumors regarding him had already spread throughout the martial world. Everyone was aware that the heavenly martial sword was in his possession. The journey to the royal capital would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. The royal capital lay thousands of miles from Qingyun County. Merely riding a horse would not suffice. He would also need to embark on a boat. Following the Tsang River, it would take at least 3 days by boat. Qin Wuyo could not help but lament the inconvenience of transportation in ancient society, contrasting it with modernity where one could simply fly to their destination in an instant. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. He would treat it as a leisurely expedition. On the Tsang River, a magnificent vessel carried over 100 passengers toward the royal capital. The Tsang River, the first river of the Great Qian, traversed north and south, serving crucial roles in trade and transportation. Verdant mountains bordered the banks, and the water shimmered under the sunlight. Qin Wuyo sat on the deck, having found a fishing rod from somewhere, and began fishing as curious children gathered around to watch him. "Big brother, have you caught any fish?" one asked. "Yes," Qin Wuyo replied with a smile. "You're lying. You don't even have a fish basket." Another exclaimed. "Ah, I treat others with sincerity. How could I possibly deceive?" At that moment, the rod trembled slightly, and with a swift tug, a large fish leaped from the water. The children gasped in amazement. "Wow, you really caught a fish." Qin Wuyo held the fish, removed the hook, and then tossed it back into the river, leaving the children puzzled. "Big brother, why did you release it?" "Because heaven cherishes life. And I lack need for this fish. I was merely fishing for enjoyment." Qin Wuyo smiled. "Wow, big brother, you are so kind." "Indeed, I am a good person," he replied, patting the heads of the children and producing some dried fruits and candied treats. "Here, have some snacks." "Thank you, big brother." The children happily divided the treats among themselves. Nearby adults watched, shaking their heads, casting curious glances at Qin Wuyo, wondering which noble family he hailed from. Indeed, he seems exceptionally poised. Noticing he had sat there all day without seeming weary, suddenly, someone on the boat shouted, "Look over there." Not far away, a large ship was approaching, its sails adorned with the image of a fierce, clawed serpent dragon. Realization dawned on some, and their faces turned pale. "It's the Serpent Dragon Gang. Damn it. How did we run into these scoundrels? Where there are mountains, there are bandits. Where there are rivers, there are robbers." The Serpent Dragon Gang is the largest river pirate organization in the Tsang River region, notorious for hijacking merchant vessels and engaging in nefarious deeds. Acting without fear of the law, the authorities had made numerous attempts to eradicate them, but to no avail. Besides their sheer numbers, the gang boasted many skilled fighters. It was rumored that their leader was close to the master level, revered as the Dragon King of the Tsang River. Chapter 25, The Wave-Cutting Blade of Gujiang. Gujiang is dead. Above the Tsang River, the grand vessel of the Jiao Long Gang gradually approached the passenger ship where Qin Wuyo was located. Fear rendered the faces of all aboard pale, and though there were guards on the passenger ship, they were merely capable of handling ordinary river bandits. Confronting the Jiao Long Gang was akin to striking a stone with an egg. At that moment, a well-dressed middle-aged man, exuding a certain affluence, spoke up. "Gentlemen, please do not panic. From what I understand, the members of the Jiao Long Gang seek wealth, not lives. As long as we cooperate and surrender our silver, we shall remain unharmed." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a slight relief, yet their expressions remained grim. After all, even if they survived, the loss of their wealth would leave them in considerable distress. Many among them had left their homes, venturing north to the capital to carve out a livelihood. And the money they carried represented nearly all their possessions. Losing it would spell dire straits for the days ahead. Alas, it was better than losing one's life. With a collective sigh, they lamented the unpredictability of fate. Ordinary folks like them could hardly contend with a formidable entity like the Jiao Long Gang. As the Jiao Long Gang's vessel drew near, the passengers could clearly see the gang members, who appeared far from ordinary bandits, clad in uniform blue attire and wielding long swords. One might mistake them for disciples of a prestigious sect. As they gazed at the passenger ship, their expressions bore a hint of amusement. On the deck, A tall man with a scarred face surveyed the passengers, clicking his tongue in disappointment. It seems there are not many plump sheep among them. This man was Gu Jiang, the third in command of the Jiaolong gang. Noticing the lack of wealthy individuals aboard, he expressed his disinterest, then declared, "Well, even a mosquito is meat. Since we've encountered them, these folks are simply out of luck. Move in," he commanded, and the helmsman steered the grand vessel alongside the passenger ship. One by one, the Jiaolong gang's bandits leaped onto the passenger ship, brandishing their gleaming longswords. "Listen up," shouted one bandit coldly. "The Jiaolong gang seeks wealth, not lives. Present your valuables, and you shall be spared." The passengers nodded in agreement, hastily retrieving their silver. Those reluctant to part with all their money, attempting to conceal some, were swiftly discovered and met with swift decapitation. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, their faces drained of color. Wiping the blood from his sword, the bandit sneered, "Behave yourselves, or this will be your fate." Having witnessed such a brutal example, the crowd dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance. They complied, surrendering their valuables. "Look at that lad," someone remarked, noticing Qin Wuya, who was seated at the boat's edge, fishing. "His attire is extraordinary. He must be a prime target. Be cautious. He has a sword beside him, likely a martial artist. We ought not to underestimate him," another warned. "Fear not, we are many," declared a bandit as he approached Qin Wuya. However, before he could utter a complete sentence, Qin Wuya extended his hand towards him, causing the bandit to be hurled uncontrollably through the air. In an instant, his internal energy surged forth, and within moments, he was drained of his martial prowess, rendered a mere shell of his former self. Then, with a slight press of his fingers, Qin Wuya caused the man's skull to shatter, blood gushing from his 7 orifices as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "What?" The other bandits gasped in horror, encircling Qin Wuya. "You seek death." They charged at him, longswords drawn. Yet, Qin Wuya remained seated, unperturbed. An invisible protective energy emanated from him, shattering the swords of the attackers one by one. "Honestly, you've scared away all the fish," Qin Wuya lamented, shaking his head. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the Tianwu sword and, in a heartbeat, severed the bodies of the attacking bandits in twain. Remarkably, though he bisected them, they did not perish immediately. It was only after he drained their internal energy that they let out mournful cries before succumbing. The gruesome scene left the onlookers trembling in fear. What a ruthless display. Is this the same youth who spoke of the virtues of mercy? The one who couldn't bring himself to harm a fish, only to catch and release? At that moment, the passengers who had shared close quarters with Qin Wuya realized with terror that they had scarcely known him at all. What they had observed was merely his fade. Intrigued, Gu Zhang's gaze sharpened as he rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword, approaching Qin Wuya slowly. Ignoring the corpses of his fallen comrades, he focused solely on Qin Wuya. "Your swordsmanship is formidable. May I inquire which sect you belong to?" "You have not heard of me?" Qin Wuya replied, somewhat taken aback. "I thought I was already well known in the martial world. It appears I am not famous enough." "Who are you?" Gu Jiang pressed. "Ah, that is of no consequence to you now, for soon you shall meet your end," Qin Wuya chuckled lightly. Clang. Just as Qin Wuya spoke, Gu Jiang suddenly drew his sword and slashed. The strike was swift and fierce, seemingly a singular blow but manifesting 9 layers of sword energy, cascading like a tumultuous wave. This was Gu Jiang's renowned skill, the wave-cutting blade. Yet, the strike halted 3 feet from Qin Wuya, effortlessly repelled by his protective energy, unable to advance even a fraction. Gu Jiang's pupils dilated. As a top-tier innate expert, he could not breach Qin Wuya's defenses. The word master echoed in his mind, filling him with dread. Next, Qin Wuya flicked his finger against Gu Jiang's sword, reducing it to mere fragments. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he unleashed a powerful pull, ensnaring Gu Jiang, who attempted to flee, rendering him unable to escape. In the next moment, Gu Jiang's internal energy surged uncontrollably, entirely siphoned away by Qin Wuya. What sorcery is this? In his final moments, Gu Jiang's mind raced with terror before Qin Wuya casually delivered a fatal blow, bursting his head. For Qin Wuya, as a master, ending the life of an innate expert was scarcely more challenging than crushing an ant. Witnessing Gu Jiang's effortless demise, the remaining bandits trembled uncontrollably, instinctively retreating from Qin Wuya. A master. Curse it, he must be a master. My heavens, we have provoked a master. Quick, flee. They attempted to escape, but Qin Wuya spread his arms wide, activating his absorption technique, enveloping the area in a tremendous force that immobilized the bandits. In an instant, he drew their internal energy into himself. The technique of distant energy absorption had its limits. It could only be employed on significantly weaker opponents. With Qin Wuya already at the late stage of master, the remaining bandits, aside from the slain Gu Jiang, lacked even innate power and could not withstand his absorption. In no time, their martial prowess was entirely drained, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 26, Cannon Assault. The initial display of the cloud dispersing technique. Having absorbed the powers of over 100 river bandits, Qin Wuya felt a significant enhancement in his cultivation, drawing ever closer to the pinnacle of mastery. He believed that with the absorption of a few more innate energies, he could ascend to the peak of mastery. If he could absorb 1 or 2 masters, achieving complete mastery would not be beyond reach. The Jiaolong gang. As I venture into the royal capital, I remain unaware of the dangers and trials that await me. Within the Chime Tower, I cannot fathom how many experts lurk. First, I shall drain you of your strength, ensuring that my journey to the royal capital is fortified. With a flick of his sleeve, Qin Wuyo cast the weakened bandits into the Sangjiang River. However, he deliberately spared one, inquiring, "Answer me one question, and I shall spare your life." What question? The bandit stammered. "Where is the headquarters of the Jialong gang?" Qin Wuyo asked. It is in the dock 10 miles ahead," the bandit replied. "Thank you," Qin Wuyo said with a faint smile. "I deal with sincerity. If I say I won't kill you, then I shall not. However, the fates of the others are uncertain." He glanced at the remaining passengers and added with a grin, "I leave him to your discretion." With that, he leapt gracefully from the great ship, his figure gliding over the water like a swallow skimming the waves, heading toward the Jialong gang's dock. The onlookers were left in stunned disbelief. Could he truly be racing toward the Jialong gang? The dock is 10 miles away, and he is crossing it on foot. Does he possess such profound true energy? A godly figure, truly a godly figure. The crowd marveled at the departing Qin Wuyo. Turning their gaze to the remaining bandit, they exchanged uncertain glances, momentarily at a loss. Seeing Qin Wuyo depart, the bandit regained his bravado, exclaiming, "You will regret letting me go. The Jialong gang will not." Before he could finish, several guards advanced with weapons drawn. "This man cannot be spared. Kill him, and then we shall depart as if we have never encountered the Jialong gang, thus avoiding unnecessary trouble." Agreed. The guards responded almost in unison, swiftly dispatching the bandit and casting his body into the river. At the Jialong gang's dock, numerous large vessels were moored. The area was adorned with pavilions and platforms, while gang members patrolled diligently. Suddenly, one of the gang members squinted, rubbing his eyes, then tugged at his companion's sleeve, pointing into the distance. "Look, is someone sprinting across the water?" "Impossible. You must be seeing things," his companion replied skeptically. Yet, when he turned to look, his eyes widened in astonishment. A figure sped across the river's surface, each touch of their toes creating explosive splashes, propelling them forward as if they were a white dragon. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. "What in the world?" "Quickly, inform the gang leader," one shouted in panic. The patrolling members sprang into action, rushing to the dock's edge, shouting at Qin Wuyo, "Halt. Stop right there. If you do not cease your advance, we will shoot." With archers already drawing their bows, the leader gritted his teeth and commanded, "Release the arrows. Stop him." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A barrage of arrows flew toward Qin Wuyo. Yet they were deflected harmlessly by his protective aura. "Curse it. Bring out the cannons and aim at him." Realizing the arrows were ineffective, the Jialong gang intensified their efforts. They boarded their ships, deploying heavy artillery and loading ammunition. Boom, boom, boom. A series of cannon blasts echoed as dozens of cannonballs were launched at Qin Wuyo. "I refuse to believe he can withstand this," the gang leader sneered. Even innate martial artists would struggle against such artillery. This was the Jialong gang's greatest reliance, the very reason why the authorities had repeatedly attempted to eradicate them without success. They possessed 50 cannons. However, this time, they had miscalculated, as the cannonballs detonated around him, sending splashes of water into the air. Qin Wuyo emerged from the mist, unharmed. The gang leader's pupils constricted in disbelief. How is this possible? Bring out all the cannons and fire together. All 50 cannons were mobilized, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Qin Wuyo. With a nonchalant smile, he remarked, "Oh, so you wish to escalate things." As cannonballs rained down upon him, Qin Wuyo suddenly halted, his true energy surging forth. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful gust of energy, transforming into an invisible hand that caught the incoming cannonballs mid-air. This was the cloud-dispersing technique he had gleaned from the Celestial Manuscript, a method of neutralizing and redirecting forceful attacks. Achieving perfection in this technique, he could even return the force to its source. With a deft motion, he summoned and redirected the energy, propelling the cannonballs back toward their origin with unparalleled power. The onlookers gasped in shock, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Cannonballs could be rebounded, and dozens of them at once. Panic ensued. "No, this is bad. Run." The crowd scattered in terror, some leaping into the water to escape. The cannonballs struck the ships and the dock, erupting in a series of deafening explosions, illuminating the night sky with fiery brilliance. Meanwhile, the Jialong gang leader conversed with a cloaked figure. "The silver we submitted this month is less than last month's," the cloaked figure remarked coolly. The gang leader defended, "My lord, the authorities recently attempted to attack us. Although we repelled them, we suffered considerable losses and had to allocate funds for repairs and to placate our members. I believe you. However, whether the Lord believes you is uncertain. His expenditures have been significant lately, especially after the recent destruction of the Highlang stronghold. He is quite irate. I hope your gang does not provoke his wrath." The cloaked figure warned. "Rest assured, we will restore our contributions next month," the gang leader assured. Before the cloaked figure could respond, a series of explosive sounds erupted outside. Rushing out, they beheld flames engulfing the area, with several ships shattered into pieces in the river. The gang leader's eyes widened in horror. Could it be the authorities again? Impossible. If it were them, how could they evade that lord's notice? It cannot be the authorities. Look there. The cloaked figure pointed to a spot on the river, where a figure in white traversed the flames, stepping onto the dock. As their eyes met, the cloaked figure felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. What kind of gaze was that? It regarded him as one would an insignificant ant, indifferent, devoid of warmth, as if ready to crush him at any moment. Chapter 27. I commend you. The master-level leader of the Dragon Gang. What? Only one person? The leader of the Dragon Gang, upon seeing Qin Wuyo, felt his pupils constrict. How could one individual have reached the docks? Did he truly believe that the numerous cannons were mere decorations? With a grim expression, he declared, "My lord, you should leave. I will handle this. Anyone daring to cause trouble in my Dragon Gang shall meet a fate worse than death." He tightened his grip on the long knife at his waist. An aura of chilling authority emanating from him, causing the ground beneath to fracture. The man in black responded indifferently. Very well. He swiftly retreated, casting a glance at Qin Wuyo as he fled. The presence of this individual instilled an overwhelming fear in him. Moreover, the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he felt he had encountered before. Wait, it is Qin Wuyo. Recognizing him, the man hastened his escape. He had gleaned from various intelligence channels the terrifying reputation of Qin Wuyo. If he lingered any longer, he feared he would not escape at all. As for the Dragon Gang leader, he chose not to disclose anything. After all, he intended to utilize this distraction to buy himself time to flee. Qin Wuyo observed the retreating figure of the man in black without concern. The Dragon Gang leader held far more of his attention. This aura. Oh, it is said that the leader of the Dragon Gang is a master-level powerhouse, but it seems this is a misconception. The leader, known as the Sangjiang Dragon King, has evidently advanced to the master level. Is he concealing his true strength, or has he recently achieved this breakthrough? Qin Wuyo pondered for a moment, but chose not to dwell on it. Regardless of whether he was hiding his prowess or had only recently ascended, it was inconsequential to Qin Wuyo. The fact that he was a master was simply splendid. He had yet to absorb the power of a master and found today to be an opportune moment to indulge himself. A smile crept across Qin Wuyo's face, while the members of the Dragon Gang surrounding him, gazing at their fallen comrades and then at the smiling Qin Wuyo, felt a surge of fury. Scoundrel! Bastard! Let us all attack together and slay him. Enraged, they rose with a reckless courage, or perhaps they had simply lost their composure, brandishing their blades and charging at Qin Wuyo. Qin Wuyo remained steadfast, his internal energy radiating outward, forming an invisible barrier that deflected their assaults. He then raised his hand and drained their energy entirely. Step by step, he advanced towards the Dragon Gang leader, while the gang members attempted to obstruct him, only to find themselves unable to lay a finger on him. All were kept at bay by his energy, sapped of their strength, and collapsed onto the ground. Boy, taste my sword. At that moment, a figure surged forth from the river behind Qin Wuyo, wielding a long sword and lunging towards his neck with incredible speed. The strike was fierce and relentless, akin to a dragon breaking through the water. Its power rivaled that of an ordinary Master S attack. The assailant was a man in his 40s, tall, with waist-length black hair, dressed in a blue robe. Upon witnessing his sword being blocked by the energy shield, he narrowed his eyes and shouted, pouring his internal energy into the sword for a renewed assault. The blade drew ever closer to Qin Wuyo. Qin Wuyo smiled slightly. Not bad. Achieving this much deserves my commendation. Meanwhile, the Dragon Gang leader ceased watching, exclaiming, "Second brother, I'll assist you." He stomped the ground and shot forth like a white streak, arriving before Qin Wuyo in an instant, the long knife at his waist unsheathing in a flash. He executed the wave-cutting blade, even more tumultuous than before. The combined might of the knife and the sword surged toward Qin Wuyo's energy shield, resulting in a thunderous clash. The waters of the Sangjiang surged violently, extinguishing the flames consuming the wreckage of ships nearby. The knife and sword finally pierced through the energy barrier, aiming for Qin Wuyo's neck, poised to sever his head in an instant. However, unexpectedly, Qin Wuyo raised his hands, fingers grasping the knife and sword, halting them in their tracks. "You managed to breach my energy shield. I commend you," Qin Wuyo remarked, then flicked his fingers. A resounding clang echoed as both assailants felt an overwhelming force strike them, causing their hands to tremble violently as they were forced to retreat rapidly. With a swift motion, Qin Wuyo activated his energy absorption technique, drawing the blue-robed man before him. His fingers reached out like the weight of a mountain, leaving the man no escape. Placing his hand upon the man's head, he began to siphon away the near-master level energy within him. "Second brother, you fiend." The Dragon Gang leader, oblivious to Qin Wuyo's intentions, perceived the agony on the blue-robed man's face and deduced that Qin Wuyo was up to no good. He raised his long knife in retaliation. "Taste my blade. Sangjiang blade, sever water." The Dragon Gang leader summoned his full internal energy, the long knife humming with anticipation. The blade transformed into a torrent of water, imbued with tremendous force, aimed directly at Qin Wuyo. This strike would surely be lethal to anyone beneath the master level. Even masters would need to tread carefully. The Dragon Gang leader understood that this strike might not kill Qin Wuyo, but that was of little concern. The purpose was to rescue the blue-robed man and force Qin Wuyo back. Still, he significantly underestimated his opponent. Qin Wuyo, with one hand gripping the blue-robed man and the other channeling his energy, conjured an invisible hand that caught the torrent of water. This was the cloud-shifting technique. With a deft shift, the water blade redirected back towards its originator, the Dragon Gang leader. What? The Dragon Gang leader had executed many strikes before. Yet he never expected that one day his own blade would return to strike him. His pupils dilated as he swung his long knife once more, shattering the water blade. But the tremendous backlash forced him to retreat several steps. Looking back at Qin Wuyo, he saw that the blue-robed man's energy had been fully drained. Qin Wuyo's aura surged to new heights, finally breaking through to the zenith of the master level. Turning his gaze towards the Dragon Gang leader, he smirked slightly. Now? It is your turn. Your energy might just elevate me further. You have absorbed my second brother and Appo's power? The Dragon Gang leader and Appo's eyes widened in horror. Such dark sorcery was unheard of. Who are you? The intelligence within the Dragon Gang was evidently lacking. How could they not recognize him? And yet they were familiar with the sword he wielded? Qin Wuyo chuckled. The heavenly martial sword. I see. You are Qin Wuyo, the one who has stirred the martial world, slaying the entire Haidafu family and seizing the heavenly martial sword. The Dragon Gang leader exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Qin Wuyo narrowed his eyes. Oh, who did you say killed the Haidafu family? Chapter 28, the Sangjiang Blade Technique. The Mastery of the Grandmaster. Who eradicated the entire Hai family? Qin Wuyo inquired softly. Humph, do you still wish to quibble? In your quest for the Tianwu sword, you did not hesitate to slaughter the Hai family. The warriors of the 6 major sects attempted to thwart your ruthless actions, only to fall victim to your brutality. Furthermore, outside the city of Qingyun, you took the lives of over 100 martial artists, your methods so cruel that they are utterly abhorrent. The leader of the Jiaolong gang declared, gazing at Qin Wuyo as if he were a deranged fiend. Yet, Qin Wuyo offered no defense, merely smiling faintly as he said, I have heard whispers that one child of the Hai family still lives. Humph, that child miraculously escaped with his life. In a bid for self-preservation, he joined the Jinyuis. Otherwise, you would have surely returned to eliminate the last remnants, the leader scoffed. Ah, I see. Qin Wuyo mused, quickly grasping the situation. The 6 major sects, prestigious in their own right, coveted the Tianwu sword, but dared only to attempt a stealthy grab, only to be met with Qin Wuyo's counterattack. To safeguard their reputation and to exact revenge, they chose to tarnish his image, manipulating public perception with ease, especially since Qin Wuyo was already infamous. No one would doubt him being labeled as the murderer of the Hai family. One was a traitor who had betrayed the Qin family and committed countless murders, while the other was a revered sect with a century of pristine reputation. Whom to believe was a matter of clarity. As for Hai Xiaohu, the child was inconsequential. Even if he knew the truth, it would hardly make a difference. Yet, the boy was astute enough to surrender the wealth of the Hai family to the Jinyui for his own safety, thus securing his position. Though the Jinyui could not rival the 6 major sects, they were not to be underestimated. The sects would not engage in a battle over a mere child against the Jinyui. The 6 major sects will turn their attention to you once they have dealt with the Qimei Tower, Qin Wuyo remarked with a faint smile. He had no desire to explain. With his mastery of the absorbing technique, he would inevitably become a thorn in many a side. And the 6 sects only hastened this process. Being at the center of controversy and burdened by blood debts was of little concern to him. In fact, the more adversaries sought him out, the more it pleased him. He need not seek trouble, as it would come to him unbidden. He then turned his gaze to the leader of the Jiaolong gang, who gripped his treasured blade tightly, knowing full well the depths of Qin Wuyo and Appo's strength. He unleashed his full cultivation, exuding a formidable aura that shook the Sangjiang River. The waters trembled in response to his blade and Appo's energy, stirring tumultuous waves as he proclaimed, I have lived on the Sangjiang since I was 10. Alas, the world is harsh, and the weak cannot control their fate. Thus, I turned to martial arts, enduring 40 years of rigorous training to create the Sangjiang Blade Technique. This technique embodies the force of the Sangjiang waters, relentless and powerful. Since mastering it, no one has withstood my 20 moves. Today, you shall be the first to witness my full might. With that, he pivoted his blade and surged toward Qin Wuyo with incredible speed, his form causing the waters of the Sangjiang to follow, amplifying the power of his technique. The long blade sliced through the air, its momentum akin to the unending flow of the Sangjiang, each strike seamlessly connected in a relentless barrage. The force of each blow was like a rising tide, successive and overwhelming. Qin Wuyo realized that what he had previously seen from Gujiang was merely a single move of this Sangjiang blade technique. However, Gujiang had gained notoriety with just that single style. The complete Sangjiang blade technique sparked Qin Wuyo's curiosity, prompting him to observe the leader and Appo's movements closely. 9 layers of waves. The water flows ever on. The great wave washes the sand. The river tides are endless. The river and sea coalesce in clarity. The leader of the Jiaolong gang unleashed his technique, weaving an intricate web of blade light and water force that rendered evasion impossible. In the midst of his relentless strikes, the leader felt an unprecedented exhilaration. His technique flowed more smoothly than ever. Though I have ascended to the rank of Grandmaster, I have never revealed my true strength to outsiders. Qin Wuyo, I owe you my gratitude. This is the first time I have unleashed the Sanjiang blade technique without reservation. And now I comprehend its true power. He laughed heartily, but suddenly, 2 fingers shot forth, piercing through the intricate web of blade light to precisely trap the long blade in his grasp. In an instant, the overwhelming momentum of the blades and water was abruptly halted. The leader and Apos' smile froze, his pupils dilating in shock. Qin Wuyo smiled faintly. Strong? Just how strong are you? How can this be? The leader gasped, retreating swiftly, his eyes flickering with disbelief. How did you accomplish this? Humph. Your technique is commendable, yet merely commendable. The Sanjiang blade technique consists of 9 moves. After executing all 9, you will repeat the 4th move and amp. Apos, the river tides are endless and amp. Apos, to transition back to the 1st. Then cycle through to the 9th, endlessly. However, during the transition from the 4th back to the 1st, there exists a brief pause, though concealed within the endless momentum. I discerned it quite easily, Qin Wuyo remarked with a serene smile. The leader and Apos' scalp prickled. The technique he had spent decades perfecting was laid bare before this extraordinary individual. How could such a prodigy exist in this world? It was unfathomable. Clutching his blade, he launched another assault with the Sanjiang blade technique, unleashing an even more ferocious wave of blade energy. Yet, Qin Wuyo merely shook his head. I have lost interest in your technique. With that, he slowly drew the Tianwu sword. In an instant, a torrent of sword energy erupted forth, exuding an overwhelming pressure akin to divine wrath. At that moment, Qin Wuyo transformed into an unparalleled sword immortal. Under the might of his sword energy, the relentless waters could not approach him, and with a single sweep of his sword, he cleaved through the vast currents, severing the leader's hand that gripped the blade. The leader could hardly believe his eyes. What sword technique is this? The Tianwu sword technique. You have indeed uncovered the secrets hidden within the Tianwu sword, inheriting the legacy of the legendary figure Lu Yunxiao from 3 centuries past. The leader gazed at Qin Wuyo, despair flickering in his eyes, as though witnessing the rise of a future celestial being. Qin Wuyo shook his head slightly. Lu Yunxiao, he is far beneath me. With that, he sheathed the Tianwu sword, extending his claw-like fingers. The leader, having lost an arm and with sword energy invading his body, found his meridians and organs severely damaged, leaving him devoid of any capacity for resistance. As Qin Wuyo grasped his head, the leader's martial energy was gradually drained, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Having absorbed the essence of a grandmaster, Qin Wuyo felt invigorated. Only a thin veil separated him from the pinnacle of grandmaster mastery. He glanced at the remaining members of the Jiaolong gang, a glint of brilliance in his eyes as he said, Gentlemen, assist me with a favor. Lend me your martial energy for a moment. With that, he reached out a hand, employing his absorption technique. One by one, the fleeing members of the Jiaolong gang were drawn before him. Their martial prowess was utterly depleted, and in that moment, Qin Wuyo shattered the final barrier, successfully attaining the pinnacle of grandmaster mastery. Chapter 29, The Actions of Xiao Jin. Arrival at the capital. In the harbor of the Jiaolong gang, flames blazed fiercely, causing the dock to disintegrate and sink beneath the water, dragging down the gang members into the depths of the river. Meanwhile, Qin Wuyo, having attained the pinnacle of mastery, felt an overwhelming surge of vital energy within him, a smile gracing his face. Mastery at its peak. Ah, this is the power of perfection. Indeed, splendid. After savoring the potency within, he found a small boat in the dock and set off towards the capital, following the course of the Song River. Behind him, the once feared Jiaolong gang, notorious for its deeds along the river, had met its demise, reduced to wreckage beneath the waters. In the capital of Daqian, within the residence of the second prince, a young man clad in fine garments leisurely sipped tea. This dashing youth exuded an air of nobility. He was none other than Xiao Jin, the second prince, the only royal capable of contending with the crown prince for the throne. Yet, of late, his spirits were not high. Competing for the throne was an endeavor fraught with expense. Navigating relationships, winning over officials, and recruiting skilled allies all demanded substantial funds. His monthly allowance was insufficient, and legitimate business ventures yielded returns too slow for his needs, prompting him to discreetly manage several illicit money sources. While these dealings were unsavory, he remained unconcerned as long as the funds flowed swiftly. However, one of his money sources, the Black Dragon Village, had recently been dismantled. He had traced the culprit, the notorious Qin Wuyo, who had recently stirred the martial world. Reports indicated that Qin had met with his brother, the Crown Prince, during a covert visit, seemingly enjoying a pleasant conversation. Could it be that the Crown Prince had recruited him? Xiao Jin mused. As he contemplated sending someone to further engage with Qin Wuyo, a figure burst into the hall, a subordinate sent to demand funds from the Jiaolong gang, and one of his most capable aides. Yet, this aide bore a pallor of distress. Your Highness, it's dire. Qin Wuyo has stormed the Jiaolong gang. They have been utterly obliterated, Zhang Yi reported. Xiao Jin could no longer remain seated. He rose abruptly. What? Even the Jiaolong gang has fallen? First the Black Dragon Village, now the Jiaolong gang. This cannot be mere coincidence. Qin Wuyo is deliberately opposing me. He recalled the Crown Prince and Apos, encounter with Qin Wuyo. His gaze growing icy. He must have been recruited by my brother. Otherwise, why would he annihilate both the Black Dragon Village and the Jiaolong gang? Wiping out my financial resources? This is clearly the Crown Prince using Qin Wuyo to undermine me. Well, Xiao Yu and Qin Wuyo. Xiao Jin ground his teeth in frustration, shattering the cup in his grasp. Your Highness, Qin Wuyo's strength is formidable, at least a master. If he is intent on targeting us, we have no one capable of standing against him. Unless Mr. He can intervene, Zhang Yi said. My teacher is my greatest asset. I cannot reveal him lightly, Xiao Jin replied, shaking his head. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, you must go in person to the Qimei Tower. Your Highness wishes to enlist the Qimei Tower to deal with Qin Wuyo? Precisely. The Qimei Tower is reputed to have taken down masters before. They would be the most fitting to handle Qin Wuyo, Xiao Jin declared. Zhang Yi nodded slightly. I shall attend to it at once. At the docks of the capital. Amidst bustling merchant ships, a small boat approached from afar, drawing the astonished gazes of onlookers. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What? There are no other docks or harbors within 100 miles of the Tsang River. How did this small boat arrive? Given the tumultuous waters. How did it traverse the river? This is astonishing. As the curious crowd watched, Qin Wuyo maneuvered his small boat to dock, stepping onto solid ground. He turned to a foreman supervising dock workers and smiled calmly. This small boat is a gift for you. Without waiting for a response, he departed. Upon reaching the city gates, Qin Wuyo gazed with enthusiasm at the ancient city before him. This millennia-old capital had witnessed numerous dynastic changes, serving as the heart of each era. The city had stood for over 1,000 years. Entering the capital, Qin Wuyo was greeted by bustling streets filled with throngs of people and a cacophony of vehicles. The streets were lined with shops, brimming with life. After a brief exploration, he remained focused on his purpose, to dismantle the Qimei Tower. However, the vastness of the capital made locating it no simple task. He couldn't just ask any passerby. Ordinary folk would hardly know where the Qimei Tower resided. Rubbing his chin and feeling his stomach, he decided to seek a place to dine first. A full meal would provide the strength necessary for his endeavor. If anyone were to overhear this, they might wonder at his audacity. Could one simply feast and then take down the Qimei Tower? The most renowned establishment in the capital was the Qianjin Tower. As the name suggested, a meal there could cost a fortune, if one could afford it. The Qianjin Tower could procure any delicacy, attracting many nobles and dignitaries. Qin Wuyo arrived, believing this might yield the clues he sought. The attentive waiter, having served countless affluent guests, recognized the exceptional demeanor of Qin Wuyo, though he was unfamiliar with his face. Ah, sir, you seem new here. Would you like me to recommend our signature dishes? The waiter offered eagerly. Certainly, Qin Wuyo replied. We'll have the 8 treasure gourd duck and the emerald jade soup. After placing his order, he added, serve the dishes as they are ready, but for the wine, bring me a chilled jug of your finest grape brew. Served in white jade cups. Oh, a connoisseur, I see. I shall fetch it at once. The waiter exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. The exquisite brew was quite costly, worth more than the entire meal Qin Wuyo ordered. Soon, the table was laden with food and drink. As he dined, observing the well-dressed nobles and their lively conversations, he pondered how to connect with the Qimei Tower. Suddenly, 2 figures caught his eye, clad in fly-fish uniforms and armed with long sabers. They were distinctly members of the Jinyue, 2 ranked at the level of Qinhu. Within the Jinyue, this rank was already quite elevated, second only to the Jinfu and the commanders. Seeing them, Qin Wuyo felt a spark of realization. How could he have been so foolish? In the capital, who possessed the most insightful information? It would undoubtedly be the Jinyue, known for overseeing officials and controlling the martial world. They must know the whereabouts of the Qimei Tower. With a smile, he drained his cup of grape brew, dismissing the 2 Jinyue from his mind. This was the capital. He had no fear of locating the Jinyue. The headquarters of the Jinyue was just ahead. He could visit any time. Chapter 30. To the Town Protector and Appo's office. A daunting presence at the Town Protector and Appo's office. Qin Wuyi was indulging in food and drink. The 2 captains of the Imperial Guards were also present for the same purpose. Being members of the Imperial Guards, they often mingled with danger, navigating the perilous line between life and death. Thus, they had developed the habit of scanning their surroundings upon entering any place. And in this instance, they spotted Qin Wuyi seated by the window. In that fleeting moment, their pupils constricted and their bodies tensed. Exchanging a glance, they feigned nonchalance and chose a spot to sit down, their fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, a form of covert communication akin to Morse code. What was happening? How could Qin Wuyi suddenly appear in the royal capital? They were unaware. This individual was formidable and bore a heavy burden of bloodshed. His presence in the royal capital would undoubtedly stir a tempest of chaos. No, they must return to report to the commander. It would be unwise to act impulsively and risk alerting him to their awareness of his arrival. They decided to finish their meal and return promptly. Though the 2 captains maintained an air of indifference, their rigid posture and the instinctive placement of hands on their blades did not escape Qin Wuyi's notice. Were they on guard against him? It appeared they had recognized him. Indeed, if they had not, he would question their ability to assist him in locating the elusive Qimei Tower. The two captains quickly finished their meal and departed from the restaurant, hastening back to the town protector's office. There, the Imperial Guards were bustling about, a veritable gathering of elite fighters. Undeniably one of the most fortified locations in the martial world, regardless of their skill level. Even the most adept masters would think twice before recklessly entering the town protector's office. The two captains, their expressions urgent, hurried back, prompting curiosity among the Imperial Guards they encountered. Why were the two gentlemen in such a rush? Where were the town protector and the commander? They were in the main hall conducting business. Quick, take us there. What has transpired? Qin Wui has appeared in the royal capital. What? That newly ascended celestial-level figure. The Imperial Guard was taken aback, swiftly leading the two to the main hall. In the grand hall of the town protector and Oppo's office, the highest-ranking officers of the Imperial Guards, the commander and two town protectors, were convened. All three were contemporary masters of their craft. Notably, Commander Chen Yun had once carved a name for himself in the martial world of Deqian, wielding a blade that earned him the moniker Overlord Blade. His exploits were still the subject of admiration. Some claimed he had already ascended to the level of a master, though the specifics remained uncertain. The two town protectors were no less remarkable. One, named Li Luo, was a master of the long sword with a style that was both cunning and lethal, likened to a spirit serpent, earning him the title Spirit Serpent Sword. The other, Jin Xinshi, eschewed weapons but was renowned for his unparalleled fist and foot techniques, dubbed Iron Fist Invincible. In terms of cultivation, the two town protectors were nearly equal, both standing at the precipice of mastery. At that moment, the two captains entered the hall, their expressions tense as they sought to report on Qin Wui's presence, only to be met with the sudden shift in demeanor of the three dignitaries, whose gazes were fixed intently behind them. A chill ran through their hearts as they turned to look. There, on the ease behind them, stood a figure draped in a flowing black robe, seemingly at ease, observing the scene below with an air of indifference. The two captains' pupils dilated. Qin Wui. He had been following them all along, and they had been utterly oblivious. Commander, one captain began to explain, but Qin Yun waved his hand, signaling for silence. He led the two town protectors outside. Addressing Qin Wui with a calm demeanor, Brother Qin, what brings you to our town protector and Oppo's office unexpectedly? Qin Wui smiled slightly, gracefully descending. As he touched the ground, hundreds of Imperial Guards had already converged, weapons drawn, as though bracing for battle. Among them were many elite fighters, and even those at the innate level. Yet, none dared to underestimate the situation. Ordinary martial artists may have heard whispers of Qin Wui's notorious reputation but were largely unaware of the full extent of his heinous deeds. The Imperial Guards, skilled in gathering intelligence, were acutely aware of the capabilities he possessed, the ability to absorb martial power, at least at the master level, and potentially inheriting the legacy of the legendary figure Lu Yunxiao. Regardless of the scenario, such factors warranted their utmost vigilance. This is quite an intimidating array, Qin Wui remarked with a faint smile, appearing unperturbed despite the tension surrounding him. Qin Yun chuckled, your renown in the martial world is formidable, Brother Qin. Thus, I must exercise caution. Now, please reveal your purpose. Qimei Tower, Qin Wui stated. What do you mean by that? I wish to uncover the whereabouts of Qimei Tower's stronghold. May I inquire, Brother Qin, what is your intent in seeking Qimei Tower? Are you seeking their assistance in carrying out a kill, or are you planning to eliminate them? I seek to kill. There is no need for intermediaries. Then you intend to confront the people of Qimei Tower directly? Qin Yun pondered for a moment, then instructed, send word to Zhang Xiaojing. Understood. Zhang Xiaojing was the only Imperial Guard who had previously engaged with Qin Wui. Recently, he had returned to the royal capital to report to Qin Wui and was currently on leave. Summoned to the town protector's office, he felt a sense of unease upon witnessing the tense atmosphere, with hundreds of guards encircling the main hall. What is happening? Has someone dared to cause trouble at the town protector's office? Upon arriving, he was met with an unforgettable sight, Qin Wui. An inkling of understanding washed over him as he approached Chen Yun and bowed. I pay my respects to the esteemed commander, Zhang Xiaojing, from this day forth. You shall serve as a 100-man captain of the Imperial Guards. Brother Qin wishes to pay a visit to Qimei Tower, and you will assist him in this endeavor. This. Certainly. Zhang Xiaojing readily agreed. Being promoted to a 100-man captain was fortuitous for him. Simultaneously, he felt both trepidation and curiosity regarding Qin Wui. Qin Wui observed Chen Yun's actions with a subtle smile. Ah, so you have summoned someone to keep an eye on me? Not at all. It is merely that Brother Qin is new to the royal capital and may encounter aspects he is unfamiliar with. I have asked Zhang Xiaojing to provide assistance, which should alleviate some of your burdens, Chen Yun replied with a calm smile. Very well, I shall accept your gracious offer. Qin Wui nodded slightly and glanced at Zhang Xiaojing. Since parting ways at Black Dragon Stronghold, he did not expect to meet again. For these next few days, you shall serve as my guide in the royal capital. Brother Qin is too kind. Let us proceed. Qin Wui turned and walked towards the entrance of the town protector's office, where the Imperial Guards instinctively parted to clear a path. Once he stepped outside, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, cold sweat had already drenched the backs of many present, despite the absence of any overt conflict. and the fact that he merely stood there, he exuded an intangible pressure that was profoundly unsettling. Was this the might of a master? Chapter 31. The common people as sheep, the Jinhui as dogs. Is the commander really going to let Qin Wuyo leave just like that? Asked the inspector Li Luo. Gazing at Chen Yun, Chen Yun rolled his eyes in response. What do you propose we do? Fight him here? Reduce the entire inspectorate to ruins? That would be detrimental to us. Is he truly that formidable? Li Luo inquired solemnly. He was aware of Qin Wuyo's great strength, yet the specifics eluded him, for he had not yet reached the level of a master. Chen Yun took a deep breath. It's no wonder you cannot perceive it. After all, you have yet to step into the realm of masters. I can only say this. With my abilities, I could contend with hundreds of Jinhui inside and outside the inspectorate. But to kill me? That is impossible. However, from Qin Wuyo, I sensed a feeling of impending death. It told me that if he wished to kill me, I would be helpless. At this revelation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, that is terrifying. But that is not the most frightening aspect. Chen Yun continued nonchalantly. In this martial world, few possess the capability to take my life. But there are a handful, such as the old man of Tianshan from the Tianshan sect, the Grand Elder of the Jinchuan Sword sect, and the Elder of the Yuxiao Dao. However, these individuals are the pillars of their prestigious sects. They represent not only themselves, but their entire factions. As the commander of the Jinhui, I represent the court, and they generally do not dare to act against me lightly. After all, severing ties with the court brings them no benefit, unless they are willing to forsake their entire sect and abandon their thousands of followers. But Qin Wuyo is different. After betraying the Qin family, he is a solitary figure. A master warrior, unencumbered by attachments, is truly terrifying because he possesses no vulnerabilities, no weaknesses. Chen Yun's words sent chills down the spines of those present. Indeed, in this world, individuals invariably have their ties, which weave a complex web of relationships. Pulling on one thread affects the whole. Even the renowned masters of the martial world are no exception. They may possess great strength and could kill Chen Yun. Yet should they choose to sever ties with the court's armies would come to hunt them down. While they might survive, what are their sects? Can every member be a master? But Qin Wuyo is different. Alone and unrestrained, he is free to act as he pleases. Such a person is the most formidable. Moreover, engaging him in battle here brings us no advantage. Conversely, if he wishes to deal with the Qimei Tower, we could assist him. This would not only foster goodwill, but would also eliminate the Qimei Tower's nefarious activities, which blatantly disregard the law, committing murder and mayhem in the capital. It is time they were uprooted. Chen Yun stated matter-of-factly. Dismantling the Qimei Tower would also serve as an achievement for me as the commander. Your wisdom is unmatched, commander. How else would I hold the title of commander? Chen Yun chuckled. Meanwhile, as Qin Wuyo departed the inspectorate, Zhang Xiaojing followed closely behind, appearing somewhat anxious. They arrived at a tea stall where Qin Wuyo sat down, intending to enjoy a couple of cups of tea. Zhang Xiaojing took a seat opposite him, his body tense. Relax, Qin Wuyo said lightly. I won't harm you. Or are you afraid I might absorb your cultivation? He was aware that his technique of absorption could not remain hidden for much longer. The Jinhui must have discovered it by now. Thus, he chose not to conceal it. Zhang Xiaojing's pupils constricted upon hearing this, and he swallowed hard. Is there truly a technique in this world capable of absorbing someone's cultivation? There exists the Blood Yuan Demon technique which can siphon a person's essence. Why then could there not be a technique for absorbing cultivation? It is not the same. The Blood Yuan Demon technique has numerous side effects, and it cannot allow an ordinary person to become a master in such a short time. Your understanding of martial arts is rather limited, thus you cannot grasp the profound nature of the absorption technique. However, many in the martial world share your ignorance. Qin Wuyo remarked as he sipped his tea. Zhang Xiaojing hesitated before asking, will you continue to absorb? Yes. Qin Wuyo replied without hesitation. Your actions will inevitably make you an enemy of the martial world. That is of no consequence. Opposing the entire martial world, you stand no chance of victory. Then you shall wait and see, Qin Wuyo replied, refusing to engage in further argument. Zhang Xiaojing pondered for a moment before questioning. Why did you not absorb my power back at Hailangzai? Nor did you act in the inspectorate? Was it because you feared you were not my match? To be candid, out of the hundreds of Jinhui in your inspectorate, aside from Chen Yun, I regard the rest as inconsequential. The reason I refrained from acting was solely that I intended to deal with the Qimei Tower first. Additionally, I once was a businessman, you know. In business, one must not only focus on immediate gains, but must also look towards the future. What do you mean? I can absorb the cultivation of anyone. But the martial world is vast. Though warriors are numerous, if I were to absorb without restraint, one day the path of martial arts would be severed. And at that point, I would have no purpose. Where do warriors originate? They emerge from the masses, evolving from countless ordinary people. Your Jinhui, by exerting control over the martial world, ensure that warriors do not kill indiscriminately, thus safeguarding the lives of most ordinary people. As long as ordinary lives continue, the path of martial arts will flourish, giving rise to more powerful warriors for my growth, Qin Wuyo explained calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaojing's pupils trembled slightly. He had finally grasped Qin Wuyo's intent. You wish to regard the common people as sheep, while the Jinyui serve as your chosen shepherd dogs. Am I correct in this interpretation? Zhang Xiaojing's voice quivered slightly. Qin Wuyo smiled faintly. Clever. This is what you call foresight. You are indeed excessively arrogant. It is difficult to find anyone in this world who could rival your arrogance. To regard the common people as sheep and the Jinyui as dogs. Such rhetoric and behavior transcend mere arrogance. I shall take that as a compliment. Qin Wuyo replied nonchalantly, finishing his tea in one gulp. Tonight, take me to the Qimei Tower. Is there any issue with that? None. Also, be sure to inform your commander that he wishes for me to help dismantle the Qimei Tower. I am willing to fulfill his request. So let him prepare for action as well. I wish to see the capabilities of your Jinyui in controlling the martial world, Qin Wuyo stated coolly. He was not blind to Qin Yun's intention of utilizing him to eliminate the Qimei Tower. Likewise, he sought to employ the Jinyui to locate the Qimei Tower and uproot it entirely. After all, there were countless individuals within the Qimei Tower, and even with his strength, it was improbable that he could eliminate them all single-handedly. Thus, he needed the manpower of the Jinyui. All right, I understand, Zhang Xiaojing nodded. He was no fool and could surmise Qin Yun's intentions to some extent. As he stepped out of the tea stall, observing the bustling street, he knew that tonight the capital would face a storm of blood and chaos, heralding a momentous upheaval. Chapter 32. To slay Qin Wuyo. A reward of 10,000 taels of gold. In the stillness of night, with the moon hanging high and a gentle breeze whispering through the air, the capital city imposed a curfew, forbidding the common folk from wandering the streets. Yet, on the opposite side of the city, a lively scene unfolded at the ghost market. Reminiscent of the one Qin Wuyo had encountered before. Here, the dealings were largely clandestine, but unlike its underground counterpart, this ghost market flourished in a designated urban area. Surrounded by winding streets, this locale was shrouded in secrecy, embedded with the principles of the Bagua formation. Without a knowledgeable guide, ordinary individuals would find themselves utterly lost, and many had met their demise due to the traps laid within the market over the years. Consequently, the ghost market became a source of eerie tales among the citizens, rumored to be a gathering place for phantoms and wicked spirits, a domain of malevolent demons. Indeed, the reputation was not unfounded. Those who frequented this place were far from virtuous, particularly the infamous Qimei Tower, which instilled fear in the hearts of many. Accompanied by Zhang Xiaojing, Qin Wuyo arrived at this den of iniquity, clad not in the conspicuous attire of the Jinyui, but in plain clothes and a mask, aware that the striking garb would draw unwanted attention in the ghost market. Qin Wuyo, however, was unfazed by the potential scrutiny, boldly revealing his true identity. Should he be targeted, it mattered little to him. As they made their way to Qimei Tower, several ill-advised individuals attempted to challenge him, only to have their cultivation drained by his prowess. This was Zhang Xiaojing's first close encounter with the art of absorption, and despite his anticipation, he was still taken aback. He could scarcely fathom the turmoil that would ensue were such a technique to spread through the martial world. Can others learn this technique? He inquired, curiosity piqued. Qin Wuyo replied nonchalantly. All techniques are created for learning, yet the difficulty varies. This art of absorption is no exception. But only those with exceptional insight and aptitude can comprehend it. Beyond myself, I doubt there is another in Deqian capable of mastering it. This conviction bolstered his confidence in revealing the absorption technique. He required martial artists to come to him willingly, allowing him to siphon their abilities. Even should he openly share the principles behind the technique, he believed few would succeed in mastering it. Most crucially, this art was tailored to his unique physique. Without such a body, any attempts to learn would yield diminished results. Thus, only Qin Wuyo, the creator, could wield the technique to its fullest potential. Zhang Xiaojing pondered this, uncertain of his own beliefs. Yet, Qin Wuyo paid little heed to his doubts. Even if Zhang harbored covetous thoughts about the technique, it was of no concern to him, for he could extinguish Zhang's life with a mere finger. Arriving at Qimei Tower, Zhang Xiaojing guided Qin Wuyo into a dimly lit cluster of pavilions where figures donning ghostly masks passed to and fro. These were the assassins of Qimei Tower. Zhang had previously briefed Qin Wuyo on the hierarchy among the assassins: Black Mask, Silver Mask, Gold Mask, and the highest rank, Blood Mask. In Qimei Tower, Gold Mask assassins ranged from the initial stages of innate cultivation to its zenith, while Blood Mask assassins were invariably at the peak of innate mastery, with some even reaching the master level. Including the tower's master, there were 5 Blood Mask assassins, with an additional 20 or 30 Gold Mask assassins. Such formidable prowess explained why the Jinyui, despite their desire to eradicate Qimei Tower, had consistently found themselves outmatched. How prepared are you, Jinyui? Zhang Xiaojing asked. Our operatives are already within the ghost market. Once you enter Qimei Tower, we will encircle the area and ensure no one escapes. Excellent. Qin Wuyo replied with a casual smile, striding confidently towards Qimei Tower. Within Qimei Tower, the master was entertaining a distinguished guest, Zhang Yi. Observing the box of gold Zhang had brought, the master understood that they were dealing with a significant patron, one who sought to eliminate a formidable adversary. Here are 100,000 taels of gold. I require you to kill a man, Zhang Yi stated matter-of-factly. Who? The master of the Tianwu sword, Qin Wuyo. Qin Wuyo. The notorious villain stirring chaos in the martial world? The master's interest piqued. Indeed, even if Zhang Yi had not approached him, he had contemplated dealing with Qin Wuyo, for the Tianwu sword was a coveted treasure among martial artists, including the tower master himself. Rest assured, Qimei Tower will accept this commission, the master declared confidently. He ordered his informants to gather intelligence, demanding to know Qin Wuyo's whereabouts within 3 days. At that moment, a gold mask assassin rushed to the master, reporting, "Master, Qin Wuyo has entered Qimei Tower." Well, the master mused. He arrives at our doorstep after I just issued the order? This man is either exceptionally bold or walking the path to his own demise. I advise you not to underestimate him, Zhang Yi cautioned. Fear not. I am well aware of the stakes. Qimei Tower has never failed in a commission. The master exuded confidence. He continued, let us not alarm the prey. Observe what Qin Wuyo seeks within Qimei Tower. Inform Jin Foam, Bloodblade, Soul Hook, and Meteor Sword to be on standby. In his estimation, those who came to Qimei Tower were invariably seeking to engage in lethal transactions. He intended to converse with Qin Wuyo first, lowering his guard before striking decisively. However, another gold mask assassin rushed in, exclaiming, Master, Qin Wuyo has begun a massacre within Qimei Tower. The master furrowed his brow, incredulous. Had this man lost his senses? Did he not realize where he was? Send the order, a bounty of 10,000 taels of gold for the slayer of Qin Wuyo. This was Qimei Tower, a sanctuary for assassins. No one understood the art of killing better than they did. To unleash violence within these walls was the act of a madman. Within Qimei Tower, chaos erupted as blood flowed freely. Upon entering, Qin Wuyo encountered several assassins attempting to block his path. Without hesitation, he unsheathed the Tianwu sword. And in a flash of light, the feet of the assassins were severed from their bodies, cries of agony resonating through the air. The assassins, their pupils dilating in fear, gazed upon Qin Wuyo, just as the master's command rang out. The slayer of Qin Wuyo shall be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold. Chapter 33, The Cruel Slaughter. Even the assassins consider him a psychopath. Whoever kills Qin Wuyo shall be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold. The moment these words were uttered, the eyes of numerous assassins lit up. They gazed at Qin Wuyo as if he were a mountain of gold. 10,000 taels was enough for them to live the rest of their lives without a care. Why did they become assassins? Simply for the quick money. And now, if they completed this job, they could retire immediately. How could they possibly resist? As for Qin Wuyo's strength, they were well aware. He was formidable, truly unfathomable. But this was the Qimei Tower, their territory. Here, how could they allow him to escape? They rushed together. He was but one man. How could he stand against all of them? In the realm of murder, who could rival the Qimei Tower? Indeed, facing the swarm of assassins, Qin Wuyo nodded slightly. With a smile, he remarked, it's true what they say about assassins. Your courage is commendable. He stood his ground, allowing the assassins' attacks to come at him. As the attacks reached within 3 feet of Qin Wuyo's aura, they all halted midair, unable to advance further. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of sword light swept through. The blade sliced through the assassins' knees with ease, severing their feet as if they were mere vegetables. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the assassins fell to the ground. Screaming in agony, rolling as blood gushed from beneath them, staining the earth crimson. The air quickly filled with the acrid scent of blood. Kill. However, what appeared to be a horrifying scene to ordinary people seemed almost mundane to the assassins. They were unperturbed. They thrived on the edge of death. If they couldn't withstand this level of stimulation, how could they make a living? Ignoring the gruesome sight before them, their minds were consumed by the vision of 10,000 taels of gold. One after another, they charged at Qin Wuyo, intent on employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers to defeat him. Qin Wuyo smiled faintly, wielding the Tianwu sword, his aura shielding him. Stepping into the midst of the assassins with an air of tranquility, he brandished his sword with elegance and composure, his movements ethereal and elusive, rendering their defenses futile. The sword energy radiated forth, sometimes like a shooting star slicing through the night sky, dazzling. At other times, it resembled a wild tempest, fierce and unrelenting. And at times, it fell like a torrential downpour, powerful and ceaseless. Wherever he went, the only sounds were the cries of the wounded. The assassins found themselves dismembered, collapsing to the ground. Gradually, fear crept into their gazes directed at Qin Wuyo. Despite their numbers, they remained unharmed, while he effortlessly severed their limbs as if they were mere vegetables. And he did not kill them, allowing their pained cries to echo around him. Most chilling of all was the sight of Qin Wuyo, laughing as he slaughtered them. That laughter was genuine, as if they were nothing more than a delightful tonic for him. They had taken countless lives, yet they had never encountered such a twisted individual. This man did not regard them as human. He was treating them like cabbages. This monster. Why did he not kill them outright? Why did he merely sever their limbs? Could it be any clearer? He was torturing them. He relished the sounds of their suffering and struggles, which to him must have been the most exquisite symphony. Even seasoned killers recognized Qin Wuyo as a psychopath, underscoring the extent of his impact on them. Suddenly, a masked assassin launched himself at Qin Wuyo from behind. Wielding a sword with unparalleled sharpness, akin to a white rainbow piercing the sun, Qin Wuyo extended 2 fingers effortlessly to catch the blade, then flicked his fingers, shattering the sword. The fragments were propelled back, pulverizing the assailant's feet. A pinnacle innate assassin, utterly defenseless against Qin Wuyo. At that moment, a new wave of masked assassins surged forth, all of them innate warriors, brandishing an array of weapons and martial arts. Qin Wuyo regarded them with a smile. Excellent. Very good. He was thoroughly pleased with the number of innate fighters present. This trip to the Qimei Tower was certainly worthwhile. As the gold-masked assassins attacked with their various martial arts, Qin Wuyo showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he took the initiative, using the Tianwu sword to dismantle their techniques, severing their limbs one by one. One sword breaks a myriad of laws. At that moment, those 5 words were perfectly exemplified. In no time, 22 gold-masked assassins lay on the ground, wailing, indistinguishable from the average assassins. The others were filled with dread. How could so many gold-masked assassins be dispatched with such ease? Was this man truly invincible? Suddenly, a cold glimmer appeared, hurtling towards Qin Wuyo with incredible speed. The gleam was sharp, akin to a star. It was a sword. Cold and merciless, swift as a meteor. Sensing the power within the strike, Qin Wuyo deduced that the assailant's cultivation was at least that of a half-step master. This blow was cunning and rapid. Even an ordinary master might struggle to withstand it. But alas, the target was Qin Wuyo. He extended his fingers to catch the sword. Employing his iron finger technique, his fingers were harder than steel. He discerned the attacker's identity, a thin man clad in a blood-red mask. Upon seeing his sword so easily caught, the assassin's pupils constricted, and he channeled all his true energy into the blade, thrusting with all his might. Yet the sword merely bent, unable to advance further towards Qin Wuyo. Ah, the blood-masked assassin has finally appeared. Qin Wuyo smiled. Suddenly, 3 powerful auras erupted around him. 3 assassins donned in blood-colored masks attacked simultaneously. One wielded a soul hook aimed for Qin Wuyo's neck, another brandished a blood-red long knife that pierced the air, emitting a ghostly wail as if a malevolent spirit resided within the blade. The last was a woman, who did not approach but instead hurled a golden dart infused with potent true energy, capable of even breaching a master's protective aura. The onslaught was akin to a cataclysm, sending chills down the spine. Even a master would likely perish under such an assault. Yet Qin Wuyo remained calm and smiled. Then, a torrent of true energy erupted from him, sweeping across the surroundings. The golden dart was deflected, and the 2 gold-masked assassins felt the overwhelming pressure of his true energy, sent flying away. They gazed at Qin Wuyo in terror, disbelief evident in their eyes. How is this possible? Such immense true energy, you must be at the later stage of a master. Only a master at that level could unleash such power, forcing their 4 blood-masked assassins to retreat in an instant. With a grin, Qin Wuyo remarked, who knows? Chapter 34. The Master of the Qimei Building Strikes. Confronted by the seemingly late-stage Grandmaster Qin Wuyo, the 4 notorious blood-masked assassins hesitated to make their move. However, Qin Wuyo regarded them with a faint smile, calmly articulating their names. Jin Feng, the sole female assassin among them, adept in various concealed weapons, having successfully eliminated 12 innate-level warriors. Li Hongou, wielding a soul-snatching hook, coupled with her unique and deadly technique, had claimed the lives of 17 innate-level fighters, including a revered figure in the martial world for decades, Lu Xingjian. Known for his rapid strikes, had dispatched 16 innate-level adversaries and was rumored to have engaged the leader of the Jinchuan sword sect and lived to tell the tale. Finally, Xue Dao, whose sinister blade techniques were accompanied by ghostly wails that disoriented foes, had successfully assassinated 2 half-step grandmasters. Moreover, their collaboration had led to the demise of 3 grandmasters. Such formidable achievements indeed spoke volumes of their prowess, justifying the fear they instilled throughout the martial realm. Qin Wuyo recounted the backgrounds of the 4 assassins, information undoubtedly gathered by the Jinyue. Yet, despite possessing intelligence, the Jinyue could do little against the Qimei building, merely relaying the information to Qin Wuyo in hopes it would aid him. Your understanding of us is commendable. Alas, such knowledge will not grant you safe passage from the Qimei building. Though you may be a late-stage grandmaster, if we unite our efforts, you will find it challenging to withstand our assault, not to mention the hundreds of assassins surrounding you. Do you truly believe you can endure? Li Hongou remarked coolly. Qin Wuyo merely smiled, beckoning with a flick of his finger. The assassins did not advance. Seeing this, he stepped forward. At that very moment, Jin Feng sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of concealed weapons aimed at every corner around Qin Wuyo. A protective aura enveloped Qin Wuyo, effortlessly deflecting all the projectiles, rendering them harmless. In truth, I possess a modicum of expertise in concealed weaponry as well, Qin Wuyo stated with a slight smile, then struck the ground with his palm. The scattered projectiles were sent soaring into the air, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he transformed them into a flurry of lethal projectiles. Resembling a blossoming lotus in the air, Tian En Sanhua, heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Jin Feng's pupils constricted. This technique, while foundational in concealed weaponry, was executed by Qin Wuyo with a terrifying power that seemed to transmute the mundane into the miraculous. The rain of projectiles locked onto her, leaving her no avenue for escape. Then I shall block it, Jin Feng cried, raising her hand to unleash her own Tian in Sanhua, releasing her own volley of concealed weapons. Yet she overlooked a critical fact, the insurmountable disparity in their cultivation levels. Though both employed the same technique, the efficacy varied drastically. Qin Wuyo's projectiles obliterated hers, striking her with brutal force and leaving her grievously wounded, collapsing to the ground, bloodied and battered from her own favored technique. Having suffered a devastating blow, Li Hungo roared, launching her soul-snatching hook towards Qin Wuyo, targeting his midsection as if to rip his entrails from his body. Qin Wuyo, however, merely smiled, drawing his Tianwu sword to intercept the two prongs of the hook. With a deft twist, he exerted enough force to send the hook flying, and in a flash of sword light, blood sprayed forth as Li Hungo's hands were severed. In an instant, a streak of sword light, swift as lightning, darted towards Qin Wuyo's eyes. It was Lu Xingjian. Yet, Qin Wuyo caught the blade effortlessly. Lu Xingjian felt a surge of triumph, believing he had outsmarted his opponent. Infusing his sword with energy, he unleashed a wave of sword chi from its tip. He had anticipated Qin Wuyo's move, but in a split second, Qin Wuyo evaded the oncoming chi with a mere tilt of his head. The sword chi instead struck one of the assassins behind him, piercing through with lethal precision. Ah, a commendable strike, yet you still lack speed, Qin Wuyo remarked with a smile, flicking his wrist to repel Lu Xingjian's sword. He then unleashed a tempest of strikes, executing 49 consecutive blows with such ferocity that Lu Xingjian could not muster any defense, leaving him marked with 49 deep lacerations. The final slash severed his legs completely. This is the Stormy Fury's 49 blades. Lu Xingjian recognized the technique. While notable among swift sword techniques, it paled in comparison to what he had previously mastered. To his utter dismay, he found himself bested by a style he had dismissed as trivial, utterly incapable of keeping pace with its execution. After dispatching Lu Xingjian, only Shui Dao remained among the blood-masked assassins. The sight of Qin Wuyo stirred an intense chill within him. The figure before him was akin to a demon. Defeating Jin Feng, the master of concealed weapons, and besting Lu Xingjian, he exuded an overwhelming prowess that transcended imagination, mastering an array of martial arts at an extraordinary level of proficiency. While most martial artists devote their energies to a single discipline, struggling to reach the pinnacle, Qin Wuyo, at such a young age and with unparalleled skill, embodied the very essence of a devil. Ah, and what of you? Qin Wuyo inquired with a faint smile. Advancing toward Shui Dao. Along his path, no assassin could withstand his approach. They all fell to the ground before him. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air behind him, followed by an eruption of fierce and tyrannical energy. Qin Wuyo raised his palm to meet the oncoming force. At the moment of impact, a torrent of energy surged forth, sending assassins flying and creating fissures in the ground beneath. Qin Wuyo regarded the figure before him, a man clad in black with a bloodied mask, and smiled gently. Late-stage Grandmaster. It seems you are the master of the Qimei building. The individual before him was undoubtedly the most formidable warrior he had encountered thus far. Master. At last. The master has arrived. The assassins' faces lit up upon seeing their leader, as if they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope in the depths of darkness. Chapter 35. Xinyun's Decision. Li Luo's Mistake. Upon the arrival of the Lord of the Qimei building, a glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the assassins, as though they had glimpsed a ray of light in the enveloping darkness. Qin Wui, observing the Lord of the Qimei building, suddenly recognized a familiar figure behind him, someone he had encountered at the headquarters of the Jiaolong gang. How intriguing. He felt a spark of curiosity about the identity of this figure cloaked in black. The moment the figure noticed him, they turned and swiftly departed. Yet, Qin Wui remained unconcerned. Outside, hundreds of Imperial guards surrounded the building, ensuring the figure could not escape. Now, let him savor the prowess of these assassins. Qin Wui, treating my Qimei assassins as mere vegetables to be sliced, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The Lord of the Qimei building scoffed, his internal energy surging to new heights. A torrent of dark energy erupted from him, emanating an aura that was chilling, sinister, and tyrannical as if it had emerged from the depths of the underworld. Underworld Palm. The Lord of the Qimei building bellowed, unleashing his energy to its utmost, as the force of the underworld palm bore down upon Qin Wui like a mountain. Outside the Qimei building, hundreds of Imperial guards encircled the premises, leaving no avenue for escape. They readied their bows, standing vigilant. Disturbing cries echoed from within the Qimei building, sending shivers down their spines. They witnessed assassins crawling out, their lower halves severed, invoking a profound sense of dread. They could scarcely fathom the massacre unfolding within the Qimei building. Demons, indeed, true demons. As they gazed at the fallen assassins within, writhing in agony, the fear of Qin Wui reached its zenith. Everyone, keep a sharp eye. Not a single soul must escape, commanded Qinyun coolly. At that moment, a figure burst through the entrance. It was Zhang Yi. Upon seeing him, Qinyun immediately ordered the archers to fire, forcing him back. Zhang Ye's countenance darkened, and he shouted, Qin Yun, do you know who I am? How dare you act against me? Whoever you are. No one shall leave the Qimei building tonight. Qin Yun replied indifferently. Humph, let us see if you can still say that after witnessing this. Zhang Yi brandished a token before Qin Yun. Upon seeing it, Qin Yun's pupils constricted. It was the token of the second prince's residence. Indicating Zhang Yi was a man of the second prince. The second prince, one of the most esteemed princes of the realm, could even rival the crown prince in political disputes. Naturally, one could not easily offend those associated with the second prince, lest they attract blame even from the imperial guards. Especially if the second prince were to ascend to power, retribution would surely follow. Realizing this, Qin Yun found himself in a predicament. However, he gritted his teeth and declared, Bold Qimei assassins, daring to impersonate the second prince's retainer, you deserve death. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, his fury boiling over. Impersonate. How many tasks had he performed for the second prince? Why would he need to impersonate anyone? Well, Qin Yun, you dare defy the second prince. Do you wish to lose your position as commander? Zhang Yi retorted angrily. Qin Yun scoffed. The imperial guards answer only to the emperor. Only his majesty has the authority to appoint or dismiss. Even the second prince lacks the power to remove me, let alone you. A cunning villain posing as the second prince's retainer. Zhang Ye's face darkened as he was labeled an impostor, and he turned on his heel, fleeing in another direction. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the Qimei building, where Inspector Li Luo was stationed, he commanded 100 imperial guards to secure the area. Suddenly, Zhang Yi appeared. Just as Li Luo was about to take action, Zhang Yi produced his token. Li Luo, I am a man under the second prince. Do you truly wish to go against him? Li Luo was taken aback. The second prince? Hesitation flickered across his face. Zhang Yi seized the opportunity. Li Luo, let me go. And the second prince will undoubtedly support your rise to the position of commander. Li Luo's heart stirred at this suggestion. Think about it, Li Luo. The power of the imperial guards to oversee officials and influence the martial world is immense. The position of commander, though merely a rank above the inspector, wields vastly different authority. Do you not wish to be that one who stands above all others? He whispered these words solely for Li Luo's ears, unnoticed by the other guards. Li Luo contemplated, a glimmer of determination sparking in his eyes. The notion of seizing a fortune through risk was not lost on him. If he could cultivate a favorable relationship with the second prince, it would greatly benefit his future career. With so many people inside the Qimei building, who would notice if he let one escape? Hurry, do not let anyone see, Li Luo commanded coolly. Zhang Yi smiled slightly. You are far more astute than Qin Yun. With that, he vanished swiftly. Li Luo turned to the other imperial guards and coldly stated, that man is not an assassin of the Qimei building. Letting him go poses no issue. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, you all must pretend you saw nothing, understood? Yes, Inspector. Although some guards harbored discontent, after all, they had been stationed here together, and should word leak of someone escaping, they would all face repercussions from the commander. To put it bluntly, Li Luo was gambling with their futures. Yet what could they do? Rank has its privileges, especially when Li Luo was several ranks above them. As for betraying him, that would be even more disastrous. If word got out, even if Li Luo faced consequences, they would be finished. No one would appreciate a subordinate who stabbed them in the back. The informer would find it impossible to survive in the imperial guards thereafter. Ultimately, as long as the higher-ups did not investigate, Li Luo would likely face no repercussions. They too would remain silent, fearing the consequences. Inside the Qimei building, the lord of the Qimei building unleashed a torrent of energy, the underworld palm crashing down with overwhelming force, causing the ground beneath Qin Wui to cave in. Meanwhile, Bloodblade, witnessing this, saw an opening behind Qin Wui and unleashed a formidable strike. Die! The blade surged with a fierce, blood-red energy, akin to opening the gates of hell. Sensing the deadly strike approaching from behind, Qin Wui deftly maneuvered his palm, redirecting the lord of the Qimei building's oppressive energy toward Bloodblade's attack. The clash of the underworld palm and the Bloodblade erupted with a thunderous roar, sending Bloodblade hurtling backward, spitting blood, his bones shattered, left on the verge of collapse. What? The lord of the Qimei building's eyes widened in disbelief, completely unprepared for Qin Wui's mastery of leveraging force against force. What Qin Wui had employed was the cloud shifting technique. He then turned to the lord of the Qimei building with a smile. You have one chance. Seize it wisely. Curse you! The lord of the Qimei building shouted, his palms swirling with dark energy, a sinister aura pouring forth as if to drag everything around him into the abyss. Underworld palm, soul-binding death. Chapter 36. Breakthrough to the Grand Master. The Spectre-S palm, the soul-binding grip. Aware of Qin Wuyo's unfathomable strength, the master of the Qimei Tower unleashed his most formidable skill. Ethereal energy surged forth from him, and with a single palm strike, he conjured a ghostly specter behind him, exuding a terrifying might that sent shivers down one's spine. Gripping the Tianwu sword firmly, Qin Wuyo responded with a brilliant flash of sword light, akin to the divine majesty of the heavens. intent on suppressing all malevolent spirits and fiends. The sword light sliced through the spectral force as if it were mere tofu, effortlessly cleaving the soul-collecting specter in two. With unstoppable momentum, the blade advanced toward the master of the Chimay Tower. The latter's pupils constricted as he braced himself with all his might, yet still found himself hurled backward, crashing into a column. While the fierce sword energy split the Chimay Tower in half. As the tower threatened to collapse, Qin Wuyo raised his hand, employing the dragon-seizing technique, conjuring an invisible hand that caught the entire structure. His motivation was not out of mercy, but rather because he had yet to absorb the formidable powers of the tower's experts. Allowing them to perish so easily was not an option. Subsequently, he grasped the master of the Chimay Tower's head, drawing upon his energy with great force. In an instant, a torrent of true energy flooded into his body, a sinister and eerie force, yet it was forcibly transformed into Qin Wuyo's own essence. Upon completely absorbing the master's cultivation, he sensed he was on the verge of breaching a barrier, yet the prowess of the tower's master alone was insufficient to aid his ascension. He surveyed the other assassins from the Chimay Tower, activating the energy absorption technique fully. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, their barely living bodies irresistibly gravitating towards him, their internal energies converging towards Qin Wuyo like rivers flowing into the sea. With hundreds of Chimay Tower assassins, many of whom were innate or half-step masters, the sheer magnitude of their combined energies was staggering. This time, Qin Wuyo experienced an unprecedented thrill in his absorption. His true energy cultivation surged wildly, shattering the confines of the perfected master level and stepping into the realm of the Grandmaster. In the vast expanse of Dakian, there were few known Grandmasters. Yet here was Qin Wuyo, effortlessly ascending to such heights. Moreover, having absorbed the energies of so many, he felt himself attaining an elevated status among the Grandmasters. In this moment, he truly stood atop the pinnacle of Dakian. What an exhilarating sensation. Qin Wuyo comfortably squinted his eyes, observing the assassins around him, who were already reduced to a state of near death. He noted that very few could still draw breath. With such martial prowess, he was destined to be a thorn in everyone's side. This realm cannot accommodate your existence. I await you in hell. The master of the Chimay Tower glared at Qin Wuyo, his eyes filled with deep resentment. Qin Wuyo smiled and replied, "Very well, take your time." With that, he stepped out of the Chimay Tower. As he exited, the loss of his energy control caused the tower to collapse with a thunderous roar, burying the assassins beneath the ruins. The surrounding Imperial guards were taken aback by the commotion. Through the dust and debris, they cautiously observed as Qin Wuyo emerged slowly, draped in a dark robe, stained with blood and dust. Yet, upon closer inspection, he bore no injuries. Even his hair remained impeccably arranged as it had been upon entering the tower. He appeared utterly unscathed. To annihilate a criminal organization that had dominated the underworld for years while remaining unscathed, though they had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it unfold before them still sent chills down their spines. Approaching Xinyun, Qin Wuyo inquired, "Has anyone emerged from the Chimay Tower? Someone without a mask?" "Not one of your assassins?" Xinyun immediately thought of Zhang Yi. "There was such a person, but we forced him back," he replied. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." "What of it?" Xinyun replied nonchalantly. Qin Wuyo studied him intently. "You know it serves you no purpose to lie to me. Opposing me is unwise." Xinyun felt a chill run through him. "I swear I did not lie. Unfortunately, I did not see this person in the tower." "Impossible. That individual was definitely forced back." "Could he be buried in the ruins?" "We must search." Xinyun insisted. "You go and look. I require results. You have half a day. By dawn, I expect a satisfactory answer, or I shall unceremoniously claim your mastery of the martial arts." With that, Qin Wuyo turned to leave. Xinyun's expression shifted dramatically. If Qin Wuyo could single-handedly obliterate the entire Chimay Tower, he could easily manipulate him as well. The thought of losing the mastery he had worked so hard to attain darkened his countenance. Search for that individual. Also, summon Li Luo and Jin Xinshi. Inquire if they allowed anyone to escape. Xinyun commanded urgently. Toppling the Chimay Tower should have been a notable achievement. Yet if he failed to provide Qin Wuyo with a satisfactory response today, this victory could swiftly turn into a disastrous setback. All the Imperial guards quickly began their search among the rubble. Meanwhile, the denizens of the Ghost Market had also heard the commotion. Upon witnessing the fallen Chimay Tower, they collectively gasped, unable to believe their eyes. "Is that the Chimay Tower? Good heavens, has the Chimay Tower been destroyed? Do the Imperial guards possess such might?" From this day forth, the landscape of the underworld would undergo a profound transformation. The Chimay Tower had dominated for decades. Its sudden fall would undoubtedly have far-reaching implications. Who would emerge as the next underworld overlord? Who could say? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Qin Wuyo departed the Ghost Market, with Zhang Xiaojing trailing behind him. "I was just beside the commander." He did not lie. "It seems there is a traitor within your ranks, suggesting your organization isn't as united as it appears," Qin Wuyo remarked coolly. "Such occurrences are inevitable within any organization." Zhang Xiaoing replied. "Do you know who that individual is?" Qin Wuyo inquired. Zhang Xiaoing hesitated, unsure whether to divulge. "Oh, it seems you do know," Qin Wuyo noted. halting to face Zhang Xiaoying. I hope you make a wise decision and share. The person claims to be associated with the second prince. Zhang Xiaojing finally revealed, glancing around cautiously. Upon hearing this, Qin Wuyo recalled the intelligence he had garnered within the ghost tower, and a faint smile graced his lips. How intriguing. He turned to leave, opting not to visit an inn or tavern, but instead headed to the town suppression office. Although some imperial guards remained stationed there, they were no match for Qin Wuyo. To avoid conflict, Zhang Xiaojing revealed his identity as a 100-man leader, facilitating Qin Wuyo's entry into the town suppression office. Curious, he asked, what brings you here? To verify certain matters, Qin Wuyo replied nonchalantly, making his way to the archives of the town suppression office, where various intelligence collected by the imperial guards was stored. Chapter 37. The Unsavory Affairs of the Six Major Sects. The archives of the town protector's office, a place shrouded in secrecy, housed the most confidential information collected by the Jinyue. Within these walls lie records pertaining to various figures, from high-ranking officials and noble relatives to wandering heroes and the leaders of major sections. Access to this repository is strictly controlled. Only with the permission of the commander can one enter, rendering even the town protector himself powerless to gain entry without such authorization. Yet tonight, Qin Wuyo strode in without hesitation, as if he were entering his own home. Behind him, Zhang Xiaojing sighed in resignation. As a member of the Jinyue, he should have intervened, but could he truly stop Qin Wuyo? It was a futile endeavor. He could only watch helplessly as Qin Wuyo entered the archives, unable to follow due to his own position. Inside, Qin Wuyo scanned the shelves before him, laden with information. Some secrets so obscure that even their original owners had nearly forgotten them. Yet, they remained here, available for perusal. Eventually, he arrived at the innermost shelf, marked with the words royal relatives, which, as the name suggests, contained intelligence closely linked to royal kin. Among these records was information regarding the second prince. As Qin Wuyo meticulously perused the details of the second prince's life, he found little of interest. Soon, however, he uncovered the information he sought. In the year of Deqian's 45th reign, the second prince, Xiao Jin, secretly established the Black Dragon stronghold, commissioning it to plunder wealth for his own indulgence. By the 48th year, his rivalry with the crown prince had intensified, prompting him to forge alliances with Jianghu experts and connect with the Jialong gang, utilizing them to raid merchant vessels traversing the Songjiang River, funneling the spoils into his political ambitions against the crown prince. Xiao Jin, known for his domineering nature, would resort to any means to achieve his ends. He was the most ruthless among the princes, shielded by a formidable ally who thwarted numerous assassination attempts against him. As Qin Wuyo concluded his reading, a slight smirk graced his lips. The Black Dragon stronghold and the Jialong gang, how fortuitous that he had vanquished both. It seemed only logical that the second prince would seek the assistance of the Qimei Tower to deal with him. Zhang Yi's unexpected appearance at the Qimei Tower must have been a request for an assassination, a reasonable move given that the second prince, in a fit of humiliation, had ample motive. After organizing the second princess dossier, Qin Wuyo glanced at the adjacent file concerning the crown prince, intrigued. In contrast to the second prince, the file on Xiaoyu was relatively clean, devoid of any scandalous deeds. This was to be expected, as the crown prince. Xiaoyu had little need to engage in actions that could tarnish his reputation, especially when he was on the brink of ascending to the throne. Having perused the affairs of the royal family, Qin Wuyo turned his attention to the files of the six major sects, for they were his next target. Although he was unperturbed by his dubious reputation, he could not allow the blame for the massacre of Hai Dafu's family to tarnish his name. Such an affront was intolerable. He would not be seen as a mere sickly cat. What he discovered was startling. The misdeeds of the six major sects were hardly less egregious than those of the second prince. Hypocritical figures abounded, cloaked in false virtue. The incident involving the extermination of Hai Dafu's entire family was but a trifling smudge on their record. There were tales of the second elder of the true Xian Sword sect, who had once committed acts of debauchery and subsequently silenced the victims, branding them as demonic harlots. The leader of the Xianhe sect had abandoned his wife and child in pursuit of enlightenment, showing a complete lack of responsibility. The grand elder of the Huangji sect, once one of the 10 most notorious villains of the Jianghu, had transformed himself into a revered hero after a few good deeds, earning accolades as a paragon of virtue. Then there was the current leader of the Wuyong sect. Rumors suggested that the position had originally been passed to his senior disciple, who had mysteriously died, paving the way for his ascension. Evidence hinted at his complicity in this untimely demise. Qin Wuyo could not help but shake his head in disbelief. The world was indeed rife with corruption. Nobles and princes resorted to banditry for personal gain, while esteemed figures in the Jianghu concealed their sordid histories beneath a veneer of respectability. Qin Wuyo reflected upon his own character. While he was not without sin, at least he was forthright, in stark contrast to these duplicitous individuals. After absorbing a wealth of information from the archives, Qin Wuyo gained deeper insight into the sordid underbelly of the Deqian dynasty. It became apparent that the six major sects refrained from confronting the Jinyue directly, not merely to avoid antagonizing the court but also due to their own dubious moral standings, which could easily be exploited should the Jinyui choose to expose their secrets. Meanwhile, Chen Yun had returned to the town protector's office with several Jinyui. They had scoured the ruins of the Chimei Tower for a considerable time but found no trace of Zhang Yi. It was evident that he had escaped. Given the tight encirclement of the Chimei Tower by the Jinyui, the only explanation was that he had been deliberately let go. Chen Yun, having personally led the siege, stood at the main entrance while other exits were guarded by Li Luo and Jin Xinshi. Determining who had facilitated Zhang Yi and Apos' escape was not a daunting task. Upon investigation, he soon discerned the perpetrator's identity. In the main hall of the town protector's office, Chen Yun glared at Li Luo, his expression dark. Li Luo, why did you disobey my orders and allow Zhang Yi to escape? Li Luo had not anticipated Chen Yun and Apos' sudden inquiry into Zhang Yi and Apos' whereabouts. However, he quickly formulated a response. Commander, Zhang Yi is aligned with the second prince. If I had not released him, would the second prince have overlooked our Jinyui? He could easily sway his majesty against us, and we would find ourselves in dire straits. He feigned concern for the Jinyui's well-being, continuing, moreover. Zhang Yi is not a killer from the Chimei Tower. Letting him go should not pose a significant threat. True, he is not one of their assassins, Chen Yun retorted. But do you know why he was at the Chimei Tower? He was there to hire someone to commit murder. 100,000 taels of gold. He paid that sum to have Qin Wuyo killed. And you let him go. Do you comprehend the implications of this? It means that Qin Wuyo may now view the Jinyui as his adversary. Chen Yun's face darkened further. The gruesome fate of the Chimei Tower assassins remained etched in his memory. Many Jinyui had nearly retched upon discovering the dismembered remains scattered across the ruins. Even the seasoned Chen Yun felt a chill run down his spine. So many assassins, including a master-level figure, had been slain without a single survivor. And Qin Wuyo emerged unscathed. If he were to confront the Jinyui or the court, the consequences were unthinkable. The mere thought of facing Qin Wuyo sent a shiver of dread coursing through Chen Yun. Chapter 38. Xiao Jin seeks to enter the royal palace, intent on slaying the second prince. Upon hearing Chen Yun and Apos' words, Li Luo furrowed his brow and replied, Commander, we of the Jinyui represent the court. If we heed the words of a mere wanderer and act with trepidation, it would surely tarnish the court's reputation. Even the leaders of the six great sects would not command such deference, would they? As he finished speaking, Chen Yun and Apos' pupils suddenly constricted as he glanced toward the entrance of the hall, where a figure had appeared, Qin Wuyo. Li Luo sensed something amiss, his body tensing instantly. And he turned to face Qin Wuyo, hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Qin Wuyo regarded him with a calm smile. Can your court protect you at this moment? With that, he stepped forward, closing the distance to Li Luo. Instinctively, Li Luo drew his sword and thrust it forward. Stop! Chen Yun exclaimed, but it was too late. The strike was astute and venomous, akin to a serpent and Apos' strike, showcasing why Li Luo was known as the Spirit Snake Swordmaster. Yet, Qin Wuyo merely extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the blade, rendering it incapable of advancing any further. Qin Wuyo looked steadily at Li Luo. You still dare to strike at me? Your audacity is indeed remarkable. What do you intend to do, Qin Wuyo? I am the Jinyui's pacification envoy. Do you wish to oppose the entire court? Li Luo demanded. Qin Wuyo smiled slightly, flicking his fingers against the sword, unleashing a tremendous force. Li Luo could not maintain his grip, and the sword flew from his hand. Qin Wuyo reached out, a terrifying suction pulling Li Luo and Apos' head into his grasp. In an instant, all of Li Luo and Apos' cultivation was drained away. Once this was accomplished, Qin Wuyo tightened his grip, crushing Li Luo and Apos' skull, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Throughout this ordeal, Chen Yun and Jin Xinshi merely observed, one unwilling to intervene, the other too fearful to act. After Li Luo and Apos' demise, Qin Wuyo remarked, even within the Jinyui, there are fools. Chen Yun, you must be more discerning in your selections henceforth. What further intentions do you harbor, Qin Wuyo? Chen Yun asked, taking a deep breath. He sensed that this matter would not simply conclude here. Qin Wuyo smiled faintly. I just heard something rather intriguing. Zhang Yi has gone to Chimailu, offering a bounty of 100,000 taels for my life, correct? I understand he is a retainer of the second prince, which implies that the second prince seeks my demise. How do you suppose I shall respond? With that, Qin Wuyo turned to leave. Observing his retreating figure, Jin Xinshi and Apos' expression changed dramatically. Could it be that Qin Wuyo intends to kill the second prince? In the capital, to slay a prince. Such audacity is unfathomable. Even Chimailu, known for its ruthlessness, might hesitate to undertake such an assignment. Yet Qin Wuyo appeared utterly unperturbed. Commander, what do we do now? I must enter the palace immediately, Chen Yun declared. He needed to report this to the emperor. Failure to do so would bring dire consequences upon him. As for stopping Qin Wuyo, that was preposterous. The Jinyui lacked such capability. Meanwhile, within the second prince and Apos' estate, Zhang Yi had returned and recounted the events to Prince Xiao Jin. Hearing this, Xiao Jin frowned. It was audacious of Qin Wuyo to challenge Chimailu alone. What is the current status of the situation? I sent someone to inquire upon my return, Zhang Yi replied. At that moment, a figure clad in black swiftly approached and reported, Master Zhang, Your Highness, we have news from Chimailu. Our spies in the ghost market have discovered that Chimailu has been obliterated. Reports indicate that hundreds of assassins, including the Lord of Chimailu, have perished. The scene is utterly horrific, limbs scattered, and blood staining the streets, resembling a hellish battlefield. Zhang Yi and Xiao Jin's pupils dilated in shock. Chimailu has truly been destroyed. What of Qin Wuyo? Xiao Jin inquired urgently. Qin Wuyo is unharmed and has left the ghost market. His current whereabouts are unknown. Qin Wuyo is indeed formidable. He single-handedly annihilated Chimailu. Surely he does not intend to seek me out next? A sense of dread washed over the second prince. Zhang Yi reassured him. He should not dare to approach you, Your Highness. As the second prince, your life is invaluable. He likely does not know that my visit to Chimailu was to claim his life. What do you mean by end Oppos should not end Oppos? Xiao Jin and Oppos, as heart's sake. Qin Wuyo has already eliminated the Black Dragon Gang and the Jiaolong Gang, clearly indicating his intent to oppose me. Furthermore, can you guarantee that the Lord of Chimailu will remain silent? Perhaps, in a bid to save his own life, he has divulged this matter to Qin Wuyo. Given his capabilities, if he learns that I sought to kill him, he may indeed come for me. I cannot take that risk. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jin commanded. Prepare the carriage. I shall enter the palace. Enter the palace? Indeed, within the palace, where experts abound, I shall be safest. I must seek refuge there, Xiao Jin asserted. Just then, a figure emerged from behind a screen, addressing Xiao Jin with a calm demeanor. Allow me to escort you. Xiao Jin nodded slightly. I appreciate your assistance. Master He. This figure was a middle-aged man, clad in a dark robe, seemingly unremarkable, yet his eyes sparkled with intelligence. He was Xiao Jin and Oppos' greatest trump card, Mr. He. With Mr. He and Oppos' escort, your highness shall be perfectly safe, Zhang Yi remarked. He held a mix of respect and trepidation for Mr. He and Oppos' prowess, which was among the reasons he chose to ally with the second prince. With such support, the second prince and Oppos' ascension seemed increasingly plausible. Thus, at dawn, Xiao Jin and Mr. He departed for the royal palace without delay. Shortly after their departure, Qin Wuyo arrived at the second prince and Oppos' estate. The guards attempted to impede his entrance but were swiftly subdued, their powers siphoned away. The commotion drew Zhang Yu and Oppos' attention. He stepped outside to investigate and was taken aback upon seeing Qin Wuyo, his eyes widening in shock. He truly has come knocking. This man is utterly reckless. Zhang Yi realized he was no match for Qin Wuyo and turned to flee, only to find a ghostly figure blocking his path. Qin Wuyo regarded Zhang Yi with a smile. This marks our third encounter. May I pose a question? Where is the second prince? He was smiling. Yet Zhang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. His voice trembled. Qin Wuyo, this is the second prince and Oppos' estate. You. In a swift motion, Zhang Yu and Oppos' arm was severed. Warm blood gushed forth. Ah! Zhang Yi screamed in agony. This is not the answer I seek. You have one arm and 2 legs left, along with 3 chances to respond. Think carefully before you speak. Qin Wuyo smiled. The palace. They have gone to the palace. Chapter 39. The Arhut confronts the Heavenly King. I have mastered it. The palace. They have entered the palace. Zhang Yi replied. Faced with the choice between his life and loyalty to the second prince, he naturally chose his life. Upon hearing this, Qin Wuyo expressed interest, entering the palace. Employing the strength of its masters against me? How intriguing. However, you just mentioned, they? Besides the second prince, who else? This. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment, and in that fleeting hesitation, his legs were severed. He screamed in agony. Mr. He, it is Mr. He. He is the second prince and Oppos' master, immensely powerful, having reached the realm of the Grandmaster. I only know this much. Qin Wuyo firmly grasped his head, draining his cultivation. Terrified. The other exclaimed. You actually possess such dark arts. And didn't you say that as long as I revealed the second prince and Oppos' whereabouts, you would spare me? When did I ever say such a thing? Qin Wuyo blinked, smiling. Besides, I have merely absorbed your cultivation. I have yet to take your life. With that, he rose and departed, leaving Zhang Yi, drained of his abilities, with severed limbs, wailing on the ground, reduced to a mere shell of a man. This was perhaps more unbearable than death itself. As dawn broke, a palanquin traversed the desolate streets towards the palace. Inside, the second prince and Mr. He sat side by side. Suddenly, Mr. He spoke calmly. Your Highness, you should enter the palace first. What is it, Master? He has arrived. Mr. He stated flatly. Upon hearing this, the second prince's pupils contracted as he lifted the curtain. Before the palanquin stood a youth clad in a dark black robe adorned with cloud patterns. A long sword hung at his waist, his ink-black hair flowed, and his gaze was tranquil as he regarded the palanquin. Xiao Jin met his gaze and saw no hint of reverence for royal authority in those eyes. Instead, it was as if he were gazing upon an inconsequential ant, ready to crush him at any moment. After years of being a prince, this was the first time Xiao Jin encountered such a look, igniting a surge of profound anger within him. This was the first meeting between him and Qin Wuyo, yet he understood that only one of them could survive. Mr. He descended from the palanquin. As he did, a ripple of interest flickered in Qin Huai's eyes, as if he had spotted a fascinating toy. Mister, he instructed the bearers, take another route and expedite the second prince into the palace. At once, the bearers promptly changed course. Qin Huai did not pursue but instead turned his attention to Mr. He, reflecting on his fortunate luck, having slain a late-stage grandmaster last night. He now encountered an even stronger peak grandmaster today. Indeed, the gentleman before him was indeed a peak grandmaster. Mister, he regarded Qin Huai and remarked, you are younger than I anticipated. To be honest, I am quite astonished. Well, no matter, after today, many will be shocked in the martial world, for few have dared to kill a prince in the royal capital. Qin Huai smiled. I shall not allow you to succeed, Mr. He declared. With a swift motion of his fists, a powerful surge of true energy erupted from within him, causing the ground to buckle beneath its force. In an instant, Mr. He traversed several dozen feet, standing before Qin Huai, his fingers clenched into a radiant golden fist that fell with overwhelming might. This punch was earth-shattering, authoritative, and domineering. Any ordinary grandmaster would find it nearly impossible to withstand. Qin Huai's gaze flickered as he raised his fist in response. Bang! The fists collided, sending shockwaves through the air. Mr. He staggered back several steps, while Qin Huai remained rooted in place, his feet firmly planted like ancient trees, not a single step retreating. In this first exchange, Mr. He realized that Qin Huai was far stronger than he had imagined. Qin Huai looked at him and said with a faint smile, what you just executed was the Heavenly King Fist of the Huangji sect, wasn't it? I did not expect that before I even sought out your 6 sects, one of you would appear before me, even more unexpectedly. The Huangji sect would involve itself in the struggle for imperial power. What, is the martial world no longer sufficient for you? Humph. You know nothing of the ambitions of my Huangji sect. The 6 great sects have been equal for years, with none submitting to the other. Yet if my Huangji sect can support the second prince to ascend, we shall gain the court's assistance. And then my Huangji sect will be the foremost sect of Deqian, with the other 5 sects bowing in submission. Mr. He spoke coldly, an air of audacious pride radiating from him. Qin Huai inquired further, with your cultivation, you must rank among the top in the Huangji sect. Are you the sect leader or an elder? Do you think the 6 great sects only have a sect leader and elders? Naive. The depths of the 6 sects are vast. How could all their strength be laid bare? Mr. He replied, shaking his head. Qin Huai smiled slightly, intrigued by the hidden powers within the Huangji sect. Let me experience your sex fist techniques then. As he spoke, Qin Huai assumed a boxing stance, feet together, chest held high, one hand resting at his waist while the other extended forward, directed at Mr. He. Upon witnessing this, Mr. He's pupils constricted, and he erupted in fury. This is the Arhat fist. You dare to use the common Arhat fist against my Heavenly King fist? Why not? Qin Huai replied with a smile. Seeking death, Mr. He charged forward, his fist striking out with overwhelming ferocity, exuding an aura of authority as if a heavenly king had descended to suppress the world. In contrast, Qin Huai's movements resembled a meteor, his body like a willow, his footwork akin to that of a drunken man, a blend of rigidity and fluidity, achieving a mastery that transcended the mundane. The commonly seen Arhat fist, in Qin Huai's hands, transformed into something miraculous. The techniques remained unchanged, yet they flowed seamlessly, wielded with such finesse that it seemed as if a true Arhat had descended from the heavens, fierce and invincible. Arhat against Heavenly King. Technique versus technique. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, countering each other's moves for dozens of rounds. Surprisingly, Mr. He could not gain even the slightest advantage. Impossible. How can this be? A mere Arhat fist cannot possess such power. How can it even be compared to my Heavenly King fist? Mr. He could hardly believe it. His strikes became increasingly fierce and domineering, yet in his haste, he was struck squarely in the chest by Qin Huai's fist, staggering back several steps. In this duel of fists, he found himself defeated. Qin Huai shook his head slightly, noting, the Heavenly King fist of the Huangji sect is hailed as the first fist of Deqian, yet in your hands, it only has this level of power. What a pity. Arrogant, come again. Mr. He shouted in fury, channeling all his true energy to its peak. The energy swelled, causing the ground around him to crack and debris to fly. Qin Huai regarded the enraged man calmly. No need. I have already mastered your fist techniques. This battle should come to an end. Mr. He paused, bewildered by the statement. What do you mean? What do you mean? You have learned my fist techniques. Chapter 40. Storming the Palace. The Fiery Blade of Chai Yuan. Upon hearing Qin Wui's words, Mr. He was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean by claiming that he had mastered his boxing technique? However, realization soon dawned upon him. He observed Qin Wui unleashing a surge of vital energy, gradually raising his hand to assume the initial stance of the Heavenly King Fist, a terrifying pressure erupting forth like a mountain torrent. This was the Heavenly King Fist. The opponent was employing the unique martial art of the Imperial Extreme Sect, the Heavenly King Fist. Connecting this with Qin Wui's earlier statement, it dawned on him that the adversary had, during their confrontation, somehow absorbed his Heavenly King Fist technique. How could such a phenomenon exist in this world? Even a martial arts prodigy should have its limitations, right? Who could possibly learn an opponent's martial arts mid-battle? Behold, this is the Heavenly King Fist. Qin Wui declared indifferently, delivering a punch. The intent of his fist soared to the zenith, unleashing a force that could topple mountains and seas. The might of this punch far surpassed that of Mr. He, as Qin Wui not only mastered his technique but transcended it. The overwhelming ferocity of this blow made Mr. He feel as though he were confronted by a divine king descending from the heavens, a force that stifled his spirit and extinguished any desire to resist. Even as a master, not even the sect leader of the Imperial Extreme sect could achieve such a feat. Boom. The punch struck Mr. He squarely in the chest, eliciting a pained cry as his chest caved in, sending him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Blood spewed forth, staining the ground crimson. Lying on the ground, he was on the brink of death. Qin Wui then executed a technique from afar, drawing Mr. He uncontrollably towards him, before seizing his head. The pinnacle of the opponent's mastery was entirely absorbed into his own body. Qin Wui's vital energy surged once more. With a faint smile, Qin Wui mused. Not bad. With a few more like this, I could be on the brink of reaching the celestial realm. The celestial realm. Since the days of Lu Yunxiao 300 years ago, no one had emerged in the Great Qian. If Qin Wui were to ascend to the celestial realm, without a doubt, he would become the sovereign of the Great Qian. No, even without reaching the celestial realm with his current prowess, he was nearly invincible in the Great Qian, barring an assault by dozens of masters. Unfortunately, masters were a rare sight. It was nearly impossible to gather dozens to besiege him. No one, nor any faction in the Great Qian, could accomplish such a feat, not even the current emperor. After dealing with Mr. He, Qin Wui continued his pursuit of the second prince, though he did not regard the opponent and oppos as cultivation highly. The audacity to hire someone to assassinate him could not go unpunished. Soon, he caught up with the palanquin. He struck out with an open palm, shattering it into fragments. Several bearers were thrown into the air by the shockwave, but suffered no fatal injuries. Yet, the sight that met Qin Wui's eyes made him squint slightly. The palanquin was completely empty. With a light chuckle, he mused. Using the palanquin as a decoy, while fleeing himself? Quite clever indeed. At the palace gates, the second prince, Xiao Jin, hurried forward, having spotted the palace guards. A sigh of relief escaped him. Once inside the palace, he would be safe. Second prince. Are you entering the palace this early in the morning? The leader of the palace guards inquired, somewhat astonished. The second prince nodded slightly, affirming his intent. However, sensing something amiss, he turned to see Qin Wui had already appeared, a mere 100 paces away. His pupils constricted. The pursuer had caught up. Moreover, where was his master? Could it be that even his master could not stop him and had been killed? The thought sent shivers down Xiao Jin's spine. You all, stop him. Fear flickered in his eyes as he rushed into the palace. Meanwhile, Qin Wui, with a faint smile, strolled leisurely towards the palace gates. The palace guards, upon sighting him, sprang into action to intercept. Halt. This is a restricted area. Do not act recklessly. Yet, Qin Wui remained unfazed by the throng of guards, walking into the palace as if taking a leisurely stroll. As the guards approached him, they were repelled by the overwhelming aura he emanated, unable to even take a single step closer. Inside the palace, Xiaoyu was in the Eastern Palace, having just risen and engaged in morning exercises. Afterward, he intended to dine and assist the emperor with some documents. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside. Your Highness, it seems someone has intruded into the palace. An elder reported before Xiaoyu. Startled, he felt a surge of anger. Who had the audacity to invade the palace? Did they not regard the authority of the court? I caught a distant glimpse earlier. It appeared to be Qin Wui. Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. It was him. He held a deep admiration for Qin Wui. Suppressing his fury, he asked, what exactly is happening? Why would he dare enter the palace? It's unclear. But I saw the second prince enter as well, looking quite flustered. It seems Qin Wui is pursuing him, the elder replied, uncertainty etched on his face. To chase a prince into the palace. Such an act was utterly absurd and audacious. In over 300 years since the founding of the Great Qian, such an event had never transpired. Quickly, let us investigate. Xiaoyu commanded, leading the elder onward. Within the palace, numerous palace guards mobilized to intercept Qin Wui, employing archers, spearmen, and shield bearers. They exhausted every means available. Yet, regrettably, they could not halt Qin Wui for even a moment. Arrows failed to come near, and any shield that met his aura was shattered, sending the bearer flying. Stand back. Allow me. A resounding voice rang out. A middle-aged man clad in armor charged forth, wielding a broad-bladed sword, his aura surging. He was indeed a master. Qin Wui glanced at him, recalling having seen his information in the archives of the pacification office. Buzz. The sword sliced through the air, aiming for Qin Wui, its blade cutting through the atmosphere and leaving behind a trail of blazing fire. The clash of this blade against Qin Wui's aura sparked a shower of embers. Qin Wui smiled slightly, recalling Chai Yuan of the Fiery Blade sect, who had made a name for himself in the 3 prefectures of the Great Qian 30 years ago with his fiery swordsmanship. Wherever his blade passed, not a blade of grass remained. He could cleave mountains, split the earth, and set rivers ablaze. Eventually, he was offered amnesty by the court, joining the ranks as the commander of the palace guard, a position of second rank. For 30 years, the palace he had guarded was as impregnable as a fortress. No rogue from the martial world dared to wreak havoc here. Chai Yuan regarded Qin Wui coldly, saying, You speak truthfully. I never anticipated that someone would have the audacity to invade the palace, especially to pursue a prince. Oh, well, today you shall witness it. Qin Wui replied with a light chuckle. Yes, I have witnessed it, but you shall die today. Chai Yuan growled, infusing his essence into the great blade, causing it to emit a crimson glow. It radiated an oppressive heat, akin to a red-hot branding iron, unleashing waves of scorching energy. Chapter 41. Slaying the Prince Before the Emperor. Opposing the world. The great blade cleaved towards Qin Wuyo, gradually tearing apart his protective aura. At this moment, Qin Wuyo was indeed a grandmaster, and the opponent's ability to subtly rend his sword energy was not inferior to that of Master He. Truly, the leader of the Imperial Guard was formidable. Qin Wuyo smiled faintly, acknowledging the opponent's prowess. Drawing his Tianwu sword, the instant the blade was unsheathed, a surge of sword qi erupted, sweeping away the Imperial Guards like leaves in a storm. Clang! As the sword met the blade, sparks flew. Subsequently, the broad-backed saber was severed in two. It is worth noting that the Tianwu sword in Qin Wuyo's grasp was a rare divine weapon of the age. Coupled with his Grandmaster-level true energy, this sword was nigh indestructible. After cleaving the saber, the fierce sword qi left a deep, bone-revealing gash on Chai Yuan's body, causing blood to surge forth uncontrollably. Chai Yuan felt the sword qi invade his body, wreaking havoc on his meridians. This single strike nearly robbed him of half his combat strength. His pupils constricted in disbelief. How could he have been defeated by a single sword stroke? Immediately, Qin Wuyo reached out, grasping Chai Yuan's head, utilizing the absorption technique to siphon away the entirety of his peak Grandmaster cultivation. With this, Qin Wuyo took yet another significant step forward in his Grandmaster realm. After absorbing Chai Yuan's power, he casually tossed him aside, sending dozens of Imperial Guards tumbling. Then, with a single stride, he seemed to traverse the distance effortlessly, arriving swiftly behind Xiao Jin, who had now reached the Golden One Hall. Inside the hall, a large contingent of Imperial Guards surged forth, accompanied by a dozen or so palace experts. Yet, these individuals provided Xiao Jin with no sense of security at all. They were too far away, while Qin Wuyo was far too close. In a bid for survival, Xiao Jin shouted, channeling true energy into his fists, launching a strike towards Qin Wuyo's face, the Heavenly King Fist. Unfortunately, his cultivation was woefully insufficient. Crack! His fist collided with Qin Wuyo's aura, resulting in a shattering of bones. He could not help but emit a cry of anguish. Meanwhile, Qin Wuyo had already seized his neck, lifting him into the air as if he were a mere chick. You are Xiao Jin, correct? Qin Wuyo said, smiling at him. You possess a modicum of cleverness, knowing to hide within the palace. But alas, for those I seek to kill, fleeing to the ends of the earth is futile. Qin Wuyo, cease your actions. At this moment, Xiao Yu arrived. He attempted to approach Qin Wuyo, but was intercepted by several palace experts. Your Highness, do not approach. This man is exceedingly dangerous. I know my own limits. Ignoring the others' warnings, Xiao Yu stepped forward, addressing Qin Wuyo. You cannot kill him. If you do, you will be opposing the entire court. In this vast world, you will find no refuge. If Xiao Jin has offended you, speak to me, and I shall ensure he pays the price. Do not thrust yourself into conflict with the world over him, Xiao Yu implored. Xiao Jin's eyes reflected a complex emotion. He had never anticipated that after years of rivalry with Xiao Yu, it would be the latter who would come to his rescue. Qin Wuyo smiled slightly. What Xiao Jin has done is enough for me to slay him 10 times over. If he does not die, my thoughts remain unfulfilled. If you dare to kill my son, regardless of who you are, I will ensure you do not leave the palace. A cold voice resonated. A formidable man clad in a dragon robe, with graying temples, emerged from the hall, exuding an air of supreme authority. It was the current emperor of the Great Qian. With his appearance, a multitude of Imperial Guards surged forth, armed with crossbows and spears, encircling Qin Wuyo. Surrounding them were numerous archers, bows drawn, aiming at Qin Wuyo. Alongside at least 20 innate martial artists, weapons in hand, their eyes gleaming with intent, lying in wait. Next to the emperor, the commander of the Jinyue, Chen Yun, stepped forward, casting a complex glance at Qin Wuyo before addressing Prince Xiaoyu. Brother Qin, stand down. There are tens of thousands of Imperial Guards here. Even a Grandmaster's true energy is not limitless, let alone their stamina. No matter how strong you are, how many can you kill? Stand down now, and I will plead with His Majesty to let bygones be bygones. Moreover, the second prince will receive the punishment he deserves. Indeed, Brother Qin, stand down. Upon hearing their words, Qin Wuyo remained silent, instead fixing his gaze upon the distant figure of the emperor. Their eyes met, one radiated authority, the other, an air of arrogance and defiance. Qin Wuyo smiled, and said, in the past 300 years of the Great Qian, I must be the first martial artist to enter the palace, holding the princess life in my hands. Indeed, even the celestial being Lu Yunxiao would not dare to do so. Qin Wuyo, release my son. I can overlook this matter, and not only that, I can grant you high office and wealth. Your cultivation should be used to protect the nation, the emperor declared. Ah, such an enticing offer. Qin Wuyo chuckled. Just when everyone thought he would relent, Even Xiao Jin himself believed this. He suddenly activated the absorption technique, completely siphoning Xiao Jin's cultivation. Seeing this, Chen Yun immediately retreated with Xiao Yu. Then, having absorbed Xiao Jin's power, Qin Wuyo clenched his fist tightly, and with a crack, he crushed Xiao Jin's neck. The light in his eyes swiftly dimmed as he perished. Like tossing away refuse, Qin Wuyo discarded him onto the ground, smiling as he remarked, "Unfortunately, high office and wealth are but fleeting clouds to me. I yearn to experience the taste of opposing the world. I wish to see who among the populace can stand against me." Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. All gazed at the man surrounded by thousands of imperial guards. Yet still daring to slay the prince, their hearts shaken, unable to articulate their astonishment. He had truly dared to kill the reigning prince. And before the emperor and so many imperial guards. Such audacity was rare in this world. A madman. He is indeed a true madman. Someone murmured, "Kill him for me." The emperor's eyes widened with fury, roaring. Instantly, countless arrows rained down upon Qin Wuyo. Yet, as Qin Wuyo's protective aura erupted, the arrows rained upon him, failing to inflict even a scratch. Observing the imperial guards surging towards him like a tidal wave, he had no intention of staying to fight them all. With his current cultivation, it was impossible to slay tens of thousands of imperial guards. However, leaving with ease was far from difficult. He smiled slightly, taking a step forward as a torrent of aura surged out, sending the first wave of imperial guards reeling. Then, with a leap, he soared over the mass of guards. Akin to flying, arrows shot towards him, but he used them as stepping stones, leveraging their force to propel himself further. Employing exquisite lightness techniques, Qin Wuyo evaded all obstacles, effortlessly escaping the palace. Haha, tens of thousands of imperial guards, powerless against me. Emperor Qian, if you wish to kill me, you will need to muster 1,000,000 troops. Qin Wuyo's boisterous laughter echoed across the heavens. The emperor's expression darkened, nearly dripping with fury. The dignity of the royal family, the laws of the court. At this moment, they were utterly trampled beneath Qin Wuyo's feet. Chapter 42, The Mad Demon, Qin Wuyo. Qin Wuyo, Qin Wuyo. Issue a decree to hunt down Qin Wuyo. Whoever can take his head, regardless of the fame or fortune they seek, I shall grant it. With a furious gaze fixed on the departing figure of Qin Wuyo, Emperor Qian proclaimed. For over 3 centuries, this was the first time someone had so blatantly trampled upon the dignity of the court, leaving Emperor Qian's face a deep shade of anger. Gazing at the lifeless body of the second prince, Xiao Jin, not far away, the emperor's body convulsed, and he promptly spat out blood, fainting from sheer rage. Summon the imperial physician, quickly summoned the imperial physician, someone shouted in alarm. The entire royal palace descended into chaos. Qin Wuyo had become a household name. Although he was already well known, this incident had elevated his notoriety throughout the vast lands of Daqian, sending shockwaves through the martial world. Armed with nothing but his will, he had single-handedly dismantled the entire Qi Mei Pavilion. Yet, that was not all. He had audaciously pursued a prince into the palace, slaying him before the emperor, the civil and military officials, and tens of thousands of imperial guards. His unparalleled audacity was nothing short of breathtaking, and his charisma left all in awe. Reflecting on Qin Wuyo's actions since his emergence, he had betrayed the Qin family, branded a traitor. He had obliterated the White Tiger Hall, the Black Dragon Village, slain the 3 heroes of Qin Yun, defeated the masters of 6 major sects, exterminated the Hai family, and annihilated the Jiaolong gang. Culminating in the murder of a prince, he appeared as a harbinger of death, leaving heads rolling and bloodshed in his wake. His madness was unprecedented. The martial community had bestowed upon Qin Wuyo a fitting moniker, the Mad Demon, Qin Wuyo. It was said that he wielded the celestial weapon, the Tianwu sword, and practiced a sinister art that drained the powers of others, instilling fear among martial artists who dreaded when he might come calling. Yet, amidst their trepidation, a yearning arose. If only they could acquire the same power, might they not become as formidable as Qin Wuyo? Contemplating this, some martial artists felt a surge of ambition. Mad Demon. Ah, this title suits me well, Qin Wuyo mused with a slight smile upon learning of his new appellation. He felt no shame in being a wanted criminal, but rather, a thrill at the prospect of challengers seeking him out. After all, the lure of wealth often drives men to peril, and many would risk their lives for a bounty. This was one of the reasons he had slain Xiao Jin, to provoke Emperor Qian into offering a hefty reward for his capture. Moreover, there were those who considered themselves righteous, eager to eliminate this wicked demon, and they would undoubtedly seek him out in droves. Qin Wuyo was quite pleased with the situation. Of course, he would not simply wait for prey to come to him. He intended to actively pursue his next target. Having resolved this prior, after obliterating Qi Mei Pavilion, his next objective would be the 6 major sects. Sitting at a tea stall, Qin Wuyo toyed with a piece of bamboo, snapping it into 6 segments. He inscribed the names of the 6 sects upon each piece, placing them on the table. When the young waiter arrived to serve tea, he smiled and said, "Young man, I have 6 bamboo tokens here. Please flip one." Flip a token? The waiter hesitated, perplexed. After a moment, he randomly flipped one over, revealing the name of the Emperor's Gate. Qin Wuyo's eyes narrowed. The Emperor's Gate, the very sect behind the second prince Xiao Jin. Among the 6 sects, they were likely the most hostile towards him, making them a fitting first target. After finishing his tea, Qin Wuyo leisurely departed the royal capital. As for the patrolling guards along the way, who could possibly hinder him? None could impede his progress. The Emperor's Gate, located in Qingyang County, was the preeminent sect in the region, with its disciples enjoying immense prestige. Here, one could offend the authorities, but not the disciples of the Emperor's Gate. Offending the government might lead to arrest, but offending the Emperor's Gate could result in death without recourse. Is this still the so-called righteous sect? Some might wonder. Yet, the Emperor's Gate wielded considerable influence, capable of swaying public opinion. To cross them was to invite ruin. They could easily frame a murder as a righteous act. In this ancient world, where communication was limited, who was to say what was right or wrong? On an official road in Qingyang County, Qin Wuyo rode, his mind occupied with information about the Emperor's Gate. Having spent 2 days in Qingyang County, he had gleaned much, combining it with what he had previously read in the archives of the Jinfu department to form a comprehensive understanding of the sect. Beautiful on the outside, rotten within, was Qin Wuyo's assessment. Indeed, in this world, strength dictated the truth. Those powerful enough could easily invert black and white. Qin Wuyo chuckled lightly. After traveling some distance, he spotted a tea stall by the roadside and decided to stop for a drink. However, upon sitting down, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Observing the nearby tables, he realized that this seemingly modest tea stall was teeming with hidden talents. 5 or 6 innate masters occupied the tables, particularly a disheveled middle-aged man with a 2-stringed instrument on his back, whose concealed aura Qin Wuyo could still perceive. He was, without a doubt, a Grandmaster. Qin Wuyo was taken aback. Grandmasters were exceedingly rare in Dakian, and to encounter one so frequently was indeed fortuitous. Were these individuals here for him? One could only hope. Yet, he felt a tinge of disappointment. They were not here for him, but appeared to be targeting the man with the 2-stringed instrument. The middle-aged man. Where had he seen him before? Qin Wuyo pondered, recalling various pieces of information from the Jinfu archives, when a name surfaced in his mind. One of the 10 notorious villains, the 2-stringed sword demon, Yan Bei. The 10 notorious villains were, as the name suggests, 10 figures of great malevolence in the martial world. Some had vanished, while others remained active. Yan Bei was among them. He was a brother-in-arms to the likes of Luo Tong, the Soul Collector, and the Flower Monk, GSA, though they had inexplicably parted ways. Luo Tong, in particular, had seemingly disappeared from the world. Some speculated he might have perished. However, these were mere rumors among ordinary martial artists, according to the archives. Luo Tong was very much alive and thriving. He was, in fact, the Grand Elder of the Emperor's Gate. Jin by Tong Fei. Chapter 43, The Mad Sword Master. On the official road of Qingyang County, at a tea stall, the enigmatic swordmaster Yan Bei sat calmly sipping tea, while several innate masters began to encircle him. Suddenly, Yan Bei spoke indifferently. Are you not going to make your move? The innate warriors stood up one by one, with one declaring, Yan Bei, you have slain our sect's elder. Today marks your demise. Another added, over the years, you have mercilessly slaughtered countless heroes. Your crimes are too numerous to count. Today, we shall act on behalf of justice. Indeed, the heavens will not tolerate a villain like you. Upon hearing their words, Yan Bei scoffed. You speak of killing. Where is all this needless chatter? Moreover, your elder sought me out for a duel and, having lost, cannot blame others for his demise. Humph. The swordsmanship of the Iron Sword sect's elder is divine. You must have employed some underhanded tactics to defeat him. One of the warriors urged, brothers, do not waste words on such a villain. Let us take him down together. In an instant, they drew their swords, fierce beams of light converging upon Yan Bei, seeking to pierce his vital points. Yet, Yan Bei grasped his arrow, deftly withdrawing a slender, exquisite sword. Like a serpent, it danced in the air, clashing speedily with the incoming blades, producing a symphony of ringing sounds and bursts of sparks. In that moment, the released sword energy shattered the surrounding tea tables, while the tea stall attendant trembled behind a large tree. Soon, the outcome of the battle became apparent. A few innate warriors against a master was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Their bodies were etched with deep, bloody gashes, collapsing to the ground, pallid and lifeless, while Yan Bei, with an indifferent expression, prepared to deliver the final blow. The warriors, once so righteous, were now filled with terror. Zing! The slender sword shot forth, aiming for one warrior's throat. At that critical moment, a hand emerged, effortlessly pinching the sword with 2 fingers, halting its advance. Yan Bei's pupils contracted. Few could intercept his blade in such a manner. Before him stood a figure in a flowing black robe adorned with cloud patterns, with waist-length dark hair and a stature as upright as a sword, exuding an air of nobility. Young, suave, and extravagantly dressed, he resembled a scion of a prestigious family. Yet, this seemingly delicate young master, who appeared incapable of harming a fly, had managed to halt his sword. This scene left Yan Bei in disbelief. Who are you? He demanded in a low voice. The fallen innate warriors brightened at the sight of the newcomer. Young hero, please save us. We are from the Iron Sword sect. And what benefit do I gain from saving you? Qin Huaya inquired. Young hero, it is our duty to aid those in need. How could you ask for a reward? A young innate warrior protested. Qin Huaya chuckled. There is no free lunch in this world, unless it is charity. I have no intention of offering you charity. I save you, and you shall repay me with your cultivation. With a wave of his hand, he drew the innate warrior's energies towards him, draining their powers. Their pupils constricted. Faces turning ashen. You absorb power. You're the madman Qin Huaya. Demon, you owe me back my strength. Some were shocked, others enraged. After draining their energy, Qin Huaya released Yan Bei's sword and returned to his seat, resuming his tea. Devil, I shall fight you. One enraged warrior, bereft of power, charged at Qin Huaya, only to be met with a flick of Qin Huaya's finger, sending a sword energy through his chest, causing him to collapse in a cloud of blood. Seeing this, Yan Bei raised his hand, and the slender sword pierced the remaining warriors' necks, swiftly ending their lives. Qin Huaya glanced over and shook his head. What a pity. I saved them once, yet they chose death again. Yan Bei regarded him warily, gripping his sword, not daring to let down his guard. To him, Qin Huaya could only be described with 8 words, ambiguous in righteousness, ever capricious. First, he had intervened to prevent murder, then he had executed it himself. His thoughts were inscrutable. In truth, Qin Huaya's reasoning was quite simple. Since Yan Bei intended to kill these individuals, he might as well absorb their powers to avoid waste. After all, they were several innate warriors. Madman Qin Huaya, the rumors of your ability to absorb others' powers are indeed true. Yan Bei said gravely. Why have you come here? To kill me? Qin Huaya smiled. You are not worth my personal visit. I am more curious about your purpose here. Are you seeking the Emperor's Gate? How do you know? Yan Bei asked, astonished. Qin Huaya chuckled lightly. Indeed. You have come for the golden arm Tong Fei of the Emperor's Gate, or perhaps the soul collector Luo Tong. What do you know? Yan Bei's shock deepened. 20 years ago, the soul collector Luo Tong, the flower monk Jesse, and the heiress sword master Yan Bei comprised the 3 lords of the Wei Yuan escort. That year, a severe drought struck Jiangnan County, leading to widespread famine and despair among the populace. The court allocated 3 million taels of silver to the Wei Yuan escort for disaster relief. Yet the 3 of you embezzled the funds. As a result, the plight of Jiangnan County remained unrelieved, and countless lives were lost. You were subsequently labeled among the top 10 villains, hunted throughout the martial world. Among them, the soul collector Luo Tong vanished without a trace. The flower monk Jesse was killed 2 years ago in a brothel by a woman whose parents had perished in that drought, an outcome he deserved. As for you, Eru sword master Yan Bei, the most powerful of the trio, has evaded many who sought your life, but they all fell to your blade. Am I mistaken? Qin Huaya stated calmly. Wrong. Utterly wrong. Yan Bei suddenly became agitated, his true energy surging violently, causing the ground beneath him to buckle. He exclaimed, I am not a great villain. I did not embezzle those 3 million taels. The dead in Jiangnan County have nothing to do with me. It was that scoundrel Luo Tong who pocketed the silver and framed me and the flower monk. He is the true villain. Frantically, he glanced around, stepping back repeatedly. Do not come near. I did not intend to kill you. You sought your own death. Go find Luo Tong. He is the true mastermind. He wildly swung his sword, unleashing chaotic sword energy. Qin Huaya observed this spectacle, clicking his tongue. Is this hysteria? So, this renowned swordmaster is but a madman. Chapter 44. The Truth of the Past. We have indeed arrived at an opportune moment. Observing the deranged sword demon before him, Qin Wuyo raised his hand, effortlessly shattering the sword energy directed at him. He then stepped forward, gliding through the chaotic sword energy, as if he were a specter, reaching the opponent with ease. With a swift motion, he struck the adversary's head, rendering him unconscious with a resounding thud. Gazing at the fallen Yan Bei, Qin Wuyo displayed a hint of amusement on his face. He could easily eliminate Yan Bei and siphon his vital essence, yet he hesitated. Curiosity regarding the events of the past lingered in his mind. After all, the opponent's essence seemed already within his grasp. Why not entertain himself with this encounter as a means to pass the time? Casting a glance at the tea stall owner, he casually retrieved several silver ingots from the corpses of the innate warriors and tossed them to the proprietor as compensation. The tea stall owner and the waiter, upon seeing the silver, lit up with gratitude. Thank you, young master, they exclaimed. Do not thank me. Direct your gratitude towards them. Qin Wuyo indicated towards the deceased bodies. The tea stall owner and the waiter fell silent, taken aback, pondering how they could express thanks to the dead. They refrained from speaking further, wary of provoking Qin Wuyo's ire, while he remained seated, sipping his tea with an air of indifference. Time passed, and after Qin Wuyo had consumed an entire pot of tea, Yan Bei finally stirred back to consciousness, though the tea stall owner and the waiter dared not approach. Fearing another fit of madness, Qin Wuyo regarded him coolly. Ah, you are awake. Still mad, are you? Why do you not kill me? Yan Bei questioned. If you wish for death, I can grant it now, Qin Wuyo replied nonchalantly. No one desires death, especially when I harbor deep-seated grudges to avenge. A flicker of hatred crossed Yanbei's eyes. Intrigued, Qin Wuyo remarked, I find your tale quite compelling. It seems you have yet to finish recounting the events of that year. Please, continue. In the past, the court entrusted my 3 brothers and me with transporting disaster relief silver. However, the greedy Luo Tong secretly drugged our water, rendering us powerless, intending to keep the silver for himself. Fortunately, my subordinates fought valiantly to save us, and only Hu Shang and I managed to escape. Yet afterward, rumors spread in the martial world, accusing the 3 of us of stealing the silver and slaughtering everyone in our path. After we regained our strength, we sought vengeance on Luo Tong, but to our dismay, he had vanished without a trace. Consequently, Hu Shang and I suffered relentless slander, being labeled among the 10 most notorious villains, hunted down by martial artists everywhere. Over time, we took many lives, and gradually, we truly became the villains we were accused of being. Hu Shang indulged in the pleasures of life, using wine and women to numb his pain, eventually parting ways with me. Tragically, he met his demise at the hands of a woman. I had encountered the very woman who killed Hu Shang. Her cultivation was far inferior to his, yet she was a survivor of the disasters in Jiangnan. Although we were not responsible for the calamity, the silver indeed slipped through our fingers. Hu Shang, burdened by guilt, perished at her hands, smiling as he died, perhaps feeling liberated. Yanbei sighed deeply, his eyes now ablaze with vengeance. But I cannot succumb to the same fate as him. I must avenge my wife. She took her own life after enduring the scorn of others due to the disaster relief silver. I shall repay her blood debt, as well as Hu Shang's. These years, I have relentlessly pursued Luo Tong. Finally, fortune smiled upon me. Not long ago, the renowned master Tai Quan Wang in Qingyang County died mysteriously. With 36 fractures in his body and his heart meridian shattered by a formidable energy, an injury unmistakably inflicted by Luo Tong's signature technique, the soul snatching hand. I ventured to the ghost tower for intelligence and verified through various channels that Jin Bai Tong Fei, the grand elder of the Huangji sect, is none other than Luo Tong of that year. We, like lost dogs, have scurried and suffered for years, only for him to transform into a revered elder of the 6 great sects. A man who caused the deaths of so many in Jiangnan is now venerated by thousands. This world is so unjust. Hence, I have come here to expose him, to ruin his reputation, and to personally end his life. Yanbei spoke fervently, madness gleaming in his eyes as he reached the climax of his tale. Qin Wuyo listened, responding coolly, I see. Allow me to remind you, should you descend into madness again, I will not hold back. I am aware. Yanbei inhaled deeply. He still sought vengeance and could not afford to perish here. Curiously, he inquired, what brings you here? And how did you ascertain that Jin Bai Tong Fei is indeed the soul snatching hand Luo Tong? I have some grievances with the 6 great sects that I wish to settle. As for the soul snatching hand, if you have visited the archives of the Jinfu division, you would uncover much information. Qin Wuyo smiled. Do the Jinyui know of this? Why do they not take action? Yanbei's anger flared. Because he is now the grand elder of the Huangji sect. To apprehend him would be to oppose the Huangji sect. Do you truly believe the Jinyui would risk a complete fallout with the Huangji sect over an old grievance? They would not. On the contrary, with this leverage, they can manipulate the Huangji sect into a state of fear, preventing them from recklessly challenging the Jinyui. Qin Wuyo elucidated with a smile. He continued, furthermore, your quest to confront Jin Bai Tong Fei is akin to throwing an egg against a stone. The Huangji sect is filled with masters. How do you propose to contend with them alone? Even if you know he is the soul snatching hand, do you possess evidence? If he denies it, can you possibly stand against the entire Huangji sect? Yanbei fell silent, recognizing the stark truth of his vulnerability. Yet this matter had become his inner demon. He could not turn back. He looked at Qin Wuyo, sensing a glimmer of opportunity, and immediately knelt. Qin Wuyo, I understand that your strength far exceeds mine. I implore you to assist me. I am willing to pay any price for your aid, even if it means sacrificing your own cultivation. Indeed, even my cultivation. Oh, what a pity. I could claim your cultivation at any moment. It is insufficient to serve as a bargaining chip, Qin Wuyo replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. Yanbei pondered for a moment. I possess 2 volumes of master-level martial arts. One is my original creation, the drizzling sword technique, and the other is 36 sticks of demon subduing bestowed upon me by Hu Shang at our parting. Should you aid me, I will present both martial arts to you. He added, the drizzling sword technique resides in my mind. Should you kill me, you would gain nothing. As for the 36 sticks of demon subduing, only I know where it is hidden. Qin Wuyo smiled faintly. You have proposed a commendable bargaining chip. Master-level martial arts are indeed valuable. For instance, my own Tianwu sword technique and Noyan hand are both master-level skills. One can never have too many techniques. I shall agree to your request. After all, he was also here to stir trouble with the Huangji sect. Acquiring 2 volumes of master-level martial arts along the way was a delightful bonus. Thank you. Yanbei expressed his gratitude. Let us depart, Qin Wuyo stated as he stood up. Where to? Naturally, we shall head to the Huangji sect. Where else would you expect to go? Yan Bei contemplated before trailing behind Qin Wuyo towards the Huangji sect. During their journey, he imparted his sword techniques to Qin Wuyo. However, to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, he refrained from sharing the other master-level martial arts, intending to reveal it only after achieving his goals. Qin Wuyo paid no mind to Yan Bei's caution. Nightfall arrived, and within a mountain shrine, Qin Wuyo and Yan Bei took refuge for the night. Yan Bei, holding a two-stringed instrument, gazed into the night and began to play. The melancholic strains of the Eru echoed softly, imbued with a sense of poignant nostalgia. His skills were remarkably refined, and the music he produced was enchanting. Qin Wuyo drew the Tianwu sword, commencing his swordsmanship practice amidst the haunting melodies of the Eru. The technique he employed was none other than the fine-range swordplay, a style mastered by Yan Bei. True to its name, the swordplay resembled a gentle drizzle, continuous and unrelenting, ideally suited for a slender sword to unleash its full potential. However, the Tianwu sword in Qin Wuyo's grasp was a powerful and fierce blade, seemingly ill-suited for the fine-range technique. Yet, in Qin Wuyo's hands, this formidable sword exhibited an unexpectedly delicate and intricate grace, its sword energy cascading like fine rain, ceaseless and flowing. Watching from the side, Yan Bei's eyes gradually widened with astonishment. He had merely instructed Qin Wuyo on the fine-range swordplay once, expecting a multitude of questions and uncertainties to arise. Yet now, Qin Wuyo had mastered this technique to an extraordinary degree, rivaling even Yan Bei himself. What an extraordinary talent! It was astonishing to encounter such a martial prodigy in this world. Yan Bei could not help but swallow hard. Upon completing the fine-range swordplay, Qin Wuyo stood poised with his sword, contemplating the subtleties of the technique. A slight smile graced his lips, though it paled in comparison to the Tianwu swordplay. It was nonetheless commendable. The movements were continuous and intricate, the intent of the sword as gentle as rain, nourishing the world in silence. He sheathed the Tianwu sword and turned to Yan Bei, who was regarding him with a complex expression. Qin Wuyo felt a twinge of confusion. Why do you look at me so? I believe any martial practitioner, upon witnessing your swift acquisition of a master-level technique, would regard you thus. Wondering whether their years of training have been for naught, Yan Bei replied, taking a deep breath. Qin Wuyo chuckled, do not belittle yourself. The creation of a masterful technique like the fine-range swordplay elevates you far beyond mediocrity. Yan Bei mused, is that meant to comfort me? It feels somewhat like an insult. However, witnessing Qin Wuyo's prowess instilled in him a newfound confidence regarding their impending confrontation at the Huangji sect. Soon, the two arrived at the foot of Huangji Mountain, where the Huangji sect was located. The area was bustling with activity, and after making inquiries, they learned that it was the birthday celebration of the sect's master, drawing attendees from various clans and sects across Qingyang County to present their gifts. Qin Wuyo smiled. Our timing is indeed fortuitous. Chapter 45, A Birthday Feast with a Coffin. Directing Yan Bei, the master of the Huangji sect, known as Huang Ao, is a man of his name, proud and domineering. In his youth, he was undefeated throughout Qingyang County, wielding his fists with unmatched prowess, dominating the 33 counties of the Great Qian. However, upon ascending to the position of sect leader, his arrogance did not wane. Instead, it burgeoned. Leading the Huangji sect in conquests, his influence has more than doubled. Now, at the age of 61, Huang Ao remains indulgent and extravagant, making his birthday celebration a widely known affair, drawing numerous esteemed guests from Qingyang County bearing gifts. Alas, at such an advanced age, he remains vain about appearances. It is said that for this birthday, he sent out 136 invitations, with nearly all prominent figures in Qingyang County attending. Who would dare not show deference to such an esteemed elder of the Huangji sect, the foremost sect in Qingyang County? Furthermore, it is rumored that various sects have been tirelessly preparing extravagant gifts, 1,000-year-old ginseng, unparalleled jewels, coral trees, and more, demonstrating the immense respect they afford him. You see, Huang Ao is particularly fond of face. The more lavish the gift, the more pleased he becomes. However, there is a caveat. While he may forget who presented him with gifts, he will undoubtedly remember those who received invitations but failed to attend. It is said that a certain clan fell into decline after neglecting to present a gift despite receiving an invitation 2 years prior. Isn't that rather harsh? What can be done? After all, he is the master of the Huangji sect, a peak master in his own right. And it is rumored that he may have even reached the pinnacle of mastery by now. Very few throughout the Great Qian can rival him. As the crowd buzzes with conversation, Qin Wuyo and Yan Bei stand aside, listening. Given that he is celebrating his birthday today, ought we not prepare a gift as well? Qin Wuyo suggests with a smile. Yan Bei glances at him skeptically. I doubt you are genuinely inclined to do so. As a junior, it is only proper to show respect to my senior, Qin Wuyo replies. His gaze wanders until it lands on a rather desolate shop nearby, a coffin shop. Qin Wuyo approaches with a grin. Greetings, good sir. I would like to order a coffin. Yanbei falls silent for a moment. Is that truly your gift? Of course. At his age, one can never be too sure when he might suddenly kick the bucket. It is prudent to prepare a coffin in advance, Qin Wuyo responds. Your thoughtfulness is remarkable, Yanbei remarks with a twitch of his lips. Imagining the expression on Huang Ao's face upon receiving a coffin at his birthday feast brings a smirk to his face. The head of the Qin family presents 3 exquisite jade rui. The master of the Taizhan sect offers 1,000-year-old ginseng. The head of the Bai family gifts 300 pearls and 100 pairs of emerald bracelets. Outside the grand hall of the Huangji sect, a disciple brandishes a gift list, enthusiastically announcing each contribution, eliciting cheers from the crowd. As each item is announced, envy and admiration ripple through the onlookers. Such treasures. While the master receives ample rewards for merely celebrating a birthday, they toil throughout the year with little to show for it, and now must devise ways to present gifts to him. Within the grand hall, dressed in a yellow robe, the elderly Huang Ao listens to the list of gifts, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Beside him stands the 50-something elder, Jin Bai Tongfei, known for his golden arm rings that serve both offense and defense. A formidable weapon requiring a unique martial art style, the Golden Universe Rings, one of the sect's 2 supreme martial arts. Master, this year's guests surpass those of previous years. Your reputation seems to have ascended even higher, Tongfei remarks with a smile. Huang Ao beams at the compliment, but then a flicker of melancholy crosses his brow. Alas, my second brother is not here. Tongfei sighs in agreement. Mister, he has been a pillar of our Huangji sect, second only to you in strength. He had been hidden in the shadows to assist the second prince, yet unexpectedly, a madman named Qin Wuyo emerged. At the mention of Qin Wuyo, a hint of trepidation glimmers in Tongfei's eyes. Although he has never encountered him, the name of the so-called madman has spread throughout the great Qian, striking fear into many. A martial art capable of absorbing one and amp, Appo's, power. Having traversed the martial world for so many years, I do not believe in such sinister techniques. Even the Blood Yuan devil art, notorious in its time, could not achieve such wonders in turning an ordinary individual into a master in such a short span. In my opinion, Qin Wuyo is no extraordinary spirit. He must have been concealing his true abilities. What a cunning villain. Should I cross paths with him, I shall ensure he recognizes the might of my iron fists. Huang Ao scoffs. Suddenly, a commotion arises outside. What are you doing? Stop him. The clamor grows louder. Moments later, a group of figures is sent flying out, crashing to the ground. 2 figures stride into the grand hall, one around 50, holding a 2-stringed instrument, and the other a strikingly young lad, around 15 or 16, exuding an air of nobility, carrying a coffin on his shoulder. He tosses the coffin onto the ground and proclaims, I have heard that the master of the Huangji sect celebrates his birthday today. I bring a coffin to offer my congratulations. Please accept it, master. Gasps of shock ripple through the assembly. Who is this audacious individual? Has he lost his mind to appear at a birthday feast with a coffin? The expressions of Huang Ao and Tongfei darken immediately. When Tongfei and Appo's gaze lands on Yanbei, surprise flickers in his eyes, and Yanbei, in turn, recognizes Tongfei instantly. You are Jin Bai Tongfei, the grand elder of the Huangji sect. Yanbei exclaims. Indeed, Tongfei replies. Maintaining his composure, Yanbei scrutinizes him closely, then smirks. What a face that betrays no hint of past deeds. Such a masterful art of disguise could only be rivaled by the infamous ghost Dr. Wang Jiu, known for his unparalleled face-changing techniques. The ghost Dr. Wang Jiu, the most revered physician in the underworld, reputed to have the ability to revive the dead and alter appearances so drastically that even close kin would fail to recognize their own. Isn't that akin to plastic surgery? Qin Wuyo muses inwardly. Tongfei and Appo's pupils constrict, yet he remains composed. I know not what you speak of, and as for your disruption within the Huangji sect, do you truly believe we are an easy target? Must you continue this charade, Tongfei? No, you ought to be addressed as one of the 10 villains. Soul Collector Luotong. Yanbei retorts through clenched teeth. Nonsense. How could I possibly be Luotong? Whether it is true or false can be discerned through a trial. Yanbei let out a cold snort, years of suppressed hatred finally bubbling to the surface as he unsheathed the slender, exquisite sword from his arrow and lunged towards Tongfei. Upon witnessing this, Tongfei channeled his vital energy into his arms, causing the golden rings in his grasp to radiate a dazzling brilliance. He then raised his arms to counter Yanbei's attack. The sword and the golden rings clashed with a resounding metallic sound, sparking a flurry of fiery light. Qin Wuyo observed from the sidelines. Tongfei's martial arts were rooted in a formidable fist technique, which harmonized seamlessly with the golden rings on his arms, displaying both grandiosity and overwhelming force. As he struck, the golden rings collided, producing piercing sound waves that disoriented Yanbei's mind. Although Yanbei's cultivation was on par with Tongfei's, subduing his opponent was a task that could not be accomplished in haste. Observing the situation, Qin Wuyo suddenly spoke, the third move of the light rain sword technique. Drizzling rain. Upon hearing this, Yanbei swiftly altered his swordplay, conjuring a torrent of sword energy that wove into a dense web. Fifth move, storm across the sky. Seventh move, slanting wind and drizzling rain, no need to return. Second move, misty rain and fog. Ninth move, silent nourishment. Under Qin Wuyo and Amp, Appo's guidance, Yan Bei's swordsmanship gradually overpowered the golden-armed Tong Fei, leaving a series of sword marks upon his opponent's body. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their gazes towards Qin Wuyo laden with profound apprehension. An unbidden question emerged in everyone and Appo's minds. Who, exactly, is this young man? Chapter 46. Huang Ao takes action. The king shatters mountains and rivers. Golden-armed Tong Fei is a renowned master, famed for many years. With his golden universe ring, no one could break his defenses. Yet now, under the guidance of this youth, Yan Bei swiftly suppresses his opponent, leaving behind numerous sword scars on his body. Such prowess is truly astonishing. How old can this youth be? How can he possess such martial arts mastery? Could it be that this child is? Huang Ao's thoughts crystallized as he recognized something, his gaze sharpening. He then unleashed a punch towards Qin Wuyo, the force akin to a raging wind, immensely powerful. However, before this punch could reach Qin Wuyo, it was effortlessly blocked by the invisible aura emanating from him. Boom. The clash of fist and aura unleashed a tremendous shockwave, sending several onlookers flying. Qin Wuyo smiled faintly. Huang Zongju, it is not yet our turn. Why the haste? Huang Ao fixed his gaze on Qin Wuyo, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, it was you. Such age, such cultivation. You must be the infamous madman, Qin Wuyo. Upon the mention of the madman, gasps of disbelief filled the air. They looked at Qin Wuyo in shock, unable to fathom it. Could he truly be Qin Wuyo, the one who annihilated the Qimei Tower and stormed the palace to slay the prince? He has come to the Huangji Gate. It is said that wherever the madman treads, bloodshed follows. His presence here could signify an intent to obliterate the Huangji Gate. Such a notion is not without merit. The crowd, trembling, recoiled several steps, unwilling to approach him. At this moment, the battle between Yan Bei and Tong Fei shifted. Tong Fei, under Yan Bei and Amp, Appo's pressure, found himself in dire straits, suffering from numerous sword wounds, his golden iron rings shattering one by one. Just as he seemed on the verge of death beneath Yan Bei's blade, he suddenly changed his tactics, his hands enveloped in a dark, swirling energy. This energy, akin to black smoke, danced around his hands, exuding an unsettling aura. It was none other than the soul-seizing hand, one of the infamous 10 evildoers, Luo Tong and Amp, Appo's technique. The crowd gasped in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. The soul-seizing hand. He truly is one of the 10 evildoers, Luo Tong. How could he have transformed into Tong Fei? Yan Bei's eyes lit up, laughter escaping his lips. Ah, finally, you reveal your true self, Luo Tong. Tong Fei, or rather Luo Tong, glared at Yan Bei. After all these years, who would have thought you would continue your pursuit, and that you would indeed find me? Years ago, you devoured the disaster relief funds from Jiangnan, implicating me and the Flower Monk in a relentless hunt by the martial world, leaving me with a tarnished reputation. Because of you, my family was destroyed, and I became a pariah. Do you think I would let you go? Even if it meant traversing to the ends of the earth or descending into hell, I shall kill you and reveal the truth to the world. Yan Bei declared loudly. The crowd exchanged glances, surprised by the hidden history. They turned their gaze towards Huang Ao, their grand elder, one of the 10 evildoers. Did Huang Ao know this? What role did he play in all of this? Huang Ao's eyes flickered, then he exclaimed loudly, Tong Fei. Who would have thought you were the infamous soul-seizing hand, Luo Tong? You've deceived me for far too long. Luo Tong's gaze sharpened. Was Huang Ao attempting to sever ties now? To join the Huangji Gate, he had given half of the 3 million taels of disaster relief funds to Huang Ao. How could he be unaware of his identity? Yet, he noticed Huang Ao signaling him with his eyes. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Huang Ao intended to preserve the Huangji Gate's reputation, allowing him to escape. Once the storm passed, he could return in the shadows. At worst, he could seek out Wang Jiao and change his face again. But if the Huangji Gate's reputation were tarnished, it would be irreparable. Realizing this, Luo Tong sneered. Huang Ao, your foolishness has allowed me to deceive you for so many years. Now, I shan't play with you any longer. You wish to escape? Not a chance. Feigning fury, Huang Ao charged at Luo Tong, throwing a punch. Luo Tong countered with an open palm. Their strikes collided, creating a surge of energy. Luo Tong utilized Huang Ao's force to propel himself backward, darting towards the hall and Amp, Appo's exit, with Yan Bei hot on his heels. As Yan Bei pursued relentlessly, Luo Tong seethed with anger. Yan Bei, is it worth chasing me down for the death of a mere woman? You wretched creature. Yan Bei, incensed by the remark, wielded his sword with even greater ferocity, unleashing a tempestuous assault. The drizzle sword technique transformed into a torrential storm of strikes. Huang Ao, witnessing this, contemplated intervening. Yet an unforeseen figure stood in his path, Qin Wuyo. He calmly stated, this is their personal vendetta, let them resolve it themselves. As for us, let us attend to our own matters. Madman Qin Wuyo, very well, even if you do not seek me out, I shall find you to avenge my second brother. Having spoken, Huang Ao charged at Qin Wuyo, fists clenched, unleashing the might of the Heavenly King Fist. In the face of this assault, Qin Wuyo merely smiled and mirrored Huang Ao's technique. The two forces clashed. Huang Ao staggered back several steps, nearly collapsing, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could you wield the Heavenly King Fist? Your deceased second brother taught me, Qin Wuyo replied with a smile. This is impossible, Huang Ao shouted, refusing to believe it. He then rallied the surrounding crowd. Join me. Let us slay this man and rid the martial world of his menace. Having discerned Qin Wuyo and Amp, Apos, profound cultivation from their earlier clash, Huang Ao realized he might not prevail in a one-on-one confrontation. Thus, he resorted to this tactic, employing sheer numbers to exhaust Qin Wuyo's stamina. The disciples and elders of the Huangji Gate surged forward, unleashing a torrent of martial arts techniques towards Qin Wuyo. The Huangji Gate's martial arts are renowned for their dominance, and as the crowd attacked, their true energy surged like mountains crashing down upon Qin Wuyo. Yet, amidst the chaos, a light chuckle rang out. In the next moment, Qin Wuyo unsheathed his Tianwu sword. The drizzle sword technique was executed. The sword energy fell like gentle rain, slicing through the crowd's true energy, swiftly penetrating their wrists and severing their tendons, rendering dozens of Huangji Gate disciples and elders incapacitated. This drizzle sword technique far surpassed Yin Bei's in lethality. The spectators gasped, their hearts racing. Even Huang Ao could not help but take a step back. To subdue so many masters in an instant, this was beyond even his capabilities. What sort of anomaly stands before me? As the leader of the Huangji Gate, do you possess any remarkable techniques that might impress me? Qin Wuyo asked with a smile, gazing at Huang Ao. Taking a deep breath, Huang Ao revealed a resolute glint in his eyes. His hands bulged with veins, his gray-white hair billowing wildly. Waves of true energy erupted from his pores. The ground beneath him buckled under his immense power. This next move is the strongest technique I have ever created. It is a technique I have never employed before. You shall be the first to experience it. Qin Wuyo, prepare to meet your end. Heavenly King Fist, shatter mountains and rivers. Chapter 47, Half-Step to Celestial Being. The Death of Luo Tong. The Heavenly King Fist, shattering mountains and rivers. Huang Ao summoned every ounce of his true essence, unleashing a devastating punch that sent violent ripples through the void, as if a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a tempest. The terrifying force of his punch compressed and erupted in the air, engulfing the surroundings in a tempestuous wave that surged toward Qin Wuyo. Reminiscent of the fracturing of mountains and the splitting of seas, this punch exuded an unparalleled might, having reached the level of a grandmaster. Upon witnessing this, Qin Wuyo smiled faintly. He pivoted the blade of his Tianwu sword, and a formidable sword intent radiated outward from his being. This celestial-like sword intent enveloped the onlookers, instilling a profound sense of oppression, as if they were each burdened by the weight of a mountain. Many among them fell to their knees. In the next moment, Qin Wuyo drew his sword. The Tianwu sword technique was unleashed. A stream of sword energy erupted from the blade, sharp and domineering, instantly tearing through the boundless force of Huang Ao's punch, landing squarely upon him and severing his arm with a single stroke. This was merely the result of Qin Wuyo deliberately redirecting the sword energy. Otherwise, the outcome would have been far more disastrous. Ah! Huang Ao cried out in agony. Collapsing to the ground in disarray, he gazed at Qin Wuyo in shock. A grandmaster? You are a grandmaster. No, this sword energy. You are not an ordinary grandmaster. How have you cultivated to such a degree at your age? Are you even human or a specter? Having practiced for many years, Huang Ao understood the arduous journey to attain the realm of a master, let alone that of a grandmaster. For someone of Qin Wuyo and Amp, Apos' age to possess such innate prowess was already the mark of an extraordinary genius. Yet, he was indeed a grandmaster. Even the most talented must have their limits. In Huang Ao and Apos' eyes, Qin Wuyo had transcended the realm of genius. He was a veritable monster. I assure you, I am very much alive, Qin Wuyo replied with a smile, slowly advancing toward Huang Ao. No one dared to impede his approach. All retreated in terror. Huang Ao, too, stumbled backward, only to find Qin Wuyo extending his hand in a powerful draw, enveloping him in a formidable suction that he could not resist, pulling him before Qin Wuyo, who seized his head. In the next instant, Huang Ao and Amp, Apos' prideful, near-grandmaster cultivation was swiftly absorbed by Qin Wuyo. A look of sheer terror spread across Huang Ao and Amp, Apos' face. So, such martial arts truly exist that can absorb another and Apos' cultivation? The others began to grasp the situation. They looked at Qin Wuyo with astonishment, but soon, expressions of greed began to surface on their faces. The ability to absorb cultivation, such divine prowess truly exists in this world. This individual, having reached such heights at this young age, must owe his success to this secret art. If we could acquire such knowledge, would we not easily attain the realm of a master ourselves? Yes, indeed. He is currently absorbing Huang Ao and Amp, Apos' cultivation appearing motionless, seemingly incapable of action. Let us strike together. Blinded by their desire for the absorption technique, their minds clouded, they charged at Qin Wuyo, intent on subduing him and seizing his secrets. Foolish, Qin Wuyo remarked coolly. He raised his hand, and a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, forming an invisible hand above them. Then, with a single downward motion, this ethereal hand descended like a colossal mountain, pressing down upon every individual present, forcing them all to the ground. They struggled valiantly, yet to no avail. Whether they were elite martial artists or innate masters, none could move. Fearful, they gazed at Qin Wuyo, realizing, in that moment, the folly of their actions. They stood before him, utterly without hope. Damn it, this man is no mere mortal. Who possesses such overwhelming power? We should never have made a move against him. How foolish we were to challenge such a formidable being. They were engulfed by fear and regret. Yet it was all for naught. Qin Wuyo extended his hand, activating the absorption technique with full force. In an instant, within the grand hall, the true essence of over 100 prominent figures from Qingyang County surged uncontrollably toward him, as if rivers returning to the sea. Time passed, and those, including Huang Ao, who had their cultivation drained, lay sprawled on the ground, limbs cold and powerless. A faint smile crept across Qin Wuyo and Apos' face. He felt his power surge tremendously. Not merely a grandmaster. He was at the precipice of becoming a half-step celestial being. He could vaguely perceive a new realm of martial arts beckoning to him, the supreme celestial realm of Deqian. I can almost sense the beauty of that realm, Qin Wuyo mused. As he surveyed the hall, where the defeated lay, he walked toward the exit, each step releasing a torrent of true essence that transformed into invisible sword energy, piercing through the bodies of the fallen. Blood gushed forth, painting the scene behind him in shades of crimson. Yet, he felt no remorse for his actions. Killers are perpetually condemned to death. This was a principle he steadfastly upheld. They had attacked him, thus he had every right to eliminate them. Upon exiting the palace, he observed Yan Bei still engaged in battle with Luo Tong. Luo Tong and Apos' soul-snatching hand was formidable, and his years of rigorous training in the Huangji sect had significantly enhanced his strength. In contrast, Yan Bei, distracted by his enmity, struggled to maintain composure. His sword energy, though seemingly fierce, lacked coherence, rendering his rain sword technique ineffective. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Tong struck, sending him flying. As Luo Tong sought to eliminate his adversary, he suddenly caught sight of Qin Wuyo emerging from the hall, accompanied by the lifeless bodies in his wake. His pupils contracted in disbelief. Such a thing exists in this world. Overcome with dread, he turned to flee. Yet, as he took a step, he felt a grip on his arm from behind. Qin Wuyo had appeared before him as if teleporting, effortlessly grasping his arm and smiling. Where do you think you and Apos are going? Let go. Luo Tong exclaimed, panic-stricken, and struck out with his other hand. The soul-snatching hand emanated dense black mist, obscuring the source of his attack. However, Qin Wuyo needed no clarity. The energy radiated from him, rendering Luo Tong and Apos' assault utterly ineffective. In the next moment, Qin Wuyo and Apos' true essence surged forth, manifesting as invisible hands that bore down upon Luo Tong. Crack, crack. Luo Tong and Apos' arms twisted grotesquely, followed by a cacophony of bone-cracking sounds emanating from his body. His piercing screams echoed through the air. Qin Wuyo crushed his limbs and bones, reducing him to a quivering mass upon the ground. Having drained Luo Tong of his cultivation completely, Qin Wuyo cast him before Yan Bei, declaring, "He is yours." Yan Bei, sword in hand, approached the broken figure of Luo Tong, who lay helpless, and in vengeance, delivered blow after blow, etching countless sword marks upon his body. Initially, Luo Tong continued to shriek in anguish, but gradually, the strength left him, and as his blood drained away, his eyes dimmed, losing the spark of life. In a fit of unquenched rage, Yan Bei relentlessly pierced his opponent and Apos' lifeless body until it resembled a sieve. Finally, he cast aside his sword and knelt upon the ground. Feeling as if he had lost all sense of purpose, his spirit and vitality utterly drained upon avenging his great grievance. After a moment, Yan Bei turned to Qin Wuyo and said, "According to our agreement, my cultivation now belongs to you." With a smirk, Qin Wuyo replied, "Well then, I shall not hold back." He then placed his palm upon Yan Bei and Apos' head, absorbing the latter and Apos' cultivation. Chapter 48, The Library of the Emperor and Apos' Gate. A new idea. With Yan Bei and Apos' entire cultivation absorbed into Qin Wuyo, he felt himself inching closer to the realm of transcendence. Yet, an elusive barrier loomed before him, hindering his progress. Nevertheless, Qin Wuyo remained unconcerned, for although he had yet to break through to the realm of transcendence, he sensed a newfound strength within himself. He firmly believed that as long as he continued to consume, the gates to the realm of transcendence would inevitably swing open for him. Having lost all his cultivation, Yan Bei collapsed to the ground and looked at Qin Wuyo, saying, "Your technique is indeed sinister. Absorbing the powers of others is unheard of. This method will bring you endless troubles. The martial world cannot accommodate such practices, nor you. No one desires to see their hard-won cultivation suddenly become fodder for another. A feeling that is nothing short of despair. Qin Wuya chuckled lightly. If this martial world cannot accommodate me, then I shall shatter it. As long as I grow strong enough, it will not be I who cannot fit into this world, but rather the world itself that cannot contain me. His words were nonchalant, yet they carried an overwhelming grandeur. Yin Bei glanced at him, shaking his head. Forget it. With my cultivation gone, the state of the martial world is of no concern to me now. What are your plans moving forward? To find a place to recuperate and then retreat from the martial world? Qin Wuya nodded slightly. I intend to remain in the Emperor and Appo's gate for a couple of days. What? Yin Bei looked around at the bodies, his lips twitching. You just annihilated the Emperor's gate and now wish to stay here for 2 days? Are you not worried that these souls may return as vengeful spirits? Qin Wuya laughed. If they truly become vengeful spirits, then I would welcome it. I have yet to encounter such beings. Yin Bei was rendered speechless. He had never encountered someone so unfathomably fearless as Qin Wuya. By the way, take this. Yin Bei produced his Eru, opening a hidden compartment to retrieve a booklet inscribed with the title 36 Demon Subduing Sticks. This is a master martial art from the Flower Monk. Qin Wuya accepted it, perusing its contents with approval. He then disregarded Yin Bei and made his way to the library of the Emperor's Gate. The very purpose of his visit. As the pinnacle sect of the Great Qian dynasty, the Emperor's Gate had a storied legacy, undoubtedly concealing countless martial arts manuscripts. Pushing open the grand doors of the library, a sight of numerous bookshelves filled with martial arts tomes greeted him. These were the essence of the Emperor's Gate. Typically, this place was off-limits to ordinary folk. However, now that the Emperor's Gate had been obliterated by Qin Wuya, he could freely explore its treasures. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he surveyed the manuscripts. He casually picked up a volume titled Golden Universe Circle, a master martial art that stood alongside the Heavenly King Fist. A slight smile graced Qin Wuya and Appo's lips as he skimmed through it. Like the 36 demon-subduing sticks he had just acquired, he engraved its teachings into his mind, ready to summon them at will. Glancing at other martial arts manuscripts, he encountered titles such as Heavenly Fire Blade Technique, Furious River Fist, Yin-Yang Duality Sword, Willow Blade, Cloud Step, and Phantom 6 Transformations. An array of martial arts lay before him. Yet aside from the Heavenly King Fist and the Golden Universe Circle, most were of first-rate or exceptional quality, with few innate martial arts present. Yet, Qin Wuya was unfazed. To him, the profundity of martial arts resided not solely in their rank, but also in the insights of their creators. Every martial art possessed its unique merits. As the saying goes, other mountains can serve as stones to break jade. Learning these arts would refine Qin Wuya's own martial prowess. Moreover, with his comprehension, mastering these arts would require little time. In just half a day, Qin Wuya had thoroughly studied dozens of martial arts manuscripts within the library, achieving a level of integration with each. Such comprehension and learning ability were astonishing. No one would believe it if it were to be revealed. The Emperor and Appo's gate, as a top sect, possessed martial arts secrets that far surpassed those he had gathered during his time in the Qin family. The least of them was of first-rate quality. Qin Wuya mused. For instance, the volume he now held was the Emperor's Gate's supreme internal cultivation technique, known as Emperor's Skill. This was an inner cultivation method. Martial arts are divided into internal and external disciplines. Internal cultivation establishes the foundation and cultivates realms, while external techniques are akin to skillful applications. To simplify, internal cultivation focuses on harnessing true energy, while external techniques utilize that energy in practical ways. Both complement one another. Generally, internal cultivation holds greater significance. After all, without true energy, even the most formidable external techniques are merely ornamental. In the past, Qin Wuya was unable to practice internal cultivation due to his unique physique, which hindered his absorption of spiritual energy. Despite his ability to grasp numerous martial arts, he could not execute them. Fortunately, he later created the absorption technique, which set him on the path of martial arts. Now, he could practice internal cultivation, yet still lacked the ability to absorb the world's spiritual energy through it. And he had little desire to pursue that route. The absorption technique was the most suitable internal method for him. Thus, Emperor's Skill felt like a superfluous addition, less useful than a couple of exquisite external techniques. However, while it may seem trivial to him, Emperor and Appo's skill was a divine technique in the eyes of the vast majority of martial practitioners. Not only this, but the celestial martial art he had previously acquired, Cloud Ascension technique, was similarly invaluable. As he contemplated, an idea struck him. These internal cultivation techniques may hold little value for him, yet for other martial artists, they are rare opportunities. Why not allow others to practice these arts? Once they have honed their skills, he could then absorb their powers. In this manner, their training would effectively become his own. The more Qin Wuya contemplated, the more feasible this plan appeared. Given his current pace, he estimated that within a few years, he could absorb the prowess of nearly every martial expert in the Great Qian. At that point, he might even need to look towards other dynasties. Yet, there were only 5 dynasties in the realm, The other four were unlikely to be much stronger than the great Qian. At most, within a decade. He could siphon off the skills of the world and Appos' martial experts, leading to a rather dull existence. By then, would he not find himself ensnared in a bottleneck? Though with his understanding, he might discover alternative paths by that time. It was prudent to prepare for contingencies. Why not begin cultivating a cadre of experts now, who could provide sustenance for his growth in the years or even decades to come? To draw from the masses, one must also cultivate them. The world is akin to a field, and the people are the crops. If one only harvests without planting and nurturing, the crops will eventually be depleted. The more Qin Wuya pondered, the more he found this reasoning compelling. Chapter 49. The plan of all laws returning to one. The sword demon lies motionless on the wilderness. Qin Wuyo sat within the library of the Huangji sect, perusing the Huangji Gong in his hands. Memories of various internal martial arts techniques he had studied in the past, including the formidable Yu Xiaoju, surged through his mind. Gradually, he made improvements to the Huangji Gong, optimizing its deficiencies. He summoned paper and ink, meticulously documenting this newly refined Huangji Gong. After contemplation, he concluded that this technique surpassed the original Huangji Gong significantly and decided to bestow upon it a new name, Jisheng Huangji Gong. With his enhancements, this Jisheng Huangji Gong rivaled even the celestial techniques like the Yin Xiaoju. Should this martial art fall into the hands of a gifted practitioner, it might nurture a heavenly master given time. At that moment, Yan Bei approached Qin Wuyo and stated, "I am leaving." "Very well, you may go." Qin Wuyo replied with a slight nod. Then an idea struck him, and he tossed the Jisheng Huangji Gong to Yan Bei. "Here, take this martial art. You may practice it or bestow it upon others as you see fit." Qin Wuyo spoke in a nonchalant tone. His intention in creating this technique was to allow others to practice it, so that he might later absorb their achievements. He aptly named this grand scheme the plan of all laws returning to one. The all laws referred to the myriad techniques he would create in the future, while one signified himself. With the multitude of laws nourishing the masses, he would then use the amassed strength of the people to return to himself, the singular entity. Such a plan was undeniably ambitious. Yan Bei glanced at the Jisheng Huangji Gong in his hands and casually flipped through its pages, his pupils involuntarily narrowing. Although Qin Wuyo had absorbed his martial prowess, Yan Bei and Appos' understanding of martial arts remained intact, allowing him to discern the profundity of this new technique. It was undoubtedly the most enigmatic internal martial art he had ever encountered. He looked at Qin Wuyo, pondering, what does this mean? Is it a form of compensation for absorbing my abilities? I do not perceive you as such a person. There and Appos' no deeper meaning. Consider it a whim of mine to cultivate a few rivals, for I am far too invincible, Qin Wuyo replied casually. Yan Bei rolled his eyes and shook his head. I have already expressed my desire to withdraw from the martial world. Given my current age, even if I were to restart my training, my future accomplishments would not be significant. Regardless, whether you practice it yourself or pass it on to others is entirely up to you. Very well, I shall accept it, Yan Bei said with indifference, taking his eru and departing. Qin Wuyo observed Yan Bei and Appos' retreating figure, aware that even with the technique he provided, Yan Bei would not amount to anything significant. The reason was simple. The fire of ambition had been extinguished within him. Having avenged himself, Yan Bei relinquished everything, including his drive. A martial artist devoid of ambition, irrespective of possessing extraordinary skills, could never attain true greatness or reach the pinnacle of power. Unbothered, Qin Wuyo also took his leave shortly after Yan Bei's departure. Before his exit, he thoroughly searched the place, acquiring numerous banknotes and various valuable treasures, which he pawned for a substantial sum. Money was indeed a wonderful asset, particularly for someone like Qin Wuyo, who appreciated its significance. Although he had taken several 100,000 taels when he left the Qin family, those funds would eventually dwindle, and now he had acquired a new fortune, sufficient to sustain him for a considerable time. Not long after Qin Wuyo departed the Huangji sect, news of its downfall swept through the martial world like a tempest, leaving the populace in shock. The fear of Qin Wuyo reached an unprecedented peak throughout the realm. Meanwhile, on a street in a city of the great Qin dynasty, a middle-aged man with graying hair played the eru. This man was Yan Bei. Having lost his martial prowess, he now resembled an ordinary person, performing on the streets to make a living. One day, a woman in white, wielding a long sword, approached him. After listening to a piece, she tossed a silver ingot in his direction. Yan Bei, taken aback, remarked, "You are truly generous, young lady. This is payment for your life," the woman replied coolly. Yan Bei squinted. "Do we have enmity?" "Indeed, a deep-seated grudge." The woman's eyes blazed with hatred. 10 years ago, in Yinqing of Tianlong County, my father kindly sheltered you, yet you repaid his kindness with murder, slaying 18 members of the Lu family. I narrowly escaped by hiding in a cupboard. Today, I have come to avenge my kin and take your life, to appease the spirits of my Lu family. Yinqing, Lu family. You are that little girl, Lu Qing. Yan Bei and Appos' eyes widened in realization, recalling a memory long buried. 10 years prior, he had been pursued by martial artists, wounded and lost in Yinqing, where the head of the Lu family had rescued him. While healing, He had no intention of harming them. But he lost control during a fit of hysteria that night, inadvertently killing several members of the Lu family. He regretted it deeply and contemplated atoning with his life. Yet he was compelled to leave, burdened with the weight of his unavenged grievances. Over time, the number of lives he took grew, and the incident with the Lu family faded into obscurity until today, when Lu Qing confronted him once more. Now, with the soul-collecting hand, Luo Tong, dead, it was time for him to pay the price. If you seek revenge, you may do so, but this is not the place for such matters. I never imagined that a notorious killer like you would spare a thought for the lives of ordinary people. However, I too wish to avoid harming the innocent. Lu Qing scoffed. Yan Bei sheathed his arrow and led Lu Qing to a desolate area outside the city. Observing her hands, Yan Bei noted the calluses formed from years of wielding a sword, a testament to her dedication and hard work. She, who should have lived a life of peace and comfort, was now embroiled in a path stained with blood due to his actions. Stopping, he turned to Lu Qing and said calmly, "Let it begin." With no hesitation, Lu Qing drew her sword in a flash, the blade slicing through Yan Bei and Apos' chest. Blood gushed forth. Yan Bei collapsed to the ground, powerless to retaliate, his eyes dimming as he gazed at Lu Qing, whispering, "I hope you do not harbor hatred." Lu Qing, witnessing Yan Bei and Apos' slow demise, felt a wave of confusion. What transpired? Was he not the renowned Sword demon? Although she had struck first, he should not have been this vulnerable. What was happening? Furrowing her brow, she sensed something amiss. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of a booklet protruding from Yan Bei and Apos' chest. She retrieved it and gasped in astonishment. Jixing Huangji Gong. What a profound and intricate internal martial art. With this technique, within a year, I shall surely reach mastery. To think that in seeking vengeance, I would gain such a treasure. Elated, she tucked the manual away, disregarding Yan Bei and Apos' lifeless body, and turned to leave. Thus, the first seed of the plan of all laws returning to one was sown. In the wilderness, the corpse of the once mighty Sword demon lay abandoned, ultimately consumed by the beasts drawn to the scent of blood. Chapter 50 The Celestial Crane Sect. Celestial Crane Pill. In the grand city of Yenyun, within an inn, Qin Wuyo sat at a window-side table, enjoying his meal. He idly played with several bamboo tokens in his hand. As the waiter brought over some wine, Qin Wuyo placed the tokens neatly on the table and smiled. "Waiter, flip one over." The waiter paused, perplexed. "What do you mean, esteemed guest?" "Nothing much, just flip one, and I shall reward you with a tip." Such a delightful offer. The waiter flipped one token at random. It prominently displayed 4 bold characters. Celestial Crane Sect. Qin Wuyo tossed a silver ingot to the waiter. Upon receiving it, the waiter was taken aback, exclaiming, "Wah, a silver ingot? For merely flipping a token? This guest is extraordinarily generous." Having worked at the inn for a while, the waiter had developed a keen eye and could tell that Qin Wuyo was not an ordinary individual. He hesitated and returned the silver, saying, "Esteemed guest, it was but a trivial act. I cannot possibly accept this." Qin Wuyo smiled slightly. It is the first time I have encountered a waiter who declines a tip. Intriguing. If you refuse money, then perhaps you would accept something else. With that, he retrieved a martial arts manual from his robe. It was the coveted internal cultivation method known as the Cloud Sky Formula, sought after by countless martial artists. "Waiter, I perceive you possess remarkable potential, and we seem to share a certain affinity. I have a manual here, priceless yet rare, and today, I shall gift it to you without charge." "A manual?" The waiter was even more astonished. "You are not giving me silver, but a martial arts manual instead? Surely, even the most ordinary manual costs dozens of silver ingots. Could this truly be genuine?" "Dear sir, I appreciate your kindness, but this. Do not hesitate, take it. As the saying goes, one should seize the opportunities that come their way. How can you let this chance slip by?" Qin Wuyo urged with a smile. The waiter, unable to counter his insistence, accepted the Cloud Sky Formula, albeit with some skepticism. He thought to himself that the manual was likely of little worth, something trivial to entertain with, and if it came to serious matters, it would likely prove useless. "Thank you, esteemed guest. It is of no consequence. Should you find success in your studies, I may return to claim something from you. I trust you will not refuse. If I truly achieve success and make a name for myself in the martial world. Esteemed guest, as long as you do not seek my life, you may have whatever you desire." The waiter replied casually. From a distance, the innkeeper shouted, "Waiter, what are you doing? The dishes for table 3 have yet to be served." Coming. The waiter smiled at Qin Wuyo and said, "Enjoy your meal, esteemed guest. I must attend to my duties." Watching the waiter scurry away, a slight smile crept across Qin Wuyo's lips. The plan to unify all methods had commenced. Bestowing the Cloud Sky Formula upon the waiter was merely a whimsical act on his part. After all, he had long mastered this technique, comprehending it thoroughly. Even if Lu Yunxiao were to return, he would not claim to understand it better than Qin Wuyo. Keeping the technique to himself was akin to possessing a useless trinket. Better to share it, possibly nurturing a future powerhouse. A potential resource for the future. Observing the waiter, Qin Wuyo envisioned a tender sprout poised to thrive. And he chuckled, taking a sip of wine. His gaze shifted to the bamboo token the waiter had flipped over, the Celestial Crane sect. The 6 major sects were his upcoming targets. One emperor and Apo's S-gate would hardly suffice. Moreover, to fulfill his plan of unifying all methods, he needed to establish a martial presence across the realm, requiring an abundance of martial arts manuals and profound expertise. The libraries of the 6 major sects were essential stops on his journey. The Celestial Crane sect resided in the Celestial Crane Mountain of Yun County. According to legend, the sect's ancestors were celestial beings descended to aid humanity, arriving on celestial cranes, witnessing the suffering of the populace, and consequently founding the sect to save lives. This legacy had endured for centuries. Similar to the Emperor's Gate, the Celestial Crane sect was an unrivaled titan in its domain, wielding immense influence. However, unlike the Emperor's Gate's oppressive force, the Celestial Crane sect employed more benevolent means, primarily relying on medicine. It was said that the sect's ancestors descended to heal the sick and slay demons, subsequently developing the Celestial Crane Pharmacopoeia, the most renowned medical tome in the realm, coveted by countless physicians. Its status was akin to that of the Cloud Sky Formula among martial artists. Since entering Yun County, Qin Wuyo had encountered numerous apothecaries, each adorned with a flag depicting a white crane. He understood that these establishments were properties of the Celestial Crane sect, which monopolized the region's medical resources. Physician, I would like a vial of Celestial Crane Pill. A man entered the apothecary, declaring, the Celestial Crane Pill? Upon hearing the name, Qin Wuyo felt a flicker of curiosity. He had heard of this pill, though its effects were unclear. He approached, inquiring, what is the purpose of the Celestial Crane Pill? Ah, young brother, you may be unaware, but the Celestial Crane Pill is the Celestial Crane sect's secret remedy. It is indeed a divine elixir, curing ailments and strengthening the body. When feeling weak, a single pill can invigorate you, and if injured, it accelerates healing. The pharmacist explained with enthusiasm. The burly man beside him chuckled, adding, and that's not all, young brother. It has another marvelous use. Oh, what is it? Qin Wuyo asked, intrigued. Do you have a wife? Not yet married. Such a pity. The other remarkable use of the Celestial Crane Pill is one you shall not experience. The man's expression hinted at a knowing smile. Pondering this, Qin Wuyo scrutinized the man. Though he appeared robust, Qin Wuyo noticed bloodshot eyes and labored breathing, indicating an inner weakness. Do you take the Celestial Crane Pill often? He queried. Of course. The Celestial Crane Pill is a treasure. Whether ill or well, one should take a couple. It cures ailments and strengthens the body. The man replied with a grin. In Yun County, this is the premier miraculous medicine. From the highest officials to common folk, everyone uses it. Aside from its somewhat steep price, it has virtually no downsides. Is that so? Fascinating. Then I shall have a vial as well, Qin Wuyo said, purchasing a Celestial Crane Pill. After leaving the apothecary, he examined the pill thoughtfully. According to the pharmacist, it was all the rage in Yun County, immensely popular, with its recipe known solely to the Celestial Crane sect, truly a golden goose for them. With the Celestial Crane Pill, the sect had undoubtedly amassed a fortune, and he was curious about the pill's true allure. However, he had no intention of testing it on himself. Arriving at a dilapidated shrine outside the city, he found a dog to experiment on. After the dog consumed the Celestial Crane Pill, it became agitated, barking incessantly, even displaying a desperate longing for the remaining Celestial Crane Pills in Qin Wuyo's hand. Lunging toward them. Chapter 51, The Side Effects of the Crane Pill and the Legend of Haunting Within the Dilapidated Shrine, as wild dogs lunged towards him. Qin Wuyo exerted a single hand, his vital energy transforming into an invisible force that pinned the beast in place. The creature struggled and barked furiously. Observing the wild dog closely, Qin Wuyo noticed its agitated demeanor, bloodshot eyes, and an unusual strength that surpassed that of an ordinary dog. Most notably, it exhibited an intense craving for the Crane Pill. He gazed thoughtfully at the Crane Pill, contemplating its effects. While it amplified the dog's power, it also seemed to heighten its aggressive instincts. However, this enhancement did not appear to affect humans. Otherwise, such information would have spread like wildfire. As he prepared to expel the wild dog from the shrine, it attempted to charge in again. A fierce glare from Qin Wuyo unleashed an aura of intimidation, causing the dog to shrink back, whimper, and flee. At that moment, a man curled up in a corner of the shrine, resembling a vagabond, glanced at the Crane Pill in Qin Wuyo's hand, swallowing hard. He scrambled to his feet and approached with evident longing. You possess the Crane Pill, don't you? Please, grant me one. It has been ages since I last tasted it. Qin Wuyo regarded him coolly. And what if I refuse? Please, I beg you. The vagabond knelt before Qin Wuyo, repeatedly bowing his head. Just one, I would give anything for it, even my life. Witnessing the man's utter disregard for dignity in pursuit of the Crane Pill, Qin Wuyo began to grasp the gravity of the situation. He tossed the Crane Pill to the vagabond, who eagerly consumed it, an expression of bliss washing over his face as he collapsed to the ground. Seemingly in a euphoric state, Qin Wuyo sat nearby, toying with the Crane Pill. Friend, I am curious how you have fallen to such depths. Was it not the gamblers at the grand betting houses who led you astray? The vagabond recounted his tale of gambling addiction, recounting how he squandered his family's wealth and even resorted to selling his children, ultimately left with nothing. He presented himself as resigned to his fate, declaring, "I am but a wasted life now, living on borrowed time. And you still crave the crane pill, despite your condition? It is different. In the past, I consumed it without a second thought. Now, deprived of it, I yearn for it constantly. The craving is unbearable. It feels worse than death itself," the vagabond lamented. Qin Wuyo understood thoroughly then. The crane pill was not merely a tonic for physical vitality. It was an addictive substance. Oh, the crane sect. No wonder they prosper so abundantly from the crane pill. For those ensnared by its allure, breaking free is nearly impossible. A single purchase leads to another, and then another. He mused with a smirk. The crane sect claims to offer salvation. Yet this is their method of amassing wealth, a scheme that would warrant execution in a previous era. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the shrine entrance, revealing two figures, an elderly man and a middle-aged one. The elder, clad in a black robe and appearing around 70, possessed silver hair and keen eyes that sparkled with vitality. Beside him strode a robust middle-aged man, exuding strength and confidence. Upon entering, the elder scanned the shrine and, upon noticing the crane pill in Qin Wuyo's grasp, his expression darkened slightly, accompanied by a derisive snort. Humph, yet another couple of addicts. Addicts? Oh, so you were aware of the crane pill's side effects? Qin Wuyo found this intriguing. Observing the elder closely, he noted a lack of profound cultivation. Yet the man radiated a sense of longevity and vigor, suggesting he practiced some unique form of health cultivation. Qin Wuyo surmised that the elder could easily live for another 70 to 80 years, and if he were to reach 100, it would not be unusual. How fascinating, he thought, intrigued by the elder's method of extending life. Shifting his gaze to the middle-aged man, Qin Wuyo quickly dismissed him as unremarkable compared to the elder. "Shall I expel these two?" the middle-aged man inquired coolly. "No need to interfere. Let us rest here for a moment before proceeding to the crane sect," the elder replied. Indeed, the middle-aged man complied. "Are you heading to Wang family village?" the vagabond interjected, still lying on the ground. "So what if we are?" the middle-aged man shot back. "I advise against it. That place is cursed," the vagabond warned. "What do you mean?" the middle-aged man's brow furrowed. With a sly grin, the vagabond said, "Want to know? Give me some silver." "Umph, I have no silver, but I do have a fist," the middle-aged man retorted, striking a nearby stone statue, which shattered into dust. The vagabond gulped. "Excellent skill. How impressive. Alas, I am but a worthless life. Death holds no fear for me. Without silver, my lips remain sealed." "You." The middle-aged man seethed, taken aback by the audacity of the vagabond, who seemed indifferent to his own life. However, Qin Wuyo casually tossed a silver ingot to the vagabond, stating, "I find your mention of Wang family village intriguing. Do enlighten us." The vagabond accepted the silver with a grin. "Ah, this young master is generous. Very well. Let me tell you about Wang family village. It is haunted." "Haunted?" "Indeed. For 30 years, Wang family village has been plagued by hauntings. It is said that one fateful night, dozens of families perish simultaneously, their life essence drained. Since then, anyone who spends the night in the village never sees the dawn again. Over time, it has become a forbidden place that no one dares to approach." The vagabond recounted slowly. 30 years ago, the middle-aged man and Apos' brow furrowed, and suddenly, a realization struck him. Could it be? "Let us not jump to conclusions. It may merely be a coincidence," the elder interjected calmly. Qin Wuyo listened intently, observing the expressions of the two men, his curiosity piqued. Did they possess knowledge of some hidden truth? And ghosts? How intriguing. He had encountered demons before, but this was his first brush with the supernatural. Chapter 52. The Alchemist Kinjiunzi. The Wraith Seeks Revenge. After learning about the affairs of Wang family village from a vagrant, Qin Wuyo felt a surge of curiosity and decided to confront this elusive figure. The elder and the middle-aged man were also heading to Wang family village. Upon noticing Qin Wuyo accompanying them, they exchanged glances. The elder remarked with a hint of skepticism, "Are you also going to Wang family village? Arin and Apos, are you afraid of ghosts? Are ghosts truly more terrifying than humans?" Qin Wuyo replied, playfully toying with the celestial crane pill, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At his words, the elder narrowed his eyes and retorted, "You do have a point. At times, humans can indeed be more frightening." The middle-aged man then chuckled. "This young gentleman speaks with remarkable eloquence. He appears to be of distinguished origin. May I inquire about your sect or lineage?" "I have no sect. My surname is Qin, and my given name is Wuyo. Have you heard of me?" Qin Wuyo responded with a smile. As he introduced himself, both men stiffened, their eyes narrowing with heightened vigilance. After all, who in the realm of Deqian was unaware of the notorious name, Qin Wuyo, the most fearsome figure known throughout the land? The tales of the 10 greatest villains, the demonic paths, the river bandits, and mountain thieves all paled in comparison to his infamous name. "Madman, Qin Wuyo. It is indeed you." The middle-aged man's expression turned grave, instinctively stepping forward to shield the elder behind him. Qin Wuyo merely smiled. "Yes, it is I. However, I am curious about your identities. I am Zhang Chong, the middle-aged man replied. Is there a deep-seated vendetta that compels you to take such a name? Qin Wuyo inquired, sensing that this figure was not as renowned as one might expect from a master. Meanwhile, the elder took a deep breath and proclaimed, I am Qin Jianzi. I trust you have heard of me. Qin Wuyo and Appo's gaze flickered, recognizing the illustrious name of the alchemist Qin Jianzi. Renowned throughout Deqian, he had mastered the art of alchemy, enchanting many with his skills. His expertise lay in crafting 3 specific elixirs, the Ziyu pill to enhance cultivation, the Jinyu pill to heal injuries, and the Biyu pill, which could dramatically elevate one and Appo's power in an instant. During his time at the Qin family, Qin Wuyo had utilized the Biyu pill to temporarily step into the martial realm, absorbing the ancestral power of the Qin lineage. In essence, without that Biyu pill, he might not be the person he was today. Yet, he held no obligation to repay the favor. After all, he had purchased the Biyu pill with his own coin, a mere transaction, devoid of deeper ties. It was rumored that the alchemist Qin Jianzi was often accompanied by a skilled protector, yet few knew the protector and Appo's name, Zhang Chong, as it turned out. Qin Wuyo chuckled softly. We never anticipated that the infamous madman Qin Wuyo would appear so youthful, presenting an innocuous visage, Qin Jianzi commented. Indeed, Qin Wuyo possessed a handsome countenance, often adorned with a warm smile, exuding an aura of brightness and innocence. Who could fathom that he bore the weight of countless lives lost? The most dreaded figure in Deqian. Indeed, no villain would openly brand themselves as such, Qin Jianzi mused, continuing on their path. Although wary of Qin Wuyo and Appo's capabilities, they noted that he had yet to display any hostility, thus refraining from taking any action against him. Moreover, even if they were to engage, they were uncertain of their chances of victory. No, if the rumors held any truth, they would certainly be outmatched. Soon, the trio arrived at a desolate village, enshrouded in dust, with uncollected bones strewn about, hinting at a long-forgotten tragedy. The entire village emanated an air of decay and eeriness. As night fell, they sensed the temperature drop, an unsettling chill creeping upon them. Zhang Chong and Qin Jianzi approached a grave surrounded by overgrown weeds, a clear indication of neglect. Before the grave stood a weathered tombstone, inscribed with the words, Grave of Wang Shiqing, established by her son Zhang Chang. This was the resting place of Zhang Chong and Appo's mother. Kneeling before the tombstone, Zhang Chang produced incense, candles, and paper money, beginning his solemn tribute. Mother, your son has returned. I have come back with all I have learned. Fear not, I shall bring him to your grave to repent. Qin Wuyo observed silently, pensive. After Zhang Chang completed his homage, he entered a dilapidated tile-roofed house in the village. Upon pushing the door open, he was met with a web of cobwebs, the musty scent assaulting his senses. With a swift motion, Qin Wuyo waved his sleeve, releasing a surge of true energy that swept the dust out of the house without disturbing the furnishings. The finesse with which he manipulated his energy left Zhang Chang feeling a sense of inferiority. The madman was indeed living up to his reputation. If I recall correctly, alchemist Qin Jianzi typically traverses Qingyang and Qingyun counties. What brings you to Yun County on such a long journey? And what brings the madman here? I am here for the Celestial Crane sect. I find them distasteful and intend to drain their power, Qin Wuyo replied candidly. Qin Jianzi and Zhang Chong exchanged glances. This man was remarkably forthright. He showed no hesitation in revealing his intentions. No, it was not merely candor. His openness stemmed from an unshakable confidence, an arrogance that suggested no one could threaten him, rendering him immune to repercussions for his admissions. After a moment of silence, Zhang Chong remarked, I have no concern for the fate of the other members of the Celestial Crane sect, but their leader, Zhou Wang, is my quarry. That may prove challenging unless you can articulate your reasons, Qin Wuyo smiled. Qin Jianzi and Zhang Chong exchanged glances. Was this man truly so inquisitive? Before Zhang Chong could respond, a mournful wailing echoed from outside, and an icy wind swept into the room. Zhang Chang and Qin Wuyo stepped outside to investigate. In the distance, a woman clad in red with disheveled hair was fixated on them, dark energy swirling around her. Under the moonlight, her figure appeared somewhat ethereal. In mere instants, she approached Qin Wuyo and Zhang Chong. Upon recognizing her face, Zhang Chong gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. Mother! The woman trembled briefly before unleashing a piercing wail, extending her fingers towards Zhang Chong and Appo's head. This attack lacked any sophisticated martial arts but radiated overwhelming force, slicing through the air with a deafening sound. Her fingers were imbued with a peculiar power, distinct from demonic or true energy, ghostly energy. Startled, Zhang Chong swiftly dodged, but her claw struck the nearby wall, piercing through it as if it were mere parchment. Chapter 53. Observe the cunning. Absorb the ghostly energy. The vengeful spirit sought retribution, each claw accompanied by a chilling whistle. There was no finesse in its moves, only the raw power of resentment and ghostly energy, which made the attack all the more terrifying. Especially poignant was the fact that this specter was none other than Zhang Qiu and Appo's mother. Zhang Qiu and Appo's heart was a tumult of sorrow and fear. Qin Wuyo, observing from the sidelines, refrained from intervening immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the situation, noting that the strength of this female ghost was not particularly formidable at least. It paled in comparison to that of a grandmaster. Yet, the presence of this specter sent a chill down Qin Wuyo and Apos' spine. It shooed and Apos, to be the case that such power instills fear in me. Could it be this ghost and Apos' unique ability to conjure the most primal fears within the human heart? Qin Wuyo pondered, concluding that this was indeed a possibility. Meanwhile, Qin Jianzi, the weakest among them, had turned as pale as a sheet, his eyes wide with terror as they fixated on the female ghost. Qin Wuyo contemplated this. It seemed that the lower one's cultivation, the greater the impact of fear, rendering them increasingly susceptible to the specter and Apos' malevolence. Intriguing. Qin Wuyo continued to observe, for encounters with ghosts were exceedingly rare. And this was a prime opportunity for study. Zhang Qiu, she is transformed into a vengeful spirit. She is no longer your mother. Quickly, eliminate her to prevent further harm to the living. Qin Jianzi urged loudly. Teacher, I cannot. She is my mother. Zhang Qiu and Apos' eyes reflected a glimmer of struggle. Struck by the specter, he was sent flying, only for the ghost to seize the moment and draw nearer, inhaling wisps of white vapor from Zhang Qiu and Apos' being, his very essence. Zhang Qiu was alarmed and swiftly countered with a palm strike, forcing the ghost back. Enraged by the interruption, the specter retaliated, and the battle unfolded. Retreating toward the village entrance, once again struck by the ghost, Zhang Qiu was flung through the air, crashing into several small trees. He expected the ghost to seize this opportunity to pounce, yet she merely stood at the village and Apos' edge, howling in fury. Emerging from the house, Qin Wuyo observed thoughtfully, murmuring, does this ghost and Apos' domain extend only to this village? The specter, now shifting her focus, turned her attention toward Qin Wuyo and Qin Jianzi, shrieking as she rushed toward them with rapidity. Seeing the approaching ghost, Qin Jianzi and Apos' countenance shifted dramatically. This was dire. His cultivation was far inferior to Zhang Qiu and Apos'. If Zhang Qiu struggled against this specter, how could he possibly contend with her? At that moment, a surge of true energy erupted beside him, repelling the ghost. Qin Wuyo smiled at Qin Jianzi, saying, fear not, I can handle this specter, but I have a condition. I will agree to any terms as long as you can save me. Qin Jianzi exclaimed hastily, his terror having stripped him of composure, rendering him oblivious to the specifics of Qin Wuyo and Apos' condition. With a slight smile, Qin Wuyo replied, excellent, your readiness is commendable. As the ghost lunged once more, Qin Wuyo and Apos' expression hardened, his demeanor shifting as he unleashed a terrifying aura of murderous intent. This malevolence enveloped the surroundings in an icy grip, a stark contrast to the ghost and Apos' chilling aura. While the ghost and Apos' energy brought about a sense of cold dread, Qin Wuyo and Apos' murderous intent was akin to a razor-sharp wind, threatening to strip flesh from bone. How many lives had he claimed? His methods were unfathomably horrific. The sheer terror emanating from him was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Typically amiable, he had concealed his lethal aura, but now it erupted forth, leaving Qin Jianzi paralyzed with fear. Gazing at Qin Wuyo, Qin Jianzi and Apos' eyes were filled with horror. A madman. He is truly a madman. Even the specter, momentarily shaken by the intensity of his aura, quivered before continuing her assault. Qin Wuyo drew forth his Tianwu sword. With a flash of the blade, the ghost and Apos' arm was severed, falling to the ground and dissipating into a cloud of dark mist. Yet, astonishingly, the specter's ghostly energy surged anew, her severed limb regrowing, though her aura had thinned, indicating that the act of regeneration had drained her strength. Qin Wuyo considered this. If the specter was merely a manifestation of energy, as long as that energy remained intact, the ghost could not be vanquished. How peculiar. In response to the ghost and Apos' renewed attack, he sheathed the Tianwu sword and extended his hand, conjuring a terrifying force that grasped the ghost, immobilizing her midair. She struggled violently yet could not escape his grasp. Next, Qin Wuyo activated his absorption technique, drawing the ghostly energy into himself. As the icy essence entered his body, he felt a chilling sensation, akin to drinking ice water. However, his formidable true energy swiftly surged forth, engulfing the ghostly energy and transforming it into his own essence. Indeed, ghostly energy could be refined. Qin Wuyo mused, then turned to the ghost with a slight smile. You shall vanish. He channeled his absorption technique to its fullest extent, consuming and refining the ghost and Apos' energy. As the specter, a mere embodiment of ghostly essence, was absorbed, she dissipated into the ether. Observing from a distance, Zhang Qiu cried out, no. Yet his exclamation could not halt Qin Wuyo and Apos' actions. Ultimately, the ghost faded completely from existence. In the aftermath of absorbing the ghost, vivid images flashed through Qin Wuyo and Apos' mind. Scenes of a young boy, the ghost herself, and a serene, ethereal middle-aged man wielding a whisk. The visions were fleeting, some hazy, others sharp, but the most distinct image depicted the elegant man piercing the ghost and Apos' heart with a long sword. Qin Wuyo paused, astonished. Is this the ghost and Apos' memory from her living days? A flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. He had not anticipated that absorbing ghostly energy would grant him access to the Spectre and Apos' past memories. Remarkable. He sensed vast potential for growth in his absorption technique. Perhaps it could extend beyond merely absorbing true energy. You killed my mother. Zhang Qiu approached, his gaze filled with fury directed at Qin Wuyo. Qin Jianzi interjected, striking Zhang Qiu across the face. Snap out of it. That was a malevolent spirit, not your mother. Did you not see that she sought to kill you? How could you be so foolish? Zhang Qiu and Apos' expression shifted, then he sighed. I apologize, teacher. I was mistaken. His eyes then glinted with deep resentment. This is all that man and Apos' fault. I must bring him to my mother and Apos' grave. I will force him to repent. Qin Wuyo, intrigued, remarked, if I am not mistaken, that man is Zhou Wang, the leader of the Xinhe Dao sect, correct? He is your father. Chapter 54, The Art of Longevity. The Art of Eternal Life. He is your father. Qin Wuyo, drawing upon the memories of the female ghost he absorbed, along with information gleaned from the archives of the Jinyue, swiftly arrived at this conclusion. Zhang Qiu's pupils contracted slightly. How do you know? I am privy to many things. For instance, given your strength, should you wish to challenge Zhou Wang, defeat is almost certain, Qin Wuyo replied coolly. I am aware of that, yet I must go. If I delay any longer, I shall lose my chance, Zhang Qiu asserted. He then coughed several times, spitting out blood, though he had not been grievously injured by the female ghost. He now bled, not from her wounds, but from his own old injuries. So you were on the brink of death, and thus wished to resolve your obsession sooner? Qin Wuyo remarked. Zhang Qiu did not refute this. Now, tell me about your specific grievances with Zhou Wang. Perhaps I might consider relinquishing him to you, Qin Wuyo suggested. Qin Jianzi sighed and said, given the circumstances, there is little left to conceal. He too seeks to confront the Immortal Crane sect. To some extent, the enemy of my enemy may be considered my ally. After speaking, he produced a vial of medicine, pouring out a golden pill. This was the Golden Jade Pill, a renowned healing elixir, one of the most celebrated concoctions of the Pill King, valued at 100 gold pieces. After consuming the pill, Zhang Qiu's complexion improved. And he recounted an old tale. Yes, Zhou Wang is indeed my father. Over 40 years ago, Zhou Wang was not yet the leader of the Immortal Crane sect. During an adventure in the martial world, he was pursued by enemies and sought refuge in Wangjia village. My mother rescued him, and as they spent time together, affection blossomed. Eventually, they united, and I was born. Later, Zhou Wang returned to the Immortal Crane sect, yet due to the sect's rules, he did not take us with him. Nevertheless, he would occasionally return to visit us, and so the years passed. Until one year, when I was 11, he returned. As usual, he brought gifts and shared a dinner with us, then took my mother and me to the riverbank and drew his sword. My mother was pierced through the heart by his blade. I shall never forget her expression at that moment. Anger, shock, sorrow. Before she died, she pushed me into the river, allowing me to escape. When I returned to the village, my mother's remains had already been buried. Villagers claimed she was slain by bandits. That scoundrel deceived everyone. Subsequently, I learned of Zhou Wang's ascension to the position of sect leader of the Immortal Crane sect. Is there a connection? To become the sect leader, one must slay their wife as proof of enlightenment? Qin Jianzi continued, let me elaborate. Later, Zhang Qiu left Wangjia village, adopting the name Zhang Qiu, and traveled through the martial world, where he encountered me. Recognizing his exceptional talent, I took him in as my apprentice. In our time together, I learned of his heritage. Eventually, I discovered that within the Immortal Crane sect, there exists a unique cultivation method known as the Heartless Technique, which can only be mastered by the sect leader. Practitioners must forsake all emotions and attachments to reach the pinnacle of their cultivation. Moreover, the previous sect leader ensured that Zhou Wang could focus solely on his responsibilities by eliminating all worldly distractions, which is why he returned to Wangjia village to slay his wife and attain enlightenment. Qin Wuyo was struck with understanding. So this is how it is. What a heartless leader of the Immortal Crane sect, who would slay his wife for the sake of enlightenment. Such a disposition surely signifies formidable prowess. Qin Wuyo felt a flicker of intrigue toward the other. The illustrious Immortal Crane sect, selling addictive elixirs for greed. The esteemed sect leader, forsaking wife and child for power. Beneath the glamorous facade lies a cesspool of corruption. Qin Jianzi scoffed disdainfully. Zhang Qiu said calmly, not long ago, I suffered a setback in my cultivation, injuring my heart's meridian, making further progress nearly impossible. I am unaware of how much longer I have to live, hence my decision to confront the Immortal Crane sect before my demise. Qin Wuyo, your cultivation level is beyond my reach. I know I am no match for you, but I implore you to allow me to deal with Zhou Wang. If I truly fail, you may intervene afterward. Qin Wuyo nodded slightly. That is acceptable. However, Qin Jianzi, I previously mentioned a condition for saving you. Do you recall? What condition? I desire the longevity cultivation method you practice, Qin Wuyo stated. Oh, you can discern my cultivation method? Qin Jianzi replied, somewhat astounded. He continued, if you wish for this method, it shall be no trouble. On our way to the Immortal Crane sect, I will transcribe it for you. I possess several longevity techniques, so providing them to you is no issue. Qin Huaiya's eyes brightened. Very well. The group departed from Wangjia village. On their way to the Immortal Crane sect, Qin Jianzi transcribed all the longevity techniques he had mastered and handed them to Qin Huaiya. These included the turtle breathing technique, 5-animal play, and withered tree technique. Although the methods of practice and cultivation paths varied, their ultimate aim was singular: to regulate vital energy and blood, extending life. My martial talent is not exceptional, yet I desire to live longer, hence I have gathered numerous longevity techniques. These 3 are the most effective I have discovered through experimentation, and I bestow them upon you, Qin Jianzi declared. This is not a gift, it is a transaction. Without my intervention, no matter how profound these longevity techniques may be, they cannot save you, Qin Huaiya replied coolly. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Jianzi conceded. As they journeyed toward the Immortal Crane sect, Qin Huaiya meticulously studied the 3 longevity techniques, gradually uncovering a novel path in martial arts. Most martial disciplines pursue power, how to strike opponents, how to take lives. Conversely, these longevity techniques seek to prolong life, prioritizing the regulation of one's vital energy and blood, achieving robust health, and staving off the ravages of aging. Ultimately, it is a quest for immortality. Naturally, relying solely on these longevity techniques to pursue immortality is nearly impossible. However, with Qin Huaiya's presence, all impossibilities transform into possibilities. Utilizing his extraordinary insight, he synthesized and innovated upon these 3 techniques, ultimately forging a new longevity technique. The efficacy of this new method surpassed that of the 3 original techniques by tenfold. Qin Huaiya conservatively estimated that with consistent practice, his lifespan could extend to 500 years. Moreover, this was not the limit of this technique. As time progressed and he acquired more longevity methods, he would continuously refine this technique, enhancing its effects. In due course, true immortality might even become attainable. Within the realms of Deqian, various techniques, including transcendent methods like the Yunxiao technique, do not significantly prolong a martial artist's life. For instance, the last transcendent being, Lu Yunxiao, lived to scarcely 200 years. Yet, my self-created longevity technique could very well allow me to live to 500. The wonders of longevity cultivation are truly astonishing. How intriguing, how intriguing. A slight smile graced Qin Huaiya's lips. The foundation of this technique lies in the turtle breathing technique, aptly illustrating the adage, 1,000-year-old turtle. Henceforth, this longevity technique shall be named Turtle Breathing Longevity Technique. Well, perhaps it would be best to simply call it longevity technique, as adding turtle breathing might seem akin to insulting myself as a turtle. Chapter 55. The Master of the Crane Sect, Zhou Wang. Eternal life is the ultimate pursuit of every individual. Throughout history, whether emperors or unparalleled martial arts masters, upon attaining everything, they yearn for immortality. Yet, regrettably, none have succeeded. Naturally, Qin Huaiya also desires eternal life. Unlike others who seek immortality, he possesses an extraordinary innate comprehension. He can gather a plethora of health-preserving techniques, continuously integrating them into the eternal life technique, transforming it into a true method of longevity. This technique embodies Qin Huaiya's fervent longing for immortality. It can be said that he values this technique second only to the absorbing skills method, for the latter is essential for survival. Without the formidable, absorbing skills method to bolster oneself, even a prolonged lifespan would be futile when confronted by a powerful foe. Thus, he prioritizes the absorbing skills method. Overall, acquiring several health-preserving techniques from Qin Jianzi and merging them to create the eternal life technique is indeed a significant gain. His gaze softened as he regarded the other party, causing Qin Jianzi to shudder inexplicably. After all, the individual before him was renowned as a madman. A killer without a flicker of hesitation, whose murderous aura was something one would not wish to encounter a second time. The sudden softness in his gaze did not provide any comfort. Rather, it elicited a strange sense of dread. Fearing that this capricious individual might extinguish his life in an instant. Soon, they arrived at the Crane Sect. This sect is situated on Crane Mountain, a towering peak that reaches into the clouds, with perilous paths that make it arduous for ordinary people to ascend. Upon reaching the mountain gate, the first sight that met their eyes was not the disciples of the Crane Sect, but rather the white cranes that graced the entrance. The Crane Sect reveres these cranes, nurturing numerous white ones. It is said that the white cranes of the Crane Sect possess intelligence, and many nobles in Yun County have sought to purchase one, with offers reaching up to 100,000 gold, yet the sect remains unmoved. Qin Jianzi remarked, "Humph, merely from selling the harmful elixir of the cranes. The Crane Sect has already amassed great wealth. Why would they covet a trifling sum of 100,000 gold?" Zhang Qiu scoffed coldly. As if sensing the arrival of Qin Huaiya and his companions, one of the white cranes turned its gaze toward them and emitted a sharp cry. The sound was piercing, resonating through the air, seemingly reporting to the disciples of the Crane Sect. Moments later, several disciples clad in white approached, their expressions puzzled. One of them inquired, "What brings you here?" I seek your sect master. Do you possess an invitation? None. Then entry is forbidden. Our sect master is not someone who can be seen by just anyone. I advise you to. Before Qin Jianzi could finish, he witnessed Qin Huaya extend his hand toward the disciples, who were effortlessly drawn closer, rendered powerless. Their cultivation was swiftly drained, leaving them all weakened upon the ground. Qin Huaya indifferently stated, "We have come to stir trouble. Why must we be so courteous?" Upon hearing this, the two disciples found his reasoning unassailable and could not refute it. Qin Huaya had already turned toward the grand hall atop the mountain. Qin Jianzi sighed from behind. As expected of a madman, along the way, numerous disciples of the Crane sect attempted to impede Qin Huaya, but invariably, they were all drained of their powers one by one. Upon the long stairs leading to the Golden Summit Hall, disciples lay sprawled on the ground, gazing at Qin Huaya in sheer horror. The sinister technique of absorbing one's power. He is Qin Huaya. That madman Qin Huaya. My power, the power I have labored to cultivate. Infuriating, infuriating. A demon. He is nothing short of a demon. Fear and despair permeated the staircase of the sect. Yet, Qin Huaya remained unfazed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Although these individuals held little power, collectively, it amounted to something beneficial for him. The sensation of augmenting his strength was exquisite, and thus he felt elated. Witnessing the smile on his face, all present regarded him as a demon, trembling in terror. Just as Qin Huaya and his companions approached the Golden Summit Hall, several elders, each possessing profound innate abilities and even mastery, dashed forth. One elder, wielding a whisk, swiftly struck at Qin Huaya. Whisk of 7 cuts. The whisk swept wildly, its fierce energy manifesting as it struck the ground, creating numerous craters. Qin Huaya smiled lightly, stepping onto the attacking whisk, and then executing the pulse-severing finger. This first-rate martial art unleashed terrifying power in Qin Huaya's hands. The sword energy from his fingertip pierced through the protective aura of the elder, directly infiltrating his meridians and immobilizing him. Then, facing the other attacking elders, Qin Huaya employed the same technique. His finger strikes landed upon them in rapid succession, leaving them with virtually no resistance, and they collapsed to the ground in fear, staring at Qin Huaya in disbelief. Even when united, they could contend with the most elite of masters, yet now they were effortlessly vanquished. Their methods were utterly terrifying. What horrified them further was as Qin Huaya executed the absorbing skills method, their inner power drained away, consumed entirely. What? Not good. At that moment, as Qin Huaya drained the powers of the elders, a figure clad in white, exuding an ethereal presence, soared into the air. In hand, he held a white longsword that pierced through the air with the swiftness of a shooting star, aimed directly at Qin Huaya. Qin Huaya smiled faintly, his left hand absorbing power while his right drew the celestial sword, meeting the incoming blade. With a resounding clash, the tips of the swords collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave akin to two mountains colliding, sending shockwaves surging outward. The ground around them was etched with deep sword marks. Qin Huaya turned his gaze toward the newcomer, who was cloaked in a flowing white robe, with hair and beard all white, his expression indifferent, devoid of joy or sorrow. Resembling an enlightened sage, it was none other than the master of the Crane sect, Zhou Wang. Zhou Wang. With Zhou Wang's appearance, Zhang Qiu could no longer contain himself, roaring as he charged directly at him, his mastery erupting suddenly. A punch was unleashed, and a fierce gale surged forth, whipping up dust and debris, transforming into a ferocious beast that sought to consume all. Seeing this, Zhou Wang struck out with an open palm, the white energy surging like a tumultuous sea. It was the Crane sect's supreme technique, the cloud-turning palm. The clash of fist and palm resulted in both parties being forced back. Meanwhile, Qin Huaya had completely drained the power from the elders, glancing at Zhou Wang, whose prowess surpassed Huang Ao's. He was undeniably a grandmaster. Although he was not as powerful as Qin Huaya, he was certainly formidable. Observing Zhang Qiu, who was merely a master, it was evident that he stood at a significant disadvantage against the grandmaster Zhou Wang. What could he possibly use to contend with him? How intriguing. Qin Huaya decided to remain a spectator for the moment. Zhou Wang looked at Zhang Qiu, a hint of recognition flickering in his eyes. You seem somewhat familiar. Who might you be? Somewhat familiar. Who might you be? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiu completely lost his composure, laughing heartily. Zhou Wang. Can you not even recognize your own son? Chapter 56. Do not waste it. Qin Wuyo addressed Zhou Wang. Zhou Wang. Can you not even recognize your own son? With Zhang Qiu's words, the crowd was taken aback. A son? This man is the son of the sect leader? There had been no prior mention of the sect leader having a family. Where did this son come from? Yet, as a master, Zhang Qiu had no reason to falsely claim parenthood. Zhou Wang, upon seeing Zhang Qiu, was reminded of old memories, a glimmer of understanding dawning in his eyes. So it was. He then resumed his indifferent demeanor and said, You survived a calamity back then, and now you dare to stand before me, having cultivated to the level of a master. Remarkable indeed. One could say you are truly my son. He did not deny the claim, further shocking the onlookers. Zhang Qiu smiled, his eyes revealing no hint of remorse. Back then, You became the leader of the Dao sect by murdering your mother. Such heinous acts, do you really think they will remain hidden from the world forever? Today, I shall not only ruin your reputation, but also bring you before your mother's grave to kneel and apologize. Zhou Wang remained composed. You cannot do it. Let us see about that. Zhang Qiu ceased further words, producing a jade green pill, the green jade pill refined by Qin Jianzi, capable of significantly boosting one's cultivation for a short time. He swallowed the pill, and as its effects surged, his aura dramatically intensified. He then darted towards Zhou Wang like lightning, unleashing a barrage of strikes with unmatched ferocity, his power rivaling that of a great master. In contrast, Zhou Wang stood with his long sword planted in the ground, palms outstretched, his true energy swirling like a tempest. With a single motion, he executed the cloud-turning palm, effortlessly neutralizing Zhang Qiu's attacks. Zhang Qiu was struck with astonishment. He had known Zhou Wang was formidable, but he had not anticipated such mastery. Every one of his strikes was rendered ineffective, failing to inflict even a scratch. Your punches are bold and ferocious, yet your mind is clouded by hatred, disrupting your technique. With such a style, you cannot defeat me, Zhou Wang remarked calmly. After deflecting Zhang Qiu's punch, he swiftly struck Zhang Qiu's chest, forcing him back several paces. Zhang Qiu attempted to retaliate, but suddenly turned pale, his heart injury flaring up, and he coughed up blood, glaring at the unscathed Zhou Wang. Zhang Qiu and Appo's eyes burned with resentment. Damn it. After all these years of hardship, I sought revenge. Yet now, even with the green jade pill, which bears tremendous side effects, I cannot harm Zhou Wang in the slightest. This is unbearable. Despite having consumed the pill and nearing the level of a great master, he was still not truly a great master, especially while nursing internal injuries. Qin Wuyo shook his head and slowly approached Zhang Qiu. When Zhang Qiu glanced at him, he initially thought Qin Wuyo would assist him. Instead, Qin Wuyo and Appo's hand shot out, grasping Zhang Qiu and Appo's head. Zhang Qiu and Appo's expression shifted as he felt his entire cultivation being drained away, leaving him utterly depleted. He stared in shock at Qin Wuyo. What are you doing? Qin Wuyo replied coolly, since you have taken the green jade pill, your cultivation will inevitably vanish once your Dantian shatters, rather than wasted. It is better to give it to me. Rest assured, I will help you deal with Zhou Wang. Zhang Qiu and Appo's expression fluctuated, momentarily speechless. According to Qin Wuyo and Appo's logic, he had just drained Zhang Qiu and Appo's cultivation, yet he expected gratitude in return. Was there truly such unreasonable person in the world? Meanwhile, Zhou Wang regarded Qin Wuyo, his previously indifferent demeanor now tinged with seriousness. To absorb one's cultivation, the notorious Qin Wuyo truly lives up to his name. But surely this malevolent technique cannot come without consequences. Qin Wuyo smiled. Why not try it for yourself and find out? Zhou Wang then raised his hand and executed a unique technique, akin to the dragon seizing hand, summoning a sword from a distance. With the sword in hand, Zhou Wang and Appo's presence shifted, radiating a chilling sword intent. Dragon seizing and crane controlling, two renowned techniques of the Jianghu. Qin Wuyo remarked with a smile. Indeed. Zhou Wang nodded slightly, then reached out again, sending a massive stone hurtling towards Qin Wuyo. Qin Wuyo did not evade. Instead, he countered with a similar technique. As a dragon's roar resonated, an invisible dragon claw materialized, seizing the stone and halting it mid-air. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, the stone exploded into a cloud of dust. Zhou Wang narrowed his eyes at the sight. You employ the dragon seizing hand. The dragon seizing and crane controlling techniques. Today we shall have a thorough comparison. Qin Wuyo smiled as he struck again, an invisible hand reaching fiercely for Zhou Wang. Zhou Wang activated his crane controlling technique in response. The two ethereal hands collided in midair, creating a tempest that stirred the clouds. With a decisive grip, Qin Wuyo manipulated a nearby hill, breaking it apart with sheer force, sending the fragments crashing down towards Zhou Wang. The spectacle of moving a mountain left the onlookers in awe. For most martial artists, Qin Wuyo's display transcended the realm of mortals. As the hill descended, Qin Jianzi's face turned ashen. He hastily utilized his limited martial arts, seizing Zhang Qiu and sprinting toward the foot of the hill. Zhou Wang, witnessing the impending descent, sought to counter with his crane controlling technique, but it was futile. His technique had not reached such heights. In a moment of desperation, he drew his sword. With a flash, the sharp sword energy cleaved the hill in two. Yet, the falling debris still struck the grand temple with a thunderous roar, shaking the very foundations and burying many beneath the rubble. Zhou Wang's expression hardened, revealing a flicker of cold, killing intent. Since my cultivation of the heartless formula, I have seldom harbored murderous thoughts, but now, Qin Wuyo, you have rekindled that flame. With that, he brandished his sword, merging with it as he charged at Qin Wuyo, unleashing a flurry of strikes that manifested into a web of sword energy, enveloping Qin Wuyo within. This was the pinnacle of the Celestial Crane Sect's ultimate technique. The Heavenly Net Sword Art. This technique emphasized swiftness and density, weaving an intricate net that left its target with no escape. Qin Wuyo smiled slightly, drawing his Tianwu sword and employing the Drizzle sword technique. The sword danced like a gentle rain, ceaseless and unrelenting. The clash of blades resounded, echoing over 100 times. Zhou Wang's relentless assault was met with Qin Wuyo's deft defenses as he deflected each strike. Yet Zhou Wang continued his onslaught, the sword energy growing denser and more expansive, completely sealing off any escape routes for Qin Wuyo. This sword art was executed by Zhou Wang to perfection. Chapter 57. The Crane Demon emerges, unleashing all learned skills. A relentless barrage of sword energy completely encircled Qin Wuyo, intent on utterly annihilating him. Zhou Wang, sword in hand, gazed coldly, revealing his lethal intent. Qin Wuyo smiled slightly, wielding the Tianwu sword to parry the onslaught with the Tianluo sword technique. Now, allow me to showcase my own Tianluo sword technique. With a swift motion, his sword unleashed a web of sword energy mirroring the very technique of his opponent. Two colossal nets of sword energy intertwined in the air, clashing and constricting against one another. Zhou Wang's pupils contracted in disbelief. The calm demeanor cultivated through the practice of the heartless technique crumbled in an instant. How is this possible? How could you wield the Tianluo sword technique? Qin Wuyo replied with a grin. Naturally, I learned it from you. Impossible. How could a monster like you exist in this world? Zhou Wang retorted incredulously. Why not? Qin Wuyo's strikes became increasingly dense, the sword energy crashing together in a cacophony of ringing sounds. Gradually, his Tianluo sword technique began to overpower Zhou Wang's. The latter's swordsmanship found itself on the defensive. At that moment, a sharp cry of a crane pierced the air. A massive claw, composed of an extraordinary force, descended from the heavens, aiming to seize Qin Wuyo with tremendous strength. Observing this, Qin Wuyo raised his sword and struck, successfully blocking the attack. Looking up, he beheld a white crane descending from the sky, emanating an overwhelming aura, rivaling Zhou Wang's own. Zhou Wang regarded it with respect, bowing deeply. I have the honor of meeting you, Senior Crane. Zhou Wang addressed the crane with such reverence. The white crane nodded slightly, its demeanor exuding an enigmatic human-like quality that left onlookers in awe. Qin Wuyo mused, how intriguing. I never anticipated that within the Crane Dao sect, there exists a demon, a crane demon. It is said that the founder of the Crane Dao sect rode a celestial crane to establish the sect here. Could that crane be you? The white crane replied nonchalantly, indeed. Young man, I have witnessed countless prodigies over the years, and while you are undeniably remarkable, you are still insufficient in my presence. I offer you a chance. Depart swiftly, or today shall be your last. With that, a formidable surge of energy erupted from the crane, crashing down upon Qin Wuyo like a tidal wave. Nevertheless, Qin Wuyo remained unfazed, standing his ground with a smile. If you truly possess the ability to kill me, why waste words? Just attack. Or is it that you lack the confidence to face me? The crane demon's gaze sharpened, as if struck by a hidden truth. Indeed, the power Qin Wuyo exhibited left him astounded. He felt no certainty in confronting Qin Wuyo, even suspecting that the latter harbored undisclosed abilities. Humph, Senior Crane, if we join forces, we shall surely subdue him. Zhou Wang interjected. The crane demon nodded slightly. Very well. In a flash, the crane demon took the initiative, its feet moving with the speed of lightning, appearing before Qin Wuyo in an instant. With a powerful flap of its wings, it struck out like a razor-sharp blade, seemingly slicing through the very air. Qin Wuyo executed a step of evasion, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Yet the crane demon's claws closed in with a fierce and dominating energy. Qin Wuyo blocked with a sword, producing a resonant clang as the claws met the Tianwu sword. In the next moment, the crane demon lunged with its elongated beak, sharp and relentless, akin to an indomitable steel spike. Qin Wuyo reacted with lightning speed, pivoting his Tianwu sword to deflect the strike, the clash echoing like the sound of metal against metal. The crane demon's unique physiology rendered its combat style unlike that of a human. Engaging it required a distinct approach. And had it not been for Qin Wuyo's extraordinary skill and finesse, he might have faced severe setbacks in those initial exchanges. Meanwhile, Zhou Wang seized the moment to attack, his synergy with the crane demon impeccable. As the crane demon's assault was neutralized, Zhou Wang followed up with his own strike. His sword moved with relentless energy, akin to a surging sea, yet distinctly different from the Tianluo sword technique. Moreover, he wielded a whisk in his left hand. With a sweep of the whisk, a formidable force surged forth. The sword in his right hand, coupled with the whisk in his left, unleashed an extraordinary power. With the crane demon's assistance, they felt confident enough to confront even a grandmaster. Not far away, Qin Jianzi and Zhang Qiu observed in awe, realizing the profound depth of the Crane Dao sect's heritage. With our strength, we are no match for this sect. Had it not been for Qin Wuyo, we would have perished long ago, Qin Jianzi remarked. Zhang Qiu, drained of his powers, initially harbored resentment towards Qin Wuyo, but witnessing the scene before him left him with mixed feelings. Without Qin Wuyo, vengeance would have been impossible. Though he was now weakened, a flicker of hope for revenge emerged, leading him to contemplate a strange sense of gratitude towards Qin Wuyo. The irony did not escape him. How could he, deprived of his powers, find himself thanking his savior? It was indeed a bitter jest. Facing the crane demon and Zhou Wang in unison, Qin Wuyo was embroiled in the most perilous battle since his ascent. Yet, rather than dread, a joyful smile graced his features. He unleashed a symphony of martial arts with abandon. The Tianwu sword technique, the drizzle sword technique, the cloud rolling palm, the heavenly king's fist, the 8 trigram stealthy step, the Sanjiang blade technique, the robbery pulse sword finger, the iron finger technique. Each martial art flowed seamlessly from his hands. The transitions between techniques were flawless, akin to flowing water, evoking a sense of aesthetic pleasure. In that moment, Qin Wuyo seemed to enter an extraordinary state, drawing upon all he had learned. Whether masterful or mundane, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary. At that moment, Qin Wuyo embodied the essence of martial arts, a manifestation of the martial deity. The Crane Demon and Zhou Wang gradually felt an overwhelming pressure. How can this be? Is there truly someone capable of mastering such diverse martial arts? Integrating them so seamlessly? It is unfathomable. Both man and demon were engulfed in unprecedented astonishment. At this juncture, Qin Wuyo unleashed another strike. This strike was a masterpiece. It seemed to encompass myriad techniques, infused with the dominance of the Tianwu sword energy, the swiftness of the Tianluo sword technique, and the intricacy of the Drizzle sword technique. This strike was utterly uncounterable. The oncoming wave of sword energy sent both the Crane Demon and Zhou Wang flying, particularly Zhou Wang, who, upon being struck by the sword energy, coughed up blood, sustaining grievous injuries. The Crane Demon, however, spread its wings and soared into the sky, circling above. It intermittently unleashed fierce demonic energy towards Qin Wuyo, its voice cold and resolute. Qin Wuyo, your strength is indeed extraordinary, but remember, I can fly. You cannot defeat me. Chapter 58, Ascending to the Celestial Realm. The Mysteries of Celestial Beings. Qin Wuyo, I can fly, and you cannot contend with me. The Crane Demon proclaimed proudly. Gazing down at Qin Wuyo from high above. In the sky, he unleashed waves of demonic energy, hurling them toward Qin Wuyo. Yet each attack was effortlessly shattered by Qin Wuyo. Observing the Crane Demon soaring aloft, Qin Wuyo contemplated. To traverse the skies is a skill attributed to immortals. It is said that celestial beings possess such an ability. However, Qin Wuyo had yet to reach that exalted status and could not yet soar. This, however, did not imply his inability to confront the Crane Demon. With a faint smile, he waved his sleeve, summoning a tempest that surged skyward, mingled with countless falling leaves and flowers from the forest below. With a single stride, Qin Wuyo executed an exquisite maneuver, stepping upon the flurry of leaves and blossoms, propelling himself rapidly toward the Crane Demon. Qin Jianzi, Zhang Qiong, and even Zhou Wang could not help but narrow their eyes in disbelief. Could it truly be that he had accomplished such a feat? As he danced upon the leaves and flowers, soaring through the air, this extraordinary lightness of movement was something they had never encountered before. The Crane Demon, too, felt his eyes widen in disbelief, but soon let out a piercing cry, furiously flapping his wings, infused with demonic energy, aiming to strike Qin Wuyo down to the ground. Yet, Qin Wuyo disregarded the oncoming demonic force, weaving effortlessly through the winds. With each step upon the leaves and flowers, he swiftly approached the Crane Demon, who, upon realizing his peril, attempted to flee, only to be seized by Qin Wuyo's powerful grasp. The dragon capture technique. An invisible hand firmly ensnared the Crane Demon. At that instant of restraint, Qin Wuyo drew the sword at his waist. The flash of the sword illuminated the air, reminiscent of a white lightning bolt, demonstrating the ultimate precision and ferocity of his swordsmanship. This strike evoked an overwhelming sense of inevitability. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as the Crane Demon plummeted from the heavens, one of his wings severed. With a thunderous crash, the Crane Demon struck the ground. His insides nearly shattered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Like Zhou Wang, he possessed no strength left to continue the fight. Qin Wuyo descended slowly from the sky, his hand outstretched, seizing the Crane Demon and Zhou Wang in his grasp. The absorption technique was activated. Both Zhou Wang and the Crane Demon were drawn into him, their internal energies uncontrollably pouring forth, rapidly refined by Qin Wuyo. These two represented the most formidable entities he had ever absorbed. As he absorbed them simultaneously, an overwhelming power surged throughout his being. In the blink of an eye, Qin Wuyo's cultivation advanced significantly. The barrier of the celestial realm shattered with a resounding echo. A novel sensation coursed through him, instilling a profound clarity, as if he had glimpsed the very fabric of existence. Celestial beings. This is the essence of the celestial realm, Qin Wuyo murmured. As for the Crane Demon, he gazed at Qin Wuyo, his eyes trembling slightly. He had once believed that the Crane Taoist was the most monstrous prodigy in this world, yet he found Qin Wuyo to be even more terrifying. You are beyond human. You surpass even demons. The Crane Taoist was none other than the legendary immortal Crane Taoist, a figure from centuries past. A celestial being in his own right, who had since passed away, long before Lu Yunxiao, the last of the celestial beings. Qin Wuyo smiled faintly. I shall take that as a compliment. With a swift motion of his sword, he severed the head of the Crane Demon. He then glanced at Zhou Wang, who lay on the ground, a look of despair etched upon his features. His cultivation was lost. The immortal Crane sect was no more. After a lifetime of striving, he found himself with nothing left. How could he not feel despondent? Qin Wuyo turned to Zhang Qiong, saying lightly, "He is yours now." "Thank you," Zhang Qiong replied, his gaze complex as he regarded Qin Wuyo. Despite having absorbed his entire cultivation, he found himself compelled to express gratitude, a bitter irony, yet within him. A genuine sense of appreciation for Qin Wuyo began to take root. Indeed, Qin Huio nodded slightly before disregarding the two further. He made his way directly to the library of the Immortal Crane sect, which was the very destination of his journey. He discovered that the collection within this library was at least 10 times larger than that of the Imperial Gate, containing not only various martial arts manuals but also rare ancient texts seldom seen in the outside world. These tomes encompassed a vast array of knowledge. From celestial astronomy to the secrets of demons and spirits, all present. Qin Huio felt intrigued. How fascinating. He sensed that the days ahead would be filled with diligent study. With so many books available, even reading at a glance would require a considerable amount of time. Thus, he remained in the library. Even when Qin Jianzi and Zhang Qiong came to bid him farewell, he did not take a single step outside. He immersed himself in a sea of knowledge, like a sponge absorbing various insights, not only martial arts but also other ancient texts, encompassing divination, astrology, and medicinal arts. On one particular day, he stumbled upon a manual titled The Immortal Crane Pharmacopoeia, a medicinal compendium of the Immortal Crane sect, coveted by countless physicians across the world. After reading it, Qin Huio memorized all 178 prescriptions contained within. Moreover, utilizing the profundities of the pharmacopoeia, he deduced 16 new prescriptions. On another day, he found a tome titled The Heartless Technique, the supreme mental cultivation of the Immortal Crane sect. After perusing it, he innovatively transformed its teachings, reversing its principles to create the sentient technique. On yet another day, he came across a text entitled The Breath of Life Scripture, which expounded on the principles of health maintenance, detailing how to extract vital energy from the myriad of natural elements and foods, thereby harmonizing one's body. When paired with certain prescriptions from the Immortal Crane Pharmacopoeia, the effects were remarkable. It was said that, in theory, it could extend a person's lifespan by a century. Qin Huio integrated this with his own longevity technique, enhancing it further. Theoretically, it now held the potential to allow one to live for at least 800 years. Cloud Sea Sword Technique, 7 Absolute Dust Whips, Cloud Turning Palm, Secrets of Demons and Spirits, Tales of the Unseen, Martial Arts, Secret Lore, Ancient Texts, and Forgotten Histories. Qin Huio absorbed a myriad of knowledge. One day, he encountered a particularly intriguing text titled The Mysteries of Celestial Beings. The author of this book was none other than the Crane Taoist, the founder of the Immortal Crane sect. The manuscript contained information related to celestial beings, which held significant relevance for Qin Huio, who had just ascended to that realm. He began to read it with great diligence. Celestial beings, the realm beyond the Grand Master. What defines a celestial being? It refers to the union of man with the heavens and the earth. A celestial being comprehends the natural world, harnessing their own power to resonate with the forces of nature, thus channeling the power of the cosmos. For while human strength is finite, the power of nature is boundless. In the early stages, celestial beings can perceive the natural world, their 5 senses enhanced by the infusion of heavenly energy, reaching an extraordinary level of acuity. Able to perceive their surroundings for miles even with closed eyes, seeing with their spirit rather than their sight. As one's understanding deepens within the celestial realm, a celestial being can manipulate the energy of nature, every movement imbued with the might to shake mountains and rivers, even soaring through the winds. Traversing thousands of miles in a single day, journeying from the North Sea at dawn to Kangwu at dusk. It is said that there exists an even higher echelon of celestial beings, capable of summoning the forces of nature, winds and clouds, thunder and lightning, the duality of yin and yang, and the 5 elements controlling the winds and waters, wielding thunder like a deity. Alas, I have exhausted my life's work and shall never glimpse the ultimate realm of celestial beings. I can only compose this tome to guide future generations. Chapter 59, The Printing of Martial Arts. An era is approaching. After perusing the tome titled The Mysteries of Heaven and Man, Qin Huio found himself deep in contemplation. This ancient text proved to be quite beneficial, offering him a guiding direction in his quest to comprehend the powers of heaven and man. Though he possessed the intellect to unravel its secrets independently in due course, acquiring this volume would undoubtedly allow him to circumvent many detours along his path. It was likely that the author, Taoist Crane, never anticipated that his work, intended to aid future generations in grasping the profound mysteries of heaven, would fall into the hands of one who had obliterated the Crane sect. If the author were aware, it was uncertain whether he would be driven to exasperation beyond the grave. With a faint smile, Qin Huio dedicated several days to diligently studying the texts within the library, reaping substantial rewards and knowledge. Meanwhile, the world outside descended into chaos. The destruction of the Crane sect resulted in a shortage of the coveted Crane pills, leading to rampant disorder in Yun County. The addictive side effects of the pills incited violent confrontations among individuals vying for possession, drawing even ordinary citizens into the fray, transforming the region into utter disarray. At this moment, the populace began to recognize the peril of the Crane pills. The annihilation of both the Crane sect and the Imperial sect instilled widespread fear among the martial artists of the realm, with trepidation towards the chaotic forces at play. The remaining 4 of the 6 major sects grew anxious, fearing that Qin Huio might turn his attention towards them. Thus, they resolved to take preemptive action. The Jinchuan Sword Sect issued a call to arms, summoning martial artists from all over Daqian to converge for a demon-slaying convention aimed at devising strategies to confront Qin Wuyo. Swiftly, martial artists from all corners of the realm flocked to the Jinchuan Sword Sect in Guangyang County, where tensions ran high. On the other hand, having completed his studies at the Crane Sect, Qin Wuyo descended the mountain and soon learned of the demon-slaying convention being convened by the Jinchuan Sword Sect. A glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. He had been pondering his next target, and now they had unwittingly revealed themselves. The gathering would undoubtedly attract numerous skilled warriors, serving as the perfect opportunity for him to test his newfound powers of heaven and man while absorbing their strength to solidify his own level. Perhaps he would even advance further. After achieving the heaven and man realm, Qin Wuyo discovered that the vital energy of ordinary martial artists no longer significantly enhanced his prowess. Only the energy of masters could yield noticeable improvements. Otherwise, the cultivation of common martial artists felt akin to pouring a mere cup of water into an expansive ocean, utterly insignificant. The upcoming demon-slaying convention promised to convene a multitude of experts, including the leaders of the remaining 6 sections. He envisioned capturing them all in one fell swoop. Once he resolved this issue, he could then seek out the powers of others in different kingdoms, furthering his ambition to unify martial arts and transform the landscape of the martial world. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Wuyo smiled subtly. On his journey to Guangyang County, he stumbled upon a printing house dedicated to publishing books. Without hesitation, he presented a sum of 100,000 taels of silver to the proprietor. The proprietor, momentarily stunned, stammered, "Young sir, what do you wish to print?" "These few books, print 2,000 copies of each," Qin Wuyo instructed, producing several martial arts texts. The proprietor and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment upon glancing at the titles. The Compassionate Formula, the Unfeeling Formula, the Cloud-Soaring Formula, the Supreme Emperor and Appo's Technique, and the Demon Subduing Method. Each of these represented the pinnacle of martial arts. Though the proprietor could not comprehend their significance, he was profoundly shaken. "Are these texts genuine?" he inquired, incredulously. "That is of no concern to you. Simply print them and distribute them freely to various bookstores," Qin Wuyo replied with a smile. "However, printing books requires official approval. Otherwise, unauthorized printing and distribution is illegal." The proprietor hesitated, clearly troubled. Qin Wuyo produced several more silver notes, placing them before the proprietor, each worth 10,000 taels. This substantial sum would ensure his comfort for a lifetime. "Is there still an issue?" Qin Wuyo inquired with a smile. The proprietor gulped, steeling himself. "No problem. Absolutely no problem." Driven by the lure of profit, the proprietor, as a businessman, was willing to take any risk for sufficient reward. Should the venture prove troublesome, he could simply disappear after the transaction. The sum at stake was enough for him to enjoy a life of luxury for the rest of his days. "I hope to see these books in bookstores within a few days," Qin Wuyo remarked with a gentle smile. "Rest assured, I will complete the printing within a month." "Make it half a month." "Very well. I will do my utmost," the proprietor assured him, knowing that with ample funding, everything could be negotiated. Once Qin Wuyo departed, the proprietor immediately set his staff to work, and among them were several skilled martial artists. Upon witnessing the printed martial arts manuals, they were left utterly astounded. How is this possible? These are the most elite martial arts texts. Although they could not decipher them, they understood the immense value that would drive countless martial artists to madness. Each volume was worth far more than mere tens of thousands. Some could even fetch millions. Is this reality, or am I merely dreaming? They pondered, gazing at the volumes being printed. They recognized that the martial world was on the brink of unprecedented upheaval. A new era was poised to dawn, and they were among the first to witness its arrival. Those engaged in printing these manuals would become catalysts of this transformative age. Reflecting on this, an overwhelming sense of pride surged within them. "Perhaps our Longxing printing house will serve as the starting point of this new era," one martial artist exclaimed. Clutching a manual, they harbored no thoughts of monopolizing these manuals. What folly would that be? The individual capable of commissioning such a monumental printing endeavor would undoubtedly be no ordinary figure. To offend such a mysterious and formidable entity over a few soon-to-be ubiquitous manuals would be sheer foolishness. At the Jinchuan Sword Sect, one of the 6 major sects, heroes from all corners of the Daqian realm gathered for the demon-slaying convention. As the host, Sect Master Li Yundong naturally presided over the proceedings. Li Yundong was a figure of considerable renown in the martial world, celebrated not only for his masterful cultivation, but also for his numerous romantic entanglements. It was said that he had 18 concubines, each more beautiful than the last, leading many to envy him, seemingly influenced by their leader. Several elders within the Jinchuan Sword Sect also boasted multiple wives or frequently indulged in the pleasures of the flesh. Over the centuries, the sect had birthed countless dashing swordsmen, a phenomenon attributed to their unique cultivation methods. The sect and Appo's core martial art, known as True Xian Pure Yang technique, tended to generate an excess of yang energy in its practitioners, necessitating a balance with yin energy for proper cultivation. This imbalance explained the prevalence of concubines among the sect and Appo's higher echelons. Chapter 60. For I am Qin Wui. Within the true Xiansword sect, a multitude of heroes had gathered. At the forefront stood a robust, middle-aged man clad in an exquisite black robe adorned with cloud patterns. He was none other than Li Yundong, the leader of the true Xiansword sect and a master of his generation. Flanking him were the second Amp, Appos, S Grand Elder, Yuan Hai, and the second elder, Han Di. Additionally, there was the leader of the Infinite Sect, Hai Wuxin, the master of the Overlord Blade Manor, Wang Tianba, the head of the White Cloud Sword Sect, Bai Fei, and Zhang Qi, the master of the Seven Xian Gate, who wielded 7 swords. Each of these individuals was a renowned expert within the Daqian Jianghu, and their assembly was solely for the purpose of confronting one man, an audacious fiend who had instilled fear across the entire realm. Esteemed guests, I have summoned you here, and I trust you are aware of my intentions. Indeed, it is to deal with the madman Qin Wui. This individual has committed heinous acts, leading to the downfall of the Emperor's Extreme Sect and the Celestial Crane Dao Sect, not to mention his audacity in trespassing into the imperial palace and slaying princes, a most grievous transgression. If this fiend is not eradicated, tranquility will remain elusive for the entire Jianghu. Li Yundong spoke solemnly. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those present turned grave. They were all aware of Qin Wui and Appos, S misdeeds. Yet, hearing Li Yundong reiterate them still sent ripples of shock through their hearts. How could one be so ruthlessly cruel? Such a terrifying existence had never before graced the Daqian Jianghu. The madman Qin Wui is indeed formidable, and killing him will not be an easy task. It is said that he possesses the ability to absorb the power of others. Hai Wuxin of the Infinite Sect remarked with an air of detachment. He appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, slightly stooped, yet his eyes shone with vitality. Any martial artist who had attained the mastery level could faintly sense the profound energy within him, akin to an unbounded ocean. Though he appeared aged, in truth, he was one of the oldest warriors in the Daqian Jianghu, having lived for over 150 years, his cultivation unfathomable. When he spoke, all eyes turned to him. Li Yundong regarded him with a faint smile, replying, Indeed, Sect Master Hai speaks wisely. This individual is truly terrifying. Yet I believe that righteousness will ultimately triumph over evil. The madman cannot escape the judgment of heaven and must surely meet his demise. Such wicked arts as the power absorption technique cannot be permitted to exist in this world. Is it truly unwelcome in this world? Or do you, Li Yundong, seek to exploit us to eliminate Qin Wui and seize the power absorption technique for yourself? A brash laugh erupted from the crowd. The speaker was a robust middle-aged man bearing a large sword, exuding an aura of dominance that instilled a sense of pressure in those around him. He was Wang Tianba, the master of the Overlord Blade Manor. It was said that his swordsmanship had reached an unparalleled level, his Overlord blade being hailed as the finest in the Daqian Jianghu. Upon hearing his words, the assembly fell into contemplation. They knew well that, despite the claims of the power absorption technique being sinister, many coveted it. After all, they believed Qin Wui's strength was derived from this very technique. As he was a unique body, mastering such arts had rendered him immensely powerful. If they were to practice it, would they not soar to new heights? Li Yundong responded coolly, the power absorption technique cannot be allowed to persist. The primary objective of this demon-slaying conference is to eradicate Qin Wui. As for the technique he possesses, it must be extinguished as well. Oh, are you not tempted by this technique? Such nefarious arts offend the heavens, and those who practice them will surely become targets of scorn. My true Xiansword sect, with its centuries-old legacy, would never covet such wickedness. Li Yundong declared with righteous indignation. Indeed, Sect Master Li is correct. Arts like the power absorption technique should not exist. Both it and Qin Wui must be destroyed. Sect Master Li, since you have called this conference, it is said that a leader is necessary. Please guide us in vanquishing the madman. Someone proclaimed loudly. This was precisely what Li Yundong had desired. He understood that acquiring the power absorption technique would be ideal, yet if one were to practice it, they would become a public enemy. The risks were too great. Thus, his true aim was not to obtain the technique, but to rally the Jianghu against Qin Wui, thereby securing his position as the leader of the Jianghu. This demon-slaying conference was merely the beginning. By leveraging this opportunity to lead the charge against Qin Wui, his renown would undoubtedly soar, and the true Xiansword sect would ascend to the pinnacle of the Daqian sects. Sitting upon the throne of Jianghu leadership would become almost effortless. For hundreds of years, the true Xiansword sect's glory would reach new heights under his stewardship, and he would etch his name into history. Li Yundong mused inwardly, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. Unlike Hai Wuxin, who had lived for over a century and whose spirit had been dulled by time, he was still young, filled with ambition. To unify the Jianghu and secure a place in history, that was his aspiration. The emergence of Qin Wui represented his opportunity. Gazing at the throng surrounding him, Li Yundong smiled faintly. Since I have summoned you all, I shall naturally bear the responsibility of eliminating the madman. Let us not speak too soon. We do not yet know where he is, Wang Tianba retorted. Li Yundong replied, I am fully aware of this. And it is precisely why I have gathered everyone here, to utilize your networks to seek out Qin Wui. Once his whereabouts are discovered, we shall strike as one. To attack collectively against one? Might that not be rather dishonorable? A voice suddenly interjected from the crowd. Li Yundong acknowledged. I understand that this may contravene the principles of the Jianghu. However, when faced with a madman like Qin Wui, honor becomes irrelevant. To slay him is to restore peace to the world. Thus, a slight deviation from our principles is justified. Ah, I see. Quite a noble facade you present. The voice retorted again. Li Yundong's brow furrowed slightly, and beside him, Grand Elder Yuan Hai stood abruptly, coldly demanding, who spoke? Step forward. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a man clad in a black robe, radiating an air of nobility in his demeanor. Yuan Hai's gaze sharpened. Who are you? We convene here to discuss our plan to eliminate the demon. Why do you persist in dissent? Could it be that you share a connection with Qin Wui? Oh, I indeed have some connection with him, the man replied with a slight nod. Ah, so. You are a companion of the madman, daring to seek your own demise here. Yuan Hai scoffed, stepping forward to confront the man, his formidable energy coiling around him, intent on subduing him. Yet, the man allowed Yuan Hai to seize his shoulder. In the next moment, Yuan Hai's expression shifted as he felt his internal energy uncontrollably drain away. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but the man held it fast, rendering him unable to escape. Within mere moments, his masterful cultivation had been completely siphoned away. I indeed have a connection with him, for I am Qin Wui, he declared, crushing Yuan Hai's neck, a smile playing upon his lips as he surveyed the astonished crowd. Chapter 61. The Demon Extermination Conference becomes a farce. For I am indeed Qin Wui. Upon hearing Qin Wui's declaration, everyone was momentarily stunned. Where were they? At the True Xiansword sect. What was happening here? They were convening a demon extermination conference. And who was the demon they aimed to eradicate? The mad demon Qin Wui. Now, he boldly stood before them. Here gathered were over 1,000 skilled martial artists. Leaders from top sects such as Wuliang sect, True Xiansword sect, and Ba Dao Mountain Manor were present. Was this a joke? This man was the mad demon. Indeed, while the name might have been mistaken, the epithet was not. This individual was indeed outrageous. Everyone was strategizing on how to locate and slay him, yet he simply appeared before them. Was he courting death? After Qin Wui introduced himself, the crowd instinctively recoiled several paces. Upon glancing at Yuan Hai, who lay on the ground, Li Yundong's expression turned icy. Qin Wui, I never anticipated you would willingly walk into the trap. No. Qin Wui shook his head, not a willing sacrifice, but rather, to capture them all in one fell swoop. Capture them all. Did this fellow's mind not function properly? Did he not comprehend the number of people present compared to his own? How could he utter such words? Li Yundong sneered at Qin Wui, brimming with arrogance. Then he called out loudly, everyone, Qin Wui is right here. What are we waiting for? Attack now. With that, he was the first to draw his sword. From a distance, he unleashed a wave of sword energy towards Qin Wui. The sword energy, brilliant and fierce, surged forth. Qin Wui did not even lift a hand, effortlessly deflecting it with his protective energy. The others immediately followed suit, launching a barrage of weapons, swords, sabers, polearms, like a raging flood surging towards Qin Wui. Yet, Qin Wui remained unperturbed, showing no inclination to evade. The multitude of strikes met his protective energy, creating ripples, yet failing to breach it or inflict the slightest harm. At his current level, even a master could not penetrate his defenses, let alone these mere martial artists who were not even masters. If you choose to strike at me, you must surely be prepared for death. Qin Wui smiled slightly, then raised his hand and drew inward. The absorption technique activated. One must understand. He was at the celestial realm now. The range of his technique was vastly expanded compared to before. More than half of the True Xiansword sect was encompassed by his absorption technique. In an instant, everyone felt their vital energy uncontrollably surge forth, converging towards Qin Wui. Even masters sensed their energy attempting to escape their bodies. The crowd's pupils dilated, fear evident in their eyes as they looked at Qin Wui. They had heard numerous tales of his prowess, knowing him to be terrifyingly powerful. Yet, they never expected him to be this formidable. The power of over 1,000 individuals, absorbed just like that. What manner of sorcery was this? Was he still a mere martial artist? To them, his abilities seemed almost divine. Damn it. This fellow is no ordinary human. The masters struggled to contain their vital energy from being drawn away. However, those beneath the mastery level lacked such control. Their cultivation entirely consumed as nourishment for Qin Wui. This is dire. We must act together to stop him. Otherwise, the entire realm of Deqian will fall under his dominion. The crowd collectively gasped. The masters, not daring to underestimate the situation, quickly launched their attacks at Qin Wui. True Xiansword art. Li Yundong initiated with the signature technique of the True Xiansword sect. A sword thrust, its energy like a shooting star, aimed at Qin Wui. Within the sword energy, a searing heat accompanied it. Then came Wang Tianba from Ba Dao Mountain Manor, drawing his massive blade. He struck fiercely at Qin Wui. The blade radiated with a dark, ghostly glow. With one stroke, it seemed as if 1,000 troops charged forth. This was the most powerful technique of Ba Dao Mountain Manor, the breaking army blade technique. Lastly, there was Hai Wuxin. Although older, he possessed the highest cultivation among those present. His previously stooped form straightened, palms overlapped, and he roared, boundless ocean. His palms thrust forth, the energy surging like an unending torrent, relentlessly crashing towards Qin Wui. Blade energy, sword energy, palm energy. The combined force of the three Grand Masters struck towards Qin Wui almost simultaneously. Had it been the pre-celestial Qin Wui, such an onslaught would indeed have posed a challenge. Alas, he had far surpassed them now. He merely raised a hand, employing the shifting clouds technique. The three energies were effortlessly held in place, then redirected back. The three Grand Masters were sent reeling, spitting blood as they flew backward. They gazed at Qin Wui in shock, disbelief etched on their faces. This is impossible. The three of us united, and yet even the top-tier Grand Masters could not so easily withstand this. Unless... Hai Wuxin's eyes widened as he realized he has ascended to the celestial realm. Only this could explain Qin Wui's extraordinary strength. But despair also gripped the hearts of the crowd. A celestial. He had become a celestial. After Lu Yuxiao, De Qian, and Amp, Apos, as second celestial in 3 centuries. Damn it. We dared to challenge a celestial? Li Yunong looked at Qin Wui, terror flooding his eyes. All previous ambitions crumbled in the face of Qin Wui's overwhelming power, unifying the martial world, leaving a legacy in history. Before the might of a celestial, all was rendered trivial. All mere fantasies. Qin Wui approached Li Yunong, who attempted to resist, thrusting his sword toward Qin Wui. Yet, with a mere pinch, Qin Wui effortlessly blocked it. With a clang, the sword was shattered. Then, he reached out, gripping Li Yunong's head, activating the absorption technique. All of Li Yunong's energy was refined and consumed. Following closely was Wang Tianba, who swung his blade in a futile attempt to block, but like Li Yunong's sword, it was easily flicked aside, shattering into fragments. Hai Wuxin attempted to flee. Despite appearing elderly, he suddenly burst forth with remarkable speed, dashing toward the foot of the mountain. The dragon seizing hand. Qin Wui extended his hand, capturing him midair. The elder struggled fiercely, but it was of no use. Qin Wui sensed the abundant vital energy within him, smiling slightly. After all, he was an old fellow with over a century of cultivation. His energy was substantial. Hand it over. Hai Wuxin's more than 100 years of cultivation was entirely siphoned away. He aged visibly, collapsing to the ground, on the verge of death. The Demon Extermination Conference had utterly devolved into a mere farce. With over 1,000 participants, not a single one could challenge Qin Wui, their powers entirely drained. The disparity was too vast. The gap between you and me is truly insurmountable. Qin Wui surveyed the crowd, shaking his head in lamentation. Feeling a profound solitude akin to holding supreme power, unmatched in the world, yet lonely as snow. Chapter 62, The Arrival of the Great Chu. At the Demon Extermination Conference, Qin Wuyo single-handedly vanquished over 1,000 warriors, draining their cultivation. Although he had already ascended to the celestial realm, the absorption of so many cultivations only incrementally enhanced his strength. The improvements were no longer as pronounced as before. It appeared that as one advanced further in martial arts, the path to enhancement became increasingly arduous. Even with his unique ability to absorb others and Apos powers, the subtlety of his recent gains underscored the challenges faced by others. It was no wonder that in the past few centuries, apart from Lu Yunxiao, no other celestial beings had emerged in the Great Qian. The celestial realm was indeed beyond the ordinary imagination. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Wuyo vanished from the Grand Hall and arrived at the True Xian Sword Sect and Apos' library. Mirroring his previous experience at the Immortal Crane Sect, he thoroughly examined the collection over several days. During this time, news of the Demon Extermination Conference spread throughout the Great Qian and Apos' martial world. The three figures of Qin Wuyo had left the entire martial community in awe, rendering them too intimidated to provoke him further. After all, if even 1,000 warriors, including masters and grandmasters, could not withstand him, who would dare challenge him? Even the Emperor of Qian swiftly rescinded the bounty on Qin Wuyo, fearing the consequences of pursuing him. A celestial, the Emperor mused, stunned and despondent at the prospect of never having the chance for vengeance in his lifetime. Conversely, as a celestial being, Qin Wuyo could enter the royal palace with ease. While taking the Emperor and Apos' life would be a trivial matter. Alas, such a prodigy as Qin Wuyo must be befriended rather than offended. It was a lamentable oversight for the royal family. The crown prince, Xiao Yu, observing his father and Apos' expression, could not help but sigh. At that moment, a member of the Imperial Guard rushed in, kneeling before the Emperor and the Crown Prince. Your Majesty, Your Highness. Urgent military news from the front lines. The Great Chu has mobilized 300,000 troops, heading straight for our borders. Upon hearing this, the Emperor and Apos' brows furrowed. What? The Great Chu dares to invade the Great Qian? The world is divided into 5, Great Qian, Great Chu, Great Liang, Great Yu, and Great Qing. These 5 dynasties have long held each other in check, and none would dare recklessly attack another. For years, the Great Qian and Great Chu had maintained peace along the Yumen Pass. Now, the Great Chu suddenly sends forth 300,000 troops? This is utterly beyond reason. What madness has overtaken them? Or do they possess some hidden advantage? The emperor pondered momentarily before instructing, continue to investigate and monitor any movements from the Great Chu. Report promptly. Yes, Xiao Yu expressed his concern. The Great Chu and Apos' audacity to launch an invasion must indicate they have some form of support. I have heard that their national master is the foremost expert in Great Chu, with unfathomable cultivation. If he personally intervenes, taking the head of a general amidst a sea of troops would be as simple as plucking a flower. Meanwhile, our Great Qian, due to Qin Wuyo, has seen its masters dwindle. We may struggle to defend ourselves. Our dragon cavalry is not to be underestimated, the emperor replied calmly. Apart from utilizing the imperial guard to manage the martial world, there existed a special unit composed of martial experts. Though few in number, each was a top-tier warrior, serving as a trump card for the Great Qian court. This unit had even remained dormant during Qin Wuyo and Apos' previous upheaval in the palace. However now, even if they were to confront Qin Wuyo, it would be too late. Having ascended to the celestial realm, even the dragon cavalry would seem like mere chickens before him, easily defeated. With this thought, the emperor and Apos' trepidation regarding Qin Wuyo deepened. Meanwhile, within the true Xian sword sect, following the demon extermination conference, while Qin Wuyo had drained the cultivation of over 1,000 warriors, he exhibited an unusual restraint, sparing their lives. His mindset had transformed, now a celestial. He regarded the life and death of these individuals with indifference. Whether to kill or not mattered little to him. Instead, he sought to utilize these individuals to realize his vision of martial supremacy and unity. Although they had lost their cultivation, their martial experience remained. Should they receive his printed techniques, they might still have the chance to become formidable warriors in the future. At the very least, they could instruct others in their practice. However, due to Qin Wuyo's presence, these individuals had long since fled, none daring to linger. In the library of the true Xian sword sect, having perused the collection, Qin Wuyo found most of it uninteresting. The only exception was the sect and Apos' core technique, the true Xian pure yang art. This technique was peculiar, prone to causing an excess of yang energy in practitioners, necessitating a balance of yin and yang. Consequently, the sect's higher-ups often maintained multiple wives. After studying this technique, Qin Wuyo, utilizing his profound comprehension, reformed it into a novel method. This new technique not only alleviated the side effects of excess yang energy, but also significantly accelerated the pace of cultivation. However, it came with a new stipulation. To practice this technique, one must first undergo castration. Indeed, without that appendage, the side effects of excessive yang energy would cease to exist, and the speed of cultivation would be astonishing. Qin Wuyo was quite pleased with his newly created technique. Of course, he had no intention of practicing it himself. He decided to name this technique the Sunflower Manual. With such a rapid cultivation method, it wouldn't be long before the martial world was populated with eunuch warriors. With a playful smile, Qin Wuyo departed the true Xian sword sect and went to the Longxing printing house, instructing them to continue printing his newly created techniques, including the Sunflower Manual. Upon seeing the title, the owner of the printing house could not help but feel a chill. Such a sinister technique existed in this world. Soon, hundreds of thousands of martial arts manuals were printed and began distribution across major bookstores. Outside one such bookstore, a middle-aged man held a wine jug, his tall figure clad in exquisite attire, yet he was thoroughly intoxicated, exuding an air of despair, as if he faced an insurmountable obstacle or had suffered a grievous setback. Should any renowned martial artist be present, they would recognize him as none other than Li Yundong, the sect leader of the true Xian sword sect. Just days prior, he had been the confident leader of his sect, dreaming of becoming a martial alliance leader and leaving a mark in history. Now, however, he was a broken man, devoid of power, too afraid to return to his own sect. The disparity was staggering, a reality he found difficult to accept, leading him to drown his sorrows in drink. Chapter 63, The Issuance of Secret Manuals. The Dawn of Universal Martial Dominance. Qin Wuyo, why do you not simply end my life? You have drained me of all my martial prowess, yet you allow me to continue living, reduced to a mere shell of my former self. This existence is more unbearable than death itself. What of the sect leader of the martial world? What of leaving a name in the annals of history? It is all but empty rhetoric. What of the demon extermination conference? Not even a single hair of theirs has been touched. It is laughable, truly laughable. Li Yunong lamented as he sipped his wine, his spirit in tatters. He staggered forward, only to collapse at the entrance of a bookstore. There, he beheld a scholar-like figure engrossed in a tome titled Yinxiao Ju. Yinxiao Ju. It sounded like the name of a martial art. No, wait. Is this not the martial technique left behind by the celestial figure Lu Yunxiao from 3 centuries ago? How could it possibly be here? Glancing around, he noticed that many others were also holding books with names of various martial arts. Yin Xiao Ju, Jisheng Huangji Gong, Yuqing Ju, Wuqing Gong, Bad Dao Jinqi Ju. Li Yundong found it peculiar. Was this bookstore selling martial arts manuals? Indeed, the world had descended into chaos if even a nondescript bookstore could peddle martial arts manuals. Who would be foolish enough to buy such deceitful items? He shook his head. In his view, these martial manuals were likely mere tricks, capable of deceiving the untrained common folk, but utterly incapable of fooling seasoned martial artists. After all, who would display their profound martial secrets to others? At that moment, he spotted a familiar figure within the bookstore, Wang Tianba, the master of the Badao Mountain Villa, who, like him, had been drained of his cultivation by Qin Wuyo. Wang Tianba was currently examining a manual with a grave expression. Li Yundong, perplexed, called out, Wang Tianba, what are you studying? Is this charade truly worth your rapt attention? Wang Tianba glanced at him and replied coolly, Oh, is this not the leader of the Jinchuan sword sect? Why do you resemble a drunken fool? Humph. It is none of your concern. I did not expect you, having been drained of your true energy, to still have the leisure to peruse a bookstore. I suggest you take a look as well. These books are not trivial. What is so special? Are they not just some deceptive? As Li Yundong spoke, he picked up a book to examine it, and before he could finish his sentence, his expression shifted to one of increasing seriousness. Though his cultivation had been siphoned away, his martial experience remained intact. It was evident to him that these manuals were not mere tricks. They were genuinely profound martial arts. Each one possessed the potential to establish a sect. Each could rival the core techniques of his Jinchuan sword sect. This cannot be, Li Yundong muttered. And he immediately began to peruse other books on the shelves. Each one was a pinnacle of martial arts, never before seen, surpassing even his imagination. How could this be possible? How could there be so many profound martial manuals within this bookstore? Something is amiss. Who possesses such audacity? What is he truly attempting to achieve? This exceeded Li Yundong's comprehension. Each of these manuals was a supreme skill capable of founding a sect. Any sect that obtained them would be desperate to guard them, fearing discovery by others. Yet here they were, available for distribution. Wang Tianba remarked. Wuqing Gong belongs to the Xianhe Dao sect, while Huangji Gong is from the Huangji sect. I have also spotted your Jinchuan sword sect's Jinchuan Chunyang Gong. Though I do not recognize the origins of the other techniques, each is extraordinary. The individual who possesses and disseminates such a plethora of martial arts can only be one person. Qin Wuyo. Li Yundong gritted his teeth as he uttered that name. Some of these techniques belonged to the 6 great sects, which tightly guarded their secrets, seldom shared with outsiders. Yet now, they had appeared in this bookstore. The only individual capable of achieving such a feat, aside from annihilating the 6 great sects and obtaining their techniques, could only be Qin Wuyo. What is he plotting? To acquire these techniques and distribute them? Is he intent on turning the entire martial world upside down? Wang Tianba stated calmly, regardless of his intentions, this presents us with an opportunity. If we can obtain these techniques, reclaiming our former glory is not impossible. Li Yundong pondered for a moment before sneering. Do you think we can defeat him using his own distributed techniques? Is that even feasible? Better to try than to do nothing at all. These techniques are already circulating. It won in Oppos, TB long before the entire Dacian martial world enters a new era. The 6 great sects may well seem insignificant in this new age. We must prepare ourselves. We must cultivate these techniques. Wang Tianba asserted, with a sweeping gesture. He decided to purchase a copy of each technique available in the store. Li Yundong, holding the manual in his hand, contemplated the situation. Though these techniques were profound, returning to his peak swiftly seemed nearly impossible, let alone defeating Qin Wuyo. Suddenly, a manual titled Kuaishua Baodian caught his eye. Unlike the others, the first page boldly proclaimed 8 words. To practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. These words frightened many away, yet Li Yundong patiently continued to read. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he discerned that this manual bore traces of Jinchuan Chunyang Gong, yet it was far more powerful, with a much faster cultivation speed. The crucial point was that he had previously practiced Jinchuan Chunyang Gong. Although his cultivation had been drained, he still retained some foundation. Cultivating this Kuaishua Baodian would allow him to advance more rapidly than others. Furthermore, this technique was designed for swift success. In 3 years, no, in 2 years. If I cultivate this technique, I could regain my peak within 2 years and even surpass it. This technique may very well be the key to defeating Qin Wuyo. However, the thought of its side effects sent a chill through him, and a struggle flickered in his eyes. After much deliberation, he gradually steeled himself. What is a trivial matter when revenge is at stake? I shall practice this technique. Moreover, after all these years, what sort of women have I not indulged in? I have long since grown weary of them. Li Yundong gritted his teeth and promptly paid for the Kuaishua Baodian. Meanwhile, within the office of the town protector, Chen Yun sat before a collection of manuals, flanked by several trusted aides, including Jin Xinshi and Zhang Xiaojing. They gazed at the manuals before them, their expressions grave. These manuals are genuine, Zhang Xiaojing stated. Who has purchased these manuals? Many people. It is too late to stop them. Jin Xinshe replied. Shen Yun took a deep breath. To unify the martial world. This individual possesses remarkable ambition and a truly audacious plan. Chapter 64. Arrival at the Bideo Villa. The members of the Jinyui stood before the scrolls in silence. With their extensive intelligence network, they naturally deduced that these texts were distributed by Qin Huaiya. In the entirety of Dakian, there was no one else capable of such an undertaking. While the world remained oblivious to his true intentions, we, however, are well aware. Utilizing the populace as resources and the Jinyui as hounds. These were words he had uttered in the past. Yet, what could we do with this knowledge? It is a glaring conspiracy. Even if we comprehend his ambitions, the texts lie before us. Can we refrain from practicing? If we do not, others will seize the opportunity. Should we neglect our training while others grow stronger, we shall inevitably suffer the consequences. Shen Yun shook his head in lamentation. It is precisely for this reason that even though they understood Qin Huaiya's schemes, it availed them nothing. Shen Yun addressed his companions, saying, distribute these texts among the members, allowing them to select which to practice. A new era is dawning in the martial world, and we, the Jinyui, must not lag behind. Thus, all members of the Jinyui commenced their cultivation of the texts released by Qin Huaiya. Meanwhile, Qin Huaiya was not idle. His plan to dominate the world had already commenced, though the initial batch of crops required time to mature. During this period, he sought to occupy himself. He had already visited the Huangji Gate, the Xinhedao sect, and the Jinchuan Sword sect. His gaze now shifted to the remaining 3 major sects, leading him to Bideo Villa. The vast collection of books within Bideo Villa was his goal. Located by the shores of Taihu Lake, upon arriving at the villa's entrance, Qin Huaiya encountered a stone tablet inscribed with the 4 bold characters of Bideo Villa. The strokes were sharp as if chiseled with a blade, exuding an aura of dominance. It was evident that the martial artist who penned these characters was an unparalleled swordsman. Based on Qin Huaiya's estimation, this individual should have been a grandmaster, perhaps even nearing the realm of a celestial being, yet certainly not Wang Tianba. Qin Huaiya had witnessed Wang Tianba's prowess. His sword intent paled in comparison to that of the artist behind these characters. Bideo Villa, as rumored, was renowned for its sword forging and techniques. Within its halls lay countless famed blades, including the legendary Lonke, the foremost sword of Dakian. Qin Huaiya murmured, Dakian Lonke. This sword, crafted from divine iron, took 10 years to forge. The day it was completed, it stirred the heavens and earth, resonating with the sound of dragon roars. With its elongated blade, light as a flying sparrow, it was named the Lonke sword. This was the personal weapon of the villa's first master, who wielded it to traverse the world, rarely encountering rivals, even standing against celestial beings without defeat. Yet, after his demise, the Lonke was sealed within Bideo Villa, never to be wielded again, not even by successive masters. Qin Huaiya's visit was not solely to peruse the villa's collection, but also to satiate his curiosity for this sword. Upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted a robust figure approaching. The man walked with a steady gait, exuding an impressive aura, yet his brow bore a hint of dejection, as if burdened by misfortune. This man was none other than Wang Tianba. Having been drained of his cultivation during his visit to the Jinchuan Sword sect, Wang Tianba had since acquired some texts. But the fact remained that his powers were diminished. The path to recovery would demand years of arduous effort. Yet, he did not succumb to despair, believing himself to possess unwavering resolve. After several days, he finally returned to Bideo Villa. However, upon arrival, he encountered a nightmarish apparition. It was Qin Huaiya. Wang Tianba's pupils constricted. Was his fear of Qin Huaiya so profound that it conjured illusions? How else could he explain the presence of Qin Huaiya before him? He swallowed hard and rubbed his eyes, confirming that indeed, it was Qin Huaiya. Fear flickered in his eyes, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he approached directly, aware that even if he sprouted several legs, it would be futile against an adversary intent on his demise. What brings you here? Are you planning to siphon the cultivation of Bideo Villa's disciples? Wang Tianba inquired. Qin Huaiya smiled faintly. Are there any celestial beings within Bideo Villa? No. Any grandmasters? None remain but myself. A glimmer of disappointment crossed Qin Huaiya's eyes. Then it is of little interest. Let them strive diligently in their cultivation. Perhaps we shall meet again when they are stronger. Wang Tianba was taken aback. The audacity of this man to dismiss their strength. Even if he were to absorb their powers, it would be of no consequence. But Wang Tianba felt a flicker of relief that Qin Huaiya deemed Bideo Villa's disciples unworthy of his attention. Otherwise, calamity would surely have befallen them. As for Qin Huaiya's words about encouraging their efforts, to Wang Tianba, it bore a sinister implication. He perceived it as a plan to cultivate them like crops, waiting until they matured and grew stronger before harvesting their powers. Did this man consider the world his to command at will? Such arrogance. Wang Tianba simmered with indignation. Yet he dared not reveal a hint of it, for he understood that the weak had no choices. If you do not intend to absorb our powers, what is your purpose here? Wang Tianba pressed further. I have come for the collection of Bideo Villa and the fabled Lonke sword. Qin Huaiya replied nonchalantly. He had no intention of concealing his true purpose, for he felt neither the need nor the inclination to do so. Wang Tianba pondered briefly and replied, "Whatever you wish to do, Badeo Villa cannot hinder you. I shall ensure they grant you access to the library. As for the Longke sword, it has remained embedded in the ceiling rock for years. The sword possesses a sinister nature. Any who touch it may succumb to a murderous desire, becoming puppets of the blade. Only the first master of Badeo Villa had the ability to wield it. Whether you can take it away is up to you." Qin Huai nodded slightly. "You possess some discernment." Then, as if assuming the role of a master, he strode into Badeo Villa. Wang Tianba followed closely behind. Upon entering the villa, they were greeted by an array of rockeries and gardens. As they traversed the landscape, they came upon multiple blazing furnaces, where numerous shirtless blacksmiths hammered away at swords, the rhythmic clang of metal echoing like rain upon banana leaves. The workers regarded Qin Huai with curiosity, questioning his identity. However, upon sighting Wang Tianba, they hurried to pay their respects. "Greetings, master." "Master, you have finally returned. Is this gentleman your friend?" they inquired with intrigue. Wang Tianba fell silent, uncertain how to respond. His diminished cultivation was a considerable blow to Badeo Villa. More critically, the one responsible for his plight stood beside him. Yet he could not permit his comrades to seek vengeance, as it would spell disaster for the villa. As he deliberated on how to phrase his thoughts, a robust man clad in green approached, sword at his side, accompanied by several swordsmen. Chapter 65. The struggle for power within the blade dominance manor. The imposing figure clad in green strode forth, a long sword slung at his side, accompanied by several other swordsmen. Upon seeing him, Wang Tianba approached. "Brother, you have come to greet me, yet you bring along the esteemed elders?" This man in green was Luo Tian, the second in command of the blade dominance manor, and Wang Tianba's sworn brother, renowned in the martial world. He was a master in his own right. However, when people mentioned the blade dominance manor, the first name that came to mind was Wang Tianba, not Luo Tian. Over time, Luo Tian had become little more than a supporting character to Wang Tianba. Wang Tianba, unfazed by this, continued to treat Luo Tian like a true brother. And Luo Tian never voiced any grievances, diligently assisting Wang Tianba in managing the manor. To outsiders, these two brothers were not blood-related, yet their bond surpassed that of kin. Now, as he observed Luo Tian and Apos, as arrival, Wang Tianba felt a peculiar unease at the presence of the elders accompanying him. "Wang Tianba, I must ask, has your martial prowess been completely depleted?" Luo Tian's voice bore a sharp edge. Despite his rugged demeanor, Wang Tianba sensed something amiss. "Brother, what do you mean by that?" At the Demon Subjugation Conference, countless warriors fell to the madness of Qin Huai. The powers of esteemed figures such as Li Yundong, the leader of the true Xian Sword sect, and the master of the Boundless sect were entirely absorbed. This news has begun to circulate in the martial world. "Wang Tianba, is this true?" Luo Tian pressed on. With a deep breath, Wang Tianba replied, "Yes. My martial prowess is indeed lost." Upon hearing this, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. "What? The master's prowess is gone? How can the blade dominance manor maintain its fearsome reputation in the martial world now? What shall we do? Is this mad and truly that terrifying?" Amidst the murmurs, Luo Tian regarded Wang Tianba with an indifferent gaze. "Wang Tianba, your admission is appreciated. I have conferred with the elders, and it has been decided that you are no longer fit to lead the blade dominance manor. From this moment forth, I, Luo Tian, shall assume the role of the new master." Wang Tianba and Apos, as pupils constricted slightly. "So, this is your intent, to usurp power?" "I do this solely for the future of the blade dominance manor," Luo Tian replied coolly. "Furthermore, I request that you surrender the Tiger Soul Blade." The Tiger Soul Blade, second only to the Dragon Sparrow within the manor, was the personal weapon of each generation's master. Wang Tianba gazed at Luo Tian, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. "After all these years of brotherhood, is this how you choose to treat me in my hour of need?" "Yes, all these years as brothers, yet the world knows you as Wang Tianba, while I am forever cast as your shadow, your subordinate. Now that you have lost your prowess, it is time for me to take charge and fulfill my ambitions," Luo Tian declared, standing resolutely with ambition gleaming in his eyes. For years, Wang Tianba had reigned supreme in the manor, his mastery instilling fear in all. Under the weight of his authority, Luo Tian had concealed his own ambitions. Now, with Wang Tianba's powers stripped away, it was his turn to rise. He no longer needed to hide. The thrill of this newfound freedom surged within him. He rested a hand on the hilt of his long sword, ready to seize the Tiger Soul Blade by force should Wang Tianba resist. Killing him was not out of the question. Even without his prowess, Wang Tianba held a certain influence that could pose a threat. Sensing Luo Tian's murderous intent, Wang Tianba felt a wave of despair and fury, yet ultimately, he resigned to hand over the Tiger Soul Blade. Stripped of his martial ability, he had no means to resist. Refusal would only lead to death. Luo Tian's eyes sparkled with surprise at Wang Tianba's compliance. It provided him with a reason to spare his life. As he grasped the Tiger Soul Blade, a fervent fire ignited within him. This blade symbolized power. At last, he held the reins of authority in his grasp. "Very well, Wang Tianba, you are no longer a member of the Blade Dominance Manor. Depart, Luo Tian commanded. Wang Tianba could no longer contain his ire. You seize my power and cast me out? I have labored for the blade dominance manor for years, establishing countless merits. What right do you have to expel me? Even if you wish to banish me, will the others acquiesce? Luo Tian coldly replied. I am now the master of the blade dominance manor, and my word is law. Moreover, as the former master, you have been rendered powerless by that demon Qin Huaya, tarnishing the reputation of the blade dominance manor that has endured for centuries. To merely expel you without demanding an apology is already a mercy. You, Wang Tianba began. But a dispassionate voice interjected. Have you finished your petty squabble? All eyes turned to Qin Huaya, who continued, I am uninterested in your internal power struggles. But I kindly request someone to escort me to the location of the Dragon Sparrow Blade. Is that agreeable? Who are you to covet the Dragon Sparrow Blade? Luo Tian retorted coldly. Me? I am the very demon who has diminished your blade dominance manor's reputation for centuries. You are Qin Huaya? Luo Tian's pupils constricted slightly. An elder beside him scoffed. Who do you think you are? Qin Huaya drained Wang Tianba of his powers. How could he possibly come to the blade dominance manor in peace? You must be a desperate ally he summoned to cling to his position. Qin Huaya shook his head, suddenly disinterested in explanations. Then perhaps you should experience it firsthand. With that, he reached out with his hand. A terrifying force erupted, and the elder found himself ensnared, unable to resist as Qin Huaya drained his power in an instant. Madman! He truly is that madman! The elder exclaimed in terror. Witnessing this, the crowd recoiled in horror, retreating several steps. Meanwhile, Luo Tian seized the opportunity to chastise Wang Tianba. Wang Tianba, how could you bring Qin Huaya to the blade dominance manor? What is your intention? Do you wish to doom us all? Wang Tianba, too, had no desire to explain. Qin Huaya, however, spoke casually. Frankly, with your paltry levels of power, I had no interest in absorbing you, but now, I have changed my mind. With that, he extended his hand, enveloping the remaining elders. The individuals found themselves helplessly drawn towards Qin Huaya. In a swift motion, Luo Tian kicked one of the elders, using him as leverage to propel himself back towards the depths of the blade dominance manor. That direction was the location of the Dragon Sparrow Blade. Wang Tianba furrowed his brow, his pupils narrowing. Did he intend to draw the Dragon Sparrow Blade? Qin Huaya, who had initially planned to capture him with the dragon seizing hand, suddenly found himself intrigued. This is getting interesting. Chapter 66. The Power of the Dragon Sparrow. How intriguing. Observing the vanishing figure of Luo Tian, Qin Huaya's lips curled into a slight smile. After absorbing the essence of several elders from the Blade Mountain Manor, he carelessly discarded them as one would refuse garbage. One unfortunate elder, thrown with excessive force, landed directly into a blazing furnace, letting out a shriek before being reduced to ashes. Qin Huaya paid this no mind. He proceeded in the direction Luo Tian had taken, his demeanor leisurely, giving no indication that he was in pursuit of anyone, more akin to a casual stroll. Wang Tianba pondered for a moment before following suit, remarking, the Dragon Sparrow Blade is no ordinary weapon. It possesses an evil essence, significantly amplifying the wielder's strength. Should Luo Tian acquire this blade, it could spell disaster, rendering us unable to stop him, perhaps even leading to widespread devastation. Widespread devastation? That cannot happen. Qin Huaya shook his head. Wang Tianba was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly fathom that a madman like Qin Huaya could be concerned for the common folk. Qin Huaya continued, if there is devastation, who will I draw power from in the future? This was his genuine concern. If all life were extinguished, who would remain to cultivate martial arts for him to absorb? Wang Tianba's lips twitched. Indeed, he had overthought it. Yet, upon reflection, a gentleman speaks of actions, not intentions, setting aside everything else. Qin Huaya's current actions could be seen as a form of safeguarding the populace. Furthermore, his dissemination of numerous martial arts manuals, to some extent, was fostering the development of martial arts in the great Qian realm. In terms of martial arts, he could be regarded as the foremost benefactor throughout history. One might even say he was the first to open the heavens and forge the earth. In the annals of martial arts history, he would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark. Contemplating this, Wang Tianba gazed at Qin Huaya's retreating figure, his expression becoming increasingly complex. The aspirations he yearned for were effortlessly realized by another. It seemed certain individuals were indeed destined to leave their names in the annals of history. Before long, Qin Huaya arrived deep within the Blade Mountain Manor. Here lay a garden, its structure remarkably unique. Mountains and waters intertwined, gold and wood harmonized. It subtly formed a diagram reminiscent of the Bagua. Qin Huaya smiled faintly. This is the Bagua Demon Suppression Formation, a scheme employed by geomancers to alter fortunes and suppress evil spirits. How intriguing. Is this formation intended to suppress the Dragon Sparrow? Wang Tianba nodded slightly. Indeed. Fascinating. My curiosity about this blade grows ever more profound. Qin Huaya smiled gently, then turned his gaze to the center of the garden, where a massive stone stood. Embedded within it was a blade, thin as a cicada's wing, yet radiating a potent malevolence. Beside the blade stood Luo Tian. He regarded the dragon sparrow with a fierce determination, realizing, with my current strength, I am no match for Qin Wuyo. He could eliminate me with ease. This dragon sparrow blade is my sole hope for turning the tide. Even if wielding it risks succumbing to madness and deviating into evil, my ancestors mastered this blade, indicating it can indeed be controlled. Perhaps I might be the second person after my ancestors to wield it. Inwardly, Luo Tian mused when suddenly, he sensed a piercing gaze. Turning, he found Qin Wuyo approaching. The latter was observing him with evident amusement, refraining from making a move, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Anger surged within Luo Tian. His opponent completely disregarded him, treating him as naught but an insect. How dare they underestimate me? No one can belittle me. Not Wang Tianba. And certainly not you, the madman Qin Wuyo. Luo Tian's gaze shifted to the dragon sparrow blade. The weapon exuded an aura of malevolence, and a voice seemed to whisper in his ear, enticing him with promises of power, status, and wealth. Everything he desired. With the blade in hand, the world would be his. No longer hesitating, Luo Tian grasped the dragon sparrow blade, channeling his essence as he forcefully withdrew it. The blade slowly emerged from the massive rock, causing the surrounding Bagua demon suppression formation to tremble. As the rock shook, the waters bubbled, and iron objects emitted mournful cries. Even the heavenly martial sword in Qin Wuyo's hand trembled with fear. This astonished Qin Wuyo. The heavenly martial sword was already a rare divine weapon, yet it exhibited such trepidation. It was evident that the dragon sparrow blade was extraordinary. It surpassed the realm of mundane weaponry. It was a cursed blade. With the dragon sparrow blade in hand, Luo Tian bellowed, and with a mighty pull, he fully extracted the blade. The moment it was freed, the massive rock erupted in a thunderous explosion. A chilling and enigmatic energy surged outward, sending Wang Tianba flying. Qin Wuyo gazed at Luo Tian, now wielding the blade, narrowing his eyes slightly. How intriguing. At that moment, Luo Tian was enveloped in black mist. The dark essence intertwined with his own, exponentially amplifying his strength. He had ascended to the level of a grand master in an instant. Power. I can feel an inexhaustible force flowing from this blade into my body. Haha. Such a divine artifact, and you dared to seal it away. How foolish the successive masters of Blade Mountain Manor have been. Luo Tian could not contain his laughter. His eyes gradually turned crimson, brimming with murderous intent. In the next moment, he vanished, transforming into a streak of black light, slashing towards Qin Wuyo with the blade. This strike from the blade was fierce. It was no ordinary blade. Yet, Qin Wuyo was no ordinary man. He was a celestial being. Faced with the incoming strike, he did not even draw the heavenly martial sword, merely extending a finger to pin the edge of the dragon sparrow blade. He meticulously examined the blade, feeling its might, and remarked nonchalantly, the blade measures 3 feet and 4 inches, its body exceedingly thin, forged from rare iron. In terms of resilience and sharpness, no weapon in the entire Great Qian can rival it. Truly an exceptional blade. The crux lies in the peculiar force contained within this blade. This power is steeped in resentment and a thirst for blood. As Qin Wuyo sensed the dragon sparrow's energy, he vaguely perceived the ethereal image of a black evil dragon emerging from the blade, lunging towards him. Blade, Qi materialization. Qin Wuyo smiled faintly as his essence surged forth, shattering the illusion of the evil dragon. Luo Tian staggered back several paces. Clutching the dragon sparrow, he roared once more, charging at Qin Wuyo with wild abandon, his blood-red eyes nearly devoid of rationality. His movements lacked form, striking indiscriminately. Yet, due to the immense power he wielded, even his erratic slashes unleashed forces that surpassed that of an average grandmaster. In the realm of Great Qian's martial arts, few could match the might of Luo Tian wielding the dragon sparrow. Qin Wuyo smiled faintly. Have you truly become a puppet of the blade? How laughable. His heavenly martial sword was unsheathed. In a flash, the sword light tore through the blade's aura, severing Luo Tian's hand that held the weapon. Following that, Qin Wuyo clasped the opponent's head with his hand. Luo Tian's entire essence was drained, including not only the energy cultivated through his own efforts but also the malevolent power of the cursed blade. Astonishingly, this energy could also be transformed into Qin Wuyo's own essence. Chapter 67, The Blade Technique, AVCI Path. After absorbing Luo Tian's cultivation, Qin Wuyan casually tossed him aside and turned his gaze toward the dragon sparrow blade. He approached the weapon with measured steps. Wang Tianba stepped forward and warned, "That is a demonic blade. I advise you not to touch it." Demonic? Only because you could not make it submit, Qin Wuyan replied indifferently. In my eyes, there is no distinction between righteousness and wickedness in this world. There are only 2 categories, things I can wield, and things I cannot yet master. With a swift motion, he summoned the dragon sparrow blade into his grasp. The moment his fingers closed around the hilt, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from the weapon, attempting to invade his body. Qin Wuyan chuckled softly. You seek to turn me into a puppet of the blade? How presumptuous. His true qi surged, and the overwhelming power of a heavenly being instantly suppressed the blade's dark influence. The dragon sparrow blade trembled, its sinister aura receding into submission. With a casual swing, A blade aura sliced through the air, cleaving a nearby ornamental mountain in half. The strike had been effortless, yet the blade amplified his power exponentially. A fine weapon indeed. Qin Wuyan mused, pleased. He then turned to Wang Tianba. Your Tyrant Blade Manor must have records on how this blade was forged. Wang Tianba nodded. The process is documented in the Divine Blade secret annals, stored within our library. Good. I shall spend the next few days in your library. Do not disturb me. Qin Wuyan paused, examining the Dragon Sparrow blade. This weapon lacks a sheath. Have one crafted for me, consider it gratitude for quelling your unrest. Wang Tianba's expression darkened. Gratitude? The chaos had erupted precisely because Qin Wuyan had drained his cultivation. Now, the man demanded access to their archives, possession of the Dragon Sparrow blade, and a custom sheath, all while acting as though he had done them a favor. Yet, what could he do? The law held no power over such a being. In the depths of the Tyrant Blade Manor's library, Qin Wuyan perused the Divine Blade's secret annals. The records revealed that the Dragon Sparrow blade had been forged from a celestial meteorite, but that was only half the truth. The true secret lay in the addition of monster blood, specifically the heart's blood of a flood dragon. The meteorite had been impervious to conventional smelting methods until the manor's founder discovered an ancient forging technique, the use of demonic blood to temper the metal. After years of searching, the founder had slain a flood dragon beyond the borders of the Great Qian Empire, using its heart's blood to melt the meteorite. Yet, the dragon's vengeful spirit had fused with the blade, imbuing it with a relentless, maddening aura. Only the founder had ever wielded it without succumbing to its corruption. Fascinating. Qin Wuyan smirked. The world was far vaster than he had imagined. The Great Qian Empire could no longer challenge him. It was time to venture beyond its borders. He continued his study, delving into the manor's martial archives. The Tyrant Blade Manor was renowned for its blade techniques, the most formidable of which was the Tyrant Blade style, a three-move technique, sweeping away 1,000 armies, challenging the throne of heaven, and Tyrant overwhelms the world. None but the founder had ever mastered the final move. Yet, Qin Wuyan mastered it effortlessly. He then synthesized the essence of the manor's techniques, creating a new art, AVCI path. This technique transcended form, emphasizing intent over motion. A single strike could eclipse all other blade arts in the Great Qian Empire. A pity, Qin Wuyan murmured. I wonder if there exists anyone in this world worthy of testing this blade. Before departing, Wang Tianba presented him with a newly crafted sheath. Pleased, Qin Wuyan handed him a manual. A reward for your obedience. Wang Tianba's hands trembled as he flipped through the pages. Such a technique. Can it truly exist? Would you like to witness it? Yes. Wang Tianba breathed. As a blade master, he would die content after seeing such an art. Qin Wuyan raised the sheath like a blade and struck. In an instant, darkness swallowed the world. The air itself transformed into a storm of blades, pressing against Wang Tianba and his disciples like the torments of AVCI hell. The strike halted a hair's breadth from Wang Tianba's forehead. Gasping, he collapsed. His disciples likewise paralyzed with terror. You impart such techniques freely, Wang Tianba stammered. You disseminate martial secrets without restraint. Do you not fear the rise of another heavenly being? Qin Wuyan sheathed the Dragon Sparrow blade. If another heavenly being emerges, he said softly, I would welcome it. Chapter 68. Let the emperor of the Qian dynasty kneel before me. Indeed, should a celestial being emerge, Qin Wuyan would find immense joy. The prowess of ordinary martial artists no longer satisfies him. If a celestial were to appear, it would expedite his progress. However, with such a vast world, where would one seek a celestial? The Qian dynasty has lost hope. He himself is on the brink of being overwhelmed by this turbulent realm, and no celestial has manifested. What are the other dynasties? Is there a celestial martial artist among them? It is worth investigating. Yet, before that, he must visit the Wuliang sect and Tianshan sect. After all, he has already visited 4 of the 6 major sects. He cannot forsake the remaining 2. He is, after all, a man of fairness. After departing from the Baidu Mountain Manor, Qin Wuyan heard some rumors on his way to the Wuliang sect. It was said that the border of the Qian dynasty, Yumen Pass, had been breached. The Dacha dynasty had mobilized 300,000 troops, marching relentlessly towards the capital of the Qian dynasty. In a mere 3 days, 27 cities in the Qian dynasty had been captured consecutively. The entire Qian dynasty seemed to be defenseless. The Dachu army has risen. After years of tranquility, their sudden mobilization raises questions. Do they possess some formidable advantage? Qin Wuyan pondered deeply, his curiosity piqued by the increasing number of rumors. Whispers of an invincible black-armored army within the Dacha forces, each soldier capable of facing 1,000 opponents, circulated. Furthermore, there were several unparalleled masters among the Dacha troops, capable of decapitating generals amidst the chaos of battle with ease. A singular leader, of extraordinary cultivation, was said to be unmatched throughout history. The Dachu army, through these rumors, had nearly become synonymous with invincibility, instilling a sense of despair among many regarding the fate of the Qian dynasty. Qin Wuyan grew increasingly intrigued. Had he not already arrived at the foot of the Wuliang sect, he would have altered his course to investigate the Dacha forces. As he ascended the mountain, he encountered several disciples of the Wuliang sect. Surprisingly, these disciples treated him with utmost respect, even fear, offering no resistance whatsoever. Ah, it seems the sect leader is aware of my arrival, Qin Wuyan mused. A guiding disciple remarked, the sect leader said, Since you have visited the Huangji Gate, Jinchuan Sword Sect, Xinhe Dao Sect, and Bedu Mountain Manor, it is only natural that you would come to the Wuyang Sect. He instructed us to treat you with the utmost courtesy, regardless of your actions, even if you were to slay us. How flattering. One might mistake me for a ruthless fiend, Qin Wuyo replied nonchalantly. The disciple fell silent for a moment, pondering whether to voice his thoughts. For he feared that speaking might cost him his life. Even standing beside Qin Wuyo, he felt as though he could lose his life at any moment. How terrifying. Upon reaching the grand hall of the Wuyang Sect, Qin Wuyo encountered a weathered elder, Hai Wuxin, the very figure from whom he had drained his cultivation. The elder was engrossed in a tome, occasionally expressing admiration. Soon, he sensed Qin Wuyo's presence and revealed a complex expression. You have indeed arrived. Yes, I have come. You should know what I seek, Qin Wuyo stated. I am aware. The library of the Wuyang Sect is now open to you, Hai Wuxin replied. Ah. You haven't hidden away those precious martial arts manuals in advance, have you? Qin Wuyo inquired with a hint of amusement. A chill ran through Hai Wuxin as he explained, the manuals you have released are each a masterpiece that has transcended time. Compared to those, our sect's manuals are insignificant. Rest assured, all of our martial arts manuals are within the library. Very well, you are perceptive, Qin Wuyo remarked before proceeding to the library. Embarking on a fresh journey of study and creation. On the third day after his entry into the library, a carriage arrived at the foot of the Wuyang Sect mountain, bearing none other than the current crown prince, Xiaoyu. A sense of urgency marked his demeanor, accompanied by Qin Yun, the commander of the Jinyue, the newly appointed Jinfu envoy Zhang Xiaojing, and by Hu Haixiaohu. The intelligence from the Jinyue is accurate. Qin Wuyo is indeed at the Wuyang Sect, correct? Xiaoyu asked. Yes, your highness, came the reply. Excellent, he is the sole hope for the Qian dynasty. Xiaoyu murmured, then promptly ascended the mountain. Upon learning that Qin Wuyo was in the library, he approached the entrance, maintaining his decorum despite his urgency. Brother Qin, Xiaoyu seeks an audience, he announced, cupping his hands in respect. Come in, a voice beckoned from within. Xiaoyu entered to find Qin Wuyo seated by the window, perusing texts. The latter glanced up and remarked, It has been a while. You appear somewhat haggard, Crown Prince. Please forgive my appearance, Brother Qin. You, however, remain as charismatic as ever. Xiaoyu replied, You have come to discuss the Dachu army's mobilization, I presume? Nothing escapes your notice, Brother Qin. Indeed. Only you possess the ability to save the Qian dynasty, Xiaoyu asserted. How so? Qin Wuyo inquired. The Dachu has mobilized 300,000 troops. But the crux lies in their commanding general, whose cultivation is unfathomable, far surpassing that of ordinary grandmasters. Moreover, his black-armored army consists entirely of elites, invincible in battle. Our own dragon cavalry is no match for them. Xiaoyu lamented, then continued, To confront them, we require only the most exceptional martial artist, and presently, that is you. Brother Qin, I am willing to assist in saving the Qian dynasty, but I see no sincerity from the court, Qin Wuyo responded. With that, Xiaoyu knelt before him. As the crown prince, he humbly bowed, pleading, For the sake of the people of the Qian dynasty, I implore you to take action. Ah. But I am a figure who is unwelcome in this world. To act for the people is not a compelling reason, and your kneeling lacks sufficient weight. Qin Wuyo replied with a smile. What would compel you to act, Brother Qin? Xiaoyu inquired. Quite simply. Let the emperor of the Qian dynasty kneel before me and beseech my aid, and I shall respond, Qin Wuyo declared with a smile. Xiaoyu's pupils constricted slightly at the demand for the emperor to kneel. This condition seemed excessively burdensome. After all, he was the ruler of a nation. How? Does the emperor of Qian lack the courage for such a request, unable to kneel even once? Qin Wuyo questioned. I shall relay this message back, Xiaoyu affirmed. Within the capital, the emperor of the Qian dynasty received Xiaoyu's letter, his countenance darkening to the point of nearly dripping with anger. Kneel to him? What a dream. He is lost in fantasy. I refuse to believe that aside from him, no one can halt the Dachu army. The emperor bellowed, then commanded. Send someone to the Tianshan sect and request their leader and amp, Appos, assistance. Whatever he desires, I shall promise him. Your Majesty. The Crown Prince has already dispatched a messenger to the Tianshan sect. However, they have closed their doors, stating they wish to refrain from intervening in matters of dynastic change. Came the reply. Refrain from intervening? Are they afraid? The emperor's fury intensified, and he overturned the table before him in frustration. After venting, he slumped helplessly to the ground. At that moment, a Jinyue rushed in, reporting, Your Majesty, Heiyun City has fallen. The Dachu army has now entered the heart of our Qian dynasty. Only 800 li from the capital. At their current pace, they will reach our gates within 7 days. The emperor's expression shifted erratically before he took a deep breath and, in despair, declared, Prepare the horses. I shall visit the Wuyang sect. Chapter 69. The Emperor boasts. He can fly. Within the sacred halls of the Infinite Sect, Qin Huaya had nearly perused all the texts in the repository. Over the past few days, Crown Prince Xiaoyu had occasionally visited the library, yet he refrained from uttering a word. He understood that Qin Huaya was a man of his word. He had stated that only if Emperor Qin personally sought his aid would he intervene. Nonetheless, Xiaoyu did not relinquish hope. If he could not persuade Qin Huaya himself, he would enlist another, his companion, Haixiaohu. In the library, Haixiaohu poured a cup of tea for Qin Huaya and, Observing the somewhat awkward demeanor of this son of an old acquaintance, Qin casually inquired, I hear you have joined the Jinyue. How fares your experience there? Hai Xiaohu nodded slightly. It's well. The commander has praised my innate talent and personally instructed me in martial arts. His skills must not be remarkable if he can impart profound techniques to you, Qin Huai replied. It is the Supreme Sage's imperial technique, the very method you created. Ah, that is commendable, Qin Huai acknowledged with a slight nod. Hai Xiaohu then asked, Brother Qin, if I achieve greatness in the future, will you absorb my power? Qin Huai chuckled softly. That will depend on your level of cultivation. If you remain too weak, I would hardly find it worthwhile. I shall strive diligently to earn your approval, Hai Xiaohu declared earnestly. Qin Huai raised an eyebrow. It is my first time encountering someone who cultivates fervently to offer their strength to me. Brother Qin avenged me and saved my life. I have no means to repay you. If my power can serve as recompense, I willingly offer it, Hai Xiaohu stated with sincerity. Qin Huai shook his head. Then focus on your training. Brother Qin, I have heard that the armies of Dechu are teeming with experts. Why not absorb their strength? Hai Xiaohu suggested. Ah, I have been waiting here. I said that Emperor Qin must come to kneel before me for me to act. And if he does not come, he will come. Qin Huai replied confidently. After a moment of contemplation, he added, even if he does not, it matters little. It would merely signify a change in dynasty for Deqian, which impacts me not at all. Such occurrences are not uncommon throughout history. Before long, a figure clad in a black dragon robe approached the Infinite Sect. Accompanied by Xiaoyu, the imposing figure reached the library's entrance, his expression shifting as he declared, Qin Huai, I have come. If you agree to assist Deqian in repelling external foes, I am willing to appoint you as the national master, second only to me. Silence reigned within the library. The emperor attempted to step inside but was repelled by an invisible force, sending him staggering back. He continued, if you assist Deqian against its enemies, I shall grant you access to the imperial treasury. Take as much gold and silver as you desire. Still, there was no response. If you aid me in defending Deqian, I shall scour the realm for beautiful maidens for you, creating a paradise of indulgence and pleasure. The silence persisted, unbroken. The emperor's eyes reddened as he shouted, Qin Huai, will you truly watch the people of Deqian suffer? Do not forget, you too are of Deqian. You were born here. A heavy stillness enveloped the air. The emperor stepped forward, then fell to his knees with a thud, exclaiming, Qin Huai, I beseech you to lend your strength. Suddenly, the clouds churned above, casting darkness across the land, and rain began to fall. The sight of an emperor kneeling seemed to stir even the heavens. Xiaoyu knelt beside the emperor. How could a prince remain standing when his sovereign bowed? Jin Yun, Hai Xiaohu, Zhang Xiaojing, Hai Wuxin, and all present outside the library followed suit, kneeling in reverence. With a creak, the library doors slowly opened. Qin Huai emerged. Hands clasped behind his back, smiling at the emperor and the assembly. Once, you regarded me as a demon. Today, you kneel and plead for my aid. Ah, how fickle are the tides of fate. Very well, let me meet the mighty forces of Dechu and discern their true capabilities. With that, he stepped forth, seemingly traversing the distance of 100 feet in an instant. His speed accelerated until he soared into the air, vanishing into the clouds. The onlookers stood in awe. He can fly. What manner of lightness is this? Lightness, my foot. This is clearly riding the clouds. A celestial being, indeed. Is he a conqueror of the skies? Watching the swirling clouds, Xiaoyu murmured, such prowess renders the imperial authority before him as trivial as a child's game. With such abilities, should Qin Huai desire, he could effortlessly penetrate the palace of any dynasty, slay its sovereign, and instigate a change of regime. When one's martial prowess reaches such heights, what power, wealth, or beauty could hold any significance in their eyes? On a vast plain, the army of Dechu, numbering 300,000, was encamped. Within a tent, a general clad in black armor perused a manual, his eyes revealing a flicker of astonishment. Who is the author of this manual? To disseminate such a precious artifact to the world demonstrates immense audacity. Such talent exists within Deqian? The general inhaled deeply. Fortunately, these manuals were just released. Had they appeared a decade earlier, Deqian would have birthed countless experts. Conquering Deqian would then have been far from easy. He set the manual aside, instructing, prepare a copy of these manuals to send back to the capital, and inform my master. Yes, a soldier clad in black armor stepped back. Moments later, the general exited the tent, surveying the assembled soldiers before proclaiming, warriors, we are less than 100 miles from the capital of Deqian. Once we seize the capital and eliminate the emperor, the entirety of Deqian shall belong to us. No dynasty has ever successfully consumed another. This will be a unique achievement for Dechu, a legend forged by all of you. Upon hearing this, the soldiers' eyes gleamed with fervor. To expand territory and etch their names in history is the highest honor for any commander. And now, this glory was within their grasp. Our names will be immortalized in history, with General Wang Yin leading the charge. Indeed, in the future, Dechu shall erect a martial temple in honor of General Wang Yin for future generations to pay homage. Come, let us raise a toast to General Wang Yin. The soldiers lifted their cups and drank deeply. General Wang Yin laughed heartily. Good. After this toast, we shall seize the last city standing between us and the capital of Deqian tomorrow. Zixia City, the nearest stronghold to the capital of Deqian. was an essential waypoint for the Dechu forces. Now, the soldiers stationed there maintained a solemn demeanor as they prepared for the impending conflict. Soon, they spotted the formidable Dechu army approaching, a sea of 30,000 soldiers, their presence overwhelming, shaking the very earth. Even from a distance, the chilling aura of impending slaughter struck fear into the hearts of those atop the city walls. Chapter 70. A Missed Arrow. They all call me the madman. The formidable army of Great Chu, numbering 300,000, loomed ominously before the city, their overwhelming aura of slaughter rising like a malevolent specter above the battleground. Howling towards the soldiers of Xixia City, many soldiers felt their hearts tremble with dread, a chilling sense of despair creeping through their bones. They understood that it was nearly impossible to halt this advancing horde. Even a single charge from them seemed insurmountable. The Lord of Xixia City ascended the city wall, addressing the soldiers with fervor. Think of what lies behind you, your wives and children, your parents. If Xixia City falls, the Great Chu army will invade, subjecting your loved ones to unspeakable horrors. Do you wish to witness such atrocities? Upon hearing his words, the soldiers could almost visualize the grim scene he painted, their eyes brimming with tears. No, absolutely not. Good. The Lord continued, I stand with you. Even if we cannot repel the Great Chu forces today, let us show them that the soldiers of Deqian are no easy prey. If we must die, let us ensure we take some with us. As he drew his sword, a fierce determination radiated from him. Yet, at that moment, an arrow shot through the air with the force of thunder, piercing the Lord's skull. The impassioned leader, who had just rallied his troops, collapsed before them, blood spilling forth. The soldiers were momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Great Chu army, one of General Wang Yan's subordinates lowered his bow and scoffed. Why bother with speeches when we are all destined to die? The wind-chasing arrow lives up to its name. Li Feng, your archery grows ever more remarkable. General Wang Yan laughed heartily, indeed. That was merely a feat of skill. After such a strike, the morale of those Xixia soldiers is bound to plummet, making our conquest all the easier. Precisely. General Wang Yan nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Xixia City. The capital of Deqian lay just beyond. He could hardly wait to slay the Emperor of Qian. On the city wall, the soldiers gazed at their fallen lord, their faces pale. The morale they had mustered was shattered by that single arrow. To think that an arrow could strike from such a distance, it was unfathomable. How terrifying. Faced with such a formidable army, victory seemed utterly beyond reach. Should we flee? Perhaps escape would offer a glimmer of hope. But where could we run? Amidst the silence, a general stepped forward, declaring, we have no retreat left. Let us fight to the death. Soon, the 300,000 troops of Great Chu stood ready at the city gates. General Wang Yan proclaimed, to the defenders of the city, I offer you a choice. Surrender now, and I shall spare your lives. If not, when the city falls, it will run red with blood. Upon hearing his words, the defending leader hesitated. If the city was doomed to fall, perhaps sparing the civilians could be a viable option. But then a voice from beside him interjected, General, you must not. Just days ago, Tianfeng City fell for similar promises, and what was the outcome? The city became a living hell. This is merely a deceptive tactic of the Chu army. We cannot fall for it. The defending leader nodded slowly, understanding. Then we shall resist. General Wang Yan, observing this, shook his head. So be it. Let me show you the might of the Great Chu army. Just as he prepared to signal the assault, a commotion erupted within the ranks. Look, what is that? Is someone flying? A figure clad in black descended gracefully from the sky, landing atop the city wall. Instantly, both armies turned their gazes towards the newcomer. Appearing to be merely 16 or 17, with long black hair cascading to his waist, he possessed an air of noble elegance, reminiscent of a pampered young lord. Yet, the manner of his descent hinted at extraordinary abilities. What a remarkable display of agility. General Wang Yan thought to himself, eyeing the youth. Who are you? What brings you here? I have come to confront the Chu army. Ah, another defender? General Wang Yan replied coolly. But alas, the might of the Great Chu army is not something one individual can withstand. As he spoke, Li Feng, standing nearby, knocked an arrow and swiftly loosed it towards Qin Huaya. The arrow flew with tremendous force, yet it came to a halt mere inches from Qin Huaya, halted by an invisible barrier of energy emanating from him. Li Feng and Appos, eyes narrowed slightly. Ah, Master S aura? A young master at that. How intriguing. With renewed determination, Li Feng released a flurry of 7 arrows in quick succession. The first arrow struck the barrier, the subsequent arrows colliding with the first, amplifying their power exponentially. The cumulative force was theoretically sufficient to breach even a Master S defense. Yet, to his dismay, the 7 arrows combined failed to shake Qin Huaya and Appos' protective aura in the slightest. With a smile, Qin Huaya remarked, excellent archery. Allow me to return the favor. With a flick of his wrist, the arrows that had been aimed at him reversed course, hurtling back towards Li Feng with blinding speed. Li Feng and Appos' pupils dilated in terror. Sensing imminent death, General Wang Yan scoffed. Anyone who seeks to harm me must first contend with me. He drew his long blade, unleashing a fierce wave of energy that swept aside the incoming arrows. He sneered at Qin Huaya, who maintained a playful smile. What a pity, a missed shot. A missed shot. What does that mean? General Wang Yan pondered in confusion. Turning back, he saw Li Feng, once standing beside him, now with an arrow embedded in his skull, eyes wide open in death. General Wang Yan and Apos' expression darkened. A missed shot. My technique is flawless. How could I have allowed this? He turned to Qin Huaya, coldly demanding, Who are you? In Deqian, they all call me the madman. Chapter 71. The Xuanjia army charges, draining thousands of innates. The name of the mad demon struck an unfamiliar chord with the army of Deqiu. Yet, upon hearing it, the inhabitants of Zixiao City felt their pupils constrict, revealing a profound fear. Though Qin Wuyo had come to guard the city, their gazes towards him were filled with greater trepidation than that directed at the Deqiu army. It was as if this name represented an untouchable taboo in the realm of Deqian. General Wang Yan, deep in thought, had previously dispatched individuals to gather intelligence on the martial world of Deqian after launching his attack. Thus, he was no stranger to the name of the mad demon. Qin Wudo. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, I wondered who it could be, but it's the mad demon wanted by the Emperor of Deqian. You must find it exceedingly difficult to move about in Deqian, yet here you are, coming to defend the city. Such audacity is indeed commendable. If Deqian cannot accommodate you, why not come to Deqiu? We welcome all talents from across the realm. You would surely find ample opportunities to showcase your prowess. He surprisingly expressed an inclination to recruit Qin Wuyo, entirely disregarding the fact that the latter had slain Li Feng. In response, Qin Wuyo chuckled lightly. Ah, Deqiu. I shall consider it, but only after I have dealt with you. The expression of General Wang Yan gradually turned cold. Qin Wuyo, is it truly worth your while to serve one who treats you so? In this world, no one compels me to serve them. All I do is for my own sake. Is that so? Then it seems we are destined to engage in battle today. Very well. Come forth and unleash all your capabilities. In a swift motion, Qin Wuyo descended from the city wall to the city gate. Standing alone against an army of 300,000, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. In the past, he had retreated before tens of thousands of soldiers in the imperial palace of Deqian, yet now, facing 300,000, he felt no fear, rather, a sense of novelty. Xuanjia army, advance. General Wang Yan commanded indifferently. From within the ranks, a contingent of soldiers clad in black iron armor emerged, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. Heavily armored and wielding formidable crossbows and spears, they radiated with an aura of true energy, revealing themselves to be a group of martial artists, each at least at the innate level. Their numbers amounted to around 1,000. This was the Xuanjia army, the key to Deqiu and Apos' invincibility in battle. Qin Wuyo smiled lightly. How intriguing. Kill. General Wang Yan shouted coldly. The 1,000 Xuanjia soldiers surged forth towards Qin Wuyo with remarkable speed, their movements precise and coordinated, embodying both offense and defense. With innate cultivation and battle formations at their disposal, they unleashed an unparalleled and terrifying might. At the forefront charged 100 shield-bearing Xuanjia soldiers, advancing towards Qin Wuyo like an indomitable wall of steel. Behind them, soldiers armed with long spears, their true energy swirling, readied for action. Qin Wuyo remarked with a smile. A novel experience indeed. Let me test it. He took a step forward, transforming into a sharp blade that pierced straight into the ranks of the Xuanjia army. The shield wall was effortlessly torn asunder. Subsequently, the other Xuanjia soldiers thrust their long spears at him with fierce intent. Dozens of spears, imbued with powerful true energy, sought to impale him from every angle, as if attempting to turn him into a porcupine. Yet, Qin Wuyo's true energy manifested as a barrier. Deflecting the onslaught of spears, he grounded himself and executed a series of agile movements, his finger directing a surge of sword energy that erupted forth. With every strike, adversaries fell, rendered motionless upon the ground. Amidst the 1,000 innate warriors, he traversed as if in an uninhabited realm, displaying composure and exhibiting no hand of disadvantage. Conversely, the Xuanjia army crumbled under his onslaught, thrown into disarray. General Wang Yan and Apos' pupils narrowed slightly. Since the establishment of the Xuanjia army, they had never faced defeat. Yet now they were dismantled by a single individual, Qin Wuyo. His strength was undeniably formidable. A grandmaster? No, this individual was undoubtedly among the strongest within that realm, seemingly surpassing even him. He realized that if their roles were reversed, he could never achieve such prowess. Observing the fallen Xuanjia soldiers, General Wang Yan placed a hand on the hilt of his long knife and addressed a nearby general, General Zhang. Remember, should I fall, it shall be your duty to take my place and lead the army. With that, he stepped forward, instantly appearing above Qin Wuyo. Drawing his long knife, he unleashed a devastating strike, a torrent of sword light descending from the heavens. This blow was heavy and immense, akin to a mountain bearing down upon Qin Wuyo. Seeing this, Qin Wuyo smiled faintly, an impressive strike indeed. As he spoke, he drew his Tianwu sword, and in an instant, sword energy erupted forth, sending Xuanjia soldiers flying. With a flash of sword light, The descending blade was shattered by his sword energy. Subsequently, General Wan Yin's long knife was severed, and the sword energy struck him, shattering his armor and sending him crashing to the ground. He spat blood, gazing at Qin Wuyo in shock. That strike had been delivered without restraint, with all his strength. Yet, despite this, he had been effortlessly defeated by Qin Wuyo with a single sword. The overwhelming sword energy was too formidable, too astonishing. It was akin to the might of the heavens, unstoppable. Could it be? Could he have reached that realm? General Wan Yin trembled at the thought. Meanwhile, Qin Wuyo stood amidst the Xuanjia soldiers, smiling lightly. I have observed your formation. It possesses some intrigue, but merely a touch. It is time to conclude this. With that, he faced the charging Xuanjia army, remaining motionless. He then extended his 5 fingers, as if grasping the very heavens. Pressing downwards in the void, he gently declared, all of you, lie down. Boom. The spiritual energy of the heavens surged. An invisible hand seemingly materialized in the void, descending upon the 1,000 Xuanjia soldiers. This entire army, composed entirely of innate warriors, found themselves pressed to the ground, unable to move, harnessing the energies of heaven and earth, wielding the power of humanity to manipulate the spiritual essence of the cosmos. A celestial being, indeed. General Wan Yin looked upon Qin Wuyo with immense fear. Before a celestial being, they were utterly fragile. No matter how strong a grandmaster might be, they remained but mortals. Yet a celestial being could manipulate the energies of heaven and earth, commanding their might. Human power has its limits, but the power of the cosmos is boundless. How could one contend against that? What shocked him further was yet to come. Qin Wuyo extended his hand towards the 1,000 Xuanjia soldiers, and a tremendous suction force erupted. The true energy of these soldiers was inexorably drawn into Qin Wuyo's body. The technique of energy absorption was real. The rumors were true. This man could indeed wield such sinister arts. General Wan Yin's heart was shaken, teetering on the brink of despair. The 1,000 Xuanjia soldiers, nearly the entirety of a nation's might, were being rendered utterly useless before his eyes. Chapter 72. A blade creates a hell on earth. The army and Apos' collapse. Before the utterly defeated Xuanjia army, General Wan Yin and Apos' face was etched with shock and despair. For a decade, the Great Chu had devoted immense resources and manpower to cultivate the Xuanjia army, scouring for rare medicinal materials to forge this 1,000-man force capable of sweeping across the 5 great dynasties. This campaign against the Great Qian marked the Xuanjia army and Apos' inaugural engagement in real combat. Yet, to their utmost astonishment, 10 years of effort had been reduced to ashes in a single moment. As he gazed at Qin Wuyo, General Wan Yin felt an overwhelming terror. Meanwhile, General Zhang, witnessing the shattered Xuanjia army and the half-kneeling, blood-spitting Wan Yin, felt his heart constrict. He drew his long blade and bellowed, charge. He could not believe that their 300,000 strong army could be halted by anyone. Even if they stood still and let the enemy strike, they could overwhelm them with sheer numbers. The army surged forward, exuding an overwhelming murderous intent. Kill, kill. Qin Wuyo stood before this mighty force, sheathing his Tianwu sword and drawing the Long K blade. Until now, no warrior had compelled him to wield this blade. However, against 300,000 soldiers, it was just about warranted. As the Long K blade appeared, a malevolent aura, rivaling that of the approaching army, erupted forth. Around Qin Wuyo, it felt as though he had descended into a veritable inferno, a hellish realm of blades. He raised the Long K blade, merging man and blade as its intent expanded, gradually enveloping the heavens and earth. The charging soldiers sensed something amiss, and as they beheld Qin Wuyo, it was as if they glimpsed a hellish demon wielding a long knife behind him. Coldness, death, and overwhelming terror loomed. With a single stride, Qin Wuyo and Apos' blade intent surged forth, and the demon behind him suddenly opened its eyes, unleashing its strike. The blade intent surged like a tidal wave. Wherever it passed, the surroundings seemed to transform into a mountain of blades, plunging all into the abyss. In an instant, the thousands at the forefront came to a halt, paralyzed by the terrifying blade intent that washed over them, their faces drained of color. It was as if they had traversed the gates of the underworld itself. Then, an even more horrifying spectacle unfolded. Before Qin Wuyo, the bodies of thousands exploded one by one, blood mist sprang forth, their forms instantaneously shattered into pieces. Thousands. In a mere moment, they were reduced to a gruesome scene of dismembered corpses, weaving a tapestry of flesh and blood. Silence. A deathly stillness ensued. Then, a terrified scream pierced the air. Panic spread like wildfire among the troops. No one dared to advance any closer. The hellish scene formed by the fallen instilled a paralyzing fear, rendering them unable to cross that threshold. A demon. This man was a demon. Good heavens. How could such a being exist? Flee. Flee. This is a demon, not a man. We cannot possibly contend with him. The soldiers stared at Qin Wuyo, staggering backward, even casting aside their weapons. With one stroke, the morale of the 300,000 strong army shattered completely. Not only the soldiers, but even the warriors of Zixia City who stood behind Qin Wuyo now regarded his back with a fear far more intense than before. One blade had felled thousands. One stroke had forged a hell on earth. Was this not the very essence of a demon? Retreat! Retreat! General Wan Yin bellowed, with one stroke claiming thousands of lives. Should the enemy unleash even a few more strikes, his entire army would perish here. He had no courage left to continue the fight. Just as he finished shouting for a retreat, a sudden chill enveloped him from behind. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Wuyo had already appeared at his back, smiling at him. Ah. Others may flee, for they are inconsequential, but you cannot escape. Aside from the Xuanjia army, the remaining soldiers were mostly untrained commoners, lacking any cultivation or significance to Qin Wuyo. However, General Wan Yin was a top-tier grandmaster, and Qin Wuyo did not wish to squander such talent. With a sudden grasp of his fingers, General Wan Yin and Imp, Appos, S pupils contracted as he summoned his true essence, forming a thick protective barrier to block Qin Wuyo and Imp, Appos, S strike. Yet, it was utterly futile. Boom. General Wan Yin and Imp, Appos, S protective barrier was easily shattered. Qin Wuyo and Imp, Appos, S hand descended upon his head with the force of a landslide, activating his absorption technique. With a wail, General Wan Yin and Appos, S essence was entirely siphoned away by Qin Wuyo. For any warrior, this was akin to a fate worse than death. Once his cultivation was depleted, General Wan Yin sank to his knees, engulfed in darkness, bereft of any will to live. My cultivation destroyed. I have betrayed my master. Thousands of Xuanjia soldiers rendered useless. How can I face his majesty again? What face do I have to continue living? You must kill me. General Wan Yin glared at Qin Wuyo. His eyes filled with despair. Qin Wuyo smiled. Oh, I did not expect someone to make such a request. Very well, I shall grant it. He raised his hand and unleashed a blade of energy. General Wan Yin and Appos, S head fell to the ground. A once great general, now fallen. Qin Wuyo and Imp, Appos, S gaze shifted to the fleeing Chu army, his eyes sharp as he perceived that among the ordinary soldiers, there were still some formidable warriors. The common soldiers were inconsequential to him, but these experts represented a fine source of nourishment that he could not afford to overlook. With a swift movement, Qin Wuyo vanished, traversing the battlefield until he stood before a general clad in silver armor. Upon noticing Qin Wuyo and Appos, S arrival, the general and Appos, S expression hardened, and he roared, thrusting his spear with incredible speed. This strike resembled a silver dragon, fierce and unmatched. Qin Wuyo merely smiled, bringing down the long K blade. In a flash, the silver dragon was cleaved asunder. He approached the silver-armored general, extending his hand to instantly refine the man and Appos, S entire essence. Then, he set his sights on the next expert. Having ascended to the celestial realm, he could resonate with the natural energies of the world, sensing the auras of those within a radius of 10, even dozens of miles. Under his perception, the skilled martial artists hiding among the 300,000 troops were utterly exposed. They could not escape his relentless pursuit. In less than half an hour, dozens of experts concealed within the ranks of the army were completely drained of their essence, including several grandmasters. Excellent. Feeling the surge of true energy within him, Qin Wuyo smiled, realizing this journey had not been in vain. As he observed the retreating Chu army, he chose not to pursue further. Yet, he pondered the implications of such a wealth of martial prowess within the great Chu army. The Jianghu of Great Chu must be formidable as well. Crucially, who was the master mentioned by the general? What kind of figure could they be? Perhaps another celestial being apart from himself? How intriguing. It was a pursuit worth undertaking. Chapter 73, The Demon and Appos, S. Cliff. The existence of evil. Following the route of the 300,000-strong army, Qin Wuyo did not return to Xixia City, but rather resolved to head directly towards the Great Chu. At present, there was little in the Great Qian that piqued his interest. He had visited 5 of the 6 major sects, and the last one, the Tianshan sect, was rumored to have recently secluded itself, declaring a retreat from the world. As he had yet to encounter the Tianshan sect, he presumed they were not much different from the other 5 and chose to disregard them. Currently, his primary fascination lay with the martial world of Great Chu and the individual responsible for training the formidable General Wan Yin, a master of unparalleled prowess. On a mountain peak perpetually shrouded in snow, several palaces stood. Within one of these palaces, an elderly man with white hair abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of perplexity shining within them. What was amiss? He suddenly felt as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. At that moment, an elder rushed into the grand hall, exclaiming, "Master, trouble looms. The demon and Appos, S. Cliff is trembling and dark energies are beginning to assault the barriers. We must investigate immediately." The elder, not daring to tarry, hastened towards a precipice at the back of the mountain. Beneath the cliff lay a cave, and outside the cave loomed an ice mountain, emanating a peculiar chill that felt as ancient as time itself. Through the ice, one could faintly discern dark energies swirling within the cave, battering against the ice mountain, causing it to tremble. Just as cracks began to appear in the ice, several elders descended from the sky, joining forces to execute a technique, the profound ice art. As their vital energies surged, a torrent of cold air erupted from the elders, infusing the ice mountain, bolstering its chill and repairing the fissures. Haha. Our king shall awaken soon. How long can your profound ice art suppress us? Once we emerge, we shall ensure that the Tianshan sect is reduced to ashes. turning this world into a realm of demons. Just wait, just wait. From within the dark energies of the ice mountain, sharp, sinister voices echoed. Yet, the expressions of the Tianshan sect's leader and the elders grew increasingly grave. The malevolent energies from the demon lair were intensifying, suggesting that the demon king's injuries were mending. What could they do? Their forebear had sacrificed himself to severely wound it and seal the demon lair. Would they simply watch as it resurfaced to wreak havoc upon the world? Alas, they lamented their own inadequacies, unable to elevate the profound ice art to its highest form. Otherwise, they might have stood a chance against the demon king. The Tianshan sect leader sighed. Another elder pondered. The highest form of the profound ice art is the celestial level. If we could find another celestial being to assist us, perhaps we could contend with this demon king. Another celestial being? Who? Queried another. The notorious demon causing uproar in the martial world, Qin Wuyo. Unthinkable. This man is erratic, more demonic than the demons themselves. With a trail of blood on his hands. Inviting him would be akin to welcoming a wolf into the fold. Should he ally with the demons? It would spell disaster for the world. One elder immediately objected. Yet, now, there seemed no other viable options to confront the demon king. And employing a demon to combat another demon could be a strategy. The elder continued, the risk of using a demon to fight another is indeed monumental. Master, you must decide. The congregation turned to the Tianshan sect leader, who pondered for a moment before replying. Indeed, the risks are considerable. Yet it is not without merit to attempt. For now, send someone to monitor the movements of this demon in the martial world. I shall enter seclusion to comprehend the highest level of the profound ice art, hoping for a breakthrough before the demon king and Apos' seal is broken. Understood. Meanwhile, in the great Qian martial realm, a rumor spread rapidly. The great Chu had retreated. Astonishingly, it was not due to a mighty army, but rather a single individual, one who struck terror into the hearts of the great Qian martial community. How ironic it was. The Qian emperor had once issued a bounty to hunt this demon, only to find himself relying on him to compel the great Chu to retreat. Indeed, it was utterly unexpected. It was said that the great Chu's invincible Xuanjia army crumbled before Qin Wuyo, their energies drained as if by a single stroke. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect was that Qin Wuyo had wielded only a single blade. That strike transformed the heavens and earth, claiming thousands of lives. You cannot imagine the carnage. No corpse remained intact, reduced to mere fragments, as if a hell of flesh and blood had erupted. It was terrifying beyond comprehension. That technique was exceedingly dreadful. Even the famed Ba Dao from Ba Dao Mountain would pale in comparison. Qin Wuyo. It is said he has disseminated numerous manuals. If we were to practice his teachings, could we attain his level? Who knows? Let us practice anyway. After all, it would be foolish to pass up the opportunity. Indeed, in the great Qian martial realm, the name of Qin Wuyo surged to prominence, overshadowing all others. Some deemed him a demon, a slayer of countless lives, with blood debts numbering in the tens of thousands. Others hailed him as a deity. Having repelled the 300,000-strong army of Great Chu and safeguarded the great Qian populace, in the great Qian court, the emperor had also heard of Qin Wuyo and Apos' victory over the enemy, and he sighed in relief. Finally, the great Chu had retreated. Yet, a complex expression crossed his face. He knew precisely how they had retreated. It was he, the emperor, who knelt before Qin Wuyo, pleading for his intervention. Have the people from the Wuliang sect relayed their instructions? The Qian emperor inquired of Crown Prince Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Rest assured, father. The Wuliang sect knows what to do. They will not leak a word about what transpired that day. Should news of the emperor and Apos' deference spread, his dignity would be irrevocably tarnished. The emperor nodded slightly, then gazed at the report in his hands, murmuring, one stroke slays thousands of foes. One man repels 300,000. Such extraordinary power exists in this world. Is this what they call a celestial being? In comparison, the royal authority seems rather insignificant. With that, he produced a manual inscribed with 4 grand characters. The Sunflower Manual. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he commanded, select a group of eunuchs to practice this technique. Within 6 months, I wish to see results. Father, if these eunuchs practice the Sunflower Manual, they shall become anything but ordinary eunuchs. I propose we establish a separate organization to accommodate them. Indeed, you have a point. There is a vacant lot beside the Donghua Gate. Let us establish the base of this organization there. We shall call it Donchang. The Qian emperor replied calmly. Yes, father. Xiaoyu nodded slightly and departed to oversee the establishment of the Donchang. Meanwhile, the Qian emperor took out another manual and began his cultivation. Yearning for such power for himself? While the entire martial world buzzed with discussions of Qin Wuyo, this so-called demon vanished from the great Qian martial realm, his whereabouts unknown. At the borders of Great Chu, amidst swirling sands, a dark figure emerged from the storm, approaching the gates of Great Chu. Chapter 74. The city severed by a blade. Entering the Great Chu. Upon the towering walls of the Great Chu and Apos' border, numerous soldiers stood vigilant at their posts. Among them, a few engaged in casual conversation, one reminiscing. Do you recall the army that returned in disgrace just a couple of days ago? Indeed, I shall never forget that scene, over 100,000 soldiers, fleeing in utter disarray. As though pursued by some monstrous flood, The terror etched upon their faces resembled that of souls who had glimpsed hell itself. I can hardly fathom what could instill such dread in that grand army. As the soldier reflected on the harrowing sight, another spoke with a grave expression. I have been investigating this matter for days and have finally uncovered some information. Pray, share your findings, urged one of his companions. This army was dispatched to besiege the Great Qian. They captured city after city and advanced deep into enemy territory, nearly reaching the royal capital. Yet, they ultimately met with failure. It is said they encountered a demon, a once invincible army, utterly routed. The soldier continued. The others gasped in shock. A demon? What manner of demon could exist? Whether such entities truly exist, I cannot say. However, the demon they spoke of is, in reality, a martial artist. This revelation further astonished them. But they sent forth 300,000 troops. What kind of martial artist could withstand such a force and send them retreating? I do not know, only that this Endapos, demon, Endapos, or rather, this martial artist, has purportedly attained a level of power akin to that of a god. With a single strike, he shattered the bodies of thousands. The soldiers Endapos, pupils dilated in disbelief. Are you certain you are not recounting some horror tale? I heard it from those soldiers myself. The truth remains uncertain, the soldier shrugged. Nevertheless, our general has ordered us to remain on high alert, strictly prohibiting any entry or exit from the border. This is likely linked to the recent army Endapos' defeat. They are likely wary of pursuing enemies. Indeed. They murmured as their conversation was interrupted by a sharp-eyed soldier who pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "Look, someone approaches." Amidst the swirling sands, a figure cloaked in black slowly emerged. He exuded an air of grandeur, standing before the city gates with an imposing presence, serene as an abyss. This person is formidable. Many soldiers instinctively thought upon their first glance. With a smile, he addressed them, "Esteemed soldiers, might you grant me passage? Who are you? And what brings you to the Great Chu?" "Ah, I have long heard of the Great Chu and Apos, as many heroes, hence I come to witness and explore." Qin Wuyo replied with a charming smile. The soldiers exchanged wary glances. One remarked to his companion, "Go alert the general. I sense this individual is not to be trifled with." Understood. After sending a messenger to the general, the soldier returned his gaze to Qin Wuyo. "Our Great Chu has recently closed its borders, forbidding any entry or exit. You must turn back. That simply will not do. I have come this far." "I cannot leave without purpose," Qin Wuyo replied with a grin. "Please, do not cause trouble," warned the soldier. "Is there truly no room for negotiation?" "None." A general clad in armor slowly ascended the wall, raising his hand coldly. "Archers, prepare." The archers raised their bows in unison. The general glared at Qin Wuyo, stating icily, "You must depart at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." "Very well, it seems I too must respond in kind." Qin Wuyo smiled. He rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword. In that instant, a terrifying aura erupted, resembling a demon manifesting, instilling dread throughout the crowd. The howling winds and sands transformed into the wails of vengeful spirits. The soldiers felt as though an invisible hand gripped their hearts, rendering them breathless. As they beheld Qin Wuyo, they recalled the tale of the defeated army and the legends that circulated among the ranks. Could he be that demon? The one who single-handedly annihilated thousands? Such a being, could it truly exist? They swallowed hard, grappling with the incredibility of it all. Even the general Endapos' expression betrayed a flicker of shock. Should this man be the rumored figure, they would be utterly powerless to stop him. Yet, as a soldier, he could not waver. "Gentlemen, the gate stands. If the gate falls, so shall we," the general proclaimed loudly. Suddenly, a flash of blinding light surged forth, cleaving through the massive city walls. As dust billowed and the ground trembled, the once mighty wall was rent asunder, revealing a gaping breach. The residual force of the strike lingered, creating an aura that repelled all nearby, causing some to collapse helplessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Qin Wuyo sheathed his sword and leisurely strode through the newly formed opening. The soldiers hesitated to intervene. They turned to the general. "General, should we pursue him?" Stunned, the soldiers cast incredulous glances at the one who dared to suggest such a thing. Did he truly possess the courage to chase after someone who so effortlessly shattered their defenses? "General, did you not proclaim that the gate remains?" The general glanced at the intact gate and replied, "Indeed, the gate is unscathed. Only the wall has fallen." The soldiers fell silent, none wishing to pursue their own demise. The general felt the same. "Send word back to the capital. If the rumors hold truth, this individual is the one responsible for the catastrophic retreat of our 300,000 troops." With a heavy sigh, the general sensed that the Great Chu was on the precipice of a blood-soaked storm. In the imperial study of the Great Chu, the emperor surveyed a document in hand, his countenance darkening to its most severe. 300,000 troops returned in disgrace. The Xuanjia army was utterly annihilated. General Wang Yan and dozens of high-ranking leaders, none escaped. And all of this chaos was wrought by a single individual. When had such a figure emerged within the Great Qian? The emperor set the document aside, inhaling deeply to steady himself, massaging his temples before turning to an elderly man beside him. Clad in white, the old sage exuded an ethereal presence. Perusing a tome with intermittent expressions of admiration, the emperor regarded this figure with a degree of reverence. "Master, are these texts truly authentic?" In all of the Great Chu, there was but one individual worthy of being called master by a sovereign. That was the current national advisor, lauded as a sage among men. King Longzi. With a serene smile, King Longzi replied, "Indeed, they are indeed genuine. Should these manuscripts be the work of a single hand? The martial prowess of that individual would be so profound that even I would find it daunting to keep pace." What? The emperor gasped in astonishment. Chapter 75. A glimmer of anticipation for the Jianghu of Great Chu. What? Upon hearing the words of the Azure Dragon, the emperor of Great Chu was taken aback. It is important to note that this individual is the most formidable figure in Great Chu, possessing unfathomable prowess and having personally supported the emperor to ascend to the throne. Not only that, but he also devised a unique method for strengthening the military, training the formidable Xuanjia army. Moreover, he has recruited dozens of martial experts from the Jianghu, integrating them into the military, thus elevating the martial strength of Great Chu to unprecedented heights. Even though the current army of 300,000 faced a crushing defeat, the emperor, though furious and resentful, did not succumb to despair, for he understood that as long as the Azure Dragon remained, he could single-handedly uphold the heavens. Yet now, the Azure Dragon claims that his martial arts are inferior to those of Qin Wuyo. This revelation struck the emperor with a force even greater than the defeat of 300,000 troops. He pondered and said, "No, how could there be anyone in this world who surpasses my master? If my deductions are accurate, these secret texts must have been seized by Qin Wuyo and subsequently issued in his own name. This person is indeed a fraud. In this regard, he was not entirely mistaken. Some of these manuals indeed originated from the 6 major sects and were pilfered by Qin Wuyo." The Azure Dragon contemplated this and found some merit in the assertion. However, he also recognized that even if these manuals were not all from Qin Wuyo, the fact that he had defeated an army of 300,000 was indisputable. General Wan Yin was trained under him, and few in the world could match his prowess, especially with the support of over 1,000 Xuanjia soldiers. The only possibility for such an achievement lies with another celestial being besides myself. The Azure Dragon murmured, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. At that moment, a guard hurried into the imperial study holding a folded document, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, urgent military news from the borders. Bring it forth." The Emperor of Chu took the document, and, after a brief glance, his expression hardened. "Master, that Qin Wuyo has entered Great Chu." The Azure Dragon smiled faintly. This was to be expected. If he is indeed a celestial being, he will certainly seek me out. For there are too few celestial beings remaining in this world. To advance further, one must engage in discourse with other celestials. Should Qin Wuyo not come to find me, I might, in fact, seek him out. His arrival in Great Chu bodes ill. Master, I believe it is necessary to take action. The Emperor of Chu responded coolly. Issue my decree. Relay the message throughout the Jianghu. Anyone who kills Qin Wuyo shall be granted the title of Marquis and rewarded with 100,000 taels of gold. Yes. A shadow behind him replied softly before swiftly departing. This was the martial force cultivated by the Great Chu court, the Shadow Guards, directly under the Emperor's command. Upon hearing this, the Azure Dragon shook his head. If this person is a celestial being, there are few in the Jianghu of Great Chu who could stand against him. You should not issue such a command. Master, his intentions for coming to Great Chu are already evident. He was able to stir up a bloody storm in Great Qian. Do you think he will do nothing upon arriving here? Even if I do not issue such a decree, he would still act against us. It is better to strike first. The Emperor of Chu replied calmly. The Azure Dragon pondered for a moment, finding some truth in the reasoning, and chose to remain silent. He then glanced at the manuals in his hands and said, "This person's arrival in Great Chu may be aimed directly at me. I shall retreat to seclusion for a time, to adjust my state and prepare to meet him." These manuals have provided him with some insights, elevating his understanding of the celestial realm. In the bustling city of Great Chu, Qin Wuyo was dining in a tavern by the roadside. It is worth mentioning that the silver notes he brought from Great Qian were no longer valid in Great Chu. His loose change was scant, and after this meal, he feared he would be left with nothing. This thought left him somewhat melancholic. He was a man of taste, but without money, one cannot maintain such standards. To rob? Don't be absurd. How could a dignified celestial engage in such thieving acts? At this moment, he sensed something and turned his gaze to the entrance, where several figures entered the tavern and took a seat across from him. One among them was a towering figure, muscles bulging. The black robe he wore barely containing his form. The man coldly regarded Qin Wuyo and stated, "You are the Qin Wuyo who hails from Great Qian." "Indeed, that is I. Has my reputation already spread to Great Chu?" Qin Wuyo replied with a smile. The imposing man responded coldly, "I am Chen Failong, the leader of the Tianlong gang. I have come here for one purpose. Let me guess, it's not to take my head, is it?" Qin Wuyo teased. "Precisely." Chen Failong unleashed a fierce glare. The several companions beside him suddenly launched an assault, unleashing an array of distinct attacks, fists, palms, and legs converging upon Qin Wuyo. Yet, Qin Wuyo stood firm against this onslaught, not retreating an inch. An invisible energy surged forth from him. Boom. The moment the three attacks collided with Qin Wuyo's energy, a violent shockwave erupted, sending nearby tables and chairs flying. The trio's pupils constricted, their limbs numbing as if they had struck an impenetrable wall. What an astonishing force. Even with their combined might, they could potentially shatter the energy of a Grand Master. Yet they could not budge this man before them in the slightest. As the three remained locked in a stalemate, unable to breach Qin Wuyo's energy, Chen Failong seized the moment to strike. He raised his hand, channeling his true energy, unleashing a tremendous wave of force that resonated with the dragon's roar. A single palm strike erupted, its energy morphing into a dragon-like form, tearing through the air. This was the Tianlong Gang's most dominant and ferocious palm technique, the dragon descending palm. This strike was immensely formidable, with few in the Jianghu of Great Chu capable of withstanding such power. Yet, when it fell upon Qin Wuyo's energy, it proved utterly futile. May I inquire why you have chosen to strike? It seems I have yet to do anything of note. Qin Wuyo smiled. The court has decreed that anyone who kills you shall be granted the title of Marquis and rewarded with 100,000 taels of gold. I see. So you come for the bounty. Wrong. Chen Failong scoffed. The title of Marquis and 100,000 taels are of no consequence to me. I strike not for those trifles, but because you are a man of great Qian. Because you shattered the army of 300,000 from Great Chu. For the soldiers who fell by your hand. Furthermore, I act for the sake of the Jianghu of Great Chu. To prove that our martial arts surpass those of Great Qian. Qin Wuyo nodded slightly, acknowledging the ambition. A grandmaster should possess such spirit. Having said that, he pointed his finger, channeling a fierce sword energy that struck like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it descended upon the four, sealing their meridians entirely. Following this, he activated the absorbing technique, a terrifying force enveloping the four, draining their martial powers one by one. I must thank you for your arrival. You have instilled within me a flicker of anticipation for the Jianghu of Great Chu. Qin Wuyo smiled, completely absorbing their powers. Then, with a sudden surge, his true energy erupted like a torrent, crashing into the four and shattering their meridians, sending them flying and resulting in their immediate demise. Chapter 76, The Four Absolutes of Great Chu. Under the formidable impact of Qin Wuyo's true energy, Chen Failong and his companions were sent sprawling, their meridians shattered, resulting in their untimely demise. After thoroughly refining the skills of the four, Qin Wuyo nonchalantly sipped a few more drinks before leisurely exiting the tavern. A crowd had gathered on the street, drawn by the sight of Chen Failong's lifeless body, murmuring in disbelief. Isn't this the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Gang? My heavens, he died here. How is that even possible? The leader had already reached the level of a grandmaster. Who could possibly kill him? And his 3 bodyguards as well. They all perished together? The one who struck must be terrifying. Ignoring the corpses, Qin Wuyo approached a passerby and inquired, Young man, could you direct me to the Heavenly Dragon Gang? The Heavenly Dragon Gang? Just ahead, around the corner, the young man replied casually. Thank you. Qin Wuyo nodded slightly. What brings you to the Heavenly Dragon Gang? The young man asked curiously. Alas, I find myself in a foreign land, and the little silver I had for my meal has just been spent. I intend to seek some funds from the Heavenly Dragon Gang. Qin Wuyo sighed. Being out of money is quite distressing. I cannot indulge in fine wines or delectable dishes. Though I can fast, I must ensure that when I desire something, I can afford it. He then made his way towards the Heavenly Dragon Gang. The young man scratched his head in confusion. It was unusual for anyone to ask the Heavenly Dragon Gang for money. Typically, it was the other way around. Who is this person? The Heavenly Dragon Gang boasted over 1,000 disciples, all skilled martial artists. While their numbers paled in comparison to those of other renowned sects, they were still revered as the foremost gang in Great Chu due to the exceptional prowess of their members, with their leader being a grandmaster. At that moment, within the main hall of the Heavenly Dragon Gang, disciples were practicing a certain formation, their movements precise and unpredictable. The formation, composed of over 100 individuals, exuded the might of an army. As Qin Wuyo entered the main hall, he was met with questioning gazes. Who are you looking for? I came here to procure some funds, Qin Wuyo replied with a smile. Furrowing his brow, a disciple retorted, Come to my Heavenly Dragon Gang for money? Have you lost your mind? Get lost. He reached out to shove Qin Wuyo. In an instant, the disciple felt an overwhelming force surge forth, propelling him backward into the hall. The other disciples cast wary glances at Qin Wuyo, their expressions darkening. Trouble has come. Humph. They should have inquired about the nature of this place. As Qin Wuyo strode into the Heavenly Dragon Gang, the disciples surged forward, surrounding him. Form a formation, they commanded, preparing to confront him. A fierce battle ensued. Approximately half an hour later, Qin Wuyo emerged from the Heavenly Dragon Gang, a smile gracing his face. Once empty, his money pouch was now brimming. Behind him lay countless disciples, sprawled across the ground, stripped of their martial prowess. As they watched Qin Wuyo depart, they gazed upon him as if he were a demon. A demon? How could such a being exist in this world? A malevolent force that drains one's energy? Terrifying. Too terrifying. This cannot be. I refuse to believe my strength is gone. One disciple rose, striking a sandbag with a punch. Yet, the feeble blow barely made an impact, causing him to tumble to the ground instead. The Heavenly Dragon Gang was rendered nearly extinct. However, this was merely the beginning of Qin Wuyo's journey in Great Chu. Following the Heavenly Dragon Gang, increasingly more sects and top-tier masters sought him out, some motivated by the court's bounty, others driven by the desire to uphold Great Chu's dignity, and some purely seeking a challenge from a formidable opponent. Yet, without exception, all fell victim to Qin Wuyo's energy-draining abilities. In no time, The moniker energy-draining demon Qin Wuyo loomed ominously over the martial world of Great Chu, reminiscent of the past shadow cast by the Great Qin dynasty. Within the tavern, several martial artists gathered, discussing the recent events in Great Chu. The White Dragon Sword has been defeated. One lamented gravely. The others gasped in shock. The White Dragon Sword? That is the foremost sword of Great Chu. How could he fall to that demon Qin Wuyo? Is he truly that formidable? Do you know how the White Dragon Sword was defeated? How? In 2 moves. Qin Wuyo only delivered 2 strikes. The martial artist explained solemnly. The first strike shattered the White Dragon Sword's blade with a mere gesture, the residual force severing his hand. The second strike utilized that energy-draining sorcery, leaving the White Dragon Sword devoid of his entire life's cultivation. The crowd was increasingly astounded. If it were not for the intent to absorb the White Dragon Sword's power, he might have been capable of killing him in a single move. Very likely, the martial artist slowly conceded. Not only the White Dragon Sword, but also the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Gang, the Iron Chain across the river, the Iron Cloud that compels cities, the Yin Luo Blade. These renowned masters have all fallen to the hands of the demon Qin Wuyo. The most alarming part is that none could withstand more than 3 moves. That is truly terrifying. Is it possible that our martial world in Great Chu is to be swept clean by him? Alas, it seems likely. Do not lose heart. I have heard that the 4 absolutes of Great Chu have already taken action. One martial artist interjected with a smile. Upon hearing the title of the 4 absolutes, the listener's eyes sparkled with hope. The 4 absolutes of Great Chu were the 4 most elite masters: the Absolute Blade, the Absolute Emotion, the Absolute Sound, and the Absolute Fist. Each possessed unique strengths, yet all had attained the peak of martial arts in Great Chu, second only to the revered King Longzi. If the 4 absolutes intervened, there might indeed be a chance to thwart this demon. The Absolute Blade, renowned for severing the Huang River, was hailed as the finest sword in Great Chu. The Absolute Fist had once reversed the flow of a 100-zhang waterfall with a single strike, his power unmatched in the past century. The Absolute Emotion, hailing from the Shaluo Temple, had vowed to eradicate evildoers, claiming countless lives. Though a Buddhist, he bore the most lethal aura among the 4 absolutes. Lastly, the Absolute Sound. A master of the Guqin could summon the tides with his melody, capable of repelling 100,000 soldiers. With each name mentioned, admiration radiated from the crowd. In that moment, they envisioned the hope of vanquishing Qin Wuyo. Meanwhile, in a corner of the tavern, a man in black listened intently to the conversation, a flicker of anticipation crossing his face. The 4 absolutes, intriguing indeed. These past days have yielded nothing but inconsequential foes. I hope the 4 absolutes can provide me with a semblance of excitement, he murmured. Someone noticed him, scrutinizing him for a moment before their face turned pale with terror, stumbling backward several steps, exclaiming in fright, "Demon! Demon!" Chapter 77, Arrival at the Royal Capital. The 4 Supremes unite. Evil malevolent. The gaze of that individual was filled with palpable terror as he stared at the youth seated not far away. Qin Wuyo, upon realizing he had been recognized, felt little surprise. After all, since entering the Great Chu, he had encountered numerous individuals, and being identified was merely a commonplace occurrence. He regarded the terrified man with a faint smile and remarked, "What you just mentioned about the 4 Supremes of Great Chu has piqued my interest. I am en route to the royal capital of Great Chu. You may instruct the 4 Supremes to await my arrival there, and inform them to employ all possible means to thwart my advance." Upon hearing Qin Wuyo's words, the onlooker's pupils constricted slightly. He was declaring war on the 4 Supremes of Great Chu. Yet, in Qin Wuyo's perspective, this was not a declaration of war, but merely a means of amusement for himself. He took a sip of his drink and departed from the tavern. Before long, news of Qin Wuyo and Appo's challenge to the 4 Supremes spread throughout the entirety of Great Chu. In an instant, the entire realm was set abuzz. Some witnessed the figures of the 4 Supremes making their way to the royal capital, while various martial artists could not resist the urge to journey there to witness this astonishing battle. At the royal capital, atop the city walls, a middle-aged woman clad in white, with delicate features and elegant brows, sat cross-legged before an ancient Guqin. This woman was none other than Zhu Sheng, one of the 4 Supremes of Great Chu. Once, with her melody Tide of the Azure Sea, she had repelled an army of 100,000, earning her the title of a myth in the martial world of Great Chu. Now, perched upon the city wall, a hint of worry flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Zhu Sheng, dressed in black, with a sword at his waist, radiating an aura of cold dominance. His presence altered the very atmosphere to a frigid chill. This man was Zhu Dao, another of the 4 Supremes. Zhu Sheng, it has been years, yet your elegance remains, Zhu Dao remarked with a detached tone. Zhu Sheng smiled lightly. Your blade still instills fear in the hearts of many. I presume your visit today is also in regard to that malevolent entity? Naturally, this individual has provoked the ire of all 4 of us. How could I refrain from coming? Zhu Dao responded. Since you are here, then the other 2 should also be arriving shortly, Zhu Sheng said. Gazing down at the city wall, she noticed a monk, adorned with a conical hat and wielding a staff, slowly approaching. The monk raised his gaze to regard Zhu Sheng and Zhu Dao, then glanced at several shadowy figures in black observing the 4, and said, Are the officials of the court also present? Upon locking eyes with the monk, the shadowy figures felt a chill seep into their bones. As if they had descended into the depths of Azura hell, their pupils constricted in fear. What an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Was this still the compassionate monk? Master Zhu Qing, it has been years since we last met. Your aura of killing intent has intensified. How many malevolent souls have you dispatched in these years? Zhu Sheng remarked with a faint smile. 1716, Zhu Qing replied coolly. Zhu Sheng and Apos. Eyes glimmered. The last time we met was 3 years ago. That averages to 2 individuals a day. Quite ruthless, indeed. Indeed, this merely reflects the emptiness of hell, while demons roam the earth. The malevolent cannot be eradicated. And that is my burden. Not to mention the recent emergence of a calamity-inducing malevolent entity. The malevolent entity he referred to was, of course, Qin Huaiya. Ah, well said. Zhu Sheng smiled. At that moment, another figure descended from the sky, clad in a long black robe and exuding an air of imperiousness. He was the final member of the Four Supremes, Zhu Quan. He arrived and stated, I am here. Upon hearing this, the others turned their gazes toward the exterior of the royal capital. There, several miles away, a figure was leisurely striding towards the city, Qin Huaiya. Suddenly sensing something, he glanced toward the royal capital, a slight smile gracing his lips. Ah, everyone has arrived? Then I shall hasten my pace. With that, he took a single step, seemingly shrinking the distance between him and the royal capital. His pace was neither rushed nor slow, yet his speed was astonishing. In mere moments, he had traversed miles and arrived at the city gates. The Four Supremes observed him with a grave expression, taken aback by his incredible technique. What manner of movement was this? Was it the art of shrinking the earth? As Zhu Qing beheld Qin Huaiya, a surge of overwhelming murderous intent erupted in his eyes. This benefactor, I see you are enveloped in an overwhelming aura of resentment. Just how many lives have you claimed? Qin Huaiya smiled. Do you remember how many grains of rice you have consumed? To equate lives to mere grains, benefactor, you have succumbed to madness. Whether I am a demon is inconsequential. It is you who bears a significant aura of killing intent, indicative of a history of bloodshed, Qin Huaiya replied. The lives I have taken are solely those who bore guilt. Guilt? Who determines that? Said Qin Huaiya. Today, I am not here to debate with you. I come solely to liberate you. With that, he ceased speaking, swiftly wielding his staff against Qin Huaiya. The rings adorning the staff created a unique resonance upon impact, affecting the focus of martial artists. With profound mastery, Qin Huaiya remained unfazed, easily evading several of Zhu Qing's strikes. Then, with a single hand, he grasped a broomstick nearby. Your staff technique is commendable. Fortuitously, I possess some knowledge in this regard. He then wielded the broom, exuding an unyielding aura reminiscent of the 36 strikes of demon suppression imparted to him by the great Eru sword demon. Clang, clang. The broom and staff clashed with resounding metallic echoes. Within mere exchanges, Zhu Qing was forced back several steps, astonished as he regarded Qin Huaiya. Your staff technique embodies the compassion of the Buddhist teachings. How can this malevolent being wield our martial arts? All martial arts are interconnected. What distinction exists between righteousness and malevolence? It is merely a reflection of the wielder's intent, Qin Huaiya replied. Yet, benefactor, you frequently brandish the term demon. The teachings of Buddhism proclaim that all beings are equal. Your judgment has led you astray from the Buddha's path. Zhu Qing's pupils narrowed slightly, taken aback by the rebuke from a so-called demon. Nonsense, he bellowed, unleashing his true energy, causing his staff to tremble. Behind him, a spectral figure of an Arhat emerged, its countenance fierce and menacing. Arhat, slay the evil, sever the sins. Zhu Qing thundered, launching his staff towards Qin Huaiya, the Arhat's phantom following suit, creating a tempestuous force that swept through the street. As Zhu Qing attacked, the other 3 Supremes sprang into action. Zhu Dao's blade was drawn, manifesting an unparalleled arc of black light. Zhu Quan unleashed a punch, its force akin to a meteor streaking through the sky. Meanwhile, Zhu Sheng and Apos' fingers danced across the guqin strings, producing ethereal sound waves that surged forth like tidal waves, relentlessly crashing towards Qin Huaiya. The 4 Supremes united, and in an instant, they conjured a deadly storm capable of upheaving the very heavens. Chapter 78. I disdain to be looked down upon. Faced with the formidable onslaught of the 4 absolute masters, akin to a mountain collapsing before him, Qin Huaiya's demeanor remained as tranquil as ever. In an instant, the heavenly martial sword at his waist was unsheathed, unleashing a terrifying aura reminiscent of divine might. This sword intent spread forth, first shaking the 4 absolutes, followed by an explosion of sword energy like a tumultuous tide sweeping away their offensive. The staff of the heartless monk shattered upon collision with the sword energy, sending him reeling backward, spitting blood. The long blade of the absolute blade was knocked from his grasp, while the fist of the absolute fist cracked from the impact. Absolute voice fared somewhat better, as she wielded her musical skill to attack, only to have her melody disrupted, with stray sword energies severing her strings. However, the most crucial aspect was that this was merely the precursor to Qin Huaiya's true strike. The sword intent, and energy were but the aftermath of unsheathing the heavenly martial sword. He had yet to truly unleash his blade. The sheer terror of this presence caused the Four Absolute's pupils to tremble violently, unable to fathom the magnitude of the sword energy he could wield. You four are somewhat more formidable than the experts of the Great Chu I have encountered thus far, but that is all. You are still insufficient to truly entertain me. Let us conclude this, Qin Wuyo remarked with a smile, and then he struck. This single blow was akin to divine retribution, indescribable, ungraspable, and unparalleled. As the sword was drawn, the Four Absolutes could not discern the source of the sword energy. All they perceived was a blinding light, with no avenue for evasion. They roared in defiance, channeling their utmost essence to counter the assault. The Absolute Blade transformed his palm into a blade, slicing through mountains and rivers. The heartless monk, his staff shattered, executed a Buddhist palm technique, manifesting a golden handprint. The Absolute Fist unleashed a punch that howled with tempestuous might, as if commanding a storm. Finally, Absolute Voice severed a lock of her hair, using it as a string to unleash a resonant wave, akin to crashing waves upon the shore. The combined might of the Four Absolutes reverberated through half the royal capital, colliding with the overwhelming sword light. Yet, in an instant, the sword light obliterated their combined assault. Blade light shattered, fist energy dissipated, palm force faded, and the music fell silent. Concurrently, the Four Absolutes spewed blood, flung backward, each left with visible sword wounds, their blood flowing profusely. They were utterly oblivious to how the sword energies had struck them, as if they had glimpsed the pinnacle of the sword path. In stark contrast, Qin Wuyo stood unharmed, with another blade still sheathed at his waist. Legends spoke of his ability to slay thousands with a single stroke. It was feared that his sword was even more terrifying than his blade. Yet, having only unleashed a single sword strike, the Four Absolutes lay defeated. Entirely unworthy of witnessing his blade, Qin Wuyo then sheathed his sword, gazing at the Four Absolutes before raising his hand for a grasp in the air. The absorption technique was activated, enveloping the Four Absolutes in an unparalleled force, causing their internal energies to uncontrollably pour into him. Their martial prowess was utterly depleted. Qin Wuyo spared their lives, but cast his gaze toward the concealed shadow guards nearby. A mere glance rendered them paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground as if confronted by a demon. With a faint smile, Qin Wuyo strode into the royal capital. Observing his retreating figure, despair filled the eyes of the Four Absolutes. He was undoubtedly a celestial being. In all the realm, perhaps only the national master could contend with him. They murmured, struggling to rise and make their way toward the royal capital, aware that a battle between celestial beings was imminent, a spectacle they were eager to witness. This clash would be etched in the annals of history, a moment to be remembered by any martial artist. As Qin Wuyo entered the royal capital, he sensed a similarly powerful aura emanating from within the palace, an aura of a celestial being. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. This Great Chu was not in vain. Initially disillusioned with the martial world of Great Chu, he now felt his journey had been worthwhile upon sensing this celestial presence. He gazed toward the royal capital, his eyes glimmering with desire and greed, akin to a connoisseur discovering a sumptuous feast. Within the palace, King Longzi opened his eyes, peering beyond the palace walls, seemingly penetrating through barriers to lock gazes with Qin Wuyo. Such a gaze seems to regard me as prey, he murmured, a surge of indignation swelling within him. After all, he too was a celestial being, one who had been nearly invincible before Qin Wuyo's emergence. Yet now, Qin Wuyo perceived him as mere quarry. Such underestimation was intolerable. Let me witness your prowess, young celestial, King Longzi mused, rising slowly and stepping forth, vanishing from the palace in an instant. On the streets, silence reigned. Prior to Qin Wuyo's arrival in the royal capital, the court had imposed a ban on all movement, rendering the streets deserted. Only the echoes of Qin Wuyo's footsteps resonated through the stillness as he advanced toward the palace, watched by numerous shadow guards concealed in the dark, their intentions seemingly to strike. To them, Qin Wuyo appeared rife with vulnerabilities. However, they were gripped by an inexplicable sense of helplessness. No, not just helplessness. They lacked even the courage to act. Qin Wuyo, oblivious to the hidden guards, focused solely on one objective, the national master of Great Chu, the celestial being. Soon, he beheld the palace walls, where an elder stood, clad in a flowing white robe, youthful in appearance despite his white hair, holding a whisk that exuded an ethereal aura. His slightly clouded eyes sparkled with intensity upon catching sight of Qin Wuyo from a distance. Qin Wuyo smiled faintly, quickening his pace with anticipation. In a flash, he leapt forward, vanishing from his previous position, traversing the distance in mere moments, arriving before the palace gates. The hidden shadow guards were left trembling in shock. Was this still a human? What otherworldly prowess was this? Standing atop the palace walls, King Longzi held his whisk, while outside, Qin Wuyo rested his hand on the hilt of the heavenly martial sword. One stood lofty, the other gazed upward. Suddenly, Qin Wuyo erupted into action. He struck with his sword, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming energy, akin to an unending tempest. King Longzi, caught off guard, leaped into the air to evade the sword energy. However, the palace wall beneath him crumbled into ruins in an instant as he descended to the ground, standing level with Qin Wuyo, furrowing his brow. Qin Wuyo smiled and remarked, "Apologies, but I do not appreciate being looked down upon." Chapter 79, A Discourse on the Way of Heaven and Man. "I apologize, but I am not fond of being looked down upon from such great heights," Qin Wuyo remarked with a faint smile at King Longzi. The latter cast a glance at the shattered city wall, awe evident in his eyes. "What a remarkable sword technique," he exclaimed. Turning to Qin Wuyo, he inquired, "How old are you this year? You seem to have just turned 17. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Wuyo responded, "Indeed, I believe I am 17. King Longzi's pupils contracted slightly as he replied, "Do you know my age?" "I do not," came the response. "I am 136 years old. I embarked on the path of martial arts at the age of 16, mastering the strengths of various schools. After ascending to the realm of a master, I traveled the world, honing my skills against numerous heroes. At 36, I achieved the rank of Grand Master and subsequently retreated for 10 years to contemplate the realm of heaven and man. Yet, the profound mysteries remained elusive. By a fortuitous chance, I stumbled upon a cultivation journal left by an ancient predecessor and finally grasped the enigmatic depths of heaven and man, successfully advancing. That year, I was 60. I once believed that attaining the realm of heaven and man at my age was a remarkable feat, until today, when I beheld you. You make me feel as though my century-long cultivation has been for naught." King Longzi shook his head in disbelief. 17. He had only just commenced his martial journey at 16, while at 17, he was still laying the groundwork. Yet, Qin Wuyo had already transcended to the realm of heaven and man. "Incredible," he thought, recalling certain rumors. "Could it be true that your cultivation method of absorbing energy is indeed so extraordinary, reaching an unprecedented level?" Qin Wuyo smiled and replied, "You may test it for yourself. Before we test it, why not engage in a discussion on the way of heaven and man?" King Longzi proposed suddenly. "Certainly, I am eager to hear your insights." Qin Wuyo replied, "Pray tell, my young friend, what do you consider to be heaven and man?" Heaven and man is the unity of Qi with the cosmos, enabling one to perceive the forces of nature not through sight, but through the essence of Qi. It entails harnessing the power of the universe. Indeed, the strength of humanity is finite, whereas the power of heaven and earth is boundless. In my view, the power of heaven and man encompasses 3 levels. The first level, the novice of heaven and man, resonates with the spiritual energies of the universe through true Qi, thus perceiving the world around. The second stage is that of the great heaven and man, capable of manipulating the spiritual energies of the universe with one's own true Qi. As he spoke, King Longzi swept his whisk, unleashing a surge of true Qi that summoned the spiritual energies of the cosmos, stirring the clouds above. An immense tide of spiritual energy surged from all directions, surrounding him in a breathtaking display. "This is the method of the great heaven and man. I was once at this stage," King Longzi continued. Qin Wuyo smiled slightly, intrigued. "Please, continue. What of the third stage?" "The third stage I refer to as the realm of celestial phenomena. It involves invoking a deeper layer of cosmic energy or natural force, such as storms and floods, even thunder. Every action can incite changes in the atmospheric phenomena, hence it is called the realm of celestial phenomena," King Longzi explained slowly. "You mentioned you were previously at the great heaven and man stage. Have you now ascended to the realm of celestial phenomena?" "I was once at the great heaven and man stage, and the path to the realm of celestial phenomena seemed distant. However, I must thank you, my young friend. The texts you have published contain exceptionally profound martial insights. As the saying goes, one stone from another mountain can serve to polish jade. After contemplating your texts, I have subtly sensed the threshold of the realm of celestial phenomena. Now, I merely await an opportunity." A glimmer of determination sparkled in King Longzi's eyes as he gazed at Qin Wuyo. "A duel with you may provide the breakthrough I seek." Qin Wuyo chuckled lightly. "So you intend to use me as a whetstone? Be cautious, lest your blade be dulled." "Ah, my young friend, today I shall demonstrate that my blade has yet to lose its edge." King Longzi laughed heartily, unleashing a formidable aura of heaven and man. As if thunder had struck the ground, the entire royal city trembled in response. Qin Wuyo, too, emanated a tremendous presence, creating a clash of energies akin to 2 mountains colliding, causing the very air to shake violently, waves of force cascading outward like a tempest. The true Qi swirled around them, forming an invisible yet terrifying force field, shattering the ground within dozens of feet around them. It was as though a colossal hammer had struck the earth, leaving a multitude of craters in its wake. Countless tiles were reduced to dust. The shadow guards surrounding them narrowed their eyes and retreated in panic, unwilling to draw closer. Within the palace, the Emperor of Chu gazed toward the palace entrance, his expression grave. "What an astonishing aura. Have the master and that fiend engaged in battle?" A shadow guard arrived swiftly, reporting, "Your Majesty, the national master and that evil being have not yet officially clashed. This is merely the result of their energies colliding." The Emperor's pupil shrank slightly. Such terrifying power from a mere clash of energies. Is this the essence of heaven and man? After a moment's contemplation, he declared, I shall witness this battle with mine own eyes. Your Majesty, that is unwise. The battle of heaven and man is extraordinary. Even the residual energies are beyond what mere mortals can endure. Indeed, Your Majesty, should anything befall you, it would be dire. The Emperor of Chu turned to the shadow guard beside him, stating calmly, The Master fights for the glory of our great Chu. How can I cower away? Besides, with you all here to protect me, I am not personally engaging with that fiend. I shall merely observe from a distance. What danger could there be? Resolute in his decision, he made his way to the palace entrance, followed closely by several shadow guards. Soon, the Emperor of Chu beheld King Longzi and Qin Wuyo at the palace gates. This was his first encounter with Qin Wuyo, who appeared even younger than he had imagined. Not much older than his youngest prince. Yet, this young man had the power to upheave the very foundation of the Great Chu, leading his elite forces of 300,000 to retreat in disarray. His gaze grew increasingly frigid, only to find that the two combatants seemed utterly oblivious to his presence, not even casting a glance in his direction, as though the sovereign of a nation were of little consequence. As for King Longzi, the once slightly stooped figure now stood remarkably tall, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. A solemn expression adorned his face, one the emperor had never witnessed before. In that moment, the two were solely focused on each other. Their true chi swirled and collided, creating an atmosphere that shook the royal city and astonished all present. An energy potent enough to sever gold and jade coursed around them. Should anyone dare to approach within several dozen feet, even a master would likely meet an untimely demise. One shadow guard spoke with a hint of trepidation. Your Majesty, we cannot draw any closer. Very well. The emperor nodded slightly. I shall observe from here as the national master resolves this fiend. Suddenly, the two celestial beings, poised in confrontation, made a new move. They did not strike, but their bodies began to rise slowly into the air. Chapter 80, The Azure Dragon's Blade. The dragon sparrow unsheathed. Before the grand gates of the great Chu Palace, the figures of King Longzi and Qin Huaya slowly ascended into the air, as if cradled by an invisible hand, gradually rising to a height of several dozen zhang. Standing amidst the skies, exuding an extraordinary grace. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd's pupils constricted in astonishment. This was the true celestial battle, a contest of divine beings. So formidable. Rising from the ground, riding the winds of the void. Is this what it means to be a celestial being? High above, the confrontation between King Longzi and Qin Huaya had entered a new phase, their auras swirling around them, churning the sea of clouds. A massive rift split the clouds beneath them, as if the heavens themselves were being rent asunder by their overwhelming presence. At the pinnacle of their energies, they struck. With a swift motion, Qin Huaya unleashed the Tianwu sword, cleaving through the air with sword energy that radiated like divine might. This was the Tianwu sword technique. It was the swordplay most cherished by the celestial Lu Yunxiao in days of yore. Yet even Lu Yunxiao himself, were he present, would likely feel a sense of inferiority upon witnessing this strike from Qin Huaya. In response, King Longzi wielded his whisk as a weapon, striking towards Qin Huaya. The soft whisk, infused with King Longzi's true energy, transformed into a resilient force, clashing against the Tianwu sword with a resounding clang that echoed throughout the capital. This sound reverberated through the skies above the royal city. An astonishing wave of power emanated from the two, creating an endless ripple that spread outwards, causing the sea of clouds to recede, forming a clear expanse devoid of clouds. The force of their clash struck the structures below, shattering buildings and fracturing streets. Observing this, King Longzi soared higher, ascending another several dozen zhang. Qin Huaya smiled lightly, following him into the heights. The whisk and sword continued to clash, their techniques now embodying a return to simplicity, appearing less intricate, yet each collision unleashed an awe-inspiring potency. Waves of energy burst forth in the air, akin to the rumbling of thunder. The onlookers below gazed upwards, eyes wide, fixated on the duel, eager not to miss a single detail. This was indeed a celestial battle. Every movement of these divine beings commanded the might of the heavens, truly remarkable. In comparison to their unleashed strength, even the power of a grand master seemed insignificant. The spectators could not help but marvel at the spectacle. In the skies, the duel between the two celestial beings escalated to greater heights. After a fierce exchange of blows, both combatants were forced back several dozen zhang, hovering in the air, refraining from closing the distance once more. King Longzi, with a flick of his whisk, spoke calmly. Years ago, I ascended the tallest peak of Great Chu, gazing upon the vast and magnificent sea of clouds. Moved by the sight, I spent days observing the waves of clouds, ultimately creating a technique known as the 9 layers of cloud sea. Young friend, I invite your guidance. Upon finishing his words, he swept his whisk, drawing the distant clouds towards him, amalgamating the essence of heaven and earth to form a magnificent sea of clouds. Within this turbulent sea, waves of energy surged forth, each layer more potent than the last, akin to an overwhelming avalanche. The might of this strike surpassed that of 1,000 charging horses. Qin Huaya, witnessing this, smiled faintly, acknowledging the skillful technique. Very well, Let me see if I can sever your 9 layers of cloud sea with a single sword. With a swift motion, he infused true energy into the blade of his sword, executing a brilliant slash. A crescent-shaped blade of energy sliced through the dense layers of clouds before him. The residual force of the blade continued its trajectory toward King Longzi. With a swift motion, King Longzi struck the incoming sword energy with his whisk. Bang! The whisk shattered, turning to ash. The destruction of his weapon forced King Longzi back several steps. Below, the Emperor of Chu and his entourage gasped in shock. Could even the master succumb to this wicked foe? Your Majesty, it is too early to draw conclusions, one shadow guard interjected. The National Master's strength is undoubtedly greater than this. Do you recall the weapon he used when he once quelled the rivers and lakes? It was a blade. Indeed, the shadow guard nodded. The National Master has yet to reveal his true prowess. Ah, it appears my concern has clouded my judgment, the Emperor replied. Yet, the shadow guard withheld one crucial thought. King Longzi had not yet unleashed his full strength, but how much of his own power had Qin Huaiya truly revealed? After all, he still possessed a blade yet to be drawn. In the heights, King Longzi, observing the destruction of his whisk, chuckled. It seems I must take this seriously. Bring forth the blade. With a flourish of his fingers, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar resonated from the depths of the palace. Then, a magnificent azure dragon soared skyward. Upon closer inspection, this dragon was formed from the essence of heaven and earth. And within its midst lay a blade, an imposing double-handed sword adorned with a vividly depicted azure dragon. As the blade fell into King Longzi's grasp, he instantly felt a profound connection as if the blade and he were one. The once ethereal King Longzi now radiated an overwhelming dominance, resembling a tyrant surveying the realm. With a hearty laugh, he proclaimed, Since my ascension to the celestial realm, I have sealed my blade, opting for the whisk to cultivate my spirit. You, young friend, are the first in many years to compel me to wield my blade once more. This battle feels as though it has transported me back to the glorious days of yore when I wielded my sword and swept across the world. To become a celestial being, King Longzi had carved his path through bloodshed, though he had cultivated a serene demeanor over the years. The indomitable warrior within still resided in his essence. Now, facing Qin Huaiya, he would no longer hold back, reclaiming his blade as if rediscovering his youthful self. His aura surged, shaking the very fabric of the void. The energy of the blade rippled outward, and a spectral azure dragon manifested around him. Qin Huaiya regarded the transformed King Longzi with a smile. Just as I wished. In your previous state, while you possessed strength, there was a lack of fervor. Now, this is precisely what I sought. My young friend, you too possess a blade at your side. I have heard tales of your prowess in slaying thousands with a single strike. Such a blade, I have yet to behold. Perhaps you might unsheath it for me to witness? King Longzi expressed a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Qin Huaiya smiled faintly in response. I may unsheath my blade, but you must be prepared to endure its might. Proceed. King Longzi commanded, and with that, his long blade cleaved through the air, the energy morphing into a dragon that surged towards Qin Huaiya. In response, Qin Huaiya sheathed his long sword and swiftly drew his own blade. The moment the dragon sparrow blade was unsheathed, a chilling aura erupted, enveloping the surroundings in an icy grip. In an instant, it felt as though one had plunged into a realm of despair. As the blade emerged, its ominous energy alone was enough to shred the incoming azure dragon and Amp. Apos. Blade energy. King Longzi and Amp. Apos. Pupils narrowed, a shiver running down his spine. What a terrifying blade. The dragon sparrow blade was notorious for its malevolent energy, coupled with Qin Huaiya and Amp. Apos. Own creation. The abysmal blade, the terror of this weapon had escalated to unimaginable heights. Chapter 81, The Realm of Celestial Phenomena. Unreserved true chi. The dragon sparrow blade was unsheathed, and a chilling, eerie aura filled the sky, as if drawing this realm into a hellish abyss. King Longzi and Apos' gaze gradually grew grave, his expression sinister and unsettling, sending shivers down one's spine. Is this the blade you wielded to slay thousands of foes? Truly terrifying. Do you possess the strength to bear this blade? I am willing to test it, King Longzi declared, gripping the long sword tightly. In an instant, his figure flashed forward, propelling himself through the air without any support, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy behind him. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Qin Huaiya, the sword in his hand resembling a blue dragon lunging forth. Qin Huaiya and Apos' dragon sparrow blade struck out, producing a resounding clash as their blades collided. The resulting aura split the void, and the fierce energy struck the ground, carving deep gashes into the earth, even though this battle took place high above the realm. If these two were to clash on the ground of the royal city, the spectators dared not imagine. They felt that half the royal city would surely be obliterated. Clang, clang, clang. The blades continued to clash, their energies intertwining, filling the air with a palpable intensity, while the shattered streets bore witness to the epic duel between two of the greatest swordsmen of the age. In a moment of daze, the onlookers seemed to perceive a grand blue dragon and a shadowy azura clashing in the sky. This battle surpassed all imagination. akin to the descent of divine beings as spoken of in legends. Many watched in trepidation, while commoners peered from their windows. Upon glimpsing the ethereal blue dragon and the azura demon overhead, their faces turned pale with fear. What manner of monstrous entities are these? High above, the battle between celestial beings intensified. King Longzi looked upon Qin Wuyo and bellowed, delightful. Come, receive this blade. 8 dragons opened the path. With a sweep of his sword, he summoned the energy, transforming it into 8 azure dragons that surged forth, threatening to rend apart the azura manifestation conjured by Qin Wuyo. Yet, Qin Wuyo raised his long sword, unleashing an even greater sword intent, the Abhij Path Slash. An overwhelming wave of blade energy descended like a torrential storm. As he struck, it was as if he forged a hellish mountain of blades, a realm of azura without respite. The onlookers felt a chilling sense of impending doom. Boom. The 8 dragons collided with the torrent of blade energy. Subsequently, the dragons shattered, and the explosive force crashed into King Longzi, sending him plummeting from the sky. Landing atop a palace within the royal grounds, the palace erupted in an explosion, and the released energy carved countless scars into the earth within 100 feet. Several shadow guards nearby were instantly engulfed by the blade energy, erupting into a mist of blood. Emperor Chu and Apos, eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? His master was actually defeated. To him, King Longzi had always been synonymous with invincibility. But now, how could he have fallen? The impact of this revelation was staggering. Meanwhile, Qin Wuyo descended gracefully to the ground, remarking, "This battle was quite enjoyable. You performed admirably." He offered genuine praise for King Longzi, recognizing him as the first celestial being he had faced who could engage him with such fervor. Yet, barring any unforeseen events, this conflict was drawing to a close. As Qin Wuyo approached the ruins, he suddenly sensed something, his eyes flickering as he gazed skyward. He beheld a surge of spiritual energy coalescing in the atmosphere, forming a dense, dark cloud. The clouds roiled ominously, interwoven with flashes of lightning that resounded with thunderous roars. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, striking the ruins below. The rubble exploded, and from the midst of the lightning emerged a figure with white hair, drenched in blood, yet emanating an unprecedented aura of power. It was none other than King Longzi. At this moment, his white hair billowed, bathed in lightning, his presence radiating an overwhelming force that surpassed all prior encounters. Coupled with the currents of electricity surrounding him and the dark clouds overhead, he resembled a deity wielding the power of thunder. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Qin Wuyo and Apos' eyes. "Oh, have you broken through to the realm of celestial phenomena?" Earlier, when discussing celestial beings, King Longzi had mentioned 3 tiers: the initial celestial being, the great celestial being, and the celestial phenomena realm. The latter allows one to invoke the natural forces of the universe, manifesting as changes in the weather. What was once a clear sky was now shrouded in dark clouds, lightning flashing, a testament to the might of the celestial phenomena realm. King Longzi and Apos' figure slowly ascended, unleashing a peerless might as he soared into the clouds, raising his long sword high, which crackled with arcs of lightning. This strike harnessed the power of heaven and earth. "Young friend, I must thank you. Had it not been for our battle that pushed me to the brink, I could not have truly comprehended the profound mysteries of the celestial phenomena realm." King Longzi laughed heartily, his spirit soaring, aside from my initial ascension to celestial status. This is the first time I and Apos felt such exhilaration. The celestial phenomena realm is indeed magnificent. In that moment, he felt as if he were the master of the universe, able to sway the forces of nature with a mere gesture, commanding lightning, summoning winds, wielding fire from the heavens, and stirring the seas. Such power transcended the imagination of mere mortals, drawing him closer to the divine. He gazed at Qin Wuyo, admiration gleaming in his eyes, swiftly followed by a palpable killing intent. "Young friend, I thank you for aiding my breakthrough. Yet, alas, we are destined as foes. A prodigy like you cannot remain in this world. It weighs heavily on my conscience. Therefore, for both my sake and that of the great Chu, I must eliminate you." Not far away, Emperor Chu was overjoyed. "I knew my master would never be defeated." The 4 extremes, witnessing King Longzi commanding the natural forces of thunder, gazed upon him with deep admiration. Such prowess was the pinnacle of martial arts. Truly, the national master surpassed all, though luck played a part. It was ultimately the national master who would triumph. As they beheld King Longzi surrounded by the power of lightning, the crowd felt as though they stood before a celestial being, their hearts swelling with reverence. No one believed Qin Wuyo could emerge victorious. Yet, at that moment, a light chuckle resonated through the air. The crowd turned to the source of the laughter, astonished to find it was Qin Wuyo who was smiling. They were momentarily taken aback. Even at this juncture, he could still laugh? Even King Longzi appeared perplexed, questioning the reason behind his mirth. Qin Wuyo smiled gently. "Do you know how I feel upon witnessing your ascension to the celestial phenomena realm?" "What do you feel?" King Longzi inquired. "Joy," Qin Wuyo replied, his dragon sparrow blade pointing unwaveringly at King Longzi, an unparalleled delight illuminating his expression. "For this means I can finally unleash all my strength without reservation in our battle." As his words fell, the true chi within him surged forth unrestrained, like an unbounded torrent, shaking the royal city and piercing the heavens. This overwhelming true chi was beyond comprehension. It was the culmination of martial prowess from the vast Jianghu of both the Great Qian and Great Chu, converging within him. The onlookers felt but one thought resonate within their minds: vastness. An ineffable vastness. Chapter 82. The absorbing technique enveloping the royal palace. A formidable wave of genuine energy radiated from Qin Wuyo, akin to an expansive ocean. Everyone felt as if they were but a small boat amidst the vast sea, at any moment susceptible to being capsized by the surging waves. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. This was the fearsome energy that amalgamated the prowess of the majority of martial artists from the realms of Deqian and Deqiu. Perhaps Qin Wuyo had not yet ascended to the celestial phenomenon realm, unlike the current Qin Longzi, but the magnitude of his energy far surpassed that of Qin Longzi. This was a manifestation of numerical beauty. Upon sensing the overwhelming energy emanating from Qin Wuyo, Qin Longzi could not help but feel a shudder of astonishment. He bellowed, raising his long blade high, summoning the power of thunder from the heavens, which coalesced upon his weapon, forming a formidable thunder dragon that encircled him. The thunder dragon roared, its sound reverberating throughout the royal capital. This strike was the pinnacle of my existence, the first I unleashed upon entering the celestial phenomenon realm. It is named Furious Thunder Shocking Dragon, Qin Longzi proclaimed, as his long blade sliced through the air, intertwined with the blade and Apos' energy and the natural might of the thunder dragon. The attack surged towards Qin Wuyo, causing the ground beneath him to crack and cave in under its overwhelming force before it even landed. Qin Wuyo, witnessing this, wore a faint smile. Come forth. He unleashed his genuine energy without reservation, wielding the dragon sparrow blade from below to meet the descending thunder dragon. An unparalleled wave of energy combined with the Abhij Na blade technique instantly formed a pitch-black blade of over 100 feet in length. The strength of the blade carried with it a ferocious aura, as if the heavens and earth were shattering. Even the gods would tremble before it. When this blade collided with the descending thunder dragon, they held their ground for but a breath, before a chilling scream echoed as the thunder dragon and Apos' head was severed, its body collapsing into fragments. The residual force of the blade surged forth, unstoppable, and struck Qin Longzi directly. Qin Longzi was cleaved through his protective aura. A massive gash opened upon his chest, blood spraying into the air as he plummeted from the sky. Yet the blade and Apos' energy did not dissipate. Continuing its ascent toward the heavens, the sky, laden with thunder and dense clouds, was cleaved asunder, revealing a clear expanse shortly thereafter. This strike not only severed the dragon and vanquished the foe, but also rent the heavens. An unparalleled blow that left all martial artists in the royal capital in awe. At that moment, Qin Wuyo was truly deserving of the title Blade God. After vanquishing Qin Longzi, Qin Wuyo sheathed his long blade, then extended his hand, targeting the severely wounded Qin Longzi, initiating the absorbing technique. Qin Longzi found himself nearly defenseless as he was drawn toward Qin Wuyo. A slight smile graced Qin Wuyo and Apos' lips as he pressed his fingers upon Qin Longzi, drawing the entirety of his celestial phenomenon cultivation rapidly into himself. Had Qin Longzi not been grievously injured, it is uncertain whether Qin Wuyo could have absorbed his prowess. However, now, with Qin Longzi incapacitated by a single strike, he could not resist the might of the absorbing technique. Boom. Qin Wuyo felt an unprecedented surge of genuine energy flooding into his being, which he rapidly refined, elevating his own cultivation to new heights. Despite Qin Longzi and Apos' desperate struggles, he could not halt the flow of energy escaping his body. A glint of ferocity flickered in Qin Longzi's eyes. You wish to take my power? Very well. Here, take it. With a fierce shout, he willingly propelled his entire cultivation into Qin Wuyo, waves of genuine energy crashing against Qin Wuyo and Apos' limbs and meridians. I do not know how your absorbing technique siphons the strength of others, but the human body has its limits. I do not believe you can completely refine my power. Qin Longzi spoke coldly. A once great celestial being would not easily concede defeat, determined to engage Qin Wuyo in one final struggle. Upon seeing this, Qin Wuyo's gaze flickered, realizing Qin Longzi sought to overwhelm him by forcing his energy into him. What an ingenious tactic, truly befitting of a celestial being. Qin Longzi was the first to dare such a maneuver. Yet, unfortunately for him, he underestimated Qin Wuyo and the potency of the absorbing technique. Embracing the energy Qin Longzi willingly offered, Qin Wuyo consumed it without hesitation, swiftly absorbing it into his being. Qin Longzi soon sensed something amiss. The absorption of his entire cultivation into Qin Wuyo occurred seamlessly, as if it were a natural process. Could it be that he could genuinely accommodate all of Qin Longzi and Apos' power? Is it possible that you possess more than one Dantian? Qin Longzi suddenly realized. Qin Wuyo smiled slightly indeed. Every acupoint throughout my body serves as a Dantian. This was the most terrifying aspect of the absorbing technique. While ordinary martial artists possess but a single Dantian, Qin Wuyo utilized all his acupoints as dantians, resulting in a staggering total of 365 dantians. You actually achieved such a feat. Qin Longzi and Amp, Apos, S pupils constricted in disbelief. In that moment, despair enveloped him. Meanwhile, Emperor Chu observed Qin Wuyo absorbing Qin Longzi and Amp, Apos, S energy. Recognizing that they had entered a state of stalemate, his expression turned cold. His teacher was making a final stand against the malevolent force. Shadow Guards, I command you to eliminate this person. Having reached this critical juncture, he had no choice but to intervene. Should Qin Wuyo fully devour Qin Longzi's cultivation, they would not escape unscathed. He resolved to strike first. At his command, the Shadow Guards swiftly converged upon Qin Wuyo from all directions. Swords, spears, blades, fists, kicks, and various martial techniques surged forth in a relentless onslaught. Qin Wuyo, observing this, remarked nonchalantly, "Are you all so eager to seek your demise?" One hand gripping Qin Longzi to absorb his energy, the other lifted, pressing into the void. Surrounding spiritual energy coalesced into an invisible hand, pinning all Shadow Guards to the ground. The immense pressure bore down upon them as if a great mountain had fallen, causing those of insufficient cultivation to suffer internal injuries and shattered bones. Yet this was only the beginning. As if sensing that Qin Longzi's energy alone was insufficient, Qin Wuyo activated the absorbing technique once more. The genuine energy within the surrounding Shadow Guards surged forth, akin to countless rivers converging into the ocean, rushing toward Qin Wuyo. Moreover, the absorbing force of the technique extended beyond those attacking him, targeting hidden martial artists within the palace. Their expressions turned frantic. "This is bad. He is siphoning our power. Damn it. We haven't even made a move. Has he lost his mind? This malevolent force is truly insidious. Retreat. We cannot escape. The absorbing force is too terrifying." In an instant, the entire royal palace was enveloped by the absorbing technique, and any martial artist possessing even a modicum of genuine energy found themselves caught in its grasp. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and the royal palace fell into an eerie silence. Aside from Qin Wuyo, no one else could stand. Even the once mighty celestial being, Qin Longzi, and the sovereign Emperor Chu, all knelt powerless before Qin Wuyo. Chapter 83. The Journey of the Celestial Beings in the Prosperous Dynasty. The Fall of the Great Chu. Within the royal palace of Great Chu, Qin Wuyo single-handedly absorbed the vital energies of all the martial artists present. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented abundance of energy surging within him. He cast a glance at King Longzi and said nonchalantly, "Thank you for elevating my cultivation. Rest assured, I shall ensure your demise is devoid of suffering." With that, he slightly shifted his finger, and in an instant, it descended upon King Longzi's head. The sword stroke shattered King Longzi's brain in an instant. The light in his eyes faded rapidly, and he died without a trace of agony. Qin Wuyo then turned his gaze to the others and strode deeper into the palace. "Devil, you wicked devil, may you meet a miserable end." The Emperor of Chu looked at Qin Wuyo, his defenses utterly breached. The national master had perished. The elite martial artists of the Great Chu had been drained of their energies by Qin Wuyo alone. His ambition to unify the realm had been completely obliterated. This was the culmination of his lifelong pursuits. With his dreams shattered, despair engulfed his heart, and his gaze towards Qin Wuyo brimmed with venomous hatred. Qin Wuyo paid no heed to him, treating him as if he were merely a figment of air. The Emperor of Chu, observing Qin Wuyo's retreating figure, attempted to speak further. Yet before he could utter a curse, a surge of energy erupted, severing his head from his body. The head of a sovereign rolled to the ground, as insignificant as dust. Throughout this ordeal, Qin Wuyo never once regarded him directly. Inside the palace, maids and eunuchs busied themselves with escape, while concubines and princes hastily gathered their valuables, preparing to flee. With the Emperor of Chu dead, King Longzi gone, and the martial artists nurtured by the royal family rendered useless, the royal authority had lost its grip over Great Chu. The entire realm began to crumble from the highest echelons, heralding an inevitable change of dynasty. Such transitions are seldom devoid of bloodshed. Who among them could guarantee their survival? It was wise to seize this opportunity to abscond with treasures from the palace. Chaos engulfed the royal palace. Ignoring the turmoil, Qin Wuyo made his way to a library within the palace, a repository of numerous tomes, including martial arts manuals. For him, this was of considerable benefit. He smiled faintly as he entered, immersing himself in the texts while the world outside erupted in chaos. Half a month slipped by in this manner. One day, he stumbled upon an ancient tome, thick and ensconced within a wooden box, appearing quite precious, though it was not a martial arts manual. Instead, it was a book titled The Journey of the Celestial Beings in the Prosperous Dynasty. The Prosperous Dynasty. It seems to be a remarkably ancient kingdom, perhaps over 1,000 years distant, Qin Wuyo mused. In the present day, the world is divided into 5 great dynasties, yet in times long past, there existed a period of unity. The Prosperous Dynasty was once the sovereign power of the realm. It is said that the present 5 dynasties evolved from the fragmented remnants of the Prosperous Dynasty. This tome chronicles the travels of a celestial being during that illustrious period, encompassing a vast array of subjects, From celestial martial arts techniques to the customs and peculiarities of the prosperous dynasty, it offered Qin Wuyo a refreshing perspective. For instance, it recorded the celestial being witnessing a white flood dragon traverse the river and ascend to the heavens. It described encounters with a millennia-old ghost king dwelling upon a mountain, transforming it into a realm of specters. It even chronicled the emergence of demon lairs, wreaking havoc upon the populace. Of particular interest to Qin Wuyo were the details regarding the demon lairs. The text indicated that these lairs had existed for ages, seemingly connected to another dimension, teeming with malevolent entities. Should these demons escape their confines, they would unleash devastation upon humanity. In ages past, mankind was plagued by numerous demon lairs, rendering the world a paradise for demons and a hell for mortals, with the populace at their mercy. Eventually, many powerful figures united to confront the demons in a cataclysmic battle, sealing the lairs one by one. However, this conflict resulted in a noticeable decline in the martial prowess of warriors, leading to a significant regression in their capabilities. To this day, celestial beings have become exceedingly rare. As Qin Wuyo perused the tome, he pondered deeply. Demon lairs, demons, how intriguing, truly intriguing. He closed the book, reflecting upon his recent discoveries. Subsequently, he rose and exited the library. Outside the library, the once grand palace of the Chu monarch had transformed into a desolate abode, eerily quiet. Almost all valuable possessions had been pilfered. Had Qin Wuyo not remained in the library, it was likely that even these books would have been taken. Upon stepping out of the palace, Qin Wuyo suddenly spotted a well-equipped army approaching from a distance, bearing a flag emblazoned with the character Liang. This was the military banner of the Liang dynasty. The forces of the Liang dynasty had arrived in the capital, signifying the complete annihilation of Great Chu, now absorbed by Liang. And he, of course, was the architect of this downfall. Had he not slain the Emperor of Chu and King Longzi, would the Liang forces have so swiftly taken control of Great Chu? Among the Liang troops, a leading general noticed Qin Wuyo emerging from the palace and furrowed his brow slightly. Was it not said that there was no one left in the palace? Who is this person, and how did he come forth from within? A nearby officer remarked, General, with the fall of the Chu royal family, many have entered the palace to loot treasures. I believe this person is one of those unscrupulous individuals seeking to profit. Great Chu now belongs to our Liang. This palace is rightfully ours. For this person to dare lay hands on the palace is a grave sin. The general scoffed, raising his hand to signal for the arrest of the intruder. Yet, as he lifted his hand, Qin Wuyo had already vanished from sight, only to reappear atop the general and Appos' steed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon him. The surrounding soldiers remained oblivious to his sudden movement. The general and Appos' pupils constricted in shock, a sense of impending doom enveloping him. This man was no ordinary individual. He was a peerless master capable of taking the head of a general amidst a million soldiers. Protect the general. Some warriors sensed the danger and attempted to intervene. But Qin Wuyo merely waved his hand, unleashing a surge of energy that sent them flying, many suffering shattered bones and dying on the spot. The remaining survivors, all of considerable skill, found their powers siphoned away by Qin Wuyo and Appos' techniques. He then regarded the general and asked coolly, I inquire of you, is there a celestial being in Liang? The general swallowed hard, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes as he pondered how to respond. Yet, before he could speak, Qin Wuyo continued, You would do well to speak the truth. Your answer shall determine not only your fate but also the survival of your 10,000 troops. As the words fell, his aura expanded outward, vast as an ocean, enveloping half the capital in an instant. The entire army, along with their steeds, found themselves compelled to kneel before him. Chapter 84, Renowned Across the Land. Comprehending the mysteries of celestial phenomena. The general cast a glance at the 100,000 troops pressed to the ground, and upon seeing Qin Wuyo before him, he regarded him as if he were a demonic deity, evident fear gleaming in his eyes. The celestial realm is a legendary state. It has been many years since anyone from my Daliang has reached such heights. However, these are merely my own insights. I cannot ascertain if any celestials truly exist. The general spoke candidly. Who is the most powerful individual in Daliang? That would be Liang Jinfeng, the foremost master of our sect. He is a grandmaster of formidable strength. Is he merely a grandmaster? Qin Wuyo and Appos' eyes flickered with disappointment. Had he known of a grandmaster's existence earlier, he would have hastened to drain the individual's power. But circumstances had changed. Having absorbed numerous grandmasters, and even the esteemed King Longzi, his appetite had grown insatiable. The prospect of a mere grandmaster failed to pique his interest. Well, you were somewhat honest. In that case, I shall spare your life. However, it seems you intended to incite others against me? The first half of Qin Wuyo and Appos' statement relieved the general, while the latter half sent his heart racing. The death penalty might be avoided, but the living consequences were inescapable. Very well, your cultivation shall now belong to me. With that, he soared into the air, extending his hand towards the 100,000 troops below. invoking a terrifying force that enveloped them entirely. Within the ranks, those martial artists imbued with true energy felt their essence uncontrollably surge forth. In an instant, their power was entirely devoured, leaving nothing behind. Savoring the satisfaction of having consumed the true energy of 100,000 soldiers, Qin Huaya smiled contentedly, then ascended into the void, leaving behind a cacophony of wails. My true energy, the essence I labored for over many years. What manner of demon is this? How can he extract our energy so effortlessly? The unprecedented siphoning of energy from 100,000 soldiers was nothing short of astonishing. This man was undoubtedly a celestial. The leading general collapsed, his gaze devoid of hope, murmuring, a demon. A devil, the fall of the Great Chu. The 100,000 soldiers of Dalian occupied the capital of Great Chu, only to be drained of their true energy by a single individual. These two events spread across the world like a tempest. The populace soon recognized that a terrifying celestial had emerged, one who acted without restraint, whimsically absorbing the energy of others, instilling fear across the four dynasties and the martial world. The name Qin Huaya resounded throughout the realm. Simultaneously, the various manuals he authored began to circulate widely. Under the shadow of his fearsome reputation, the martial world glimpsed a flicker of hope through these texts. Everyone believed that perhaps these manuals concealed the means to defeat Qin Huaya, or perhaps, by training with them, they too could ascend to heights akin to his. If not surpass him, then at least not fall too far behind. Upon a ceaselessly flowing river, a single wooden boat drifted downstream. On this craft sat a young man clad in a flowing black robe adorned with cloud patterns, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding an air of nobility. An unusual aura radiated from him, enveloping the entire vessel and allowing it to navigate the surging currents unscathed. This individual was none other than the now-renowned Qin Huaya. Over a month had passed since he departed from Great Chu. In this time, he traversed majestic mountains and bustling marketplaces, delving into the mysteries of the celestial realm. Though he could effortlessly vanquish King Longzi, he was not yet in the celestial realm. He was merely a grand celestial. Ascending to the celestial realm required more than sheer energy. It demanded comprehension of the natural world, an understanding of its forces. Given his intellect, achieving this was not an insurmountable task. His previous inability stemmed from a lack of reference and ignorance of the specifics of the celestial realm. However, after witnessing King Longzi's ascent, the path ahead appeared clear. As Qin Huaya sat upon the boat, he observed the flowing waters, schools of fish beneath the surface, and waves crashing upon one another, sensing an overwhelming force. That force surged mightily. It was the force of water, the force of nature. Throughout this past month, he had witnessed countless manifestations of nature's might. Volcanic eruptions, howling winds, torrential rains, thunder and lightning, sandstorms, heavy snowfall, hail. Each natural phenomenon possessed its own force, majestic, grand, and sublime, beyond the reach of human power. Guiding these forces was the key to ascending into the celestial realm. Now, Qin Huaya had begun to faintly grasp this force. He merely needed to exert a little more effort to seize it. On the riverbank, several villagers bore a flower palanquin to the water's edge. Inside the palanquin sat two children, a boy and a girl. These villagers hailed from Bailong Village, a relatively prosperous community, albeit with a troubling tradition. Each year, they were required to prepare a pair of children, one boy and one girl, to offer as sacrifices to the river god of Bailong River. Today marked the day of sacrifice. My son. In the distance, a woman gazed at the boy inside the palanquin, her eyes filled with sorrow and anguish, unable to restrain her cries. She yearned to rush forward and reclaim her child. Yet, a man beside her grasped her firmly, imploring, "Stop. Do you wish to throw your life away? Those are offerings for the river god. I do not care. That is my child, and yours as well. How can you bear this?" The woman demanded of the man beside her. The man's eyes mirrored her pain, but he resolutely replied, "The river god of Bailong blesses our village with favorable weather and protection from harm. Offering a pair of children each year is a time-honored tradition of Bailong Village. This year, it is simply our turn. My dear, do not grieve too heavily. This is the fate of our child. Look at the family of Tsuehua. They did not oppose it, did they?" Hearing this, the woman sank to the ground in despair, realizing that as a mere woman, she could effect no change. Inside the palanquin, the 6 or 7-year-old boy clutched the timid little girl beside him, saying, "Do not be afraid. My father said it is an honor to be chosen as offerings for the river god. Once we reach the river, there will be plenty of delightful things, and we will lead joyful lives for all eternity." The little girl glanced at the weeping woman outside the palanquin, replying, "But your mother seems very sad. She probably cannot bear to part with me. I feel the same. However, once we become familiar with the river god, we can ask if we might visit. Surely he will allow it." The boy's voice wavered with uncertainty. The little girl fell silent, reflecting on the fate of past offerings tossed into the river, none of whom ever returned. Chapter 85. The River God and the Serpent Dragon, Mastering the Waters. At this moment, an elderly man, accompanied by the villagers, carried a floral palanquin to the riverbank, where he instructed them to place the palanquin into the water. The palanquin floated gently towards the center of the river, while the old man and the villagers knelt by the riverbank, their faces a portrait of reverence. This was their customary sacrificial ritual. After offering young boys and girls to the river, they would kneel by the bank, watching with their own eyes as the children sank beneath the surface, often struggling and crying for help. Some villagers felt a pang of compassion, yet their devout faith in the river god rendered them powerless to intervene. Over time, the villagers had grown numb to the horror of the ritual. "Is there really a river god?" queried a somewhat younger villager. This was his third time bringing offerings, yet he had never witnessed the river goddess' appearance. Doubts began to creep into his faith. An older villager reprimanded him sharply. "Be silent. How dare you question the river god? I tell you, the river god is real. I saw him when I was a child." A glimmer of fervor mixed with fear appeared in his eyes as he recalled the memory. Another villager added, "Indeed, the river god exists. He merely does not reveal himself often. After all, how could mere mortals like us behold the true form of a deity? I sometimes envy those offerings. Though they must die, they get to meet the divine." Yes, I remember a time when a new county magistrate forbade our village from making sacrifices. That year was the only time we failed to deliver offerings on schedule, and the White Dragon River overflowed, nearly flooding the entire county. Eventually, the magistrate had to prepare 30 pairs of boys and girls to appease the river goddess' wrath, another villager recounted. Their words collectively quelled the younger villager and Amp, Apos, doubts. It seemed the river god was indeed real, he mused. Meanwhile, the palanquin had begun to sink in the central river. The two children inside struggled desperately, their pain manifesting in cries for help. "Mother, save me. I don't want to meet the river god," cried one. "Father, I'm scared," wailed the other. The villagers on the bank listened but dared not intervene, quietly watching as they secretly wished for the children to sink faster, thus silencing their cries and alleviating their own internal turmoil. At that moment, someone noticed a small boat approaching slowly across the river and Amp, Apos' surface. A man clad in black sat cross-legged within, drawing closer to the palanquin. The villagers were taken aback. "Who is that? Why is there someone here?" The newcomer was, of course, Chinwaya. Drifting aimlessly in his boat, he was surprised to see the two children struggling in the water, though he had taken countless lives. Witnessing the plight of the children did not deter him from lending a hand. He raised his hand and summoned a surge of energy, lifting the two children onto his boat. The villagers, witnessing this, panicked. "What is he doing?" He asked, disrupting the sacrificial ceremony. "We're doomed to offend the river god," they shouted. Initially, Chinwaya assumed these villagers were family members come to rescue the children. But their words elicited a puzzled expression from him. "River god? Sacrifices? What is going on here?" The children, still pale, looked up at Chinwaya. The little girl asked, "Are you the river god? Are you here to take us to play in the water? It's so scary. Can we not go?" The boy echoed her sentiments, fear evident on his face. Chinwaya chuckled softly, about to respond when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming presence rising from beneath the water. His eyes narrowed, intrigued. How fascinating. He turned to the children and said, "I am not the river god, but I believe you shall soon meet him." As he spoke, the river began to churn violently, forming a massive whirlpool in its center. The furious waters were powerful enough to swallow a large ship whole. Yet, astonishingly, the boat in which Chinwaya sat remained untouched, enveloped by an invisible shield, as if anchored upon the surface. The boat swayed, forcing the terrified children to clutch Chinwaya and Amp, Apos' legs tightly to avoid being thrown into the turbulent waters. At that moment, a massive, gray-brown head slowly emerged from the whirlpool, exuding a malevolent aura that filled the water and Amp, Apos' surface. The full visage of the creature revealed itself as a serpent dragon, measuring over 100 feet in length, with claws protruding from its belly and sharp horns adorning its forehead. Its eyes, larger than a human's head, fixed intently upon Chinwaya as it spoke. "You there? Who permitted you to take my offerings?" As it spoke, a foul stench wafted through the air. The villagers, gazing at the colossal serpent dragon, felt a mix of excitement and fear, kneeling in reverence. "The river god has appeared," they exclaimed. "To witness the river god in our lifetime is a true honor. Whoever that man is, he is doomed. How can a mortal defy a deity?" On the water and Amp, Apos' surface, Chinwaya frowned slightly, sweeping his sleeve to disperse the noxious odor. "Please, keep your disgusting aura away from me." The serpent dragon paused, then burst into laughter. "Such a bold human. I have lived in this White Dragon River for centuries, and few dare to speak to me so. Even the greatest martial masters show me the utmost respect. Is that so? It is a pity your days of arrogance come to an end today," Chinwaya replied coolly. "Indeed, I believe it is your life that is at its end." The serpent dragon roared, lunging its claw towards Chinwaya. The strike appeared unremarkable, yet concealed tremendous power. Even a martial master and Amp, Apos' protective energy would shatter under its might. However, the dragon and Amp, Apos' claw met an invisible barrier, unable to inch closer to Chinwaya. Remarkable. Such profound energy. A grandmaster, perhaps? The serpent dragon narrowed its eyes, realizing why this human dared to act so audaciously. But alas, grandmasters are not beyond my reach. With that, it submerged into the depths of the river. Moments later, the water erupted into a cataclysmic wave, towering dozens of feet high, with the serpent dragon weaving through it, exuding an overwhelming demonic aura that seemed to merge with the White Dragon River. This monstrous wave could obliterate city walls several feet thick, and even a Grandmaster's energy would be swept away. Qin Huaya discerned the situation. Ah, so you can manipulate the currents? With such skill, this dragon can truly be considered a celestial being. Faced with the oncoming tidal wave, the two children at his feet were rendered speechless, frozen in fear. You boy, I shall slay you and proceed to the county town to feast upon dozens of boys and girls. You are the root of this calamity. You cannot save anyone. In fact, more will perish because of you. The serpent dragon cackled. Qin Huaya smiled faintly. Though I care little for such matters, I have warned you, your days are numbered. He did not draw his weapon. Instead, he slowly raised his hand, as if grasping something in the void. Stop. In the next instant, the surging tide abruptly halted mid-air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 86. The Rumor of the Water Immortal. As Qin Huaya raised his hand and grasped at the void, it appeared as though he had seized something intangible. The tumultuous waves, which had surged with great ferocity, were abruptly stilled in mid-air, as if time itself had come to a halt. This astonishing spectacle caused the dragon to involuntarily narrow its pupils, unable to fathom the reality before it. How could such a phenomenon exist? Having resided and cultivated within the White Dragon River for centuries, the dragon was intimately acquainted with the currents of the river. It had the power to command the waters, to conjure floods that could submerge the villages and towns along the banks. With this formidable ability, even the most renowned masters could not contend with it, and officials of the mortal realm treated it with utmost deference. Yet now, it found its dominion over the waters usurped by an unknown force. This White Dragon River belongs to me. I refuse to believe you can surpass my power. The dragon, unwilling to accept the loss of its control, roared in defiance, channeling its demonic energy in an attempt to reclaim its authority over the waters. However, it soon realized that the force opposing it was incomprehensibly more potent, rendering its efforts futile. Ah, dragon, consider yourself fortunate, for you shall be the first to witness my celestial realm. Though, I must admit, you are hardly worthy. Qin Huaya declared with a smile. Indeed, he had ascended to the realm of celestial phenomena just moments ago. With a mere gesture, the entire expanse of the White Dragon River erupted in turbulence, and boundless waters rose into the air, forming a torrent far mightier than that which the dragon commanded, a terrifying water dragon. Though the dragon measured 100 feet in length, this water dragon dwarfed it at 1,000 feet. In comparison, the dragon appeared as insignificant as a child standing before an adult, utterly devoid of any means to resist. Impossible. How could a being of your caliber emerge from the mortal realm? The dragon gazed in disbelief at the water dragon. After centuries of existence, it had never encountered such a formidable martial artist. Fall. Qin Huaya intoned coldly. The immense tidal force, now transformed into the water dragon, crashed down upon the dragon, which summoned its demonic energy in a desperate attempt to withstand the assault, yet it proved ineffectual. With a pitiful shriek, the dragon and Apos' bones cracked, and it spewed forth a torrent of blood. As the water dragon collided with the surface of the river, it generated colossal waves that surged towards the riverbank, leaving the villagers pale with terror. They could scarcely comprehend that, compared to their revered river deity, Qin Huaya resembled a true god. The waves engulfed them, submerging them completely as they struggled and cried for help. Great river god, save us. No, I do not wish to die. Alas, their river deity was now in dire straits, lacking the capacity to aid them. Despite some villagers calling out to Qin Huaya, he remained indifferent, not even casting a glance in their direction. Instead, he approached the dragon, floating upon the water and Apos' surface, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Such a demon. I have yet to absorb your essence. His absorption technique could draw forth demonic energy, and this dragon was undoubtedly the mightiest he had encountered. Although he had not encountered many demons, he extended his hand, seizing the dragon and Apos' head. In an instant, his absorption technique activated, and an unending stream of demonic energy poured forth from the dragon and Apos' body. The energy flowed into Qin Huaya, enveloped by his true essence, and refined. The dragon sensed the anomaly and attempted to struggle, but the force of the absorption technique enveloped it, compounded by its injuries, rendering it incapable of escape. In a short while, all of its demonic energy was siphoned away by Qin Huaya. His true essence surged to new heights. Indeed, this energy transformed from demonic essence surpasses all I have absorbed, save for the Azure Dragon Prince. No wonder it has lived for centuries. He cast a satisfied glance at the dragon. Unlike others whose true essence had been drained by him, this dragon retained formidable physicality beyond its depleted energy. I shall confront you with all my might. The dragon bared its fangs and lunged at Qin Huaya. Yet, with a mere gesture, Qin Huaya summoned an ethereal hand that grasped the dragon firmly, immobilizing it. This technique, the dragon seizing hand, was merely a first-rate martial skill, a common means of manipulating objects from a distance. However, in Qin Huaya and Apos' hands, It possessed the power to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. Struggling proved futile for the dragon. Its 100-foot frame was ensnared, slowly lifted into the air. With a gentle tightening of his fingers, the ethereal hand closed around the dragon. A heart-wrenching scream erupted as its bones and scales shattered under the pressure. The 100-foot dragon erupted in a cloud of crimson mist, raining down like a torrential downpour upon the White Dragon River. The water turned a deep red, and remnants of flesh fell into the depths, enticing numerous fish to feast upon the remains. Qin Huaiya glanced at the two children in the small boat, waving his sleeve to envelop them in a gentle force. They were lifted into the air and returned to the shore. He then resumed his journey downstream in the small boat, unconcerned with the children's fate. They were destined for demise, and his intervention had been an act of mercy. There was no need to burden himself with unnecessary obligations. As Qin Huaiya departed, the two children exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what to do next. At that moment, a woman rushed forward, embracing the boy. "My son, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine." "Mother, do we still need to seek out the river god?" the boy inquired. The woman nodded. "No, we shall not seek him any longer." She gently patted the timid girl beside her. "You needn't go either. That was no river god, but a river demon. Thankfully, a true immortal has come to vanquish him. Our White Dragon village and the towns along the river no longer need fear his wrath, nor prepare offerings each year." With this thought, she knelt and bowed towards the direction of Qin Huaiya's departure. "Thank you, immortal. Thank you." The two children mimicked her, kneeling and bowing in gratitude. Soon, the news of the dragon and Apos' demise spread along the banks of the White Dragon River, inspiring joy among the people. Some even sketched the likeness of Qin Huaiya based on eyewitness accounts, erecting statues in his honor, celebrating him as their new river god. As for these events, Qin Huaiya remained indifferent. He continued to drift downstream, contemplating the natural world, observing mountains and waters, deepening his understanding of the celestial realm. He soon merged with a larger river, allowing the current to carry him wherever it may lead. Occasionally encountering river bandits or demons, he swiftly resolved them, absorbing their power. Witnesses described his actions as divine, and tales of the water immortal began to circulate across the lands. Chapter 87: Demons and Monsters. The Rampage of Evil. The rumors of the water immortal have spread across various nations. However, Qin Huaiya, the subject of these tales, remained largely unfazed. Upon hearing the whispers, he merely chuckled, dismissing them as frivolous. "These people, one moment casting me as a formidable demon, and the next as an immortal, how capricious they are." After drifting on the water for a month, he had thoroughly grasped the intricacies of the celestial phenomenon realm. His small boat gently nudged the shore, and after a month's absence, he set foot on land once more. Arriving in a bustling city, he sought out a tavern to indulge in a meal. After so long adrift, he had hardly savored any fine dishes. As sumptuous delicacies and exquisite wines were served, his appetite was immediately piqued. From the discussions around him, he discerned that he was currently in the Great Qian, which surprised him. To have drifted all this way and returned to Great Qian was unexpected. "Have you heard? Demons have appeared near the Tianshan sect." Someone spoke conspiratorially. "Demon? Where are their demons?" "It and Apos. That's merely a case of exaggeration," another scoffed. "All this talk of demons and ghosts is nothing but fabrications. I have lived long enough without encountering any. No, this time it seems genuine. Many have claimed to have witnessed the demon race. Some say they saw a creature with a bull and Apos' head, while others spoke of a beguiling beauty that drains blood. And there are those who claim a demon with the head of a shark. In short, there are all sorts." The first speaker insisted earnestly. "Nonsense. I don and Apos, T believe it. You don and Apos, T believe? Surely you must trust the Tianshan sect and Apos' words? What do you mean?" Not long ago, the Tianshan sect had issued a call to arms, inviting heroes from all walks of life to aid in exterminating these demons. What? Such a thing exists? The self-proclaimed skeptic's resolve wavered upon hearing this, for the Tianshan sect was one of the 6 major sects of Great Qian. Especially given that the other 5 had been mostly eradicated by Qin Huaiya, the Tianshan sect stood as the last bastion of power. As for Qin Huaiya, no one knew of his whereabouts. It was as if he had vanished from Great Qian. "Since the Tianshan sect has summoned us, we shall answer the call," one of the men declared, placing a hand on his sword at his waist, filled with spirited determination. The current chaos in the Great Qian martial world has left the elite severely diminished. It is our time to shine, to make a name for ourselves. Today is the day. His companion chuckled. "What? Are you not afraid of the demon race? My and Apos' affectionate technique and Apos' has reached a certain level. Even if demons truly exist, what of it? Let me test my prowess against them," he boasted. "Ah, excellent. I shall join you. My and Apos' Limitless Heart Method and Apos' has also reached the 3rd tier. Let those demons witness our might." Both and Apos' affectionate technique and Apos' Limitless Heart Method and Apos' were renowned martial arts manuals of celestial rank, previously disseminated by Qin Huaiya. They had spread throughout various nations, attracting countless practitioners. Yet, possessing a technique did not guarantee one could become a celestial being. Otherwise, such beings would not be so rare in this world. These two were among the finest practitioners of these techniques, their skills nearing the Grandmaster level. Qin Wuyo observed them with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. It appeared his plan to establish martial prowess across the realm was progressing smoothly. In a few short years, the martial world would be filled with Grandmasters, rendering innate talent inconsequential. At that time, he could emerge to reap the rewards. Qin Wuyo and Apos' curiosity was piqued, particularly regarding the so-called demons. He had encountered monsters and spirits, but had yet to see a true demon. How intriguing! He chuckled softly. According to the records in the Chronicles of Celestials, demons, monsters, and spirits were indeed real, encompassing 4 categories of extraordinary entities. Spirits are sentient beings formed from animals or plants that have absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. They often crave the life force of humans, learning from them, and may even transform into human form upon reaching a high level of cultivation. Ghosts are the remnants of souls bound by lingering grievances after death, merging with the earth and Apos' energy to form entities that typically cannot leave their place of origin. Much like the female ghost Qin Wuyo encountered previously, who could only roam within the confines of a single village. Monsters refer to ancient objects that, after absorbing human energy over time, develop a peculiar sentience. These are commonly found in jade or weapons. While people believe jade nurtures the spirit, they are unaware that humans can also nourish jade, and some ancient jade may transform into a monster. Similarly, weapons, having taken lives and soaked in blood, are more prone to develop abnormal sentience, as exemplified by the dragon sparrow blade in Qin Wuyo and Apos' possession, which had absorbed the malice of a dragon and claimed numerous lives, becoming known as an evil blade. Lastly, there are demons. Demons, in contrast to spirits, ghosts, and monsters, are far more enigmatic. They are birthed from the desires and negative emotions of sentient beings. There are many types of demons. Some indulge in lust, giving rise to lust demons. Others, driven by greed, become wealth demons. And those who fear beasts like tigers and snakes manifest as tiger demons and snake demons. Demons and humans are 2 sides of the same coin. As long as life persists, demons will endure. The best one can do is cultivate oneself, such as through Buddhism or Taoism, to reduce desires and thereby diminish the birth of demons. However, who among the populace is inclined to pursue such spiritual paths? Thus, demons have existed since time immemorial, and they shall not vanish. Originally, demons were born in the demon realm and traversed into the human world through demonic caves. Long ago, numerous powerful beings in the human realm expended their efforts to seal these caves, ensuring peace for the world to this day. Of course, all of this knowledge was gleaned by Qin Wuyo from the Chronicles of Celestials. The specifics, however, he intended to observe for himself. The Tianshan sect, having recently declared its intention to remain secluded, faced an unforeseen upheaval as demons emerged within an 800-mile radius, wreaking havoc upon the populace and threatening the very existence of the sect. In response, the Tianshan sect had no choice but to issue a call to heroes for assistance in vanquishing the demons. Yet, to their surprise, few skilled warriors responded to the summons. Even grandmasters were a rarity. Following the chaos wrought by the rampaging demons, the elite of the great Qian martial world had dwindled significantly, while true powerhouses were scarce. Many vibrant newcomers arrived, capable of handling lesser demons, but ill-equipped to confront true demon warriors. Qin Wuyo found himself in a town near the Tianshan sect as night fell. The townsfolk shuttered their doors, while the night wind whispered eerily through the deserted streets. Above, swirling masses of black mist coiled ominously, obscuring the moonlight. As Qin Wuyo entered the town, the black mist seemed to awaken, converging towards him, emitting strange and sinister sounds. Living beings are here. Quick, consume their fear. Devour their desires. The mist appeared to sense something delectable. Qin Wuyo chuckled at this, amused. I have always been the one to absorb others. I never imagined there would come a day when I would be the one to be devoured. Chapter 88. Absorbing the power of the demonic clan. I have always been the one to absorb others. Never did I expect that one day I would be the one being absorbed. Qin Wuyo chuckled at the swirling demonic energy before him. Why? Why can I not sense his fear? Is he not afraid of us? Yes, his desires. Absorb his desires. Oh, this desire is hunger? He wishes to devour us? A scream erupted from the demons. They realized that Qin Wuyo harbored no fear of them, only a profound hunger. The adversary was akin to them, both yearning to consume each other. The sole difference was that they were powerless against Qin Wuyo, while he could effortlessly manipulate them. With a sudden motion, Qin Wuyo raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying force that surged from his palm, an embodiment of the absorption technique. As the technique activated, the surrounding demonic energy converged towards him, drawn into his being. In an instant, a cacophony of chaotic thoughts flooded Qin Wuyo and Apos' mind: fear, rage, greed, lust. Yet, with a dismissive snort, he suppressed these thoughts and transmuted the demonic energy into his own vital essence. Indeed, my absorption technique can absorb demonic energy. Qin Wuyo murmured, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He sensed, within a distant mountain, there lay an even more formidable and terrifying demonic energy. Compared to what he had just absorbed, it was 100,000, a million times stronger. If this energy could be transformed into vital essence, it would rival dozens, even hundreds of azure dragons. Of course, this demonic energy was not from a single demon, but rather a multitude, ensnared by some force. Confined to a specific location, seeping out only slowly. The demons he had just absorbed were likely emanating from that source. Could it be the Heavenly Mountain Sect? I never anticipated that one of the 6 major sects, the Heavenly Mountain Sect, harbored such a colossal secret. Qin Wuyo smiled. There are still some demons within this town. Qin Wuyo resolved to absorb these before heading to the Heavenly Mountain Sect. On the streets, the glint of swords flashed. A woman wielding a longsword was engaged in combat with a demon. The demon before her possessed far greater demonic energy than those Qin Wuyo had previously absorbed. Those were mere wisps of energy, devoid of form. Yet this demon had solidified into a formidable entity. With bull-like horns and a towering, muscular frame, it unleashed a punch of unimaginable power, which the woman narrowly evaded, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Feeling a shiver of trepidation, the woman realized this creature was nearly at the level of a master. With a fierce shout, she unleashed a flurry of sharp sword chi, striking the bull demon. But it merely resonated with a metallic clang against its resilient body. The bull demon laughed heartily. Human girl, do you know of the bull demon massacre that occurred 2 centuries ago in the Great Qin dynasty? I do not, she replied. 200 years ago, a bull demon emerged from Black Bull Mountain, reaching the mastery level, claiming the mountain as its own and preying upon humans as sustenance, declaring itself the Black Bull King. Thousands of humans perished at its hands, devoured, and it even unleashed a plague known as the bullpox. Anyone afflicted endured unimaginable agony with extreme contagion. It spread tenfold, 100-fold. Before long, an entire city could be infected. The reign of the Black Bull King turned a county in Great Qin into a living hell. Although he was eventually slain, the fear he instilled lingered for years, and I was born from that fear. The bull demon declared with a laugh. Is it fear that births demons? The woman, upon hearing this, felt a chill of dread wash over her. If what he said were true, then surely the world is teeming with demons. Glancing at the bull demon, its malevolence palpable, she realized her attacks were ineffective. The fear within her swelled. The bull demon's eyes gleamed with delight as he inhaled deeply, absorbing the intangible essence of her fear. Delicious. This is why I have not killed you swiftly. He grinned. He relished the fear, for it was sustenance for demons, just as humans require food. He continued his assault, delivering powerful blows. The woman struggled to withstand his might, retreating step by step. The bull demon, sensing something unusual, chuckled. To endure this many strikes against me is impossible for one of your level. It seems your cultivation method is rather extraordinary. At that moment, a figure approached slowly from a distance. The sound of footsteps echoed on the cold, silent street, drawing the attention of both the bull demon and the woman. A man clad in black strolled forth, exuding no overwhelming aura, yet anyone daring to walk these demon-infested streets was surely no ordinary individual. Oh, another self-important hero has arrived? The bull demon scoffed. He directed a wave of terrifying demonic energy towards Qin Wuyo, yet the latter remained unfazed, merely casting a glance in his direction. Kneel. Qin Wuyo spoke calmly. Bang. The once imposing bull demon felt an unyielding weight crash upon him, forcing him to his knees, powerless to resist. Now, it was the bull demon who trembled with fear. You, he stuttered, unable to articulate a complete thought before Qin Wuyo's hand pointed at him. A powerful force enveloped the bull demon, and the demonic energy within him was uncontrollably siphoned away, his entire being vanishing without a trace. The essence of a demon is formed from the negative emotions of living beings combined with demonic energy. As Qin Wuyo consumed the latter, the absence of the negative emotions caused them to dissipate, leaving no remnants. No corpse remained. It saved the trouble of corpse retrieval. This form of demonism is rather eco-friendly. Qin Wuyo mused. The woman gazed at Qin Wuyo, astonished. The bull demon, whom she could not harm despite her utmost effort, was effortlessly eliminated by this man with a mere gesture. What level of mastery is this? A grandmaster? She dared not be negligent, clasping her hands in gratitude. I am Lu Qing. I thank you for saving my life. Are you here as a righteous warrior to vanquish the demons? Righteous warrior? One could say that. Qin Wuyo chuckled lightly, as he was indeed here for the demons. May I ask your name? Qin Wuyo. Qin. What? Lu Qing's pupils constricted in shock. Chapter 89. Qin Wuyo ascends Mount Tian. Upon hearing the name Qin Wuyo, Lu Qing's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of horror evident in her eyes. She fervently hoped she had misheard. Otherwise, she felt that she had truly encountered a stroke of misfortune, an ill fate that had knocked at her door. Qin Wuyo smiled as he repeated his name, while Lu Qing gazed at him in terror. The madman Qin Wuyo. Qin Wuyo nodded slightly, confirming her fears. It was over. She had barely escaped one calamity, only to plunge into another. Compared to the previous formidable demon, there was no doubt that Qin Wuyo was far more terrifying. casting a shadow over the entire realm of Deqian. Countless martial artists trembled at the mere mention of his name. Seeing Lu Qing's terrified expression, Qin Wuyo's lips curled into a slight smile. He mused to himself that he did not believe he appeared so fearsome. As he observed her fear, a sudden thought struck him. Demons were born from the negative emotions of all living beings, amalgamated into the demon realm. The fear of the Black Bull King had given rise to the Bull Demon. Now, the fear surrounding him, Qin Wuyo, was it possible that one day a demon would emerge from the collective dread he inspired? He found the idea intriguing, curious about the nature of a demon born from his own terror. Are you here to absorb my power? Lu Qing asked, her complexion pale as she regarded him. Qin Wuyo glanced at her, dismissing her with a wave. You are far too weak for me to consider. Lu Qing laughed bitterly at herself. I suppose I should be grateful that I am not strong enough. Qin Wuyo continued. You cultivate the Supreme Sage's imperial skill, do you not? How do you know? She replied, startled. This technique is of my own creation. Naturally, I am aware of it. Lu Qing's pupils trembled slightly as she recalled the rumors. It was said that all the martial arts of the realm today originated from a single individual, Qin Wuyo. However, such a claim was too fantastical. Only a select few believed it to be true, while the majority preferred to think these texts were the work of many or derived from some ancient sect seeking to benefit humanity. The rumors were too unbelievable. Yet, hearing Qin Wuyo admit it outright left Lu Qing astonished. As for whether he was lying, she felt someone of his caliber had no need to deceive her. She pondered. I acquired this Supreme Sage's imperial skill before the celestial martial arts spread. Do you know Yanbei, the two-hued sword demon? Yes, he acknowledged. I traveled with him for a time and visited the Imperial Gate. It is rumored that you and Yanbei destroyed the Imperial Gate together. Were you friends? Friends? Qin Wuyo chuckled, shaking his head. I think too highly of him. We merely traveled together for a while. I do not consider him a friend. His power was absorbed by me. I killed him. Is that so? Lu Qing replied, surprised. No wonder the skill is in your possession. Qin Wuyo merely nodded, saying nothing further. Do you not wish to know why? There is nothing to inquire about. In this world of martial arts, killings occur daily. His death is hardly surprising, Qin Wuyo remarked. Lu Qing studied him. Despite his occasional smile, he seemed indifferent, as though he held no regard for the world around him. Such a person was truly frightening. You did not come here to slay demons, did you? Lu Qing speculated. You do not strike me as someone who cares for the common people. Even if you were to save them, it would not be out of any sense of justice. Qin Wuyo nodded slightly, indeed. I am here solely for the treasures atop Mount Tian. He cast his gaze toward the distant peaks before striding forward, intending to pass through the town. As he moved, an invisible force emanated from him, gradually enveloping the surroundings. The demons hovering above the town were devoured one by his power. Soon, the demons within the town were entirely eradicated. Lu Qing followed closely behind, her eyes wide with astonishment at his remarkable prowess. Upon leaving the town, Qin Wuyo turned to Lu Qing, speaking softly. Why do you follow me? Because I, too, wish to go to Mount Tian. Are you not afraid I will absorb your power? Yes, but you said I am too weak for you to bother. Huh, you possess commendable potential. Given time, you may ascend to the realm of celestial beings. Should we meet again then, I will not hold back. Lu Qing fell silent. If I do become a celestial being, I will do my utmost to avoid you. Then it shall depend on your luck, Qin Wuyo replied, dismissing her as he continued towards Mount Tian. As he approached the mountain, the temperature around him gradually dropped. Despite the bright sun shining outside, Mount Tian was shrouded in frost and chill. Only a celestial phenomenon can affect the climate of a region. Qin Wuyo pondered, realizing that there must be celestial beings among the Tianshan sect. He extended his senses, resonating with the spiritual energy of the world, yet aside from the overwhelming demonic energy, he sensed no other celestial presence. It appeared the weather had another cause altogether. His curiosity about the secrets hidden atop Mount Tian deepened. Atop the mountain, the remaining masters of Deqian gathered. Among them were Chun Yun of the Imperial Guard, the elder of the Tianshan sect, the Snow Fairy, Lu Ruhan, the leader of the Dragon Riders, and the Mei Valley couple who had remained hidden for decades. Even before Qin Wuyo's rise, these individuals would have been considered top-tier experts in the martial world. The elder of Tianshan gazed at the assembled crowd, lamenting, how can it be that in such a vast martial realm, only we masters remain? It is said the martial world of Deqiu is equally grim, with most experts dead or wounded, and the mightiest among them rendered powerless. Lu Ruhan remarked, though few masters remain, my partner and I have emerged to witness a new generation of talents rising. The elder from Mei Valley stated, it is foreseeable that in a few years, masters will sprout like bamboo shoots after rain. Shen Yun's expression was complex. Indeed, in a few years, those masters will emerge in droves. But by then, it seems it will also be time for Qin Wuyo to reap his rewards. Enough of that. Let us discuss how to deal with the demon lair. The elder of Tianshan urged. At the mention of the demon lair, the atmosphere grew tense. Is it true that only celestial beings can repair the seals of the demon lair? The elder from Mei Valley asked. Yes, the elder of Tianshan nodded. The sect leader has secluded himself to comprehend the highest levels of the profound ice technique, aiming to break through to the realm of celestial beings. We do not know if he has succeeded. As he spoke, a voice echoed in the hall, and an elder slowly entered, revealing himself as the leader of the Tian Shan sect. I have failed. Upon hearing this, the faces of the gathered crowd shifted. The elder of Tian Shan sank into despair. Is it truly the will of heaven to extinguish our Tian Shan sect? No, there is still hope. The master of the Tian Shan sect spoke, then turned to gaze upon the grand hall. The assembly followed his line of sight and beheld an individual, clad in a long robe adorned with cloud patterns on a black background, exuding an imposing presence, as if embodying the depths of the abyss and the heights of the mountains, ascending the slope with measured grace. Chapter 90. Elder, do not be impetuous. Qin Wuyo ascended the heavenly mountain at a leisurely pace, while a crowd observed him with expressions ranging from confusion to astonishment, and others with a complex demeanor. The diversity of their reactions amused Qin Wuyo, though the onlookers found little humor in the situation. The two elders from Meigu exchanged glances filled with horror, their minds consumed with a singular thought. How on earth did this person manage to scale the mountain without us noticing? The elder from Heavenly Mountain harbored a trace of perplexity as he contemplated the identity of this individual. Why was he regarded by the sect's master as the potential turning point in the current crisis? Shen Yun's eyes reflected a mix of emotions. He recognized Qin Wuyo, having encountered him several times before, and each meeting seemed to be less than pleasant. The first time, Qin Wuyo assisted him in vanquishing the Qimei Tower. A commendable act, yet shortly thereafter, he witnessed the man slay a deputy commander before his very eyes. On the second occasion, within the royal palace, Qin Wuyo stormed in and killed the third prince. Shen Yun could do nothing but watch helplessly. During their third encounter at the Wuliang sect, he had knelt alongside Emperor Qian and the crown prince, beseeching Qin Wuyo to intervene and repel the forces of the Great Shu army. Now, they were set to meet for the fourth time, and the outcome remained uncertain. He could only hope for a favorable turn of events. The sect master of Heavenly Mountain regarded Qin Wuyo and clasped his hands in greeting. You must be the illustrious Qin Wuyo, renowned across the realm. While others failed to discern Qin Wuyo's cultivation level, the sect master, nearing the realm of celestial beings, sensed something profound. Recognizing Qin Wuyo as a celestial being himself was both astonishing and unprecedented, as no other such young celestial being existed in the contemporary world. At the mere mention of Qin Wuyo's name, the crowd felt an overwhelming sense of dread. They were all too familiar with the tales surrounding him, which had spread like wildfire throughout the realm, each tale more harrowing than the last. Qin Wuyo smiled faintly, directing his gaze toward the sect master. Indeed, I am he. It seems you possess a discerning eye, but your companions appear less than welcoming. His gaze swept over the two elders from Meigu, Lu Ruhan, and the elder from Heavenly Mountain. Ah, so you are the infamous Qin Wuyo, whose cultivation has reached celestial heights. My wife and I have secluded ourselves for decades, striving to attain the celestial realm, yet we have failed to make any progress. Now, encountering a celestial being like yourself, we implore you to impart some wisdom upon us. With a hearty laugh, the elder from Meigu lunged toward Qin Wuyo, eyes ablaze with fervor, eager to glimpse the mysteries of celestial power and discover a breakthrough opportunity. The elder's wife, witnessing her husband's boldness, followed suit without hesitation. Together, they executed a combined attack, one forceful and the other gentle, each complementing the other, embodying the delicate balance of yin and yang. This was the yin-yang harmony formation of the Meigu elders. The elder from Heavenly Mountain and Apos' gaze flickered as he remarked on the profound intricacies of their formation, noting that only those with a harmonious connection could wield it to its fullest potential. After decades of partnership, the Meigu elders were the only ones capable of fully manifesting this technique. Even against several grandmasters, their combined might would be formidable. However, the subsequent events left the onlookers in shock. As the Meigu elders launched their assault, striving to grasp the essence of celestial power, they found themselves overwhelmed by the aura emanating from Qin Wuyo, which summoned the very spirit of the heavens and earth, creating a massive and oppressive force akin to a mountain descending upon them. Their bodies trembled, and within mere moments, they were crushed to the ground, faces etched with terror. Before Qin Wuyo, they could not even hope to engage him. Did I grant you permission to seek my guidance? At your age, must you still act so rashly? Showing such disrespect for your elders? Qin Wuyo remarked nonchalantly, raising a hand to unleash his absorption technique. The elders found themselves drawn uncontrollably toward him, their inner energies being siphoned away completely. You too, at this advanced age, your vitality has waned, and your potential depleted. Even with your esteemed skills, breakthroughs to celestial status elude you. Rather than allow your powers to fade into the earth, it is better to bestow them upon me. The Meigu elders lay on the ground in utter horror. The rumors were true. This fiend could indeed absorb one's power. Are you all right, my dear? The elder asked. I'm fine. And you? I'm fine, but my cultivation is gone. Oh, fate has dealt us a cruel hand. We should not have ventured into the world. They lamented their plight. Yet, Qin Wuyo paid them no mind, instead striding toward the sect master and his companions, with Lu Qing following closely behind. She witnessed the Meigu elders utterly drained of their power and felt a shiver run down her spine. Even the elderly were not spared. He was indeed terrifying. Within the great hall of the Heavenly Mountain sect, the remaining masters of the Dacian dynasty watched Qin Wuyo approach, their faces paling and bodies tensing. Though he did not exude an overwhelming aura, the recent display had instilled a sense of dread among them. Some even felt an urge to flee. Yet they understood all too well that escape was futile. Chen Yun placed a hand on his sword's hilt, preparing for potential confrontation, but recalling Qin Wuyo's might. He could only chuckle bitterly and let his hand drop. In the face of such power, even a tenfold increase in his strength would prove meaningless. Qin, wherever you go, chaos and bloodshed seem to follow, offering little respite, he remarked. Qin Wuyo frowned slightly. Let us not indulge in such fanciful talk. I have not taken a life. Not taken a life? Merely absorbing their cultivation is perhaps worse than death for most warriors, Chen Yun replied. Or do you wish to witness me kill someone? Qin Wuyo's tone was cool. At this, Chen Yun trembled and stuttered. I did not say that, Qin. Let us maintain a peaceful discourse. I believe I have been quite amicable. You were the one to cast aspersions upon me. I was wrong. Qin, you possess great magnanimity. Please do not take offense. Very well. Qin Wuyo nodded slightly before turning his attention to the sect master. I wish to uncover the source of the dark energy plaguing your sect. Of course. The sect master replied, nodding. He then glanced at the Meigu elders, instructing his disciples to escort them to rest. He proceeded to elucidate the origin of this dark energy. Have you all heard of the demon abyss? Unfamiliarity flickered across several faces. Demons exist in this world, hailing from the demon realm. And the demon abyss serves as a conduit or junction connecting to it. Once a demon enters the abyss, they can no longer return to their realm. They are compelled to venture into the mortal world. Upon hearing this, Qin Wuyo's eyes gleamed with intrigue. He had initially assumed the demon abyss was a two-way passage, contemplating the possibility of entering it to explore the so-called demon realm. To his dismay, he learned it was a one-way portal. A hint of disappointment washed over him. Chapter 91. The 9th level of the Xianbing art is achieved. Within the Tianshan sect, there exists a demon lair. Centuries ago, our ancestors ventured to this place, only to encounter the seal of the demon lair being broken. The demons within sought to invade the human realm. Our forebear engaged in a fierce battle with the mightiest demon, sacrificing his own lifespan to inflict significant damage upon it. He then employed the Xianbing art to reseal the lair and establish the Tianshan sect thereafter. Since then, every generation of sect leaders and elders has practiced the Xianbing art to maintain the integrity of the seal. However, as time passed, the demon that had been severely wounded by our ancestor gradually regained its strength. We can no longer suppress it with our current power. Recently, the Demon King struck, damaging the seal, and although we managed to intervene in time, numerous demons managed to escape. This is the reason we have summoned you all here. The breach of the Xianbing seal is irreparable. Now, we must unite our strength to confront the hordes of demons. Should they enter the world, it will lead to a cataclysm for humanity. The Tianshan sect leader spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present grew solemn. The sect leader turned to Qin Wuyo, saying, among us, Brother Qin possesses the greatest strength. If anyone can confront the Demon King, it is you. Qin Wuyo replied calmly. You mentioned that only the Xianbing art can repair the seal, correct? Indeed, came the answer. Show me that technique. That is the highest secret art of our Tianshan sect. The elder hesitated to refuse. However, the sect leader raised a hand to stop him. It is permissible, not only the Xianbing art, but if Brother Qin can halt this calamity, I would willingly offer my entire power without regret. Qin Wuyo smiled gently. Very well, I shall take you at your word. But not now. Allow me to first observe the Xianbing seal. Agreed. The Tianshan sect leader led everyone to the rear mountain, where the demon suppression cliff was located. At the base of the cliff, a massive ice mountain loomed before a cave, already riddled with cracks, from which a malevolent energy seeped forth. The sect leader approached and unleashed a chilling stream of true energy, which fell upon the ice mountain, mending its fractures somewhat, though it could not restore it completely. This is the limit of my abilities, the sect leader remarked. Within the ice mountain's demon lair, piercing cries echoed. Tianshan sect, you cannot contain us for long. Soon, we shall be free. The cacophony of the demons' wails sent shivers down the spines of those present. Even without seeing the number of demons within, they could sense the overwhelming, boiling malevolence emanating from the lair, a power beyond their comprehension. If unleashed, not only the Tianshan sect, but the entire Dacian would likely face destruction. Truly terrifying. If these demons emerge, it will indeed be a calamity for the world. As fear took root in their hearts, the demons grew increasingly exhilarated. They are frightened. I can smell their fear. Ha! How delightful. The demons reveled in their excitement. At that moment, some among them sensed something and turned their gaze to Qin Wuyo. Why? Why does this person not fear us at all? I sense an intense desire from him. Is it hunger? He seems to regard us as food. He is more like a demon than we are. Deep within the ice mountain lair, in a realm of dark crimson, a demon dressed in a flowing red robe, handsome in visage, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze pierced through the ice mountain and landed upon Qin Wuyo. A celestial. Another celestial. Time had passed, yet the human realm had birthed such a young celestial. This demon was the strongest within the lair, the Blood Demon King. He regarded Qin Wuyo thoughtfully. Outside the ice mountain, the others looked at Qin Wuyo with a hint of peculiarity. The demons claimed he felt no fear, only hunger. Indeed, he was a madman. Chen Yun was struck with shock, recalling Qin Wuyo's past deeds. This man sought to use all living beings as sustenance. It seemed he even included the demons. How intriguing. Qin Wuyo gazed at the demon lair, chuckling softly, sensing an immensely powerful malevolence. This force far surpassed that of the other demons. It was even more formidable than King Longzi. It was likely the Demon King the sect leader had mentioned, and it appeared that the Demon King's power had not fully returned yet, still subtly growing. He then turned his attention to the ice mountain. This ice mountain was a manifestation of some martial art. It was the source of the Tianshan sect and Apos' unique climate. The one who unleashed it was undoubtedly a formidable figure at the celestial phenomenon realm, perhaps even at the pinnacle of that realm. Otherwise, even with descendants continuously infusing true energy, such martial arts would not influence the climate of a region for centuries. The Xianbing art. I find myself even more curious about this technique, Qin Wuyo mused. He did not linger within the demon lair, but departed, intending to study the Xianbing art in the Tianshan sect's library. Seeing him leave, the others also took their leave, reconvening in the main hall to discuss strategies. I will report to the emperor and request a large army to assist the Tianshan sect in suppressing the demon lair, Chen Yun stated gravely. Although unsure of how much a regular army could contribute, having more people was always beneficial. I have several friends in other dynasties. I have sent word inviting them to come. After all, this concerns the calamity of the world. However, the journey is long, and I cannot predict when they will arrive. Lu Ruhan added. Lu Qing also spoke. Though my strength may not match yours, I am willing to do my part. Many demon-slaying warriors have come as well. I have contacted them to join us in the mountains. We shall see how many we can gather. Thank you all. The Tianshan sect leader bowed in gratitude. Where is Qin Wuyo? Someone inquired. He is in the library of our Tianshan sect, studying martial arts. At a time like this, he is still studying martial arts? Is it truly possible to master the 9th level of the Xianbing art in such a short time? The Tianshan elder scoffed, not believing such a feat was possible. While Qin Wuyo was indeed powerful, mastering a technique required not only cultivation but also understanding, compatibility with the technique, physical constitution, and various other factors. They had practiced the Xianbing art for decades without succeeding in comprehending the 9th level. Could he truly achieve it in just a few days? Even if Qin Wuyo was a celestial, they were reluctant to believe it. Would that not render their years of cultivation a mere joke? Meanwhile, within the Tianshan sect's library, Qin Wuyo perused the Xianbing art. Soon, a cold aura manifested in his hand, freezing the air around him, causing frost and snow to fall around him. The 9th level of the Xianbing art is achieved. Chapter 92. The Blood Demon King breaks free. The 9th level of the Ice Mystic technique has been achieved. Qin Wuyi gazed at the swirling chill emanating from his hands, a slight smile gracing his lips. This technique was indeed profound. Among the 6 major sects he had practiced, it was undoubtedly the most arcane, surpassing even the Cloud Sky technique. However, it posed no challenge for Qin Wuyi. Furthermore, the Ice Mystic technique was not merely an internal martial art. It was a formidable combat skill, intricately intertwined with elemental transformations. Despite being of the absolute spirit body, he had now ascended to the realm of celestial beings, effortlessly manipulating the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, thus enabling its use. The shackles of the absolute spirit body were now inconsequential to him. Yet, it seemed that the 9th level of the Ice Mystic technique was not its ultimate limit. It could surely ascend even further, Qin Wuyi pondered. After a moment's contemplation, he resumed his analysis of the technique. As time flowed by, 3 days had swiftly passed. On this day, a thunderous roar erupted from the back mountain of the Tianshan sect. The sect leader sensed something amiss, his pupils contracting sharply. This was dire. He hastened toward the demon suppression cliff, with others following closely behind. They beheld a massive fissure in the ice mountain below the cliff, from which a multitude of demons surged forth. The Tianshan sect leader bellowed, unleashing his vital energy toward the ice mountain in an attempt to mend the crack. But it was far too vast, and the demonic energy pouring forth was overwhelmingly potent, rendering his efforts futile. In mere moments, his vital energy was overwhelmed by the demonic force. He suffered a backlash, spitting out blood, his complexion paling drastically, just as Elder Tianshan, Shuexian, and Xinyun arrived. They gazed at the surging demons, their expressions shifting dramatically. They sprang into action. With a swift motion, Xinyun wielded his blade, executing an unparalleled technique that felled several demons. Lu Ruhan raised her sword, her technique sharp and lethal, piercing through multiple demons. The younger warriors like Lu Qing, adept in their own arts, managed to fend off some of the demons. Yet, there were simply too many. The tide of demons pouring from the abyss was relentless, akin to a black flood. The demons they vanquished were merely the tip of the iceberg, insignificant in the grand scheme. Master, we shall lend you our strength. Elder Tianshan, Shuexian, and several other elders declared, channeling their own ice mystic energy into the sect leader. With a mighty shout, the Tianshan sect leader struck again, invoking the 9th level of the ice mystic technique. Snow falls upon the world, ice seals 1,000 miles. As his ice mystic energy surged, it stirred the spiritual energies of heaven and earth into a frenzy. Snowflakes began to drift around them, and a terrifying chill erupted from his palms, descending upon the fractured ice mountain, forcefully sealing the rift once more. Exhausted, the Tianshan sect leader and the others collapsed onto the ground, their foreheads slick with cold sweat. With our combined efforts, we managed to invoke the 9th level of the ice mystic technique, stabilizing the seal for the time being, the Tianshan sect leader remarked. A collective sigh of relief swept through them. Now, they merely needed to eliminate the demons that had escaped. Chen Yun, gripping his blade, surveyed the demons around him. Although numerous, fortunately, few possessed significant strength. They were capable of handling the situation. But just then, a surge of black-red demonic energy erupted from the abyss, shattering the painstakingly repaired ice mountain. With a thunderous explosion, the centuries-old ice mountain disintegrated into countless fragments. The demonic energy, like a torrential flood, surged forth. From within the maelstrom of energy, a striking figure clad in a blood-red robe emerged, surrounded by countless demons bowing in reverence to his presence. This was none other than the King of the Abyss, the Blood Demon King. The incomplete 9th level of the Ice Mystic technique is utterly defenseless before me, the Blood Demon King remarked coolly. A chilling, horrific aura enveloped them, as if they were submerged in a sea of blood. The onlookers felt their bodies stiffen. In the face of such overwhelming presence, they lacked the courage to strike. The disparity was insurmountable, so vast that even standing before him was an exertion of all their strength. How could they possibly confront such terror? Mere glances revealed to them that the Blood Demon King was an entity they could never hope to defeat. Chen Yun swallowed hard, recognizing him as the second being to evoke such a sense of despair within him. As for the first, at that moment, a wave of frigid air swept from behind them. It was the essence of the Ice Mystic technique. A figure approached slowly, adorned in a black robe patterned with cloud motifs, a subtle smile upon his face, exuding a commanding presence. His aura pulsated as frigid energy radiated outward, freezing the ground beneath him inch by inch, while the surrounding air crystallized into frost and snow, turning nearby demons into ice sculptures upon contact. Chen Yun glanced at him, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. This was the first being to instill a sense of dread within him. Qin Wui. At that moment, he had never been more grateful for his presence. This aura, the 9th level of the Ice Mystic technique. The Tianshan sect leader and Apos, S pupils dilated. He was aware that Qin Wui had been studying this technique over the past few days. Yet, he could scarcely believe that Qin Wui had truly comprehended it to the 9th level in such a brief span. He actually mastered the 9th level of the Ice Mystic technique? How was this possible? A feat that had eluded them for decades, he accomplished in mere days? It was utterly inconceivable. Even Elder Tianshan was bewildered. This scene was beyond comprehension for him. The Blood Demon King turned his gaze toward Qin Wui, his crimson eyes swirling with the essence of a blood sea, exuding palpable killing intent. I never anticipated that another would achieve the 9th level of the Ice Mystic technique in this realm. The last time, even the Tianshan ancestor expended his lifespan and spared no effort to seal us within this abyss. But now, I am far more formidable than before. Young man, you cannot hope to seal us again. Qin Wui replied with a serene smile. Who said I came here to seal you? I am here to devour you. With that, he raised his hand, activating the devouring technique, absorbing the demonic energy from the ice-ensnared demons around him. Even those not ensnared by ice were affected. The Blood Demon King and Apos, SK sharpened. Oh, an intriguing technique. He stabilized his own demonic energy, then in a flash, like a blood-hued specter, he appeared before Qin Wui, delivering a powerful strike. The force transformed into a crimson sea of blood, surging downward. The onslaught was overwhelming, suffused with a chilling malevolence. Qin Wui also unleashed a strike. Their palms collided, producing a resounding boom as the ground beneath them instantly caved in, creating a massive pit. The surging waves of energy spread out like a cataclysmic tsunami. The entire Tianshan trembled. Seeing this, the Tianshan sect leaders and Apos, faces paled in alarm. Retreat quickly. In such a battle, even spectating posed a risk to their lives. Chapter 93, The Battle Against the Blood Demon King. The might that shakes heaven and earth. Retreat swiftly. The Tianshan sect leader bellowed, urging everyone to withdraw at once. However, their retreat was somewhat sluggish, and a surging wave of formidable energy sent them flying, causing those with slightly lesser cultivation to cough up blood. They gazed in shock at the distant battlefield, overwhelmed by the terrifying power. What a dreadful force. We are hardly even qualified to approach. Thankfully, we retreated quickly. Otherwise, one misstep could have resulted in our annihilation. Truly, these are two monstrous beings. No, that is not sufficient, the Tianshan sect leader declared. Immediately instruct everyone to descend the mountain. We cannot linger here on Tian Shan. The power of these two is likely beyond our comprehension. Every moment we remain here increases our peril. We must depart at once. Leader, could this be an exaggeration? An elder from Tian Shan interjected. We are still several hundred zhang away. Is it not permissible to witness the clash of celestial beings from here? As soon as he finished speaking, they beheld the clash of energies between Qin Wuyo and the Blood Demon King, which erupted into a red and blue pillar of light soaring into the sky. The blue aura, emanating from Qin Wuyo's Xianbing technique, contrasted sharply with the red mist of the Blood Demon King's demonic energy. The pillar ascended and then exploded in the air, releasing an energy that cascaded down like a rain of meteors or colossal hailstones, pummeling the ground and creating numerous craters. Even from several hundred zhang away, they were affected by the shockwave. Most alarmingly, the power of Qin Wuyo and the Blood Demon King continued to escalate, seemingly without end. Their presence sent the spiritual energies of the world into a frenzy, akin to an ocean ravaged by a tempest, unleashing terrifying waves that threatened to crush anyone in proximity. The sky darkened, and the earth trembled. The Tianshan elder felt a chill run down his spine and screamed, "Retreat." The others, now devoid of any doubts, hastily complied. The two combatants existed on an entirely different plane, as if they belonged to disparate realms. The power of martial artists could indeed reach such staggering heights. To invoke changes in the very fabric of the universe, it was beyond comprehension. What distinguished them from deities? As they descended the mountain, they cast glances at the swirling demonic and icy energies, feeling like mere mortals who had stumbled into a divine battle. Their only concern was to escape. Watching this, forget it. Preserving our lives is of utmost importance. On their way down, Chun Yun, Lu Qing, the Tianshan sect leader, and the others suddenly sensed an even more potent aura from afar, the overwhelming force causing the entire Tianshan to tremble violently, as if the majestic mountain itself were on the verge of splitting apart. Their hearts raced, and they quickened their pace. Monsters, truly monsters, they murmured. As the ancient said, with strength that can uproot mountains and seas, chasing stars and moons. Surely, this must have been intended to describe such celestial beings. They hastened down the mountain. Upon reaching the base, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, gazing back at the quaking Tianshan and the falling rocks and debris, the Tianshan elder gulped nervously. Should we perhaps retreat even further? Agreed. Everyone nodded in unison. They retreated several more li, yet even at this distance, they could still feel the tremors from afar. Tianshan, Demon Suppression Cliff. Qin Wuyo and the Blood Demon King exchanged a palm strike, devoid of any flashy techniques. It was the purest and most ferocious clash of foundational power. Their palms met without separation, yet their energies continued to escalate, creating two distinct realms around them. Behind one, a scene of ice and snow prevailed, embodying the harshness of winter. Behind the other, blood surged and malevolence flowed, resembling a hellish realm. The escalating energies from both sides generated waves of residual force that rippled outward, tearing apart the surrounding demons and preventing them from approaching. The Blood Demon King, observing the extraordinarily youthful yet unfathomably deep-rooted Qin Wuyo, whose essence seemed as if he had cultivated for centuries, was taken aback. It is incomprehensible that such a monster has emerged in the mortal realm. The vastness of the world is filled with wonders. Your understanding is limited. Qin Wuyo replied with a faint smile. Humph. The Blood Demon King scoffed, intensifying his demonic energy. Qin Wuyo likewise augmented his true energy. The two powers erupted in their palms, shattering the stalemate of their foundational clash, each one being forced back. However, Qin Wuyo retreated 5 steps, while the Blood Demon King only staggered back 3 steps. Seeing this, the Blood Demon King's eyes gleamed. You have retreated 2 steps more than I. And those 2 steps signify the disparity in our foundations. Qin Wuyo smiled. I am afraid I am still unfamiliar with this Xianbing technique, having only recently mastered it. With that, he placed his hand upon the hilt of the long K at his waist. Shall we try something different? As he spoke, the long K was drawn from its sheath. An aura of terrifying slaughter emanated forth as he unleashed a strike, the blade of abandonment, carrying a murderous intent even more fearsome than that of the Blood Demon King. The astonishing attack caused the Blood Demon King's pupils to constrict slightly. He let out a low growl, and his demonic energy surged, instantly forming a blood-red demonic blade, the Blood Demon Technique, Blood Blade slaying for 1,000 miles. As he swung down, the demonic energy transformed into a colossal blade of destruction. In the instant of their clash, the entire Demon Suppression Cliff was cleaved apart. The blade's energy surged upward, splitting the clouds as if the very sky were being torn asunder. Yet, beneath the onslaught of the blade's energy, Qin Wuyo did not retreat even a single step. In contrast, the Blood Demon King staggered back a full 5 steps before barely regaining his footing. Those 5 steps represented the true gap between them. The Blood Demon King's pupils trembled slightly. Through this exchange, he felt an overwhelming dread. What terrifying mastery of true energy. What an astonishing blade technique. This individual's power surpassed that of the celestial ancestors of yore. Though he had surpassed the past, Qin Wuyo too had surpassed the ancient Tianshan ancestor. This battle instilled in the Blood Demon King a pressure more intense than that of previous encounters. As Qin Wuyo glanced at the Blood Demon King, he unexpectedly made a surprising move. Slowly, he sheathed the long K and said coolly, "It seems I need not wield a blade to deal with you. The Xianbing technique will suffice. You underestimate me." The Blood Demon King furrowed his brow, gripping the blood-red blade of condensed demonic energy tightly before launching a rapid strike towards Qin Wuyo. Yet, Qin Wuyo unleashed the Xianbing technique, his entire being enveloped in an icy aura, summoning the boundless power of wind and snow with every gesture. Amidst this, a natural force of wind and snow surged forth. This was a technique reserved for those in the realm of celestial phenomena. The 9th level of the Xianbing technique was executed with exquisite precision, and the endless tempest of wind and snow spread in all directions, relentlessly freezing the surrounding demons. The entire demon suppression cliff transformed into a realm of ice and snow. Within this frozen landscape, the Blood Demon King wielded his blade, cleaving through the snowstorm with ferocious and ruthless strikes, each aimed at Qin Wuyo and Apos as vital points, seeking to claim his life. However, every single blow was effortlessly countered by Qin Wuyo. Whether through blocking, evading, or deflecting, Qin Wuyo dismantled each attack, leaving the Blood Demon King unable to gain any advantage. This individual's strength surpasses that of the Tianshan ancestor. His Xianbing technique is even more astonishing. At this rate, we may very well find ourselves re-encased in ice by his 9th level of the Xianbing technique. I must resort to that technique. Demons, aid me. The Blood Demon King roared. From behind him, the demon lair erupted with howling demonic energy as a throng of demons surged forth. Chapter 94, the 10th level of the Xianbing Ju. All demons, assist me. With a thunderous roar from the Blood Demon King, a multitude of demons surged forth behind him. An overwhelming tide of demonic energy continuously flowed into the Blood Demon King's body, causing his power to surge dramatically. He raised his long blade high, and a blood-red aura shot skyward, gradually coalescing into a massive crimson blade silhouette. The mere radiance emanating from this strike carved deep gashes into the ground around him. The force of this blow was earth-shattering, as if it could cleave through anything. Throughout the years, I have been confined within this demon lair, pondering over my defeat by the Tianshan ancestor. If I were to encounter such a formidable opponent again, would we be able to break free from this demonic seal? After much introspection, I finally devised a secret technique, which I have named the 10,000 Demons Slash, harnessing the power of myriad demons to rend the heavens and shatter the earth. Even if 10 Tianshan ancestors stood before me, I could strike them down with a single blow. The Blood Demon King declared coldly. Layers of demonic energy enveloped him, accumulating relentlessly. The terrifying might locked onto Qin Wuyo completely. Qin Wuyo observed this and smiled lightly. Indeed, I have not toiled as you have. After several days of contemplation, I have also devised a technique. It is the 10th level of Xianbing Ju. This technique possesses considerable strength. Let us put it to the test against you. As his words fell, an intense chill erupted from him, far surpassing its previous might. This was merely the initial burst of the cold energy. Yet the Blood Demon King could sense its power rising as Qin Wuyo channeled his true energy. The Blood Demon King let out a low growl, deciding to strike first. His long blade descended with ferocious might, tearing through the air. In response, Qin Wuyo shouted, 10th level of Xianbing Ju. Boom. Boundless cold energy surged outward, freezing the blade aimed at his head upon contact. Ultimately, the blade and Apos' aura halted 3 inches from Qin Wuyo and Apos' forehead, completely immobilized in midair. The terrifying chill continued to spread wildly, exuding a frigid aura that instilled despair in all living beings. The Blood Demon King was taken aback, attempting to flee. But it was too late. He and the countless demons behind him, along with the entire demon lair, became enveloped in the cold, frozen solid, and immobilized. Not only the demon lair, but the spreading cold reached throughout the Tianshan. The entire Tianshan transformed into a colossal iceberg. The sect leaders of Tianshan, several miles away, sensed a chilling aura permeating the air. Upon witnessing the massive iceberg emitting icy vapors, their pupils quivered slightly, overwhelmed by disbelief. The Tianshan ancestor had only sealed the demon-suppressing cliff in the past, yet now, Qin Wuyo had managed to freeze the entire Tianshan. What a terrifying chill. The potency of this cold energy surely surpassed even the 9th level of Xianbing Ju. One of the Tianshan leaders remarked. After a prolonged silence, the crowd advanced towards the demon-suppressing cliff. As they stepped into Tianshan, they felt a sudden chill, as if the intense cold sought to siphon away their body heat. They hastily circulated their true energy to shield themselves. The closer they approached the demon-suppressing cliff, the more intense the cold became. Warriors below the master level turned pale and could not venture any closer, ultimately retreating. Only the Tianshan leaders and a few grandmasters made it to the demon-suppressing cliff, and the sight that met their eyes was unforgettable. Within the heart of the immense iceberg sat Qin Wuyo, cross-legged, surrounded by demons, including the Blood Demon King, who appeared to be trying to escape. However, it was too late, as they were all frozen solid. The lair, thick with demonic energy, was also encased in ice, rendering all demons silent and motionless. Is Qin Wuyo, along with the Blood Demon King, still alive? One of the Tianshan elders inquired. They could no longer sense the presence of Qin Wuyo or the Blood Demon King, once capable of stirring the heavens and altering the clouds with their every move. They now seemed lifeless, frozen within the iceberg. Could it be that Qin Wuyo ultimately perished alongside the Blood Demon King, using Xianbingju, just like the ancestor of old? The second elder of Tianshan, Shuexian, remarked with a hint of admiration in her eyes. The situation remains unclear. Although we cannot perceive their presence, it does not imply they are dead, the Tianshan leader replied. He then struck the iceberg with his palm, only to find his energy dissipate upon impact, leaving the iceberg untouched, not even a tiny crack. Its resilience surpassed that of the previous seal. The iceberg cannot be broken. We should depart, the Tianshan leader declared. Indeed. The chill here is far too intense. If we linger, even we risk frostbite. The others nodded slightly and subsequently left. A month later, having recuperated, they returned to the demon-suppressing cliff to investigate. They found the cold still unyielding, yet fewer demons remained within the iceberg. The group exchanged bewildered glances at this development. The Tianshan leader pondered, when demons perish, their bodies dissipate into demonic energy. I understand now. The power of Qin Wuyo and Apos' technique continues to inflict harm upon the demons. Those demons had not truly died. They were merely frozen. But as time passed, they gradually perished. What a terrifying technique. To freeze these demons and then allow them to witness their own demise. Even the 9th level of Xianbingju pales in comparison. This must be the 10th level of Xianbingju. Does the Tianshan sect possess a 10th level? The Tianshan elder asked. I do not know, but the aura of this technique is akin to Xianbingju, yet far more potent. It could very well be considered the 10th level, the Tianshan leader replied, a complex expression crossing his face. The other elders of Tianshan fell into silence, their lifelong studies of Xianbingju yielding no mastery of even the 9th level. While Qin Wuyo had, in just a few days, deduced the 10th level, in comparison, their talents seemed utterly insignificant. Such a prodigious individual, now frozen in this state. Uncertain of his fate, the Tianshan elder shook his head. At that moment, Qin Yun approached slowly, saying, Everyone, His Majesty has arrived. Upon hearing this, the group was taken aback. What could the Emperor of Qian want here? They stepped out to welcome him, dressed in a golden dragon robe. The Emperor emanated an extraordinary aura, exuding the demeanor of a ruler, yet also possessing the air of a martial arts master, leaving the crowd in awe. Clearly, this Emperor was not the inept martial artist rumored. In fact, he seemed to possess considerable prowess. Beside him stood a man in black clothing, possessing an alluring charm despite being male, his heavy makeup rendering him almost ethereal. Upon closer inspection, he exuded the aura of a master. The Tianshan leader found it peculiar. Isn't this the former leader of the Zhenxian sword sect, Li Yundong? What has become of him to appear in such an ambiguous guise? Chapter 95. The Emperor and Apos' command, the leader of the Tianshan sect, found the situation peculiar. The seemingly unskilled Emperor Qian now exuded the aura of a master. Once a formidable figure in the martial world, brimming with masculinity and surrounded by wives and concubines, the leader of the Zhenchuan sword sect had transformed into an androgynous visage. The changes in the martial world were unsettlingly swift. Upon arriving before Emperor Qian, the Tianshan leader bowed respectfully and addressed, Your Majesty. The Emperor nodded slightly, indicating that formalities were unnecessary. This time, I have come to reward you for your efforts in suppressing the demonic calamity, he stated, gesturing to several crates of gold, silver, and jewels that were brought forth, along with a mysterious object veiled in red cloth, likely a plaque. Emperor Qian continued. I have heard from Qin Yun that the Tianshan sect has been severely impacted by the demonic disaster, rendering the entire Tianshan region uninhabitable. Thus, I present these treasures to aid the Tianshan sect in its reconstruction. He then unveiled the object, revealing a plaque inscribed with the words, the greatest sect in the world. You have rendered great service in suppressing the demonic lair and safeguarding the realm. I have personally crafted this plaque for you. In the martial world, the Tianshan sect shall henceforth be held in the highest esteem, proclaimed Emperor Qian. The Tianshan leader gazed at the plaque, a flicker of fervor igniting within his eyes. The title of the greatest sect was an official endorsement, promising an influx of aspirants wishing to join the Tianshan sect. Yet, he shook his head with a wry smile. Your Majesty, we are unworthy of such praise. The recent calamity was not subdued by us, but rather, I have spoken. It is indeed your suppression. Emperor Qian interjected coolly. As for others, I shall not acknowledge them, nor is it necessary for the realm to be aware of this. He continued. A villain who has wrought havoc upon the world suddenly transformed into a savior? Leader, do you find this credible? The people would rather believe that it is the Tianshan sect that has vanquished the Demon King for the sake of the common folk. Upon hearing this, the Tianshan leader fell silent. He looked again at the plaque proclaiming the Tianshan sect as the greatest, and with a slight nod and clasped hands, he replied, In that case, I humbly thank your Majesty for this honor. Indeed, this is as it should be. the emperor said with satisfaction, then added, "Now, take me to the demon-suppressing cliff. I wish to see it." The cold within the demon-suppressing cliff is formidable. Those of weaker cultivation may find it difficult to approach. Should your majesty be harmed, it would be most unfortunate, the Tianshan leader cautioned. I have made progress in my cultivation of the supreme royal art, and this mere cold cannot harm me, the emperor insisted, unwavering in his decision. The Tianshan leader could not dissuade him. He could only acquiesce and led the two towards the demon-suppressing cliff. As they traveled, the Tianshan leader cast a curious glance at Li Yundong. You have undergone quite a transformation, leader Li. Forgive my unremarkable state. However, I am no longer the leader of the Jinchuan sword sect. I am now the director of the Eastern Factory, Li Yundong replied nonchalantly. This revelation sparked contemplation in the Tianshan leader, for he had heard of the Eastern Factory, a newly established government agency comprised of individuals of dubious integrity. His gaze inadvertently shifted downward, prompting a cold glint in Li Yundong and Amp Appos' eyes. Please focus on guiding us, he urged. Forgive my rudeness, the Tianshan leader chuckled lightly. Then resumed leading them towards the demon-suppressing cliff. The closer they drew, the more intense the chill became, although the emperor believed he could endure. By the time they approached the cliff, his complexion had turned pale, frost accumulating on his eyelashes. Despite exerting his utmost to circulate the supreme royal art, he struggled to fend off the bone-chilling cold that seemed intent on seeping into his marrow. He had underestimated the severity of the place. Observing the emperor and Appos' plight, the Tianshan leader stepped closer, channeling his vital energy to bolster the emperor and Amp Appos' defenses against the cold, enabling him to reach the base of the demon-suppressing cliff successfully. There, the emperor beheld the icy mountain, its frigid presence persistent and unyielding, seemingly frozen in time. He also spotted Qin Wuyo meditating within the mountain. The emperor and Appos' gaze hardened. Memories flooding back, how Qin Wuyo had slain his son before his very eyes, and how he had once knelt before the man, pleading for mercy. Li Yunong and Appos' eyes too turned frigid as he regarded Qin Wuyo, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. He recalled how Qin Wuyo had drained his power in the Jinchuan sword sect, and how he had endured pain to practice the sinister sunflower manual for the sake of revenge. Unable to contain his fury, he struck the icy mountain. But his attack dissipated upon contact, proving he lacked even the power to rattle it. Emperor Qian turned to the Tianshan leader and asked, "The ice art is a technique of the Tianshan sect. Leader, you should be more aware of the situation before you. Do you believe this man is dead?" The Tianshan leader shook his head, uncertain. Whether it is the Blood Demon King or Qin Wuyo, their cultivation has surpassed the understanding of mundane martial arts. Their life and death are beyond my speculation. I understand, Emperor Qian mused, then continued. I have heard that the previous leader frequently utilized the ice art to reinforce the sealing power that confined the demon lair. Indeed, the Tianshan leader confirmed. Then it stands to reason that your power could strengthen this icy mountain. I command you to return periodically to reinforce the seal here. For we cannot ascertain whether the demons have truly perished. We must remain vigilant to prevent their return to plague the world, Emperor Qian stated matter-of-factly. The Tianshan leader comprehended the emperor and Appos' intent. The fear of the demons resurfacing was genuine. Yet, he suspected that the emperor and Appos' greater concern lay with Qin Wuyo emerging from within the mountain. Should he reappear, the world would have no defense against him. This realm would no longer belong to Emperor Qian or the other sovereigns, but rather to Qin Wuyo. However, with the imperial order bestowed and recent rewards granted, the Tianshan leader found it inappropriate to refuse. I shall accept your command, he replied, though a sense of unease simmered within him regarding Qin Wuyo and Appos' potential return. The man was too terrifying. His existence would leave the martial world in a state of perpetual dread. Let us depart. It is too cold here, Emperor Qin concluded, casting one last glance at Qin Wuyo before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to them, as they turned away, a slight smile appeared on Qin Wuyo and Appos' lips within the icy mountain. Should they witness this scene, they would likely be seized with terror. Within the icy mountain, Qin Wuyo was diligently practicing his absorption technique, drawing power from the gathered demons. The sheer magnitude of demonic energy present was overwhelming, akin to that of dozens, if not hundreds, of King Longzi. However, the complex nature of the demon clan and Appos' aura necessitated that he remain vigilant against the influence of negative emotions during the refining process, which slowed his progress considerably. Yet, he was unperturbed. With the power of the 10th level of the ice art, the demons had no chance of escape. They would inevitably become his nourishment. In the year of Zhaowu 5, Qin Wuyo vanished. Under the patronage of the Qian Emperor, the Tianshan sect leader meticulously reconstructed the Tianshan sect a few miles from its original location. After several months, the refurbished sect was completed, and he ceremoniously hung the plaque proclaiming it the premier sect under heaven. Gazing at the inscription, the sect leader felt a surge of accomplishment. Once, the 6 great sects stood as equals, but now, due to Qin Wuyo's actions, the other 5 existed in name only. The foremost sect of the Great Qian was undoubtedly the Tianshan sect. In due time, he mused, his gaze resolute. My Tian Shan sect shall ascend to become the veritable paramount sect of the world. News of the Tian Shan sect's suppression of the demonic grotto had already spread far and wide. Martial artists across the land extolled its virtues, its prestige surpassing all previous heights. Countless individuals now regarded the Tian Shan sect as a sacred haven of martial arts. At that moment, he noticed a figure passing by, heading away from the Tian Shan sect. It was none other than Lu Qing, the Tian Shan sect leader and Appos. His eyes gleamed as he approached her. Miss Lu, whither are you bound? From the past battle against the demonic scourge, I sustained injuries that required recuperation at the Tian Shan sect. Lu Qing replied with a bow. Having recovered sufficiently, it is time for me to depart. The Tian Shan sect leader smiled. Miss Lu, your talent is exceptional. In time, you may even attain the celestial realm. Why not remain at the Tian Shan sect? The martial world is currently in decline, and my Tian Shan sect, as the premier sect appointed by His Majesty, bears the responsibility of revitalizing the martial world and restoring its former glory. We are in dire need of individuals such as yourself. Lu Qing shook her head. Nay, I have always been one for wandering freely and cannot abide by any constraints. I would rather remain a wandering martial artist. Leave weighty matters such as revitalizing the martial world to you esteemed figures. As she turned to leave, she paused, as if struck by a sudden thought. Before I depart, allow me to offer a word of caution. The people of this world are often burdened by fame. The Tian Shan sect is now hailed as the premier sect under heaven, enjoying unparalleled renown. However, the means by which this title was acquired are known to both you, sect leader, and myself. It is said that those who ascend high are prone to a precipitous fall. If the Tian Shan sect lacks sufficient strength, it may well invite trouble upon itself sooner or later. Before revitalizing the martial world, the Tian Shan sect would do well to consider how to enhance its own strength. I have said my piece. Farewell. With that, Lu Qing vanished in a flash of movement, her lithe form displaying a lightness of foot that surpassed her previous abilities, leaving the Tian Shan sect leader to marvel at her talent. Recalling her words, his gaze turned pensive before breaking into a faint smile. Those who ascend high are prone to a precipitous fall, a truism indeed. However, I am but a step away from the celestial realm. Once I achieve that breakthrough, the Tian Shan sect shall be the undisputed premier sect under heaven. With this thought, he entrusted the affairs of the sect to others and retreated into seclusion to focus on his imminent breakthrough. Half a year later, spiritual energy surged above the Tian Shan sect, creating a spectacle of spiritual tides. The Tian Shan sect leader emerged from his secluded chamber, having truly attained the celestial realm. This news sent shockwaves throughout the land, and even the imperial court dispatched emissaries to offer congratulations. Another half-year passed, and the Qian emperor abdicated, retiring to the depths of the imperial palace. Crown Prince Xiao Yu ascended the throne, changing the era name to Xiao Wu. In the first year of Xiao Wu, a Grandmaster-level expert emerged in the Great Qian, uniting the remnants of the former True Mystery Sword sect, Boundless sect, Imperial Zenith Gate, and Immortal Crane Dao sect to form a new sect known as the Four Symbols sect, posing a subtle challenge to the Tian Shan sect and earning the title of the second greatest sect under heaven. In the second year of Xiao Wu, the Great Liang, having annexed the Great Chu, amassed an army of 400,000 and launched an unprecedented invasion of the Great Qian. During this war, several extraordinary martial artists emerged, capable of taking enemy generals' heads from a million-strong army with ease. They assassinated dozens of Great Liang generals in succession, forcing the Great Liang to retreat and sign a treaty, vowing not to invade again for 10 years. These experts became renowned, including the chivalrous maiden Lu Qing, hailed as the Azure Sword Immortal, the compassionate Taoist Zhang Yang, and Wang Tianba, the former master of the Overlord Saber Manor, who resumed his training and single-handedly defended a city, slaying tens of thousands of enemy soldiers. It was said that his saber techniques had surpassed his previous level, unleashing a blade that resembled the depths of Avicii. Afterward, Wang Tianba returned to the Overlord Saber Manor, and leveraging his reputation from defending the city, he rebuilt the manor to its former glory. In the third year of Xiao Wu, the foremost martial artist of the Great Yu, the Three Absolutes Hermit, visited the Great Qian to engage in a Taoist debate with the Tian Shan sect leader. The two celestial beings battled for 3 days and 3 nights with no clear victor. In the fourth year of Xiao Wu, the Great Yu launched an attack, annihilating the Great Jing, resulting in a tripartite balance of power in the land, consisting of the Great Qian, the Great Yu, and the Great Liang. In the fifth year of Xiao Wu, the martial artists of the three dynasties, due to the similarities in their cultivation techniques, saw a gradual merging of their martial worlds. Martial artists traveled between the three dynasties, engaging in constant exchanges and sparring, leading to the rise of numerous new sections. Founders of sects emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and the entire martial world presented a thriving scene. Martial arts evolved rapidly, and extraordinary individuals emerged in abundance. Few people still mentioned the demonic grotto or names like Qin Huaye. In the 7th month of the 5th year of Xiao Wu, while the rest of the Great Qian was bathed in warm sunlight, the Tian Shan sect remained perpetually frosted and icy. The disciples of the Tian Shan sect had long grown accustomed to this. They knew that the unusual climate of the Tian Shan sect was due to an iceberg located a few miles away. The cold emanating from the iceberg was terrifying, making it impossible for ordinary people to approach. The area was designated as a forbidden zone by the Tian Shan sect, and no one was allowed to approach it. It was only known that the Tian Shan sect leader, revered as the foremost expert of the Great Qian, would visit the area periodically. But the purpose of his visits remained a mystery. Some said that it was the source of the former demonic scourge, and that the scourge had not been completely eradicated. So the Tian Shan sect leader went there to reinforce the seal. Others said that the battle in the past was too tragic, and many martial artists had perished in the battle against the demons. So the Tian Shan sect leader went there to commemorate his fallen comrades. Today was the day for the Tian Shan sect leader to visit the demon suppression cliff. As he stepped out, those he encountered greeted him respectfully. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, sect leader. The reverence shown by the crowd was genuine, not only because of his high cultivation and attainment of the celestial realm, making him the foremost expert of the Great Qian, but also because of his suppression of the demonic scourge, which had saved the people from harm. It was because of this that, despite the Tian Shan sect's strict recruitment standards, countless disciples still flocked to join the sect each year. Sect leader, are you going to the demon suppression cliff? Tian Shan elder asked upon seeing the Tian Shan sect leader. Indeed. Allow me to accompany you, Tian Shan elder said. Although my power is not comparable to yours, I may still be of some assistance. Very well. The two walked side by side toward the demon suppression cliff. Along the way, Tian Shan elder surveyed the desolate, icebound landscape of the Tian Shan and couldn't help but sigh. 6 years have passed since that battle. My Tian Shan sect is now the undisputed premier sect under heaven. The disciples within the sect are also making valiant progress. Not long ago, Zhang Han and the others broke through to the great perfection of the acquired realm and will soon be able to break through to the Grandmaster realm, which is much faster than our cultivation back then. Indeed, the Tian Shan sect leader replied with a hint of gratification. By the way, sect leader, so many years have passed. That Qin Huaiye, who was sealed beneath the demon suppression cliff, should be dead by now, shouldn't he? Tian Shan elder asked curiously. The Tian Shan sect leader shook his head upon hearing this. Unknown. But in recent years, Qin Huaiye has shown no change in appearance or form within the demonic grotto. As they spoke, they arrived at the foot of the demon suppression cliff. Suddenly, a patch of shattered ice came into view. The two men's pupils constricted. This iceberg was exceptionally sturdy and had remained unbroken for so many years. How could there be shattered ice? They hurriedly rushed to the location of Qin Wuyo. But what greeted their eyes was a scene that sent shivers down their spines and filled their hearts with terror. The place where Qin Wuyo had once been was now utterly desolate. Qin Wuyo had vanished,